There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 9-6 Phoenix Suns begin a 3-game homestand tonight with an NBA Emirates Cup in-season tournament game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Grayson Allen will miss his 3rd straight game with a right quad contusion, and rookie Rasheer Fleming will be out with an ankle sprain. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals continue to get ready for the Jaguars this Sunday without Marvin Harrison Jr., who is still recovering from appendicitis. Running back Amari DiMercato will also miss this weekend's game, but backfield mate Trey Benson did return to practice this week in a limited capacity, and his status for the game is unknown. ASU basketball got 20 points from Bryce Ford and defeated Hawaii 83-76 last night to move to 4-1 overall. And 25th ranked ASU football will head to Boulder to take on Colorado this Saturday. You can hear and see what head coach Kenny Dillingham has to say about the game and more when he joins us live on video today at 7:15 a.m. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. You heard Jared Carlin do the update. That means Sammy Sepulka is not here. And you know what I realized this morning, Vinny?
What's that?
Young people not only don't know anything, they take a lot of time off.
Sammy quietly campaigning to be a part of the afternoon show with all these days off.
Right, exactly.
Tune in a few days. We're off for a while.
Right. They can't tell you what World War II's about, but they'll always take Friday off.
Look, we give Sammy a lot of crap in the Generation Gap game, but Jamal, like he gets carried by Sammy.
Jamal takes it to another level, is what you're saying?
Like Sammy's like begging for help, and Jamal's like, I have no idea. Oh no, I don't know. I don't know. It's funny though. It's part of the fun of it. But yeah.
Listen, I think young Sammy's in love. I think that explains it.
Long-term,
I think he's
a
in love.
long-distance relationship.
Right. It's a long-distance relationship, that you're trying to navigate.
Any of you ever pursued one of those where you were like in a serious relationship and you didn't live in the same state?
Different cities, yeah. I did that in college.
And was it tough?
Oh, yeah.
I've never had enough relationships in general in my life to even have subsets of those kinds of relationships.
It was much tougher back then, too, in the 90s, because you didn't have the internet. There was no
texting.
There was not even cell phones. I wrote letters.
Did you really?
Yes.
You would. How about that?
Yeah.
How about that? I miss you right back soon.
I can't wait to hear from you in a week.
My dearly beloved.
So, Jared, your first update, as Vinny has predicted, your first update was very buttoned up and very, very good.
I told Jared it's the best update I think I've ever heard him
do. By 8 a.m., it's going to be off the rails. You know that.
I used to, when I used to fill in, I used to do them very wacky, and as the show went on, completely wackier and wackier.
Yes.
They told me to stop doing them. I said, just do the updates, okay? You can be your wackiness during the show, but just
deliver the news.
Deliver the news, get the sponsor in, and let's move on.
Get the sponsor and let's move on.
Those updates are very important.
Right.
Yeah, how else would people know what's going on?
Right. I mean, because people are so unaware of current events these days.
Like you said, Vinny, cell phones don't exist yet.
Yeah, right. That's
one of these days.
All right, so we've got a lot of grinding to do. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Can the Cardinals get back in the win column? The 3-7 Birds host the resurgent 6-4 Jacksonville Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Cardinals, of course, coming off consecutive lopsided losses to divisional opponents Seattle and San Francisco. Jags fresh off a 35-6 beatdown of the LA Chargers last week. Sunday's game kicks off at 2:05. You can catch all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage nice and early, 9:30 a.m. Week 12 got started in the NFL last night. Houston scores an impressive 26-19 win over the Buffalo Bills. Texans defense harassed Josh Allen all night long, sacked him 8 times. Kalen Bullock had 2 interceptions and a forced fumble in the Texans win, and Davis Mills 2 touchdown passes as Houston moves to 6-5. Bills fall to 7-4.
Yeah,
Davis
that is the
Mills,
NFL's best defense, is what that is.
Yeah, they are relentless and nasty. A couple of observations on Davis Mills.
All right.
Second longest neck for any NFL quarterback
very,
ever.
Very interesting. Mm-hmm.
And his name, not the second longest neck, Jared?
That's a funny observation.
Oh. And his name kind of sounds like a photo studio where you'd get your senior portraits done.
Kind of, yeah.
Where'd you get your portraits
Davis
done?
Mills Photography? Mills? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right.
Or some place where they make
wonderful
oats.
At portraits.
It's a place where they make overnight oats.
Remember this pose?
Davis Mills.
Did you have one of these poses?
Overnight oats. I'm sorry, go ahead, Vinny.
Did you ever pose like this?
Yeah, you one of these?
Oh my God! I recently looked at.
Showing?
I recently looked at my high school yearbook senior picture.
Yeah.
First of all, I was a schmagegi who wore like a shirt and tie and stuff, and I was thin as a rail and awkward and gawky, and I'm doing that exact pose where I'm.
Second to last weekend in college football's regular season, believe it or not, ASU on the road to face the Colorado Buffaloes of head coach Deion Sanders at Folsom Field in Boulder. At 7-3, ASU needs a win to stay in the mix to return to the Big 12 championship. There are 6 teams still with hopes of that happening going into the weekend. Colorado has struggled to a 3-7 mark. They're not one of those teams. They've lost 3 straight and 5 of their last 6. ASU has won 8 of the 12 meetings between the schools since they became members of the same conference in 2011. Kickoff tomorrow, 6 o'clock. You can hear it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Pre-game coverage starts at 3. Arizona Wildcats trying to keep their winning ways going as well. They host the Baylor Bears in Tucson on Saturday. The Bears.
Bears.
It sounds different when they say it.
Yeah.
Bears.
Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears.
U of A has won 3 in a row, brings a 7-3 record to the game. Baylor 5-5. That game kicks off at 11 a.m. on TNT. NAU wraps up its regular season with a visit to Weber State tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Lumberjacks still with a shot to qualify for the 24-team FCS playoffs, but they do need to win. 24-team playoffs.
Wild.
Suns in action tonight at home in an Emirates NBA Cup West Group A game against the Minnesota Timberwolves at Mortgage Matchup Center. Suns come into the contest 9-6 off a convincing win in Portland Tuesday night. Minnesota's 10-5. They've won 2 straight, 6 out of 7 heading into the evening. Dating back to the 2024 NBA playoffs, the T-Wolves have beaten the Suns 8 straight times. A 4-game sweep in the first round 2 seasons ago, and all 4 regular season games a year ago. Grayson Allen, Rasheer Fleming, Jalen Green, all out tonight for the Suns. Jaden McDaniels questionable for Minnesota. That game, 7. Pregame coverage at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Last night around the NBA, Orlando thumped the Clippers 129-101. LA is now 4-11.
Yeah, the Clippers, they're messed up, man. They're messed up.
Speaking of thumping, the Grizzlies worked the Kings 137-96. Sacramento not doing much beam lighting this year. They've lost 8 straight. They're now 3-13 on the year. 8 straight losses, all by double digits, too, by the way.
Wow.
Tyrese Maxey had 54 points for the 76ers in a 123-114 overtime win over the Bucks. And San Antonio got by the Hawks 135-126. De'Aaron Fox 26-9 for the Spurs, who are in town to take on the Suns on Sunday. Bobby Hurley's ASU Sun Devils used a 10-0 run in the second half to turn a deficit into a lead in an 83-76 road win over Hawaii. Devils trailed by 8 until Pig Johnson and Bryce Ford each hit threes to start the spurt. Alan McCabe had a layup. Mo Odom added 2 free throws to give ASU a lead. Ford had 20 to lead the Devils. Johnson added 16. Sun Devils take on Texas. Sean Miller's Texas Longhorns.
Shouldn't Mo Odom just shorten his name to one name and just be Modem?
You could imagine the NIL possibility.
Imagine that. Modem dials it up.
I love it.
Right?
Devils and Texas.
What a team. And they got a guy named Pig Johnson.
Pig and Modem.
Not just
fantastic.
Pig Johnson.
Fantastic.
Devils in Texas Monday in the opening game of this year's Maui Invitational. GCU men's hoops in action tonight. The Lopes hosting the.
There's probably a lot of that too, Vinny.
You got me into word combining
There's
now.
probably a lot of that going on right now.
I'll teach you how to do a smooth.
Yeah, right.
Please, Obi-Wan, please. The Lopes hosting Northwestern State at 7. Their mascot, Bick?
Northwestern State?
Yeah.
Help me out
Don't
here,
put him on
Vinny.
the. He'll know by tonight.
I'll know by tonight, but tell me now. What is it?
Are they the Demons?
I don't know.
Oh, I might be speaking out of school. You can catch my man Dan Bickley on that call tonight on 3TV.
He'll know the mascot
Arizona's
by tip-off,
family.
folks, I promise.
Northwestern, of course, located in
Evanston. Northwestern State is in Texas.
Yes.
Northwestern University is a Big Ten school in Evanston, but that's not who they're playing tonight.
It's Northwestern State. Yeah.
Jared, what do you what has got you so entranced?
I'm waiting for Jared to say something.
Jared, speak.
This says they're in Louisiana, but maybe I'm looking at the wrong Northwestern
It's
State.
the Demons. I was right.
It is the Demons.
Yeah. And finally, the Seattle Mariners announced that they are retiring Randy Johnson's number 51 in a pregame ceremony May 2nd, 2026. Johnson had his number retired by the Diamondbacks in 2015. He will join Ken Griffey Jr., Edgar Martinez, and Ichiro Suzuki as Mariners with retired numbers, and also joins the club now of players who have had their numbers retired by more than one team.
It doesn't it seem like what took them so long to do this?
Did you see Randy Johnson's quote on it?
No.
He's like, I'm glad they're finally acknowledging my contributions to the team. So
It seems really odd that you would be doing it this late in the game. Well, you know what? The Mariners, they've got all the feel good now going on. Yeah, it's.
If we had more time, I would Vinny Joe trivia you guys on the other one. Start thinking about that. Players who've had their numbers retired by more than one baseball team. There you go. There is your splash this morning for Friday, November 21st. Coming up, can the Cardinals get back on track and bring any positivity back to this fan base? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings on this Friday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bounce pass too wide for Johnson to grab, but Krejci is there. 3 seconds to shoot. Around the back pass is loose. Stolen by Dylan Brooks. He's into the forecourt. He'll throw it down.
Suns versus the T-Wolves. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I have got a whole file of success stories of super grateful clients in the Valley who did not know such a thing as Life Change Alone existed. This might be my favorite. It's the story of Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, which they thought was good, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. They had, because of medical issues, They had about 30 grand in credit card debt, switched over to a Life Changer loan. They paid off their mortgage, their credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. And it's further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear, without any trepidation, because you always have access to your equity. That is the secret of a Life Changer loan, where you do your banking inside of your mortgage, all of your income tax, all of that debt. You pay all principal first, and you're going to pay off your home in short order. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things. But obviously what it does primarily, it now gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth free of debt, and that is how you get ahead. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, but I tell you, if you're a good fit, you are going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
When I asked Scott Lucky if his last name had anything to do with his success in the trucking industry, he laughed and said, "Well, Mike, I guess you could say I've always been lucky." But when I asked him how he and his family grew Lucky Distribution Services into the company it is today, he didn't talk about luck at all. "We work hard," he said. "We keep a close eye on the bottom line, and we treat our people the right way." In other words, Scott Lucky makes his own luck, which is precisely why he switched to Pure Talk Business. "Last month, I paid the big guys $740 for 12 lines," he told me. "This month, I paid Pure Talk $420 for the exact same service." Thousands of businesses all over the country are saving real money by switching to America's most dependable 5G network, and luck has nothing to do with it. Just dial pound 250 and say micro. That's pound 250 micro to switch to a wireless company that works as hard as you do. Pure Talk.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
It's Red Friday, driven by Sanderson Ford.
This is wide receiver Greg Dortch on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Come on, man! Bickley. Come on! And Murata. Red Friday.
It is Red Friday. We'd like to send a Red Friday good morning shout out to our listeners, viewers, followers, fans in Sun Lakes. We appreciate you out in Sun Lakes.
I'll tell you what I want to know right now before we go any further. Did the Jacksonville Jaguars win the Super Bowl last year?
Oh, you're serious? No.
Will they ever win the Super Bowl?
Jason, I can't predict the future. But no, they won't.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are in
Where's that from?
That's from a TV show called The Good Place.
Oh, that's funny.
It was a really, really funny show. There was one guy who was from Jacksonville who was obsessed with Blake Bortles and the Jaguars.
Okay, got it.
But enough about the Jaguars. We don't care about their Super Bowl hopes this year. But I agree with Ted Danson's character. No, they won't ever win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think it's a very interesting question. What Jaguars team are you going to get this weekend? Now, again, I get it. If you're a Valley sports fan, if you're any kind of sports fan that doesn't live in Florida, you're not paying attention to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So here's a quick update for you. 2 weeks ago, they were very, very embarrassed. They blew a 19-point fourth-quarter lead to the Texans, and everybody thought, see, they suck. They came back last weekend and annihilated the Chargers.
Yeah.
Annihilated them.
35-6. Held them to 135 yards of offense.
In a game in which their defense and their pass rush finally kind of perked up a little bit. So what are you going to get this weekend? I don't know. It's a very, very good question.
Yeah, but they feasted on a very, very marginalized Chargers offensive line. And look, the Cardinals, they got questions on their offensive line. Not only just from a performance standpoint, but now injuries are a factor. Both of the guys they've used at right tackle, Jonah Williams and Kelvin Beachum, and I don't think either one of them has been all that impressive this year, but neither one of them practiced yesterday.
Yeah.
So they might have to go way deep on the depth chart, maybe find something else at right tackle. So the Jaguars might have another opportunity to do that to a Cardinals marginalized offensive line.
That's it. So if you're Jacksonville, you're sitting there at 6-4 thinking, okay, this game against Arizona, against a team that is not very good, this is a chance for us to prove that we can sustain good performances, that we can stack good performances, that we're actually legit. The thing about Jacksonville that interests me or worries me, however you want to phrase it, is Liam Cohen is a head coach. There's something different about this guy, but there's one thing that they have done that is the sign of a very well-coached team. They have been much better since their bye week. They have scored 30, 29, and 35 points on offense since their bye week. They've gotten dramatically better offensively, which is a sign of a good coaching staff.
Yeah.
When you take a bye week and you substantially change a weakness or cover up a weakness or massage a weakness, if you will.
Well, part of that coaching staff, too, as we learned earlier in the year, they're really good at stealing signals. Remember that?
Well, yes, and that worries me, too, because that's a sign of a very good coach.
Yeah.
It's a sign of a very ambitious coach.
You dastardly Liam Cohen.
Right, exactly.
Remember that?
I do remember that.
The funny thing about Jacksonville, too, maybe it's not funny, but they are 6-4. And I like the way you said it. Unless you're just a sicko or a Jaguars fan, you're not really paying attention to Jacksonville.
No, that's right.
One would surmise that being 6-4 through 10 games are getting outstanding quarterback play from Trevor Lawrence. That has not been the case.
No.
Trevor Lawrence has been below average, far below average. In fact, based on just QB passer rating, the old method, the 158.3 method, not the new total QBR, Trevor Lawrence is 32nd in the NFL in passer rating. 79.4.
Wow.
No, there's 46 quarterbacks, I guess, that are qualified, but he's 32nd. The guys behind him, Russell Wilson, Cam Ward, Kirk Cousins, Tyrod Taylor, Jameis Winston, Jake Browning, J.J. McCarthy, and Shedeur Sanders. So not exactly what you would expect for the Jaguars to be a 6-4 team. Here was Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Cardinals, on what he sees from the Jaguars going into this game.
They played really well, really from start to finish, all three phases. They got a really good fourth down crew. We got as a big-time challenge for us. Obviously, the quarterback's playing extremely well. They can run it, and then they throw it all over the yard. Defensively, they're top three in takeaways in the NFL. Huge piece to why they're at where they're at. They got rushers. They got good coverage players. I think Anthony Campanelli does a really good job, as their DC. They're playing well. There's no doubt. Big-time challenge.
I just broke my own rule.
What's that?
I played this just mindless, positive talk. Quarterback's playing really well. No,
right.
he's not.
No, he's not. No, but what's your rule?
Just
you don't speak over a sound in progress?
No, not to play preview sound for when a team's talking about the personnel of another team because it's all hunky-dory. We love these guys. They're great. Everybody's great. This is the greatest football team we're ever going to play.
It's the whole Lou Holtz thing. Yeah, they're the greatest team ever. Yeah, clearly Jonathan Gannon doesn't believe that about Trevor Lawrence, does he?
No.
No, he couldn't.
I mean, he could be truthful and say, great hair.
Right. Exactly. But again, it's in fact, I thought of a great game that I was going to offer playing if we actually had 4 people on the show today, but we don't.
Well, we found out minutes before the show started that we didn't have 4.
Exactly. Drafting teams based on starting quarterbacks in 2025 who will not be starting quarterbacks next year. Like Trevor Lawrence, like Kyler Murray, guys that began the year or are still starting quarterbacks. I don't call Jacoby Brissett that, but guys who are starting quarterbacks who will not be starting quarterbacks next year.
Anywhere.
We can still do that.
Ooh.
8:45.
That's a bit of a thinker. I like it.
Okay. All right. We can do that.
I like that a lot. Coming up next here on this Red Friday, the Phoenix Suns preparing for a big homestand, and chemistry is being talked about a lot with this team. We'll talk about it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium.
Huddle. Trevor Lawrence plays at a high level, and they're able to utilize a lot of different receivers. So just a really good coached, really good talented roster that plays hard.
We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G.
Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax to its sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Football fans, get ready. On December 14th, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly comes to Talking Stick Resort for a live Q&A that you won't want to miss. Hear inspiring stories of leadership, perseverance, and unforgettable moments from one of the game's greats, all in an electric atmosphere. This is your chance to see a true football legend up close and personal. Don't miss Jim Kelly on December 14th. Visit TalkingStickResort.com for more details. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 9-6 Phoenix Suns begin a 3-game homestand tonight with an NBA Emirates Cup in-season tournament game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Grayson Allen will miss his 3rd straight game with a right quad contusion, and rookie Rasheer Fleming will be out with an ankle sprain. Tip-off is at 7 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals continue to get ready for the Jaguars this Sunday without Marvin Harrison Jr., who is still recovering from appendicitis. Running back Amari DiMercato will also miss this weekend's game, but backfield mate Trey Benson did return to practice this week in a limited capacity, and his status for the game is unknown. ASU basketball got 20 points from Bryce Ford and defeated Hawaii 83-76 late last night to move to 4-1 overall. And 25th ranked ASU football will head to Boulder to take on Colorado this Saturday. You can hear and see what head coach Kenny Dillingham has to say about the game and more when he joins us live on video today at 7:15 a.m. So go to Arizona Sports on YouTube. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. Black Friday prices are happening now, in-store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Tomorrow's the first game of it, so I think that's where our focus is. Really good team, cup game, so everyone knows when those cup games comes, it's just a different intensity. You know they're good, they're big, they have a really good player. And Ant that kind of leads the way. Our approach is just to tomorrow, and we'll handle the rest later.
It's Jordan Ott, head coach of the Phoenix Suns, getting ready for this 3-game home swing, a homestand. Wow, it's not home away, home away, home away. They get 3 in the next 4 days, starting with the Minnesota Timberwolves. And you want to talk about a measuring stick game. Yes, it's an NBA Cup game. We know that.
A different intensity, as Jordan.
What's that all about?
I heard that, and I was like, is that good or bad for the NBA? Because obviously they're trying to promote this tournament, but what's that saying about the other regular season games?
I have no knowledge of this. This is just my own speculation. I think players, coaches, team personnel, they get leaned on by the league. Hey, you know,
of course,
juice this up a little. Have you seen the commercial that they have where all the players are pursuing the NBA Cup? Everybody wants that cup, and I'm like,
no, they don't. Yeah, that's a great point. That you know that in any line of business, when there's certain corporate things that are unveiled, it's like, get on board.
Hey, we're trying to make this work. Can you give us a little a little zhuzh?
That's exactly what that's all about. But I will tell you this about tonight's game, which is very interesting, because we have all seen the Suns' defense get really much improved since the first 4 games of the season. Mm-hmm. But their offensive rating is even better than their defensive rating, which is kind of mind-blowing. What would you have said had somebody told you the Phoenix Suns are going to ditch Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal and their offensive metrics are going to soar?
Without Jalen Green for most of the season.
Right. Yeah. What would you say if somebody told you that?
There's a reason why they play these games. And as we speak right now, this is funny. Jarrett pointed this out. Some stuff that Tim Bontemps of ESPN had uncovered, early season things that he's hearing from sources. Lesson after 1 month with the Suns. There's an early season identity. Bontemps writes, after the disastrous way last season played out, and as a precursor to moving on from Durant and Beal over the summer, Suns owner Matt Ishbia declared that his team needed to have an identity, one that included some grit, some determination, some work ethic, some grind, some joy. It's early, but the Suns have at least begun to follow through on that vision with their 9-6 start. It's almost like he read your column.
Wow.
Phoenix has 1 victory over an opponent above 500, but scouts I've talked to have praised new coach Jordan Ott's work and surrounding Devin Booker, who's back to playing like an all-NBA player after a down 24-25 season, with hard-nosed defenders and some shooting, is a formula that could allow Phoenix to sneak into the playoffs in the incredibly soft bottom half of the West.
Wow.
Quote from a scout, they've been way better than I thought. They've got enough pieces around Devin where they'll win games they should win. Ott has them playing the right way and competing.
It's, again, and maybe it's just a sign of me being super jaded and super skeptical, or maybe it's a product of what we've witnessed from this franchise the last couple of years. But the fact that everything Matt Ishbia put out there in the universe is actually coming true is mind-blowing to me. And the fact that they may have lucked into a very, very good young coach in Jordan Ott is another thing that I'm really, really vibing on. It's mind-blowing to me. It really is how different this organization is from last year.
Yeah, I mean, the fan base had the feeling of, for a long time, why can't we have nice things? And when they had nice things, it's like, why are our nice things not that nice when we get them? But you had the comment about the Houston trade. Kevin Durant getting traded to Houston, getting Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks back, draft pick that turned into Common Malawach. And you focused on the Brooks part of it because that's what you focus on right now. Malawach has barely played. Green has barely played. Dylan Brooks has been quite the cog for this 9-6 start. I don't know if I think fit and chemistry has a lot to do with it. There's no way Dylan Brooks is the same type of player or as good a player as Kevin Durant, but the fit is working right now. On the afternoon show, Gambo asked a question that I thought was pretty interesting.
Look!
The Suns they proved they were hell-bent last year in the second half of the season, leading up to the trade deadline, hell-bent on getting Jimmy Butler to Phoenix. First by dangling Bradley Beal, and there was no takers on that dangle.
Yeah.
And then
a lot of dangling going on there.
And then by pivoting by offering behind his back Kevin Durant to the Golden State Warriors.
Yep.
They wanted Jimmy Butler here. It didn't work out. Kevin Durant then orchestrated his way out of town to a place where he wanted to go.
Mm-hmm.
But now that it's said and done, Gambo was focusing on the Dylan Brooks, Jimmy Butler dynamic. Did this work out better not getting Jimmy Butler?
Oh.
Right now, I would say yes.
Yes. Younger player?
Much younger player.
Yeah, much younger player. Probably getting the same kind of toughness boost that you were looking for. Yeah, that's... And the other thing that I think is extremely ironic is Kellen Olson used the word punked to describe what Kevin Durant and the Rockets did to the Phoenix Suns. Had Kevin Durant not targeted the Rockets as the team he was going to go to, Dylan Brooks wouldn't be in Phoenix. Do you know what I'm saying? Had Kevin Durant said, sure, trade me to Minnesota, this place, or that place, they probably don't strike a deal with Houston because they probably didn't want Jalen Green. So the fact that Kevin Durant handpicked Houston as where he wanted to go is the reason why Dylan Brooks has ended up in Phoenix. And again, the word inside the organization, this isn't my word, he's changed everything for them.
Yeah, and it's funny, too, because on paper, you remember the reaction to that deal. That's all they got?
Oh, yeah.
They couldn't get Tari Eason. They couldn't get Reed Shepherd in that deal.
That's not a lot. They didn't get a lot back.
And then talking about, Jalen Green doesn't fit with Devin Booker. Dylan Brooks, nobody likes him. Nobody wants this guy. But the fit here with this group has been pretty immaculate so far.
Pretty much so.
Everyone knew this is what they were missing.
Yes.
You just mentioned that's why they pursued Jimmy Butler, is because that they needed that toughness, that leadership, that grit, that's what they needed. So
Dylan, not to interrupt you, but I am interrupting you. But Dylan Brooks has become such a villain in his persona that I forgot, and I think people forget how skilled he is as a basketball player.
I had forgotten that he in his career has averaged 18.5 points a game over a season.
That's it.
Like he could score.
You know my 30-point rule. You score more than 30 points on any level of basketball, you are a player.
Does that count for 2K on like PS4 or 5? Something like that?
The other thing,
not that I could do that. That game just
the other thing, and you brought this up quite a bit. It's the production of Colin Gillespie in the minutes he has been afforded has been. You talk about immaculate. Shane Young put this stat out there that stopped me in my tracks. Lineups with Colin Gillespie on the floor without Devin Booker have played almost 300 minutes this season. Without Book, Their offensive rating is 125.3. That ranks in the top 5% of the NBA without Devin Booker on the floor. Think about that. Mind-blowing.
And we've seen teams recently. I mean, Denver was a perfect example for a really long time, a couple seasons ago, when Nikola Jokic had to come out of the game, the offense shut down. It was stark how much of the difference was.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of teams go through that. It's expected. To have that kind of pickup has been amazing. I said at the end of last year, one of the things that the Suns, it was after Durant got hurt, and we were speculating, is he going to try to come back to try to get all NBA status? And he didn't, to his credit.
Mm-hmm.
But it was pretty clear how the rest of the season was going to go for the Suns. And one of the things that I said was they should be using this opportunity to find out if Colin Gillespie is like their version of Peyton Pritchard. And guess what? He's been exactly that.
Great call.
Because he's coming off the bench. Pritchard's starting this year in Boston because the roster's changed. But he has been a spark plug. And there's early murmurs about Colin Gillespie being a sixth man of the year candidate.
Unbelievable. Isn't that incredible for a two-way player recently?
Mm-hmm.
It's also extra frustrating, as you pointed out, that they didn't utilize him more last year. I remember a couple different times right after like big games we were like, oh, yeah, he's got to go in the starting lineup. And just Budenholzer just would not use him.
Well, he did, hesitantly after a while.
After a while at the end of the year, but like there was.
But the reaction to that was, why not this all year? And he was a two-way player last year, so there was a cap on how many games he could play.
That's right.
And he had an injury mixed in, but it was frustrating when they were just flailing and searching for something to work. And they got that contribution at the end of the year.
So I wonder now that we're going into this gauntlet, that you've got the Timberwolves in tonight and you've got Anthony Edwards in tonight. I wonder if the word has gotten out enough, because you've heard it from Steve Kerr to the head coach of the Atlanta Hawks. You've heard a lot of people recognize that, hey, you know what? They've got something good going on there.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed by it. I wonder now, with word getting out that the Suns are no longer a joke, if things begin to change in terms of the tenor of teams, the demeanor of teams that they begin to face.
Yeah. Well, I like that this stretch is starting against Minnesota, a team that has just ate their lunch over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw it, but last weekend, and I forget who the T-Wolves were playing, but a Suns fan pulled this clip off of NBA League Pass. And it was talking about upcoming games for the Timberwolves. And they mentioned the Suns, and they mentioned the Suns record and kind of suggesting that it was a mirage, and went through the teams that they had played. And even Bontemps wrote about it. They've got one win over an opponent above 500. That was the San Antonio win. But they were really just diminishing the wins. Like, oh, they haven't played anybody. And the color commentator on this broadcast in Minnesota actually said, why are the Suns catching strays all of a sudden? So for the guys, not many people have been here through it. In fact, it's Devin Booker, basically. That's been through this entire 3-season run now against Minnesota, but very curious to see what the demeanor is against a team that has really dominated them.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
Very excited about tonight.
Coming up next, we shift our focus to the NFL. The Texans flex their defense, and the Eagles get defensive in a much different way. We'll talk about the NFL next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It's beautiful outside, a little rainy, kind of has that.
No, it's not.
That buffalo sky. Why do you say that?
Because it's rained way too much this year. I could have moved to Seattle to have this weather, but, instead I moved to Arizona exactly to not have this weather.
I don't agree with Rick very much.
Yeah.
At this point, I 100% agree with him.
You gotta be kidding me.
I can't stand the rain.
Yeah, I do. Listen, I
It's rained like 8 days all year.
You guys are acting like, it's just ridiculous.
Wow. Okay.
Come on, grow up, boys.
All right.
Will you? We need this rain.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas, proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings, Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas helps build stronger communities, one connection at a time. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day. It provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
It makes me feel really good that we won a game. It was a really great team. Buffalo did an outstanding job. You know, those guys are well coached, great players. So for me, I'm just thankful for us being able to get the win versus a really good team.
D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans. Last night, Thursday Night Football, Texans win at 23-19 over the Bills. They're back above 500. They're 6-5, and it was a national advertisement for how good their defense is.
Oh, yeah.
They are nasty. They've been nasty all season long, even though they were only hovering at 500. But sacking Josh Allen 8 times, forcing 3 turnovers, all by the same guy, Kalen Bullock. 2 interceptions, including the interception to seal the deal in the last minute of the game. Also forced a fumble. Very impressive performance by the Texans, and doing it with a backup quarterback.
Yeah, and a really, really good defense that kind of established themselves as the NFL's best defense, by the way, that the Cardinals are going to have to deal with in the coming weeks. So buckle up for that. Did you see when the Texans left the field last night? Their social media crew had a bunch of chicken wings waiting for them. Buffalo wings. Yeah, expert trolling from the Houston Texans last night.
I like it.
Yeah.
The Texans, through 11 games, have given up 182 points. Best in the league. Only the Kansas City Chiefs have given up less points at 181. Actually, check that. The Rams as well, 172. But they've both only played 10 games.
Yeah.
So those numbers should change this weekend. Will Anderson, every time I watch Houston play and you watch Will Anderson wreak havoc, I keep going back to that draft. And the Cardinals said, nah, we're good. We're going to leave him on the board and take Paris Johnson Jr. And he's been good.
But he's not been Will Anderson good.
Yeah.
No, listen.
And there was some maneuvering trade-wise.
Yeah, they traded down.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. He's monstrously good. What, he had 2.5 sacks?
Yeah. Daniel Hunter had 2 sacks.
And Kalen Bullock had a huge interception at the end of the game to kind of seal the thing. But the story now really has become, all right, so the Texans aren't dead yet. They're 5-5 now, and they're trending in the right direction. The Bills are still inside the playoff picture. But you can see a world where the NFL postseason might include no Joe Burrow, no Patrick Mahomes, no Josh Allen.
And no Lamar Jackson.
And no Lamar Jackson?
Yeah.
Wow.
Quarterback is an overrated position.
That's what I've been saying.
That's what you've been saying all along. Yeah.
Josh Allen talked last night about being sacked 8 times.
It's not fun. I ran into a couple myself. I got to be better with throwing the ball away and living to see another down and letting us play some situational football and pinning them deep. And too many times I was going backwards, and I got to be better on that.
I think the AFC playoff picture is fascinating right now in terms of who you trust as a contender. Because the Patriots at 9-2, the Broncos at 9-2, both up-and-coming teams, haven't built that public trust yet.
No.
Indianapolis is 8-2. Throw them into the mix as well. And the teams like you just mentioned, Buffalo, Baltimore, Kansas City, and who's the other one I'm missing? You mentioned a fourth.
Cincinnati.
Well, we won't include Cincinnati.
He just mentioned Joe Burrow.
But those first three. If I had to ask you this morning at 6:50 a.m. on November 21st, who would you trust the most to be the AFC representative in the Super Bowl? Because I think there's some hesitance to say the Patriots or the Broncos.
Definitely.
Because of untested playoff atmospheres.
And
even though the Broncos made it last year, but
the Broncos, you definitely trust the coach, but do you trust the quarterback? That's really a big deal. Their defense is spectacular. That's a really good question. I don't know who I do feel good. I'll tell you this though, Davis Mills, aside from running a great photography shop, he and Jacoby Brissett are probably battling for best backup quarterback in the NFL this year.
Yeah. They've, they were talking about that on ESPN radio this morning too. This coincides Mills with this win streak and doing really well in relief of C.J. Stroud. Coincides with the Texans' offensive line getting healthy. Jacoby Brissett has not had that luxury with the Cardinals, and therefore hasn't had the luxury of notching a lot of wins. The stats have been unbelievable, but two pretty good stories for guys who have floated around the league for a while. In the NFC, one of the top teams, the Philadelphia Eagles, the defending champions. Every day, it's something else with the Philadelphia Eagles. A.J. Brown, holding court in front of his locker yesterday after practice, was asked this question by a member of the Philadelphia media.
What would you say to, there's been speculation out there that you are not the same player you once were. What would you say to those people?
I guess Saquon ain't the same player either. All right. But I don't got no. Okay. Y'all don't believe.
A little hard to hear. What do you say to the people who suggest that you're not the same player? Well, I guess Saquon ain't the same player either, was his response. And then a little bit of backpedaling from it, a little bit. There is growing speculation in Philadelphia about this faction, this chasm in the locker room between quarterback and wide receiver. I found this to be fascinating. This is from Rhea Hughes from WIP Radio, who's been covering the Eagles for a long time. Here she was on WIP Radio yesterday. Listen to this, Vic.
It feels like someone there or some people there are trying to get through to Jalen and maybe using this as the vehicle now.
Oh, well, it's clear to me that's what was done here is they've tried talking to him and they don't like the response. So the responses go public. But the funny thing is, just from where I'm a Jalen guy, but I would say the majority of fans are pro Jalen in this.
I would too.
And I would say inside the building, and that I'm going to recklessly speculate here, Douglas.
As long as you say that, you're good.
Exactly. That's what I figure. is that they're more pro AJ.
They see what he sees, in a sense, in terms of football.
Because Hugh, let me ask you a question. Now, you and I, normal people, when we get in trouble with the boss and we've said something, we get called into their office.
Right. We go to them.
Jeff Lurie went to A.J. Brown in his office, which is the practice field, to discuss with him. Didn't call him up to his office, which I'm sure is really nice down at the NovaCare complex. And according to Sal Palantonio's report, said, you don't have anything to apologize to me for.
That is.
Wow. I was not aware of that cut that you just played, and I think that's very, very illuminating because my thinking about this yesterday was, why does Nick Sirianni not call A.J. Brown into his office and tell him to shut the hell up? Why wouldn't the coach and the leaders of this football team turn off these faucets of noise?
Yeah.
For the good of the team. And the answer is probably just exactly what was laid out there. They want this out there.
Well, because they feel what A.J. Brown is feeling, which I find amazing. And I love the fact that Rhea Hughes used the term recklessly speculate. She's not recklessly speculating. She's observed some things and talked to some people.
Right.
But doesn't that just pour cold water all over the old adage, winning trumps everything?
Do you know how many fan bases would do anything to trade places with the Philadelphia Eagles?
Mm-hmm.
To have those kind of problems right now? To be the reigning Super Bowl champions, 8-2, the number 1 seed in the NFC, and all you're getting from them is noise. Where are my touches? Why are you not using me? Now you bring Saquon Barkley into this? I mean, come on.
But it was like this last year, too, and they won.
Yeah. If they win another Super Bowl under these conditions, you want to talk about building a statue? Nick Sirianni should get a statue built for him.
Yeah.
Right next to the
Just
Rocky
for the
statue.
pigeons, yes. Yeah. Right next to the Rocky statue.
Coming up next, when things go south in the NFL, leadership gets questioned. Can the Cardinals leadership keep this team focused as they approach rock bottom? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Red Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jonathan Gannon could not afford to have a day like yesterday.
No.
He just couldn't.
No.
You know, like watching them with all the penalties and all the turnovers and all the mistakes, and they're down 14-0, and we're not even 5 minutes into the game or 6 minutes into the game. To be down 35-10 again, to be down 14-0 again, it was the worst thing in the world that could have happened. At least, bare minimum, show some fight. Be competitive. Play a game that goes into the fourth quarter where there's some
They're
drama.
not competitive.
Your guys are fighting, and for the last
They're not
2 weeks,
competitive.
nothing. I am shocked.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
America's favorite car show is back. Don't miss the final Good Guys event of the year, the 28th Speedway Motors Southwest Nationals. All this weekend at West World of Scottsdale. Over 3,000 hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Check out the Square Body Syndicate and GSI GM Truck Takeover. Don't miss the Good Guys 2025 BASF Top 12 Cars and Trucks of the Year. Meet the top builders in the country and so much more. All this weekend at West World of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
Oh, let's talk
talk about the Ford Maverick at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing, while also being the perfect size. It's easy to handle, and parking is no sweat whatsoever. And it's perfect for business managers and service companies. Take a test drive at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 9-6 Phoenix Suns begin a 3-game homestand tonight with an NBA Emirates Cup in-season tournament game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Grayson Allen will miss his third straight game with a right quad contusion, and rookie Rasheer Fleming will be out with an ankle sprain, as well as Jalen Green will still be out. Tip-off is at 7 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals continue to get ready for the Jaguars this Sunday without Marvin Harrison Jr., who is still recovering from appendicitis. Running back Amari DeMercado will also miss this weekend's game, but backfield mate Trey Benson did return to practice this week in a limited capacity, and his status for the game is unknown. ASU basketball got 20 points from Bryce Ford and defeated Hawaii late last night, 83-76, to move to 4-1 overall. And 25th ranked ASU football will head to Boulder to take on Colorado this Saturday. You can hear and see what head coach Kenny Dillingham has to say about the game and more when he joins us live and on YouTube on video today at 7:15 p.m. That's next segment. Stay tuned. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Black Friday is almost here, and don't go to the big box store. Buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at waltz.com.
Red Friday, driven by Sanderson Ford.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7.
Come on, I got you, brother.
And the Arizona Sports app.
Come on.
Bickley and Murata.
Come on, we work.
Red Friday.
Hey!
Oh, for sure. The losses definitely get frustrating. But the opportunity to come out there and play again and to lace it up with your teammates and go out there and try to win a game, I think that supersedes, I think is the right word, correct? Supersedes the frustration, and I think that's the mindset that you have to have, and I think that's the mindset that these guys do have.
Jacoby Brissett talking about the frustration mounting with the losses, but also very cognizant of using correct English. Way to go, Jacoby.
He did that in another soundbite where he said anomaly.
Really?
And he stopped himself and said, "Did I use that right?" Okay, great. So he's responsible.
I like him. He's got a different kind of personality, but I like him.
I like him too, and he's done a great job at quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can they turn this into wins? And after back-to-back losses in the fashion in which they came, and look, we've had some people suggest, and Rob Fredrickson suggested, hey, that game against San Francisco was still within reach. I never really felt that. A play here or there, but it just seemed like 60 minutes where the Cardinals were going to shoot themselves in the foot at every opportunity, and they did. Needless to say, back-to-back losses of that nature, and when you're 3-7 at this point, and you've wildly missed on your expectations and your goals to this point, there is a lot of frustration. And what do? Everybody who's played football or been in one of those locker rooms in a coaching situation for an NFL organization will say you look to your leaders. Who are the leaders of this team? How important is leadership in the locker room at times like this? Here was Jonathan Gannon on it.
Very, very, yeah. I mean, just, they do a good job, though, of what's needed, what I'm expecting, and to, two forms of that. Lead by example, bring people with you, and then also hold people accountable. But we don't have bad dudes in that locker room, so they're ready to go practice today.
And also, when you factor in the injuries too, captaincy is a thing in the NFL, and you lean on your captains to be your leaders. Cardinals captains this year: Calais Campbell, he's healthy. Kyler Murray, not healthy. James Conner, not healthy. Budda Baker, healthy. Mack Wilson Sr., not healthy. Yelda Froholt, he's available. Joey Blunt, not healthy. So more than half of their captain roster has been wiped out by injury so far. And Budda Baker, who is healthy, spoke to the media yesterday, and he talked about the pressure. Is there more pressure on him as a captain when all the injuries have occurred to other captains on this team?
I think we have a great group of guys, a great group of young guys, great group of veterans that understand that this game is a process. And you can be mad about the loss that you had that day of, or maybe even a little bit the next day. But after that, it's you're on to the next week. Each and every week is a new opportunity to work hard and grind throughout the week and to get a W. So for us, guys down on Sunday after the loss, Monday maybe a little bit coming into work, but, coming in maybe Tuesday on an off day or Wednesday, it's like it's a fresh slate. It's a whole new opportunity. So, I think the leaders do a great job of that, and also the players on the team are real great players that understand that and just understand at the end of the day we want to work throughout the week to ultimately try to get a win on Sundays. So.
This has been about the quietest Budda Baker season I've seen in terms of performance on the field.
Yeah, I would agree. And a lot of it has to do with the standard that he set last year when he was everywhere on that defense. If there was a play to be made, he was around the football. Now, it didn't result in turnovers, creating turnovers, but in imposing his will, making tackles, being physical. Vintage Budda Baker, he certainly did that. This year, he forced his first turnover, by the way, since 2022, which is an amazing statistic for a guy as active as him. But he has not had the same presence to me on the field.
No, the defense, basically the defense and special teams have really been not what I expected they were going to be this year. The defense has had a lot of problems recently in the red zone. They are giving up a ton of touchdowns. I don't know the numbers. I just know from watching the games. It appeared like the Seahawks and the 49ers, every time they drove, they were getting in the end zone. And that's the sign of a team that, I'm not saying that this is true with the Cardinals, but that's the sign of a team with waning fight. Because generally defenses and teams, there's a natural buckling up in the red zone, if you will. you're not getting in the end zone. We'll give you a field goal. You're not getting in here.
Well, the problem last week, one of the problems, and there was quite the laundry list of problems for the Cardinals, was just the short fields that the 49ers were working with. I mean, first possession of the game, the defense steps on the field. They're 1 yard away from scoring. And that will demoralize the defense in other red zone situations. You can't have that. But then again, it ties into what you just said. The special teams is underachieved massively this year.
Now, the good news for the Cardinals is Will Johnson got back on the practice field yesterday, and when healthy, he makes a difference for them defensively in the back end. But this is going to be a tough time for this football team because you're out of it. You're not going to the playoffs. They all realize that. What kind of connected?
Wait, did you tell Luke Lipinski that?
He's
bringing up that loser. No, it's true though, because like, how are they going to respond to their first 2 blowouts? You know, they had a lot of losses, but they were all close. Now back-to-back blowouts. This will be a test, sort of the leadership of the players. And sort of a way to look at, like, do they still buy into everything the coaching staff is selling? Well,
that's it. And if the blowouts continue, you cannot build a case to bring this coaching staff back. And that's what's going to be real interesting here, because if there's real fight left, this team is going to fight for their head coach and their coaching staff. They all know the deal.
Let's say the Cardinals go 2-5 the rest of the way. So that's a 5-12 football season. But all 5 of the losses are of the variety that we saw the first 5 losses be. Close.
They're all very close.
Yeah.
There's a ton of fight in the football team.
How do you evaluate? I mean, again, we're putting the cart way before the horse and playing a lot of hypothetical games here, but do these losses, are losses good enough? Are competitive losses good enough to make the determination to bring this staff back?
In year 3, that's a great question. My gut instinct, my initial reaction would be to say no. But at the same time, aesthetics matter, and how this football team plays will matter. They're going to face some really good teams. How they do against the Rams in those 2 games is going to matter.
It is, and this is not this is not as much a knock on the Cardinals as it is praise to the Rams. I don't feel great about either one of those games.
Oh, I don't either.
They're division games, and the Rams are really freaking good.
They're odds-on favorites to win the Super Bowl right now.
With a quarterback who wasn't supposed to play this year because his back was all messed up, but he's the league MVP.
Oh, man,
it wasn't just you.
I had them buried, Vinny. I'm like, when does a back injury ever get better? When does it ever heal?
The Rams going to be able to win with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Right.
I don't even know if he's taking a snap this year.
And he's MVP level.
Right. Maybe he's on steroids or something. Get caught.
Coming up next, big game for ASU as they're one of 6 teams with hopes still alive to reach the Big 12 championship game. We'll have our weekly visit with the Sun Devils head coach Kenny Dillingham next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium.
Huddle. Trevor Lawrence plays at a high level, and they're able to utilize a lot of different receivers. So just a really good coached, really good talented roster that plays hard.
We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Happy Friday, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and sports fans know better than anyone that you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team. You need a really good plan, which is why if you are nearing retirement, if you're seeking financial independence, if you are not 100% confident that your current plan is going to pay off in the end, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Get that game plan that will assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and they are not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options. Plus, they're fiduciaries, which means they are obligated and duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight talk that you can understand. And when you meet with them, you'll see it all begins with relationships, customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them today at 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvise here. Twice in the past few years, I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
It's kickoff time, Sun Devil Nation. At Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, we're proud to stand with Arizona State football. And just like Sparky on game day, trucks from Tim Hovig's Santan Ford bring the fire, the fight, and the power. From the F-150 to the unstoppable Super Duty, Ford trucks are built tough and built for Arizona. Tim Hovig's Santan Ford is an easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan, 202 Freeway, and Val Vista and Gilbert. Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, proud partner of your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Life's a sprint, and you need a quick pick-me-up. Meet G2G Protein Bars, your ultimate grab-and-go meal replacement. Whether you're hustling in the office or conquering the daily grind, G2G is the perfect fuel. Quick, delicious, protein-packed. Score an 8-pack in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local grocer. Or go online at g2gbar.com. G2G Protein Bars, setting the pace for your energetic lifestyle.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is Santan Ford's Activate the Valley, presented in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Arizona State's official sports headquarters, and Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. We are Santan Ford.
Now we continue on this Friday with a good morning. Thank you. Shout out to our listeners, fans, followers, and Surprise. We appreciate out in Surprise. Kenny Dillingham, head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, getting ready for their game against Colorado tomorrow. And Coach Dillingham joins us via video right now on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kenny, good morning.
Kenny.
Good morning. What's going on?
We were talking earlier this week about the refrain from all the experts. And look, they had proof to back this up, saying Arizona State, great story last year. No way they can continue to win these close one-score football games. And yet, second straight year, your team has had a knack to do that. How is that so possible? And obviously, you'd like a laugher every once in a while, but how satisfying was that win last week under all the circumstances?
Yeah, we had a laugher. Did you not watch the Utah game?
Yeah.
that was definitely a laugher. But just like one on the other side would be nice.
Yeah,
and we talk about it a lot. I mean, we go through it every Friday. We talk about situations. I think our guys feel very prepared in those situations. And I think they're good. I mean, we have an atmosphere where I think it allows people to play the game to win, not play scared to lose. And I think sometimes in those critical moments when you're like, before we take the field and the messaging is, Who wouldn't want to be on the field in the fourth quarter of a one-score game with 2 minutes left? That's why you play college football, right? That's the fun part.
Right.
It's not, you better not make a mistake. The game's on the line. Like, this is a game. Like, we better keep it in perspective and let these guys go play free.
After the West Virginia game, I heard you on the post-game show, and you talked about the old-school brotherhood that exists in your program and how rare it is in college football. Could you tell us more about what that feels like and what that is, and is that sustainable? Is that part of the program, or is that just something that's unique to this group of players?
I think a lot of these guys came in, and nobody counted on them. Nobody knew how good they were going to be, and I think the last 2 years we've had a lot of those same guys. So I think that was and is unique from that perspective. Now, a lot of those guys, unfortunately, got dinged up this year, which that part sucks. And whether it's sustainable or not, I believe a piece of it is. Are you going to be able to do what we did 2 years ago every year? No, that was the top 6 story in the history of sports, statistically, right? So that's not possible. But can we keep the culture of we're going to really be good people. We're going to make good decisions. We're going to have a lot of fun working hard with everybody in the country. And can you try to keep that old school feel? Yes. And that's what it's going to be here as long as I'm here. Like, that's what I believe in. And if that model eventually fails, like, I'm probably going to go down with the ship, because I still don't, even though these guys make a lot of money, I still believe it's our responsibility around 18 to 22-year-olds to treat them, you know, not like professionals, and to treat them like 18 to 22-year-olds and to help them in life. And it's great that they get to make money on top of that, but that's all, and that's awesome. But that culture of they're still 18 to 22-year-olds, I firmly believe in that. And the moment I don't think that model matters anymore, it's not going to be very fun to coach it.
Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, our guest every Friday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Another thing you addressed after the win last week, Kenny, was your status. And you said you're not going anywhere. You were never going anywhere, and you quelled those rumors again. My question on that is, I mean, there's football left to be played. You still have championship aspirations to reach the Big 12 championship game again, and having to deal with all the rumors and speculation. Do you find that to be more frustrating or flattering, or is it somewhere in between?
I don't care. If we go out there and get our butt kicked tomorrow, it'll be, how underachieving was this team? They need to do everything different. Fire everybody. Like, that's the world we live in. Episode 12, season 25 of ASU football. Like, who cares? Like, I know and we know what we believe is necessary to win here. We're going to keep the train on the tracks. And when we fall off a little bit, we got to get back on and keep going. And it's just the nature of this reality show that we're all in.
Love that. All right, you've already mentioned the laugher this season at Utah. I'm curious, what have you and Marcus done since that game to bring out the best in your quarterback, to bring out these performances from Jeff Sims? And I know it's mostly the kid, but I'm sure you guys had to kind of recalibrate everything and kind of produce the best version of this young man.
Yeah, I mean, he's just come to work every day. We've really doubled down a little bit with some intermediate and short passing game. And Jeff's done a phenomenal job of that. You know, when you're defending a guy who's 240 pounds and can run, has that ability, and can also throw it deep, you know, you want to pressure him to see if he can throw hots. Because if you stay stagnant, you know, they can run him, and those are clean runs. And you can pressure and keep guys deep. So the challenge is, can that guy throw a quick game? And that's what they challenged us in the first half to do. And that was our plan, was to have Jeff attack intermediate pressures. And he did that as good as anybody last week, especially in the first half, because he was prepared for it. So I think, you know, just trying to understand what a defense is going to do based off of your quarterbacks and your team's strengths, and try to anticipate that and prepare Jeff for it. And he was prepared, and he was ready, and he went out and performed at a high level.
Jordan Tyson returned to practice this week, and I know you said after the practice, hey, looked better than I thought he would. And I know there's a great deal of caution there. Might we see number 0 on the field tomorrow, Kenny?
Yeah, I mean, there's a really good chance. I mean, we'll find out. Today is our Fast Friday, so we get to run around today. So we'll see where he, you know, stands today, and then probably make a game time decision when we're on the field and he's running around pregame and stuff like that. But Jordan's an ultimate teammate. I mean, that's a dude who could shut it down. Like, let's just call it.
Right.
And that's never been his mindset. His mindset from day one has been, I want to play with my teammates. I want to play. I want to help. Like, I want to get back on the field. And did I ever know that was going to happen? No. I mean, his injury could keep him out another 2 weeks, potentially, right? Something could happen, right? But his mindset was never that. His mindset from day one was, I want to help this football team, and I want to do whatever I can with my brothers on the field. And that's something that I can respect about him from now till eternity. And that's something that NFL teams should respect about him is, man, he didn't have the mindset of shutting it down when he could and go be a first-round pick and do what he's going to do in his own personal life. He wanted to be here for his brothers, and he's doing everything he can to do that.
Yeah.
Very well said. All right, last question for me, Kenny. You and Dion, Coach Prime, were hired within weeks of each other. You guys have always had a real healthy mutual admiration for each other. His program's kind of down right now, but I know you know that this is a dangerous game and a dangerous place to play. What is your messaging to your team this week?
Yeah, we've yet to play a good football game. Like, the 2025 ASU football team has yet to play 60 minutes, 3 phases, clean football. And can we do that? Are we capable of playing a clean football game? That's the challenge. Like, we're running out of time. Week 3, it's like, oh, next week, got another week. We're running out of time, guys. Like, this is it. Like, we're running out of time to play a good football game. It's got to be this week. We got to put it all together. And it's very similar to last year. Last year, every game was close. I mean, every single one until the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one. And then we found a way to kind of finish games out. And hopefully that kind of happens, here towards the end of the season, I would hope, to just play a good football game. That's what I'm looking for.
One more from me, Kenny. You talked earlier about, the speculation on your future and how it all ties into this big-time reality show. The Sam Levitt rumors that were reported this week about his future, do you tie that into being part of the reality show? And how do you think your team, top to bottom, dealt with all that talk?
That's like in the part of the reality show where they show the clip and then they send you to commercial and then they bring you back 4 minutes later. It's just, you just move forward, focus on what we can control, and that is playing our best football versus Colorado.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Kenny.
Kenny, great stuff. Thanks so much. Good luck against CU.
Appreciate it.
All right. Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, joining us every Friday prior to a game.
The reality show?
Yeah, next week it'll be Wednesday because of
all right.
Thanksgiving and stuff.
Season 2, episode 12. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Coming up next, Jared's going to take us through the big stories on this Friday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Santan Ford's Activate the Valley, presented in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Arizona State's official sports headquarters, and Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. We are Santan Ford.
Your home for Sun Devil football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with some exciting news from my friends at Chapman BMW. Their Black Friday sale underway early this year. It's going on right now, and you can get 90 days to your first payment, which means you can buy a car now and not start payments until next year. 0.9% APR financing for 5 years on select models. You will get the best prices and the best deals of the year by far. And if you mention this radio program, you'll get a $500 credit as well for a shopping spree in their beautiful parts boutique. And their Black Friday event also applies to their award-winning service department, where you can get free pickup and delivery from home or work. They can drop off a loaner while your car's in the shop. They'll accept all extended warranties no matter where you bought the car, and you will get huge holiday savings packages going on right now for service work you may have postponed or procrastinated the past few months. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great Black Friday experience.
It's kickoff time, Sun Devil Nation. At Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, we're proud to stand with Arizona State football. And just like Sparky on game day, trucks from Tim Hovic's Santan Ford bring the fire, the fight, and the power From the F-150 to the unstoppable Super Duty, Ford trucks are built tough and built for Arizona. Tim Hovig's Santan Ford is an easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan, 202 Freeway, and Val Vista and Gilbert. Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, proud partner of your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Hey, Sun Devil fans, get ready for another rockin' season with a better tasting, healthier protein shake. Rockin' Protein. Whether you enjoy hiking, jogging, working out, or simply cheering on your Sun Devils, you need Rockin' Protein. Locally made right here in Arizona, this high-quality protein shake helps you get the results you want. And it's made with real Shamrock Farms milk, so it tastes delicious with no chalky aftertaste. Look for it in the dairy cooler. Rockin' Protein, proud partner of Sun Devil Athletics. Forks up.
Forks up, Sun Devil fans. Bar S, America's #1 selling hot dog brand, is a proud partner of Sun Devil Athletics. From hot dogs and sausage to bacon, lunch meat, and corn dogs, Bar S serves up an all-star lineup of mealtime and game time favorites. Craving something delicious at the stadium? Grab a Bar S pitchfork dog or a 100% beef frank and taste the tradition. Then swing by your local grocery store and bring home the flavor that fuels Sun Devil Nation. Bar S, proud partners of Sun Devil Athletics. Go Devils!
Everyone needs a checking account, so get the one with built-in benefits to complement your unique lifestyle. Mountain America's My Style Checking has perks no one can pass up. You'll enjoy sizzling restaurant deals, peace of mind mobile phone protection, timely telehealth access, built-in identity protection, and clutch loan rate discounts. Make My Style your lifestyle at Mountain America Credit Union. Visit macu.com/mystyle. Insured by NCUA. Membership required based on eligibility. Some benefits require no cost registration or activation. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 9-6 Phoenix Suns begin a 3-game homestand tonight with an NBA Emirates Cup in-season tournament game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Grayson Allen will miss his third straight game with a right quad contusion, and rookie Rasheer Fleming will be out with an ankle sprain. Time tip-off is at 7 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals continue to get ready for the Jaguars this Sunday without Marvin Harrison Jr., who is still recovering from appendicitis. Running back Amari DiMercado will also miss this weekend's game, but backfield mate Trey Benson did return to practice this week in a limited capacity, and his status for the game is unknown. And ASU basketball got 20 points from Bryce Ford and defeated Hawaii 83-76 late last night to move to 4-1 overall. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. Black Friday prices are happening now in-store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Oh, that time of the morning where we hit the big stories with normally Sammy, but he's gone. So Jarrett's here to take us through the big stories in the Reboot today.
Yes, it is.
More Jarrett all the time.
Yeah, this is way too much Jarrett today. This is as much Jarrett as you can get in one particular show, I think. But it's what the people want.
What people are those?
Yeah.
Relatives of Jarrett?
Oh, no, not them. That's for sure. This is the Rush Hour Reboot. We'll go through the top stories of the day. We'll start with the Arizona Cardinals And we'll hear from Paris Johnson Jr. talking about the mindset in the locker room after 2 straight blowouts.
Yeah, I think, the mindset's just a fight, after, this last loss. It's like we're down on the mat, but, it's time for us to step back up, get back in the fight.
Easy to do?
I mean, it's one of those things where you just have to go and do it. It's a lot easier to talk about. I can say the greatest speech, right now, but, it's one of those things where we just got to go do it. It starts with, how you practice today. Starts with the mentality tomorrow. They get off the mat mentality tomorrow and we put the pads on.
What are you guys looking for from the Cardinals this weekend to respond from those 2 blowouts?
A victory.
Yeah.
Victory.
Find a way to win a football game.
Yeah, win a football game.
Finding a way to do that this year has been really difficult for this group, and that was from week 1 on.
Yeah.
Even the first 2 games of the year they won, hanging on for dear life in New Orleans and at home against Carolina, it has not come easy. I want to see a responsible, steady performance that leads to a win.
And the people who cling to the narrative that, at least a lot of the losses were close, doesn't that mean something? Well, yeah, it would, except a lot of those close losses included coaching gaffes, bad decisions.
Yes.
A lot of those close losses involved games that they should have won.
Mm-hmm.
So a close loss in a game you should have won, something went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. It's not like Jacksonville is so great either. So it's win or bust. I mean, a close loss this time, showing fight, showing heart, you're past that.
Let's fast forward. Let's say Sunday, they play decently, they lose on a last-second field goal. They're 3-8. Moral victories suck under any circumstances, but if you're trying to find a way for a moral victory, 5 games under 500 at this point in the season, the whole plot is lost.
Yeah, completely.
All right, staying in the NFL, the Buffalo Bills lost last night to the Houston Texans.
What a bunch of losers.
They are a bunch of losers. 4 losses now on the season.
But by the way, since you took the Bills minus 5.5 in the spreadsheet, that means by percentage points. Dan Bickley again in first place.
Currently has moved ahead of me.
Yeah.
I also took the Bills.
Done, Vinny.
I think I took the Bills with my number 1 pick in stacking wins, too, and they've really killed me.
You did.
But that's the surprise.
7 wins. It's not like
they're 7-4, but they have 4 losses, and I don't think people thought they'd be multiple games behind, another team in their own division. And you put that with how Baltimore's doing, how Kansas City, none of the teams we thought would be good are doing good. So, first off, in your opinion, who is the best team in the AFC?
I'm going to go with New England. I know I asked the question earlier, who's the team you trust, and my trust is not 100% in them.
Yeah.
But the way they're handling opponents, what is set up in front of them in terms of manageable schedules and opponents, they could win 13 games
I know,
this year.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I think that has to be the answer, although my hesitancy kind of proves how wonky this all just kind of seems. Do you believe in Denver? Do you believe in Indianapolis? Do you believe in New England? Look,
Indianapolis has a chance to make a lot more believers. If you're not a believer yet, if they go to Arrowhead and handle Kansas City, they'll have a lot more believers come Monday.
Totally agree.
Denver, no. I mean, there's people in Denver that don't believe in them because their offense has struggled so much. But they keep winning games.
Yeah, I think the Patriots are the answer because their quarterback is really, really good.
Drake May is wicked pisser.
Who do you think is the best team in the NFC right now?
I still think it's the Eagles. I mean,
I do too.
For all this noise and all this dysfunction, they've played a lot of good teams and they've beaten them all.
Yep.
The Rams win over the Seahawks last week.
Eagles have beaten the Rams.
Yeah, but you did say right now, right?
Right now, yeah.
Right
Yeah,
now.
maybe. Yeah, you could make a case for the Rams.
I mean, I was of the belief it was Seattle going into that game against the Rams.
Yeah. And the Rams were kicking the Eagles' backside all over the field in the first half of that game that they played earlier this year.
I will hesitantly say the Rams over the Eagles. Because I think they like each other.
Okay.
And being friends, that means
That's
something.
really what it's all about.
Yeah.
I agree. All right, Suns start a 3-game homestand tonight. They play the Minnesota Timberwolves, the San Antonio Spurs, and the Houston Rockets with that dastardly Kevin Durant. Here's Mark Williams talking about the tough stretch of games coming up.
Yeah, it's a tough stretch. What is this, 7 games in 10 days maybe? Feeling good, though. Got to take it one game at a time. Obviously, tomorrow, Minnesota Cup game, so got to go from there.
All right, this looking specifically at this 3-game stretch coming up at the 3-game homestand. Will you learn more about this team if they go 3-0 or if they go 0-3? And do you think either is likely?
I think you'd learn a heck of a lot more about this team if they went 3-0 in this stretch than 0-3. I don't think many people are expecting them to win a lot of games on this stretch. So if they go 3-0 against three really good basketball teams,
I think they can beat the Spurs without Wembanyama, even though they put 135 up last night against the Hawks.
Yeah, and the Suns won't have an opportunity to make Wemby look lost again.
Oh, that's
like they
right.
Did the first
That's
time
right.
So
I think I'm guessing what Vinny said is right. If they go 3-0, people are really going to be like, "What?"
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They go 0-3. I think people go, "Okay, see."
Okay, here we go.
Right.
Yeah. All right, and finally, ASU has a game this weekend versus Colorado to keep their small but still possible Big 12 title game, college football playoff game hopes alive. In the latest college football playoff rankings, the Big 12 had 3 teams in the top 12. Utah, BYU, and Texas Tech. How many teams do you think the Big 12 will wind up getting in this college football playoffs?
I want to say 2.
I think it's going to be 2.
But I don't know if I believe it. Last year, it was very easy for the committee to say, okay, one team from, because there was only one team from the ACC, correct? No, SMU made it last year.
Yeah.
It was very easy for the committee to say, there's nobody else that deserves a bid. It's just the champion in ASU. I think if they have an opportunity to hold up a second-place team or another contender or candidate from the Big 12 against an SEC team, the SEC team's going to win out.
I think they're going to get 2. I don't think BYU is going to lose to Cincinnati. I think they're going to rematch in the Big 12 championship game. I think it's going to be a lot closer than the first meeting was.
And you would think the winner and loser?
Yep.
I'm still saying 1.
All right. Well, there you go. You have been rebooted.
Oh, I feel it. You feel it, Vic?
So far, Jarrett's remained remarkably professional so far. You know he's coming off the rails very soon.
I'm flabbergasted. The words Jarrett and remarkably professional have never been in the same sentence.
That is the type of guy that I am.
Are you wearing closed-toed shoes today?
There it is. Yeah, I am.
Are you wearing socks today?
I am. I always wear socks with shoes. My feet are too sweaty otherwise.
You were wearing that pair of blue suede shoes yesterday, right?
I was.
Socks?
He was walking around telling people don't step on them.
I had socks, yeah. I always wear socks with shoes because socks are a big part of my wardrobe. If you could see on the camera here.
Gracious.
I got my teal and pink Homer Simpson donut socks.
Can we peel back the curtain a little bit more?
Yeah, sure.
Because Sammy's not here today. Sammy's wearing flip-flops in mid-November when the weather's cooled down, wearing flip-flops to work. And I know you, in the summer months, are a big Birkenstock to work guy.
Right.
We need to have some sort of legislation at this company. You got to wear shoes to work. Come on. We live in a society here, people.
Nobody wants to see men's feet.
A very interesting specification there.
That's true. It's like nobody wants to see your chest hair. Button up your shirt.
Well, that's not true.
I was going to make a joke, but I think I would get in trouble for the joke, so I can't do it. Dang it, I'll tell you off the air.
All right.
Coming up next, we will take a look around the NFL and the Week 12 schedule. What to look for next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. And Black Friday and Cyber Monday are a bit different at Waltz. It's constantly evolving with great deals arriving on the daily. Here's your way to stay informed about all the great things going on at Waltz. Get your special offers by texting the word Waltz to 620-620. That's Waltz, W-A-L-T-S to 620-620. You are going to get a link to my daily hot deals at Waltz, and they are refreshed on the daily, so you are always in the know know and informed about what great deals are going on at Waltz. For instance, check out what's going on right now. There's an elite home theater bundle that is incredible. A Samsung 98-inch QLED 4K television, regularly $14,999, paired with the top-of-the-line Samsung 4-channel soundbar, normally $19,999. That's $17,000 in premium home entertainment gear. And right now at Waltz, you get both for $59.88. That is a savings of over $11,000 on merchandise that will blow your mind. Head on down to Waltz. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. And remember, shop local, because local matters. Shop Waltz.
Hey, Arizona contractors and homeowners. Pioneer Landscape Centers now carry irrigation supplies. And we're celebrating at select locations. From turf to stone, we're your go-to for top-quality landscape and hardscape materials. Tap into more at pioneerco.com. That's pioneerco.com.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
This is Red Friday, driven by Sanderson Ford.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Marotta.
Yeah.
Red Friday.
What's been said about Jalen Hurts the past couple of days drives me absolutely bonkers. This dude's 51-14 under Nick Sirianni. He's gone to 2 Super Bowls. He's won 1. He's been MVP caliber in both. He's been an MVP in 1. They beat one of the great dynasties of all time. And now we're getting the leaks of people don't like the way that he goes about his business and operating. Okay, guys, then go be every other organization that every 4 years recycles their quarterbacks and head coaches and constantly searching. He's not perfect, no. He's perfect for that city. I am blown away that we are getting leaks about a dude who, by all accounts, all he does is what everyone always asks their quarterback to do.
Dan Orlovsky from ESPN. You heard him say it, blown away by the criticism of Jalen Hurts. And it's under the microscope now because of the comment yesterday from A.J. Brown. We played you the audio from WIP's Rhea Hughes earlier, who believes that inside the building in Philadelphia, there's more support for A.J. Brown than there is for Jalen Hurts, which, again, from the outside, I am certainly more of the shared belief that Dan Orlovsky has, and that is you got a quarterback who wins football games. And we always hear it. The ends justify the means when it comes to winning football games. And if he's 51-14 as a starter, why is everybody so critical?
He's 16-1 this year, and that's a problem for them. Again, it really is asinine to me. It really, really is, because when you put it all together, it is pretty obvious to me that what A.J. Brown is saying, he's not feeling any repercussions for, because he keeps talking. And you would think that at some point in time, a responsible head coach or a general manager, and they've got a very good general manager, would call A.J. Brown in and say, dude, can you do us a favor? Can you shut up for the good of the team? Because you sound ridiculous. We're the reigning Super Bowl champions. We're in first place, and you're complaining about not getting the football? They're not doing that to him.
No.
They're not saying a word to him. So as a result, you can only assume that implicitly they're agreeing with him, which is really insulting to me if you're Jalen Hurts, who puts together these really buttoned-up playoff performances, which is why they have ended up in Super Bowls. Okay, maybe A.J. Brown, maybe these people realize we have got a great wide receiver that we are underutilizing because the quarterback will not throw him the ball. Okay, there are ways you could get over that. You could tell Jalen Hurts on certain plays, don't change this play. Get the ball to A.J. Brown. If he's in single coverage, get the ball to him. There's ways you can effectively create change here without it becoming a media circus. And then part of me also wonders, and I wonder this facetiously, but this has got to be driving Jerry Jones insane, that the Eagles and not the Cowboys are the hot take team every morning.
Guess who the Eagles play this week?
Well, I was going to say, they're the team They're the team everyone is talking about heading into Cowboys week. They're not talking about the Cowboys. They're talking about the Eagles.
There's some talk about the Cowboys because coming out of last week when we saw George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb held out for the first drive of the game, people were wondering why that was. And they were both asked about it, and they both said, no, we're not going to comment on it. And then CeeDee Lamb commented on it. They missed curfew in Vegas. And they were having dinner and drinks, according to CeeDee Lamb. And there was all kinds of speculation on social media that CeeDee Lamb was spotted vomiting outside of the hotel after he left said dinner. He denied that, but he did get it out in the open. That's why we were sat down. It's a fine line, too. When you have players of that caliber, obviously, and it might be the best wide receiving core duo in football right now with Lamb and Pickens. But how do you deal with them when they mess up and they violate team rules? Because a one-series punishment doesn't seem like that much, but it's something. There's a lot of organizations that wouldn't do anything.
No.
So credit to Brian Schottenheimer. They get the win. They're hosting Philadelphia. This is the rematch going back to opening night. Jalen Carter spitting on Dak Prescott. There's that whole thing. Nobody wants to talk about that. But this is a big game for the Philadelphia Eagles with the noise getting louder and louder and louder because they still have the ability to go on the road and beat a division foe under all this scrutiny.
Yeah.
I think they're going to do it. And I think we're going to be talking about a 9-2 Eagles team that doesn't like each other.
Yeah, I think you're right. So, but the question becomes, is this team eventually careening into the team they were 2 years ago, where I believe they were 10-1 after 11 games, and then the bottom fell out of the tub? It all came back to bite them. And you remember that? They lost 5 of 6. They had a playoff game against the Bucs that they were like sleepwalking through.
Which is shocking that they would go down this road again after recently going through that same experience.
Exactly.
And it's a lot of the same characters that are involved. This week's slate of games I don't think is as attractive as last week's. But I think there's going to be a lot of eyes in the early window. Kansas City hosting Indianapolis. The Chiefs absolutely need to win this football game. They're actually favored by 3.5 over the 8-2 Colts right now, who are still, like we pinpointed before, trying to garner some belief in their ability, not to be a fluke team, and people waiting for Daniel Jones to come crashing down to earth. I think there's pressure on him this week. I think there's a lot of pressure, even though Seattle is on the road taking on a really bad Tennessee team, and they're favored by almost 2 touchdowns. I think there's a lot of pressure on Sam Darnold this week. And he's been outspoken.
I would think so, yeah.
He's been outspoken. Hey, my play's been unacceptable. They've turned the ball over more than any team in the NFL with 20 turnovers. I think Seattle not only needs a win, they need a clean game where they take care of the football.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. So, and I think that's also true of the Packers this weekend. I think they have been really up and down. They've got a home game against the Vikings. If they're really going to be a playoff or a Super Bowl or a championship contender, they're going to have to get a different level of play.
The Lions.
The Lions need a bounce-back effort. They've had an up-and-down season. Yeah, it's interesting. The Bears get a chance with Aaron Rodgers or not Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers and to stay atop that division. Yeah, I agree with you. There's not a lot of marquee matchups, but there's some interesting stuff going down.
Sunday night game's pretty good, too. In L.A., Rams hosting the Buccaneers. Buccaneers trying to bounce back from that loss to Buffalo. And the Buccaneers and Buffalo, that game was close for a while, and the Bills pulled away, but I think they're both teams right now that you don't know what you're going to get from week to week. And the Rams might be the best team in football. It's a decent schedule.
It's a decent schedule of games, but I do agree with you. Everybody is eyeing that Kansas City thing. Could they really fall to 5-6? Because they're already below the cut line for the postseason. And now with the Texans getting back to square, with the Ravens making a push, that would be quite something. To go from a team playing for a three-peat to a team that doesn't even make the postseason.
Yeah.
But like you, I don't think a lot of people can envision that happening. That's why I think it's a tremendous opportunity for Daniel Jones and the Colts.
Yep. And the stinker game of the week in Vegas, the Raiders hosting the Browns. But
that's pretty bad.
People are interested because it's Shedeur Sanders' first start. Or are people interested?
Did he get reps with the first team this week, Vinny?
Maybe a couple.
Waiting for game day.
Coming up next, Bic's going to kick off the second half of this Red Friday show with the blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I could watch this guy. I'm serious right now, Mason. I love watching Ryan Dunn. When he's on the floor so much of the time, I don't find myself following the ball. I look at Ryan Dunn. I watch Ryan Dunn and his competitiveness and how hard he is trying. And this is where I think Dylan Brooks has really had a positive impact on a lot of guys, but especially, I would say, Ryan Dunn.
Yeah, it's a good point. When you bring in a vet on a young team, you have to make sure you bring in the right vet. Dylan Brooks, I mean, he's a lunatic out there in the best possible way.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroid shots and now they're talking about surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Let me tell you about something that has helped a lot of people get their lives back, including me. It's QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, where they use treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself by restoring and repairing damaged joint tissue. And this is critical. 92% of patients at QC Kinetics report satisfaction with the results, and that's not just a number. That's peace of mind that you are exploring something that is truly working for people just like you. Check out these cutting-edge options. If you're dealing with any kind of joint pain, you can get a free consultation at QC Kinetics. They can have locations in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvey's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday, or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 9-6 Phoenix Suns begin a 3-game homestand tonight with an NBA Emirates Cup in-season tournament game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Grayson Allen will miss his third straight game with a right quad contusion, and rookie Rasheer Fleming will be out with an ankle sprain. Jalen Green will also be out. Tip-off is at 7 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals continue to get ready for the Jaguars this Sunday without Marvin Harrison Jr., who is still recovering from appendicitis. Running back Amari DiMercato will also miss this weekend's game, but backfield mate Trey Benson did return to practice this week in a limited capacity, and his status for the game is unknown. And ASU basketball got 20 points from Bryce Ford and defeated Hawaii late last night 83-76 to move to 4-1 overall. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. The Window Depot proudly manufacturing and assembling windows right here in Arizona. Get factory direct prices and big box selection at thewindowdepot.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
There's a myth about coaches on hot seats, a belief they should always get the chance to groom their own quarterback before getting fired. I'm not sure where it came from, but to me it's patently absurd, especially when it comes to the evaluation of the Cardinals head coach, because Jonathan Gannon is a defensive coach by trade. He's not capable of grooming a quarterback. He was also given 2 full years to coax the very best out of Kyler Murray, and he tried to do it with friendship, loyalty, and unwavering support, and it didn't work. Secondly, Gannon has been gifted a much better option at backup quarterback in Jacoby Brissett, who is unlocking the downfield passing game and showing what real size and pocket presence can do for the Arizona offense, and they've still lost 4 of his 5 starts, including consecutive blowouts to division rivals. Now, I believe Gannon needs to make his case right here and right now with a team that has apparently lost some some of its competitive fire and discipline and internal belief. He's got 7 games left to prove that he's got answers and ideas and the leadership gene to pull a team out of the ditch, because his next loss will be the 30th in 3 years, the kind of number that rarely ever gets a 4th chance in the NFL. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Yeah, control the day. You know, we talked about it today. That's a really good question, Craig. But you got to focus in on what we're doing today. Control that. The past is gone. The game will come. We got to have a good day today.
That's Jonathan Gannon earlier this week on the team mentality after back-to-back losses. And I think your blast is right on the money. And if you look at year 3 in what was supposed to be a year of elevation for this program, for this football team, it has not been. And if you go to the 5-game losing streak, even though they lost 5 games in very frustrating fashion in some of those cases, I don't think anybody was suggesting he's getting tuned out. The locker room's just the message is not getting through anymore. These last 2 weeks, falling behind 35-0 to the Seahawks on the road, and last week racking up 17 penalties in a very sloppy game where the Cardinals repeatedly, not just penalties, shot themselves in the foot, just forfeiting any chance to win that football game, you can start to ask the question, is the messaging getting stale? Are they, quitting is a strong word, I'm not going to go there, but are they tuning out and playing for their own best interests? Wolf was talking about this yesterday, about there are lost seasons for football teams, but he doesn't believe there's ever lost seasons for individual players, because even when things go bad, you're still playing for your future in the league. I think that applies to everybody who's still healthy. I think there are lost seasons for individual players, like James Conner. This is a lost season for James Conner.
No doubt.
But to the guys that are still playing, they have a lot to prove individually. And it happens. It's part of what goes into your zombie football every year at about this time. It's almost December, Vic. That's when it kicks in.
We're at about that time. Here's where I'm at with this. And I like Jonathan Gannon personally. I just want his future to be decided based on merit. I don't want it to be decided based on money or convenience. And by that, I mean this. Michael Bidwill, obviously very involved in the day-to-day operations of the Arizona Cardinals. He's not alone. Jerry Jones is also very involved in the day-to-day running of his NFL team. There are owners who are very, 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 very hands-on, okay? But in the case of Michael Bidwill and in the case of Jerry Jones, just to use a couple of guys as a theoretical example to lay out what I think could be a stumbling block for this football team. When you hire a new head coach, you've got a couple of options. You can hire a guy that's had a lot of success, who comes in with a lot of personality, but you got to give that person power, and you've got to give that person room to breathe. And that doesn't come easy to a certain breed of owners. It also means bringing in a new personality, a big personality in your organization. And some owners are reticent to do that. They want to be in control of everything, and if they like the current set of personalities that are underneath them, it can cloud the winning, and it can cloud the judgment of, is that person capable of bringing me to a Super Bowl? I want this decision to be made based on Cardinals fans and the future of this football team. As I've said all week, I am very, very agitated at the way this season has gone, because I have spent 30 years of my life covering this football team, and I'm sick of double-digit loss seasons. Sick of it. And I know I'm not alone. There are a lot of Cardinal fans who are throwing their hands up right now, if not throwing up, period, at what they've seen this year, because this was supposed to be the payoff.
They're throwing their hands up. They're throwing their lunch up.
They're throwing their lunch
dinner
up, and it's projectile vomit.
Well, that's the thing, though, is like there's nothing more disappointing than when you feel like you are hoodwinked. And we were sort of like, we're led to believe a certain thing was happening over the first 2 years. And we all went with expectations. Like, we didn't think they'd win the Super Bowl, but we all thought they'd take another step forward.
But
then they
I
had
understand
to.
what you're saying. Hoodwinked is the wrong word, because that makes it seem like they actively engaged in fooling you. That's not the case. They just haven't been able to win. They've been able to lay down a culture of a try-hard football team, but the details and everything that goes into actually getting over that bridge and winning 9 or 10 games, they haven't been able to do this year. And they've had a couple of real embarrassing performances as well. That is, I think this, to me, if I were the owner, this is a moment of reckoning for my football team because this has got to stop. Every other team in the NFC West has got very serious people at the top, and the Cardinals need to be able to combat that. Very, very aggressive, excellent coaching, and they need to be able to combat that. So to me, that's the whole thing. The idea that, well, you know what, Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort, they've never had their chance to develop their own guy. That's accurate. But you know what else is also accurate? They were given 2 full years of rebuild without anybody saying a bad word about them.
It's true. It's very true. But it also goes to show you, the synergy between coaching staff and quarterback is important. Is it everything? No. But the previous regime really hindered that development by rewarding, we all said it at the time, Kyler Murray's going to get paid. But it seemed like he was going into another year of evaluation on whether or not the Cardinals should make that expenditure. And they went early.
Mm-hmm.
They blinked.
Mm-hmm.
They responded to the email or the social
Eric
media
Burkhart.
post from Eric Burkhart.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave Kyler Murray the bag, as they say. And he remained the same quarterback that he was before he signed that contract. And after he signed the contract, he remained the same quarterback.
Right. But you can get out from underneath that. The Denver Broncos are proof.
Yes,
Sean
absolutely.
Payton realized, I don't like Russell Wilson one bit. And look at him.
He's not the first guy to come to that realization either.
It's not like and their salary cap hit from Russell Wilson was twice as bad as what Kyler Murray will be for the Cardinals. You can get out from underneath this stuff if you want to.
It's very true. But also as it pertains to the coaching staff, and I think this is a very, very big time. These 7 games, there has to be progress shown. And for me, progress equals wins. I, too, like Jonathan Gannon personally. I think he's a good guy. I think he's committed. I think he's very buttoned up, and he's very even-keeled.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want the Arizona Cardinals to win some football games, and you can't do that if you're changing coaches every 3 years.
Yeah.
That's not what the stable organizations do.
Mm-hmm.
And he might make it impossible for them to show patience. Or this team might make it impossible for them to show patience because they want to win football games, too. The problem is they don't have a lot of experience in that business.
But exactly. That's all of that is very, very accurate. So again, I think the determining point is going to be right in front of us from this point going forward to the end of the season. What can you do to make us believe, okay, you come back next year with your coaching staff intact, we feel good that that this year was the anomaly. That this year things just broke bad for you.
Or how much belief does ownership and leadership of the Cardinals have that this thing was derailed by injury? Which they do have to evaluate that. From the outside, it's very easy to say there's no excuses. But when they're evaluating everything in terms of performance and future payroll maneuvers and who they want to pay and who they don't want to pay, they have to consider injury in all of it. And if they're convinced that injury derailed it, then I think Jonathan Gannon's probably already safe.
Well, and they're also going to have to evaluate whether or not they let the best coach on the staff walk out the door.
That too. There is that.
In Clayton Adams.
Coming up next, if the first 15 games of the season were a chemistry class, the Phoenix Suns would be getting an A. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Devin Booker's interchangeability and the team mentality have allowed the Suns to withstand injuries. ASU unveils white helmets to celebrate Sparky's birthday during the game at Colorado. And a second-half surge helped the Sun Devils down Hawaii. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Cool people, good time. Cruise on out for the Good Guys 28th Speedway Motors Southwest Nationals. All this weekend at Westworld of Scottsdale. Over 3,000 of the country's coolest classics. Good Guys autocross racing action. An earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Arizona's biggest swap meet and huge vendor midway. Free family fun zone, live music, and more. All this weekend at Westworld of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
Black Friday is a week away, but if you're in the market for a new vehicle, you don't have to wait for a one-day Black Friday sale. because Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings going on right now and all month long. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Yeah, General Manager Brad Gudlickson and his team have discounted nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot. And there's also remarkable savings on new 2026 units, like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. You can own one. There is available 0% financing for qualified buyers. And that is just a taste of the outstanding deals and offers being thrown out at Earnhardt Buick GMC right now. Acadias, Terrains, Yukon, gas, EV models, you name it. Earnhardt has them all, priced to move. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers are good until December 1st, 2025. So just stop into Earnhardt Buick GMC. Tell them I sent you. With Earnhardt, you know you're going to be treated like family. They're in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Gambo. A huge game in NBA Cup group play for the Suns tonight. Yay. Can you tell how excited I am? We'll preview the Suns Wolves starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
A range on Gambo in those look-aheads. What an actor.
I knew that was coming because the last time they had one, he did a similar thing, and this show and the midday show laughed at it and praised it, and I said he's going to do this every time now.
I want to send a shout out on this Red Friday to our listeners and viewers up in Anthem. Thank you so much for supporting Bickley and Marotta Mornings in Arizona Sports up in Anthem. Suns and chemistry. A lot of talk about it. And there's been a lot of talk for seasons about it, Bick. It wasn't exactly their favorite subject in years past.
Right.
Looks like they've made key improvements in that realm. And a story that's been talked about, after they got done with their game in Portland on Tuesday night, they had an extra day off. They had 2 days off in between that game and tonight's game against Minnesota. So what did they do? As a team, They made the trek down from Portland to Fresno, California to support Jalen Green, who I think has played a total of like 33 minutes of basketball this year.
Yeah.
In his first year with the Suns, but he's getting his number retired at his old high school.
Yeah.
So they make the trip as a team to be there with him. And look, we had praised the Arizona Cardinals early on in the Monty Austin, Fort Jonathan Gannon era for doing the same act for a similar honor for Kyler Murray when he got his statue, his Heisman statue at the University of Oklahoma. Things have not worked out great there. It was still absolutely 100% the right thing to do by the organization. And for the Suns to do this so early on with this iteration, I think it's a really good sign of where the chemistry is.
It's huge. Remember, didn't they do this with Devin Booker when they went to New Orleans once?
Yeah,
They went up to Mississippi.
At Moss Point, yeah.
At Moss Point, that's right. Yeah, listen, for a player who is only given this basketball team one game, this really is a great gesture. Now, everything has to, especially when it involves going to Fresno.
Always a great gesture.
Know what I'm saying? So,
I've never been to Fresno.
It catches a lot of strays.
Fresno and Bakersfield are like the punchline or the punchline to jokes, and Sacramento a little bit. How bad could it be?
Well, Sacramento's still the capital of California, right?
Yeah.
It's a capital city, so it's how bad could it be?
And they have professional sports.
And
there.
they have professional.
Well,
and they light the beam, Vinny.
They got the Kings. Never mind. I retract my last statement.
But I think you're right. I think it's a good moment to kind of illustrate sort of just the exuberance and camaraderie of this team. It's got a real collegial feel. It's something, again, that many people, myself included, rolled their eyes about coming into this year. That really, that's the lane you're going to take in this jaded professional world of professional basketball.
Yeah,
that was redundant. But you know what I mean. But this team leans into it, and it's cool, man. It's cool.
I agree. Here's Jordan Ott on supporting Jalen Green for that number retirement.
Really cool. I'm so thankful it fit in our schedule. With a no practice day, it's easy to get in and out. And then the guys showed up for him. It's really cool to see the high school and all his teammates came back, along with his family and friends. It's cool to be a part of. And we were able to get in there, in and out. We had a relatively good time, and he was able to spend time with his family. It's cool to be a part of it.
See, he said we had a relatively good time. I think that was the veiled shot at Fresno. Mark Williams on how important it was to go support teammates.
Yeah, we just want to support our brother. Obviously, a moment like that, super special. And he's been out too, so, for us to be there, I think was a good showing of support for him, and I know he really appreciated it. So.
I don't know how this ends up, but to see this group come together this fast, and I don't know if you saw the footage too after the Portland game where Dylan Brooks was getting interviewed on NBC. And man, who was it that came up to him and said something, or they were doing the dog bark thing, like an inside joke.
Mm-hmm.
And this is all on camera, and Dylan Brooks lets out this almost false, like, belly laugh. And Oso Ighodaro just walks up on camera and says, dude, it wasn't that funny. It wasn't. This team digs each other.
Uh-huh.
And last year's team, there was a lot of spotlight on it, and in real time, that team had a lot of problems. I don't think it was a team that hated each other by any stretch.
No.
They talked about that pretty openly in terms of the disappointment of how that year ended. But there's a difference between liking each other and tolerating each other. And this team actually is digging each other right now.
Well, I think the difference is because a lot of people vibed on that whole thing last year. How could a team with all this talent, with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant, be this bad when they all get along and they all claim to like each other? Well, not many of them like the head coach. That's a big difference.
Well, and people will point at the Kevin Durant thing, and it's easy to do that, but the biggest improvement in any one area this year is at the head coaching position.
Mm-hmm.
because I believe the Phoenix Suns got nothing from that position last year.
Or pretty close to it,
And they're getting a lot from Jordan Knott early, who's made a very good first impression.
Very much so.
Yeah.
And as I said, the talk inside the building is not only is Jordan Knott a real good X's and O's guy, a basketball strategy kind of guy, but he's also got the social skills, the interpersonal stuff, where he can actually connect with players, and it's happening. It's working.
Mm-hmm. Here is Jordan Knott more on the chemistry thing, on why this group has been so close over this recent stretch of games.
I would just take it back to the summer work. I don't think it was anything drastically different the last couple weeks. The competitive spirit of the group is real. As you get into the thick of the season, you need that every night. I think playing hard is a skill. Our energy, our togetherness is unique, even now in the NBA. Yeah, and we just have different guys every night step up. Our depth has been tested. It's going to continue to be tested through 82. You see injuries across the league, so you never know who it's going to be. Everyone has to be ready, and then when you have really good players that played really well, that's obviously helped us in this stretch. So a little bit of everything each night, and it's going to continue to be someone new in this 3 and 4.
Yeah, and I know the hope was, from an injury standpoint, was to have Grayson Allen back for this game with the quad contusion, because they did have that extra day off. He's going to miss a third straight game. I'm very curious to see what happens when he comes back, because that injury occurred at a time where Grayson Allen was playing his best basketball as a pro, not just as a Phoenix Sun, but as a pro. How much does that knock him off of his momentum? To miss a week plus, that would probably affect anybody. So I'm wondering about his availability for the other 2 games of this homestand.
Yeah. I think that's the difference between, was that a hot streak, or are the Suns in this program getting the best version of Grayson Allen?
Yeah.
And if it's the latter, then you will, when he gets back, see the same Grayson Allen. I want to go back to something that Jordan Knott said in that soundbite you just played. He said playing hard is a skill. I've never heard that before. I've never heard a single basketball coach say that before.
I've always heard the opposite. It doesn't take any skill to play hard.
Playing hard is a skill. That's really interesting to me. What does he mean by that? Does he mean that?
Do you believe that now when you think about it?
Well, let's vet this.
Depends how you define it, right?
Let's vet this, if you will. So the idea of playing hard means getting yourself into the mindset that you are going full blast all the time, right? You're not conserving your energy. You're not only playing hard on the offensive end and then catching a breather on the defensive end. You're fully engaged, both sides of the court, every second you're on the court. Is he speaking to the mental training that it takes to get to that level? Why is that a skill?
I think they might be referring to it as a skill because it is an attribute that not every player has. So you assign it as, just like you would say athleticism, this is an attribute that this person has, because not everybody does it, even
because
though
it's something that you assume everybody should be able to do, but they don't.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also pretty well advertised on individual players on who does and who doesn't. Anybody can watch an NBA game and say, that guy's good, but he doesn't play that hard.
Yeah.
Or, man, that guy's playing with his hair on fire.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just more to the point of acquiring and targeting players who have that attribute already, so you don't have to condition them to do it. And I think there's some that can be swayed either way, and I think we saw that last year too.
And maybe it's also the fact that most of the ones, there's a perception that the people that play the hardest are the ones who are the least skilled, that they have to make up for it with effort.
Yeah, there's that, certainly a belief.
That's interesting to me.
Yeah.
Next time we get Jordan out, we'll add on the radio, we'll ask him. Oh, I mean, the first time we'll get him on the radio, we'll ask him. That's what I meant. Sorry. My bad.
Suns T-Wolves tonight in the, I know Gambo is excited about it, the Emirates NBA Cup group play. Both teams undefeated in group play at this point. This might determine the group champion. Coming up, how can ASU make it back to the Big 12 title game and the college football playoffs? There's still a path. We'll chart that path next, or at least attempt to, here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium.
Trevor Lawrence plays at a high level, and they're able to utilize a lot of different receivers. So
just a really good coach, really good talented roster that plays hard.
We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and the holidays are a time for giving, and apparently Parker & Sons is in the mood, because you know what they're doing around Thanksgiving? They are practically giving away new air conditioning units. Let me explain, because this is a sale you do not want to miss. Government changes in 2026 apparently are requiring that all existing air conditioning units must be installed by the end of the year, or they must be discarded, and so Parker & Sons has unveiled their Too Good to Toss sale, offering perfectly good systems at huge discounts that come along with a full warranty. Do not pass up this incredible opportunity. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. They're reputable and highly decorated. They're fast and reliable. They are trustworthy and credible. And this November, be thankful for comfort and savings from Parker & Sons Too Good to Toss sale. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2. Then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Oh, let's talk about the Ford Maverick at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing, while also being the perfect size. It's easy to handle, and parking is no sweat whatsoever. And it's perfect for business managers and service companies. Take a test drive at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 9-6 Phoenix Suns begin a 3-game homestand tonight with an NBA Emirates Cup in-season tournament game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Grayson Allen will miss his 3rd straight game with a right quad contusion, and rookie Rasheer Fleming will be out with an ankle sprain. Jalen Green will also be out. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals continue to get ready for the Jaguars this Sunday without Marvin Harrison Jr., who is still recovering from appendicitis. Running back Amari DiMercato will also miss this weekend's game, but backfield mate Trey Benson did return to practice this week in a limited capacity, and his status for the game is unknown. ASU basketball got 20 points from Bryce Ford last night, defeated Hawaii 83-76 to move to 4-1 overall. And 25th ranked ASU football will head to Boulder to take on Colorado this Saturday. Head coach Kenny Dillingham joined us earlier in the show and said that wide receiver Jordan Tyson will be a game time decision. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Cardinals overtime.
Don't look at me.
I'm looking at you, Jarrett.
Who would you like?
Doesn't matter what happens. At the end of the day, there's going to be moments in the game that make you win or make you lose, right? Do you win the moments? Like, we wish we would have made the field goal earlier. But at the end of the day, there was a moment where Jesus was either going to help us win or not win, and he made the kick. And at the end of the game, we were either going to stop them on 4th down or we were not. Regardless that we gave up a 90-yarder, and we made it. Or we stopped it. So I think at the end of the day, creating a culture that, we're process driven. We don't talk big picture very often. We're very, very process driven. Other than game day, when you get into game day, it's one play at a time, every play. But you got to do what you can to win. The goal is to win, and the goal is to win every play. But the ultimate goal is to win the game. And there's so many ways to do that. You just got to win the big plays.
That's Kenny Dillingham earlier this week on Sparky's Den, his weekly radio show. Kenny joined us earlier today. Did tell us Jordan Tyson, good chance he could play, but will be a game-time decision for tomorrow's final home game of the regular season at Colorado. And by the way, history made on the helmets this week for ASU.
Oh, really?
Sparky on the white helmets. Never happened before. And it looks pretty cool, I got to be honest. Yeah. So
that's interesting.
ASU enters this game, Bick, with as one of 6 teams still with hopes of making the Big 12 championship game on December 6th.
All right.
Right now, the standings have Texas Tech 7-1, BYU 6-1. They are in the driver's seats. But then you've got 4 other teams: Houston, Utah, ASU, Cincinnati, all at 5-2. So I think ASU's path to the college football playoff, to the Big 12 championship game and ultimately the college football playoff, rests in chaos in the rest of the conference. Texas Tech has the week off, a convenient idle game, second to last week of the season, which seems weird to me. And they finish up at West Virginia. Pretty confident in saying Texas Tech is going to be one of the representatives.
Yeah. So those should be layups for Texas Tech, I believe.
If BYU wins out, they control. You know how I hate this phrase. They control their own destiny. But they got a road game at Cincinnati tomorrow. That could be tough. They close out with a home game against UCF, who's been horrible this year. So, ASU fans, it's weird. You root for Cincinnati to create that chaos, but Cincinnati's also one of those teams with 2 losses. If you have 5 teams with 2 losses at the end of the season, it gets real murky.
It's a 5-car pileup.
It is, which is what we saw last year.
Yep.
You had to go to the 3rd, 4th tiebreaker last year to determine that it was going to be Iowa State against ASU. Because I don't see... Houston's got 2 games left against TCU and Baylor, teams they should beat. Utah's got K-State and Kansas. They should win both of those games. And Cincinnati, after the BYU game, closes out at TCU. I guess best case scenario there is Cincinnati beats BYU and then goes to Fort Worth and loses to TCU.
Those are the dominoes that I think have to fall. But the issue for ASU is that 2 of these teams we are talking about have directly beaten ASU.
Houston and Utah.
And so that makes, and if I'm not mistaken, that's still the first tiebreaker criteria.
But I think we're also in a situation where there's so many teams involved in these giant conferences. When you get to the tiebreaker thing, it's never going to be as convenient as the first tiebreaker because not everybody plays everybody else. When you're only playing 9 conference games in a 16-team conference, you get it. You're seeing everybody every other year.
Exactly. Yeah, listen. And last year, the way the chips fell that put Iowa State and ASU in the Big 12 championship game, you could imagine being a team that was left out. Fortunately, that was not us, and it created one of the greater sporting memories, sequences of games, opportunities that we've seen from ASU football. So you don't want to be the team that loses on a 5th criteria tiebreaker, especially, like as you said, in a conference where it's impossible to have a level playing field because you have too many teams.
Yeah, but also we do know this about ASU individually. They have no wiggle room.
Yeah.
You have to win these 2 games. You have to beat Colorado in Boulder tomorrow, and you have to come home Thanksgiving weekend and beat Arizona, which, that I think people felt like that was going to be a layup game for ASU. The Wildcats they're feeling themselves right now. And the difference in demeanor with their head coach, Brent Brennan, he's got them playing really good football. So I'm curious to see what they do in their game against Baylor.
Jared, do you still think he's a loser? You don't even know what we're talking about, do you?
You're talking about the U of A head football coach?
Yes.
Oh, that was a great guess by me.
Good guess. Good guess.
I will say I have been very impressed because even 2 of the 3 losses were right there and they had a chance. They are better than I thought they'd be this year, and I will refrain from calling them Coach Gump for now.
Okay, that's fair. But you reserve the right to go back to Coach Gump status?
They still have 2 more games.
Well, the fact that Brent Brennan has been so open about his mistakes in year 1. He literally said, I had to stop kissing everybody's backside.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a different demeanor this year. They changed some of the coaches. They look a lot better this year.
Yeah. You know what I'm amazed about? And Brent Brennan, we've had him on the show. He was very cordial with us. I enjoyed our conversation. He seems like an incredibly nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that I'm older than him.
I'm not nearly as old as you 2, but I am. I like a few weeks ago when I think it was Joe Flacco versus Aaron Rodgers were playing each other, and I did a whole series of jokes of how old these people are, and then I'm like, oh no, I'm older than both of them. Like for some reason, it feels like people in the public eye are older than they are.
Yes.
Like Aaron Rodgers seems old, but he's really, in the grand scheme of things, he's not old.
He's old for a football player.
Yeah.
And by the way, Jarrett, you are correct. We are older than you on this side of the glass, but in many ways, you are much older than
There's
both
no
of
doubt
us.
about that.
And
there's no doubt
in
about
other
that.
ways, much less mature.
There is no doubt
It's
about that.
a dichotomy,
either.
really. How do I accomplish
Yes,
it?
and certainly much hairier.
I've never taken a good look at either of you without your shirts.
Nor will you.
We don't. Unlike you, we don't take off our shirts in public.
Look, I can't argue. I have now officially done that.
You have
so
done
yes,
that. You
yes.
did that at the pickleball
One
tournament.
thing you can never question.
And people were like, Jared, I drive by there with my kids.
How
dare you?
The literal gorilla chased me around trying to stop me from doing it.
Yes. There's one thing you can say with certainty about Jarrett Carlin. His commitment to the bit will never be questioned. Ever.
As long as the bit's about him. That it's
Speaking of which.
unfailing commitment.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, Jarrett.
Yeah, maybe next segment, my song.
Hey, maybe. Why not? It's about you.
Why not?
Yeah.
Sun Devils and Buffaloes tomorrow from Boulder, 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Pre-game coverage gets rolling at 3. Coming up next, not only a musical treat from Jarrett Carlin, but which starting quarterbacks in the NFL won't be able to make the claim that they're starting quarterbacks in the NFL next season. We'll have an interesting way to explore that next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
His camp is actively shopping the talented passer at a high level to other programs. The Athletic took it one step further and reported specific programs. Two potential destinations that have emerged are Miami and Texas Tech. Texas Tech would suck. It's just the idea that there is a Big 12 team that can do this thing. But Texas Tech and their $28 million.
They play him in Lubbock.
Do they? They're on the schedule next year? Yeah. It's a double-barrel shotgun to suck. It sucks on the one hand because you play them next year. It sucks on another hand because there's a Big 12 team out there that is out-resourcing you, that can out-resource you.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Turf Monsters. Maybe you've noticed artificial turf has become all the rage in Arizona. I see it all over my neighborhood. So many neighbors and people have traded in their front yard full of dull rocks for a beautiful green sparkling lawn. And if that sounds good to you, Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. This is an award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. And as it relates to that artificial turf, this is a great time to install it. Turf Monsters can give you and your dog that beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassles and mess of installing real sod, and you save a ton of time and a lot of money with artificial turf when you do not have to hire landscapers or pick weeds on the weekend. They also have a turf cleaning service, which you can also get, which makes sure that turf stays looking great and smelling great. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas to pickleball courts, Turf Monsters can create a backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out their work. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Make sure to tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
It's truck time at Sanderson Ford. Now, get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on over 130 F-150 trucks in all trim levels with 3 available motors. Get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 54 Transit vans in stock. And get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot. Need a work truck? We have service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and more that may qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. So if you want selection, low prices, and 0% financing, you want Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction. With no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. This is Sanderson Ford Country, your Operation Santa Claus dealership. 0% for 60 months, 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days OAC from Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers on regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Most awarded based off 27 President and 20 Triple Crown Ford Motor Company awards. Offer expires 1/5/26.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's yrefy.com/careers.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
Red Friday.
Driven by Sanderson Ford.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata, Red Friday.
You know, some of them are judgment, some of our technique related issues. You know, they call what they call. I'm not. That was a component of the game that we obviously did not do well of.
Well, nothing's going right. We had another play denied. Every time the Cardinals team is driving, the referee's stopping this, and no, this is the worst it's ever been. We just lost 10 yards again. If the refs blow the whistle anymore, they'll run out of flags to throw. Wilson can catch it for first downs. For a second, pass the ball around, but the team is always losing ground on every play. I hate penalties. Hate penalties. Hate penalties. I hate penalties.
That was let me see if I use the right word, anomaly in this process. I wouldn't say it was where it's fair to say it's undisciplined. I think it's more of like bad luck of the draw, you know?
Wilson can catch it for first downs. For second, pass the ball around, but the team is always losing ground on every play. I hate penalties.
With all of Bick's musical connections, I think he just got a text from a representative of Gin Blossoms and said, please stop.
Yeah.
Local band.
I actually know Robin. Yeah, he's very, very unhappy with you right now. He's very, very, very unhappy with you right now. You might even be hearing from his attorneys, I'm thinking.
It's parody is perfectly acceptable under the form.
My mic was not on, but Bick was. I don't know if he was enjoying my attempts at harmony.
I wasn't sure whether you did that with your mic on or not, but you listen. You're way more in key than he is. But I guess that's the point. Lyrically, though, that was really good. I'm glad you came up with that.
Thank you.
Because the driving thing applies.
I know. Sometimes it works out.
Right. Yeah. Hey, penalties.
Sometimes it works out.
Yeah. Sometimes it works out.
Truer words have never been spoken. Hey, penalties by Jarrett Carlin, today's Cardinals musical choice. Not a Cardinals discussion here, but it certainly affects the Cardinals possibly next year. I think I'm not going to say everybody. The majority of people believe that Kyler Murray's time is up in Arizona.
Yeah.
Not Jarrett, who has put breakfast burrito bet along with Sammy to us that he will play. He will take snaps again for the Cardinals in that uniform again this year.
You two are so naive. So gullible.
When you look, you kind of pose it as this. When you look around the league, the quarterback position, there could be a lot of turnover with starters who were opening day starters or projected opening day starters for their respective teams this year. That won't be next year. And you know how much we love the draft.
Love it.
We love drafts.
We draft
on this show.
all the time.
All right. So we're going to draft those quarterbacks. This is going to be something that's going to have to go in a time capsule to keep track of.
Yes.
So this won't be determined till like March or April.
That's right.
Starting quarterbacks, projected starting quarterbacks this year who won't be next year.
Who will not be starting quarterbacks next year.
You came up with the first, with the idea, so you get the first pick.
Okay. So my first pick, now these are starting day, opening day projected starters. So the list of suspects generally include, I'll just run through these, okay? In case Jared hasn't been paying attention. So I'm helping you out here, Jared. Kyler Murray, Justin Fields, Aaron Rodgers, Geno Smith, Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa, J.J. McCarthy, Spencer Rattler, Joe Flacco, Russell Wilson. Am I missing anybody? And if you've got other candidates you might think might not be starting quarterbacks next year, you feel free to add them.
You said said Penix, right?
No, I didn't. You can put him on there as well.
Okay. All right.
Right.
With your first pick?
Because you don't. No, I'm not going to make that joke. Aaron Rodgers.
We already have one of those in the montage.
Aaron Rodgers is your pick?
Aaron Rodgers is my number one pick. We're going to do 3 rounds, Jarrett.
Do you think because he's going to retire or because the
Doesn't
Steelers
matter.
will move on.
Doesn't
No,
matter.
I know. I was just wondering your thought
Yeah,
process.
yeah. I think it's going to be both. I think it's going to be mutual.
It is safe to say that if it all rests on Aaron Rodgers' decision. People have said if he's playing next year, we'll be in Pittsburgh, but does Pittsburgh want him back?
Mm-hmm.
He'll be 42 years old.
Exactly.
Aaron Rodgers is not going to be a backup anywhere. He's not going to go the Joe Flacco route.
Mm-hmm.
My pick, my first pick, Russell Wilson.
It's a good pick.
Russell Wilson will be the backup somewhere, or at least he's.
But his days as a starter
He's
are
willing,
over.
but yeah.
Yeah.
The only possible chance is if he goes somewhere that has a new draft pick and they want like a 3-game runway. But I agree with you. I'm going to go with Tua.
Tua is done.
I think he's been
as a starter.
so bad, although they're winning a little bit lately. But I'm got Tua on though.
All right, we'll give you a second pick. We'll go
I'm
snake
going to go.
style.
This is a cheat because he already is not the starter there, but
I know where
Spencer
you're going.
Rattler.
Yeah.
Okay.
And look, I didn't watch a ton of Saints games.
It was okay.
The numbers never looked bad. His performance against the Cardinals in Week 1 was okay.
Yeah.
He's done an okay job. But I think it's a solid pick. That was going to be my pick too. And this is a starting quarterback anywhere in the league we're talking
Yes.
And not just with their current team.
about. I have to take the low-hanging fruit that's left. I mean, there's two that are really, really low-hanging fruit. I got to go with Justin Fields.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Because he also has lost his job in New
Yeah,
York.
right. Okay, so I've got two picks. I'll take Joe Flacco.
That was the other
Yeah, that's the
low-hanging
other
fruit.
low-hanging fruit. Now low-hanging flute. That's a new. Yeah, can you imagine the flute tree, Jarrett? They're all hanging low.
Hanging low.
If your flute hangs low, it's a wobble to and flow.
I will.
Now
take,
it gets tough.
Yeah, it does get difficult.
Yeah.
I will say J.J. McCarthy will not be a starting quarterback next year.
I was going to bring this up, and I feel kind of dirty even asking this question. There's something about him that I can't get behind. I don't like. Am I wrong for feeling this? Is it this 9 persona that he's talking about? Is it
Captain
the fact
Eye Black?
that Mark Schlereth has dubbed him Captain Eye Black?
Which is one of the greatest nicknames.
This week he said it's just about the top is just about to blow off the bottle in terms of his own potential.
Oh, boy.
Like he's talking a big game.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
And it wasn't exactly a devastating quote. He was a game manager in college.
That's it.
To take Michigan to I'm not rooting against him, but I'm just opining. So McCarthy's off the board. Ooh, there's not a lot left.
No.
Now you're kind of making bolder predictions here.
Well, it's
I got one, so I hope
this
you
is
don't
not
take
the
them.
case. Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm going with Geno Smith then.
And you're going with Geno. Yeah.
He's been terrible this year.
Yes.
So many turnovers, and the Raiders need a complete reset there. So I think they move on.
Another one.
Yeah, right.
They do.
Yeah.
They do another one.
I think that's. I think we've kind of done that. I think Michael Penix Jr. will get another shot. I think Trevor Lawrence will get.
Technically speaking, Michael Penix won't be the opening day starter for the Atlanta Falcons because he's going to be recovering from a massive knee surgery.
That's right.
So we can asterisk him.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So I'm glad nobody picked him anyway.
That's a real good point.
All right.
Okay, how about that?
I'll try to
there
hold on.
you go.
I'll try to hold on to this until the
No, let Jared take care of the organization.
He'll put it in the vault.
Was I supposed to keep track of this?
He'll put it in the vault.
Right next to all of his song parodies over the last 15 years.
That he's got.
Coming up next, more Jarrett. He's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bounce pass too wide for Johnson to grab, but Krejci is there. 3 seconds to shoot. Around the back pass is loose. Stolen by Dylan Brooks. He's into the forecourt. He'll throw it down.
Suns versus the T-Wolves. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
A Valley favorite for over a half century. Yeah, I'm talking about Spinato's Pizzeria. Vince Murata back to tell you more. All the way back in the 1970s, Spinato started as a small, family-owned single-shop business. Now in the 2020s, Spinato's has grown to have 6 Valley locations, but they're still focused on all the same things. Fresh, quality ingredients, time-honored recipes, and consistency, meaning you will always enjoy the same great signature taste at any Spinato's location. They've also got something new that they've rolled out this month that they want you to know about. It's called the Spinato's Secret Sauce Society with some delicious perks. You can earn points every visit. Turn those points into your Spinato's favorites. Members also get special deals and surprises you won't find anywhere else, birthday treats, and early access to new menu items before they hit the table for everyone else. You can join the Secret Sauce Society at SpinatosPizzeria.com today. Spinato's always delivers the delicious. 6 Valley locations, 2 in Phoenix, 1 in Central Phoenix, 1 in North Phoenix, also Scottsdale, Tempe, Ahwatukee, and Gilbert. And they are the proud official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Spinato's Pizzeria, same passion, same flavor, and now family and employee owned.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money, and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The 9-6 Phoenix Suns begin a 3-game homestand tonight with an NBA Emirates Cup in-season tournament game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Grayson Allen will miss his third straight game with a right quad contusion. Rookie Rasheer Fleming will be out with an ankle sprain, and Jalen Green will still be out. Tip-off is at 7 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals continue to get ready for the Jaguars this Sunday without Marvin Harrison Jr., who's still recovering from appendicitis. Running back Amari DiMercato will also miss this weekend's game, but backfield mate Trey Benson did return to practice this week in a limited capacity, and his status for the game is unknown. ASU basketball got 20 points from Bryce Ford and defeated Hawaii 83-76 last night to move to 4-1 overall. And 25th ranked ASU football will head to Boulder to take on Colorado tomorrow. Head coach Kenny Dillingham did join us earlier in the show and said that star wide receiver Jordan Tyson will be a game-time decision. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Black Friday prices are happening now, in-store and online through November 30th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Jared's getting serious. The glasses are on for today's edition of Social Studies. Pinch hitting for Saboka. Jared Carlin. Number two.
Yes,
you said
you
that.
certainly are.
So to speak. You can follow us. You can interact with us on Twitter, Bickley_Murata. You can also see videos, clips from the show on Facebook and Instagram, Bickley and Murata. You could watch us live. You could see what we look like and what we do during the show and see special video guests, in-person guests we have. Go to YouTube, search Arizona Sports, and you could watch us all day long. We'll start off with a Cardinals question. Somewhat simple but complicated question. Cardinals fans, what needs to happen this weekend for you to feel positive about the team going forward and why? Is it as simple as getting a win?
It's a win.
That's what we said earlier in the program, and I'm standing by it.
I am too.
No moral victories. They need to win a football game.
A lot of the fans, unfortunately, say there's nothing. They've given up on the team. There's nothing they can do at this point. What did
Reading.
okay.
Words.
Trent, sorry.
Trent
agrees with you about the importance of winning a game because they need to start building a winning culture. It won't matter who we draft if we have a losing culture. So you actually have to win games. C. Bacher 44, very negative sentiment here. For the first time in 58 years, I am actively having problems rooting for the team. And I literally stood on the sideline of St. Louis football Cardinals' last game at Busch Stadium. Coaches can put lipstick on a pig for contrast, and so-called fans can't see that it's still a pig.
A lot of them can.
It seems like a lot of the fans are sort of realizing this is not what they were hoping.
Yeah.
A lot of people are making other plans, reading a book, going for a hike.
Daryl Lee says progress is Jonathan Gannon blaming somebody. Call them out. Not his style.
It's not his style.
He said this week, everything that happened, maybe I'm mixing up my coaches. Kenny Dillingham said everything that happens on the field is his responsibility, right?
No, but like Gannon is.
I'm drowning in the pool of coach speak.
Gannon is very much like Torey Lavello, very much like Torey Lavello, in that he just doesn't publicly call out players. It's just something we really haven't seen.
Most coaches don't.
Yeah, Bruce Arians is sort of the outlier rather than the example. And Nick says, get a win, come out of the game healthy. We've been decimated with injuries this year. We need the defense to get some turnovers. We came into the season with that as our game plan, and it hasn't materialized. We'll stick in football, and I asked you who the best teams in the AFC and NFC were earlier, but now I'm asking you, which struggling team who was supposed to be a top playoff contender but isn't right now, which of those teams do you still believe in most of these four choices?
All right.
The Buffalo Bills, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Baltimore Ravens, or the Detroit Lions. All those teams have at least 4 losses right now.
I really, most of my being wants to pick Detroit. But as we speak right now, I'm still saying Kansas City.
Yeah, when you add the quality of their defense with the quality of their quarterback, I think unfortunately that probably is the answer. It's not the answer I want to give.
No, me either.
But it's probably the right
but
answer.
I'll change my answer if they don't beat Indianapolis on Sunday.
Yeah, like you said, I would like to say the Lions, but I do think that it's the Chiefs.
And every time I want to believe in the Bills, we see something like last night.
They've had 2 stinkers in a row now.
They beat Tampa Bay last week.
Oh, that's right. 2 of their last 3.
Yeah.
All right, the answer I would have given is the Ravens, and they're in last place in the poll right now at 13.8%. It is a deadlock tie between the Lions and the Chiefs at 31.9%, with the Bills close back at 22.4%. Daylight Film says the Ravens have been turning it around after the return of Lamar, but the Lions seem to have the most depth, so I'm torn between those two. The Chiefs and Bills are heading in the wrong direction.
Still not sold on the Ravens defense.
And the Sandra Day O'Clobber makes a joke that it doesn't matter because the Chiefs have the refs on their side with a nice Photoshopped or AI image of a ref wearing a Chiefs flavored jersey there.
That was Mark Schlereth actually did that Photoshop.
Mark Schlereth did that Photoshop. Well done, Mark. Yeah, I know.
Right.
And finally, this is the really important thing. With the Cardinals playing the Jacksonville Jaguars.
No, don't say Jaguars. That's not how it's pronounced.
Jaguars. I guess we could ask, we're having on a reporter that covers the Jacksonville Jaguars on next. We could ask him.
No, I'm not going to waste
I'm going to ask you guys, what type of cat is the coolest? Is it a lion? Is it a tiger? Is it a leopard / jaguar / panther? Or is it a house cat? First of all, did you know that there is actually no such thing really as a panther? A panther is just a black jaguar or leopard.
Yes.
Okay.
I did not know that.
I did know that, yeah.
All right.
How are you aware of that?
Vince knows a lot. He knew the dinosaur fact I gave yesterday, too.
I remember learning that in school, like in elementary school. It's just one of those things that got stuck in my head.
Favorite type of cat?
I think you got to go with the lion, right? I mean, it's the king of the jungle.
Yeah.
Put him up. Put him up.
Even though I don't think you find lions in jungles. I think you find tigers in jungles. Lions are more.
Yeah, lions are on the savannah there. Yeah,
kind of
in Detroit
for sure.
Then they're in Detroit.
Yes, I know.
My vote goes to the tiger.
Okay.
All 3 of the first 3 choices are breathtaking creatures. I've always been fascinated by tigers. Just the striking.
They are.
The striking visual appearance.
The white tiger is also.
Yeah. Did anybody vote house cat? I thought Bick might go there.
18.2% of the vote voted for house cat, in fact. But the leader is the leopard jaguar panther combo.
Really?
Wow.
They are kind of sexy animals, don't you think?
Did anybody vote for a liger?
No, but we did get some write-in votes.
It's pretty much my favorite animal.
Put him up.
We got the keyboard cat from Ross. Justin said Catwoman, specifically Michelle Pfeiffer. That is, yeah. Daylight Films, the Scottsdale Cougar. I'm not sure.
Oh, there you go.
We're seeing that. And Eddie V, with a gif of our own Kyler Murray, voted for Grumpy Cat. There you go. That is social studies.
Linda Falulu said, "Where the hell is the liger?" See?
Yep. It's a real thing. It is a real thing.
It is.
Yeah. And there's also a Tyon? A tiger lion.
Is there really?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, Tyon, I think it's called.
Not as good of a name.
No.
Yeah. Tyon Grant Foster. Is that what he was named after?
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's fantastic.
There you go. There is today's edition of Social Studies. Coming up next, we will get the lowdown on the Cardinals' opponent, the Jacksonville Jaguars, coming to town. Mike DiRocco covers them for ESPN. He will be our guest next on Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium.
Huddle. Trevor Lawrence plays at a high level, and they're able to utilize a lot of different receivers. So just a really good coached, really good talented roster that plays hard.
We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, by now you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and the experience and their all-star selection of burgers, and they have just added an MVP to their lineup. You need to check this one out. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher. I personally believe you add a bacon to any burger, makes it better. Same with the pretzel bun, makes it terrific, and that's what you're getting at Sonic. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. The ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere. And remember, at Sonic, you get that great experience you won't find anywhere else, plus a diverse menu that appeals to everybody in your crew. Iconic classics like tater tots, onion rings, cherry limeade slushes, new favorites like mozzarella sticks and groovy fries, and that drink menu is legendary, featuring tens of thousands of different combinations. Finally, a pro tip, make sure you order ahead with the Sonic app. You will score exclusive rewards and deals. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey, presto, a new holiday classic. All right, let's sing it again.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota, let's go places.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday, driven by Sanderson Ford.
This is Darius Robinson at the Arizona Cardinals, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Murata, Red Friday.
Yeah, we continue on this Red Friday with a shout out to our followers, listeners, viewers in El Mirage. We appreciate you out in El Mirage. What a great segue, which we'll get to in a second, because we're going to get the lowdown on the Cardinals' opponent right now from Mike DiRocco, who covers the Jacksonville Jaguars for ESPN, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Michael, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
We just sent a city shout-out to El Mirage, which is a suburb of Phoenix in the West Valley. The Jacksonville Jaguars Would you call their 6-4 record some sort of El Mirage at this point?
I don't know that I'd call it a mirage. I would call it confusing a little bit because I still have a hard time figuring this team out, and I'm not alone. The way that they played against the Chargers last week after getting humiliated in the fourth quarter against the Texans, and it's like, okay, well, are you a mentally tough team or are you not a mentally tough team? That kind of thing. And look, they should have beaten the Bengals in week 2 were it not for, a bad pass interference call and a dropped fourth down pass again from Brian Thomas Jr. But, in Vegas, they should have lost to the Raiders on a 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
Guy was wide open, and Geno Smith threw it, I don't know, about 2 feet off the ground instead of just lofting it to his guy. So, and I realize part of that is the league and the way it goes, but, look, you are what your record says you are.
Yes.
So right now they're 6-4 and have a shot at the playoffs.
All right, coming out of the bye week, at least it looks like the Jaguars' offense has hit a different level, scoring 30, 29, and 35 points in that annihilation of the Chargers. Is that the sign of a good coaching? Is it the sign? What is it the sign of?
Yeah, it's a sign of I think they're starting to figure some things out offensively. And the run game has really worked well. Last week they ran it 47 times. Basil Tootin, the rookie, and Travis Etienne, have really become a pretty potent 1-2 punch. They're not asking Trevor Lawrence to do too much here, which, part of that is the wide receiver injuries and the play of the wide receivers, and the other part is some, just he hasn't been consistent this year, which actually, to be honest with you, has been his problem his entire career. But it's been, it was sort of going to be a deal where they expected the offense to be disjointed early in the season, but they kind of eventually expected it to start clicking a little bit. It's what happened in Tampa last year with Baker Mayfield. Now, they had much better offensive personnel than the Jags do. But, the first part of that season, it worked, but you could tell, from Liam Cohen telling us anyway, that it just wasn't quite there yet. But once it did click in the second half, things really got rolling. And maybe that's where they are right now. But, it also depends on who you're playing, too. That Chargers game last week, that Chargers team, you could tell that they did not want to be here. Cross country, 10 a.m. start their time, and oh, by the way, they're headed into a bye week. Yeah. So, I think a lot of factors go into that.
Mike DiRocco covers the Jaguars for ESPN.com. He joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line, focusing more on Trevor Lawrence, and I think this is somewhat interesting because, as a number 1 overall pick, Trevor Lawrence is the face, from a player standpoint, still of the Jacksonville Jaguars. I looked at his numbers today, Mike, and 32nd in quarterback rating, which may or may not be an antiquated stat, has yet to crack 100 in a single game quarterback rating, thrown 8 interceptions. And I know the record is what it is, but we're experiencing it in Arizona with a former number 1 pick, Kyler Murray. A lot of the fan base is done with Kyler Murray, and the team might be as well. What is the overall temperature on Trevor Lawrence as the quarterback of the Jacksonville Jaguars among the fan base?
I think there's a large portion of the fan base that is kind of done with Trevor Lawrence. He's not been the generational talent that everybody expected him to be. Are there reasons for that? Yeah, but we don't have enough time to go into all of them. But it certainly started with Urban Meyer. But we were just talking about this in the media room a little bit ago. Trevor Lawrence, you could argue, and if you wanted to make this argument, this might actually almost be a rookie year for him. In camp, they talked about they had to redo his footwork. Entire footwork was bad. They had to redo that. And then he makes a comment about, this is the first time he was taught to move a safety out of the way with his eyes. So you're wondering, hey, what's going on here? Is he able to operate this complex system, which, Liam Cohen's the one who told us it was a really, really complex system. Yeah, it's just, there's been a lot of factors, but I know that there's a large segment of the fan base that really wants to move on from him. He's not that generational guy. Everybody knows that now. The problem is that the previous regime paid him like a generational guy, and he's not going anywhere. He's here this year for sure, obviously. He's going to be here next year as well. Maybe they can find somebody who'd be willing to take him off their hands in 27. Maybe they can find someone who'd be willing to offer them something decent. I don't know, but they may end up cutting him. Who knows? But the problem you run into, as you guys know, is who do you replace him with?
Yeah.
Sometimes you're better off with what you have than what you can get.
Yeah.
If you don't have the better option, you got to stick with the option you have.
That's a good point. All right, I'm curious. You've got a couple of really good pass rushers in Josh Hines-Allen and Trayvon Walker, and there's a feeling, at least from what I've read, that the Jags defense might have found a different level recently. What kind of defensive team are the Cardinals getting on Sunday?
Yeah, they're pretty good against the run. They're going to be, they've got a bunch of injuries. I'm not sure Trayvon Walker's playing on Sunday. He didn't practice Wednesday or Thursday. We'll see in about 30 minutes to an hour whether he's even out here on Friday. But they play a ton of zone. They don't really want to blitz. If they don't have to, they'd much prefer to get pressure with the front four, which has not really happened at times. Even so bad at times that even Liam Cohen called it out after the loss in Houston and said our front four has to play better. So, early in the season they had a lot of success defensively because they got a ton of turnovers. Now, obviously those things have dried up a little bit. They've gotten one here and there, but if they're able to get 3 or 4 turnovers and get a lead and then turn around and hand it to the running backs, then this is a game that they should win. But this defense is really, they're down their top number 1 corner in Travis Hunter. Jordan Lewis isn't playing, their other corner. Their top safety, Eric Murray, who's the guy who kind of keeps everybody in line and gets everybody lined up and communicates everything to those guys on the back end. He's not playing either. Trayvon Walker may not be playing. So they're banged up a little bit. There'll be some plays to be had down the field by McBride against this secondary too. But if they're able to just kind of tee off and go after the passer, then they can force a few turnovers. Maybe that helps them, but they're going to be a banged up unit when they come in.
Final thing for you, Mike, and Mike DiRocco from ESPN, who covers the Jaguars, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned Travis Hunter. We know his rookie season is over. There was so much hype coming in with him being the number 2 overall pick, playing both ways. Played more on offense than defense this year. Did anything happen this year with Travis Hunter while he was healthy enough, or was healthy, to sway the organization one way or another? Are they going to continue to pursue this 2-way player status for Travis Hunter, or you think that comes to an end?
No, they're going to play him both ways next year. Again, it's not going to be a situation, though. I think they've realized that him playing full-time both ways is not going to really work. That at least early on in his career, maybe in year 3 or 4 when he's a little bit more settled in what he's doing. But I think it's always going to be majority on one side and, not spot on the other side, but certainly much less of a workload. Now, that could change each week depending on matchups and where they need him more. But, before that injury, they had moved him into that wide receiver 1 spot, and they were ready to kind of run the offense through him, and then he gets hurt. And, so I think he was going to spend the rest of this year mainly as an offensive player, but that may change next year depending on what they do in free agency and the draft.
Yep. Mike, thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys having me. Thanks a lot.
Yep. Mike DiRocco covers the Jaguars. Notice we didn't say Jaguars.
Yeah, because it's not how it's pronounced.
Exactly.
Good job.
He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Before we head to break, we have some news, some updated news from the Cardinals facility today.
Is it good?
It is not.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's not all that unexpected either.
Is it good? Never, ever, any update ever.
Jonathan Gannon announcing right tackle Jonah Williams headed to IR, will need surgery.
Ooh.
Baron Browning will miss another game as he's still in the dealing with a concussion. And TBD on the playing status of Rabbit Taylor Demerson, Trey Benson, and Calvin Beachum. So as late as Friday morning, there's still a possibility, Bick. You're going into a game, if you're the Cardinals, with a third-string right tackle.
Okay.
For an offensive line that's already struggled mightily this year.
Okay.
But the big headline there, Jonah Williams headed to IR, will need surgery. And I don't have any other further information on it, whether or not he's surgery, I guess, would probably end his year, wouldn't you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
there's no doubt about that.
There you go. There's the latest, and thanks again to Mike DiRocco for joining us. Coming up next, 9:30 on a Friday, Sports Kebab with Jared Carlin coming at you here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It's beautiful outside, a little rainy, kind of has that.
No, it's not.
That buffalo sky. Why do you say that?
Because it's rained way too much this year. I could have moved to Seattle to have this weather, but, instead I moved to Arizona exactly to not have this weather. I don't agree with Rick very much.
Yeah.
At this point, I 100% agree with him.
You gotta be kidding me.
I can't stand the rain.
Yeah, I do. Listen, I
It's rained like 8 days all year.
You guys are acting like, it's just ridiculous.
Wow. Okay.
Come on, grow up, boys.
All right.
Will you? We need this rain.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and Sweet James is everywhere. You see his face on Valley buses, on billboards, on commercials during Suns games. It's a fun name and it's a fun brand, but know this, the work they do is extremely serious, and when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience gives them great leverage when dealing with the insurance companies, which means when you hire Sweet James, you access the best and brightest attorneys. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James, because remember, having the right attorney can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And when you're injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Remember, the call is free and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000 online at sweetjames.com.
Oh, let's talk about the Ford Maverick at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing, while also being the perfect size. It's easy to handle, and parking is no sweat whatsoever. And it's perfect for business managers and service companies. Take a test drive at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com. window-depot.com.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals continue to get ready for the Jaguars this Sunday and will be without Marvin Harrison Jr., still recovering from appendicitis, running back Amari DiMercado, and defensive player Baron Browning. They'll also be without offensive tackle Jonah Williams, who is headed to the IR and will need surgery as per Jonathan Gannon today. The 9-6 Phoenix Suns begin a 3-game homestand tonight with an NBA Emirates Cup in-season tournament game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Grayson Allen will miss his third straight game with a right quad contusion, and rookie Rasheer Fleming will be out with an ankle sprain. Tip-off is at 7 p.m. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And 25th ranked ASU football will head to Boulder to take on Colorado this Saturday. Kenny Dillingham joined Bickley and Murata Mornings today and told us that star wide receiver Jordan Tyson will be a game-time decision. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Book your getaway at Talking Stick Resort and save 30% off the best available rate. But hurry, as the offer ends December 11th.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
A quick look at today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question as it appears on Arizonasports.com. How many games will the Suns win on their upcoming 3-game homestand? Again, that homestand, Minnesota, San Antonio, Houston. Your choices, 0, 1, 2, or 3. What say you, Dan Bickley? Hey, Bickley.
What do you think, Vinny? You're the basketball guy.
I'm feeling optimistic.
Let's say two.
Exactly what I was feeling.
Let's say 2. Why not?
And if
Let's
one of
ride
those
the wave.
2 is Monday night against the Houston Rockets, going to be some very happy people.
Is Dylan Brooks going to be D'ing up Kevin Durant, or is that not? Is Kevin Durant too big for Dylan Brooks?
Well, who do they have to guard him? There's nobody that really fits that size profile for the Suns.
Good point.
Suns win 2 games on the homestand. 51% of our respondents said that. 33% say 1. 11% are going for the sweep. And 5% say, fun's over, Suns. You're getting swept. That is today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. You can vote right now on the homepage at Arizonasports.com.
I had a weird thing happen a couple weeks ago. I looked out on my front porch and I spotted a coyote. And it was kind of my fault because I'd ordered a package from Acme. You have to be a certain age to get that joke.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
Oh, I love that joke. Jarrett. Your turn to make us laugh.
He's a
Funny
ferret.
man.
He's a ferret.
No, it's the ferret.
Not a ferret. It's a ferret.
What happened to your dog?
It's not a dog. It's a ferret.
That's excellent, Vinny.
Is that from Kindergarten Cop?
Excellent.
Kindergarten Cop, yeah.
A very quotable movie.
Great movie.
All right. This is the Sports Club, guys. How about the weather this week? My goodness, it went from summer to winter.
Yeah.
There's no autumn this year. Seriously, it was cold driving to work this morning.
How cold was it?
I mean, it was shady, bitter, and in the 40s. Like LeBron James.
That's funny.
And how about the rain? It actually rained multiple days this week. I think it might be raining right now, in fact. And the skies were overcast every day. I mean, I haven't seen something in Arizona this cloudy since DeAndre Ayton's urine.
Ooh.
Why were you looking at that?
Well,
Yeah, right. What are you,
man,
what are you looking at that
come
for,
across
Jared?
things sometimes. And believe me, I like the change in weather. I mean, there's only so long you can deal with something being really hot before it becomes annoying and oppressive. I mean, just ask Bill Belichick. Now, the worst part of weather like this is trying to drive around with these valley drivers, right? I don't know what happens to everybody here, but as soon as there is any rain, every driver in Phoenix is a little slow, a little crazy, and swerves around like a maniac. Kind of like Cam Scattaboo at a WWE event. Yeah, former Sun Devil and current Giants running back Cam Scattaboo made news this week when he attended WWE Monday Night Raw at Madison Square Garden and then got into a scuffle with some wrestlers. Now, obviously this was scripted and fake, but I don't know if anyone told Scattaboo that. When he was confronted, he got in fighting mode. I mean, his hands got thrown up faster than CeeDee Lamb's dinner and drinks earlier this week. And you might be saying, did Scattaboo really think this was real? How could he not know it's fake? Like, I love Cam, but he might not be, like, the brightest bulb. I mean, he thinks the name of the wrestling company is Wee. He thinks it's a word. Now, obviously the big concern about the whole thing is that Scattaboo is injured and out for the year for the Giants, and they're worried he could further hurt himself by getting physical. So now there's lots of talk about, did he cross the line? Did he walk the line? Did he go over the line? All I know is this is the most talk about a New York Giant and Lions since Lawrence Taylor. Now, the funny thing is Scattaboo is not even the only local athlete who loves professional wrestling. U of A's Rob Gronkowski is a huge fan and is even a former WWE champion. The fact that two Arizona University alums have appeared on WWE and love wrestling does say a lot about the state's school capacity to develop stars. Now, it doesn't say a lot about the state school's educational system, but it does say that they develop stars. Now, the Gronk news also in this week was that he was at the premiere for the new movie Wicked for Good. Are you familiar with this movie? Now,
I've heard of it, yeah.
Wicked for Good, yeah.
Yes.
Now, Gronk is not in the movie. He just likes the title, since Wicked for Good is what he answers when people ask what it felt like to win all those Super Bowl titles. Wicked for Good. Wicked for Good, of course, is the sequel to Wicked, the first one, the second half, really, of the show. And if you don't know, it's the story of a young, powerful witch ruining the life of an older, once-respected wizard. I'm sorry, that's the story of UNC football this year. Wow. Another Belichick joke. Take that, you old codger. Speaking of football, there's a huge NFC East matchup with one of the great NFL rivalries with the Cowboys versus the Eagles. Although it should be pointed out that the Cowboys are actually only the second most hated team in Philadelphia. The team that Eagles fans really hate the most is, of course, the Eagles. Goodness gracious, all the Eagles do is win, and yet there is nothing but drama and dysfunction. Now, I'm not saying everything is rough and nothing is smooth in Philly sports, but even their biggest sports hero is named Rocky. Philly fans just hate everything. They hate success. They hate things from Philly. They would rather boo than cheer things that are from Philly. Hell, I think the only reason that they cheered Rocky is because they heard him talk and thought he was from Brooklyn. Now, all this drama kind of started last season when A.J. Brown professed his unhappiness by reading a book on the sidelines during a game. Now, I don't think that was all that weird. I mean, lots of famous athletes read books, right? Maybe not not Floyd Mayweather, but lots of other ones do. And finally, over in the NBA, the Lakers, unfortunately, keep on winning, and they're falling in love with, of all players, DeAndre Ayton. So much so that the team made a T-shirt comparing him to a lion. A lion! This sounds crazy, but I actually think that is a perfect choice. Because he's great at, lying on the ground, lying around. When he told Suns fans he was going to be a generational talent,
lying.
He was lying there. There you go.
Thank you, Jared. Good job.
There's the sports
Very
kebab. Season averages for DeAndre Ayton. Still not his lowest rebounding average per game in his career. 16.5 points, 8.8 rebounds, shooting 70% from the floor.
But those are not unusual numbers.
No, but after the way he started.
They will realize that his actual impact is not that great.
I would love to know the psychology behind this, because the idea of putting that on a T-shirt, it's just so juvenile, but it might play right into his thinking.
He's dominating.
He's dominating.
There's the sports kebab from Jared Carlin. You can follow him on X at JarrettGC. Some final thoughts, including the filling out of our weekend checklist, next on this Friday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. One of the coolest things I've noticed about Advanced Window Products is their company vibe. Their motto is to approach customers as friendships. They're family-owned. They're locally operated. By the way, one of their co-owners, Nate Orchard, former NFL linebacker, former Utah football legend, and that's exactly how they roll. It's a family affair. You never feel like you're dealing with a big company or a big corporation, and they are a great company offering a great Black Friday special through the end of November. You will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year. And as a personal customer of Advanced Window Products, I can attest you will be very, very happy. My new windows look incredible. The whole process from start to finish was incredible. From installation to cleanup, didn't leave a speck of dust behind. A local window and door manufacturing company with nearly 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. No middleman markups. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. Make sure you take advantage of this great Black Friday sale. Find out more by calling 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Hi,
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside, I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
They're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
You remember this jam, Bick?
I do. This is one of those rare Queen songs.
Yes.
Yes.
So this was featured in a commercial. I don't know if it was for Apple or Amazon or.
That's right,
one of those
it was.
a couple of
That's
years
what I
ago,
recognize it.
and it was everywhere. And I heard the song and I was like, "Oh, that's a catchy song." I didn't realize it was Queen.
Yeah. Right. It's got a certain funk to it that Queen songs generally don't have, and it's in a different range for Freddie Mercury.
Cool cat, based on the question about what is the coolest cat.
That's right.
Interesting to know too. This is from the 1982 Hot Space album. This was track 10. Track 11 was Under Pressure with David Bowie.
Wow, talk about saving your best stuff for last, huh?
Yeah. Cool Cat by Queen, today's song, Oh, the Day.
Bickley and Murata, going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, no Sammy Cebulka today, so the three of us will fill out our weekend checklist. We look into the future to see at least what we think is going to happen this weekend. Bick, what do you got?
All right, so I don't know if Kenny Dillingham is going to get his great game in all three phases, but ASU is going to win by more than 2 touchdowns. They're going to beat Colorado 31-16.
14 plus 30. Ooh, an exact score. All right, 31-16 over Colorado. I like it.
The Suns are going to beat the Timberwolves tonight, and Anthony Edwards is going to get into a verbal altercation with Dylan Brooks. Don't miss it. It's going to happen.
All right. Verbal altercation.
Because keep in mind now, Anthony Edwards has gotten a little loose on that floor in Phoenix, and no one's done anything to him about it.
Well,
that's going to change tonight.
If he tries to repeat that, we know that Dylan Brooks is now present for the Phoenix Suns.
And I'm going to wish this one into existence. Colts are going to upset the Chiefs 28-27 on the road.
28. Chiefs 27?
Yep.
All right. We'll add the Cardinals layer a little bit later on. My 3.
I didn't know that was required. Do I have to pick the Cardinals game?
I'm going to make you.
Okay.
We had him as a guest yesterday. Enjoyed our conversation with Derek Eusebio. I think he gets his 3rd career touchdown this week.
Oh, I like
against Colorado. I'm not saying who it's going to be for, but you figure it out. There will be a defensive or special teams touchdown in the Cardinals-Jaguars game on Sunday. And this is my speak it into existence. Let's pull for chaos in the Big 12.
Ooh, I like it.
Cincinnati over BYU at Nippert Field. Wow. Can I say Nippert on the radio?
You just did.
It's mouth wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah.
I am going to say Devin Booker will have 40 points in one of the 2 games over the weekend. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to say Michael Wilson will follow up his 15-catch performance with 5 or less catches in this
I don't know
game.
if you saw the stats, but he's top 10 in the NFL in separation among wide receivers.
Isn't that interesting?
Isn't that unbelievable?
How little he was featured.
What an untapped weapon he was.
Now, he did have a few drops and stuff earlier in the season as well as a lot of the receivers.
Not last week. He was awesome.
I know. He was awesome. He really was. And I am going to predict pick with my heart here. Maryland upsets Michigan to keep their hopes of being bowl eligible alive. And they never, ever, ever, ever beat any ranked teams ever since they've joined the Big Ten. And they're going to change that this week.
Is that game in College Park or
It
Ann
is.
Arbor?
No, it's in Maryland.
All right. Maryland over Michigan. Closet Terps fan, Jarrett Carlin. Jarrett brought something up a couple of times and didn't elaborate on it in the Sports Kebab. I hate this phrase, but I'm going to use it anyway. I was yesterday years old when I learned that there was adult competitive cheerleading. And I was also yesterday years old when I learned that Jordan Hudson is one of them and that Bill Belichick...
It's literally a story where you had to triple check that it wasn't like The Onion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Belichick attending it and looking like he was dying.
It was... the visuals were unbelievable. I know.
The comments on the threads were amazing, but like every 15th or 20th comment was like, oh, I think this is cute. They're supporting each other's dreams. Shut up!
I don't like this.
All right, I'm making you pick the Cardinals.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I don't know. Jacksonville's a goofy team. Let's give the Cardinals a victory. 24-21.
It's exactly what I predicted.
Really?
Cardinals 24, Jags 21. Jarrett?
Cardinals 31, Jaguars 21.
Wow. A clean sweep. You know Sammy would have picked the Cardinals. He picks them every
week. Yeah.
Thanks to Kenny Dillingham and Mike DiRocco. We are out of here. Have a great and safe weekend. Back Monday morning. Wolf and Luke are up next, and we leave you with this. We are the losing capital of the world. You can tell a lot about a person by the way they speak to their smart speaker.
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
It's only T.
Right,
When's it going to be F?
Hey, Wolf here. Playoffs.
Rallied around the family with a pocket full of shells, right? Aid and comfort and shelter.
Do your job.
Hey, it's Gambo. We got the day off today. Booyah!
Booyah!
Two-way deal. They cut forward.
Booyah!
That's my tunnel.
Where do you think you're going,
son?
The safety plays down on the over, throw the post. Ooh, if the safety plays high on the post, throw the over. Ooh, how are you going to figure it out?
Jaguars.
Can you fix the toilet there, huh?
Oh, meathead.
Are you drunk? Come and you ask me about my family and you act like I'm your friend. I might give you better whistles.
Four? Move?
Oh, baby, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Baby.
You take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have the facts of life.
2, 3, 4. Tell the people what you want.
Popcorn fart. He's a popcorn fart.
Suckitude.
Too much liquid for my shoe.
Guys are in their underpants hitting each other.
I don't think Dylan Brooks has any honey in him.
I put the Jew in juveniles.
I hate when Penix gets out.
Mr. Beast tweeted us.
Zach Allen.
Danbo. Craptown, USA. Wet slab of meat.
Sometimes a girl likes to wear heels.
Sometimes you're the wood and sometimes you're the pecker.
Oh, I'm so snarky.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Does this sound like you? Where every step or reach is a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from the life you used to have when you didn't feel that pain? Well, do I have good news for you, because relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. QC Kinetics taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. Just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Let QC Kinetics regain what pain took away. And now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds to get started before the year ends. The consultation's totally free, so call QC Kinetics today. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. Pain.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, right tackle Jonah Williams is headed to injured reserve, and pass rusher Baron Browning is out for Sunday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Phoenix Suns continue NBA Cup play tonight at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 7, with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Number 25 ASU football takes on Colorado tomorrow, and Sun Devil head coach Kenny Dillingham told Bickley and Murata that star receiver Jordan Tyson will likely be a game-time decision. Kickoff for tomorrow's game is at 6, with pregame coverage beginning at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at Your Valley Chevy dealers.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Football Friday. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on, man? How we doing, everybody? All jacked up on a Football Friday? Command and Control, you ready to broadcast? Yeah, you're back there. Big thumbs up, of course, based on earnings. We are ready to broadcast. Luke, you ready to go?
Sure, why not?
All right, that's the spirit.
Let's just see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Why not?
That's the new motto. Jordan Simone's...
Fly by the seat of our collective pants.
Jordan Simone's going to join us in the 10 o'clock hour. Monty Austinfort will join us at 11:15. K-Ray at 12:30 today as well, because the Suns will play 2 big games before our next show on Monday morning. Let's start with the Cardinals, though, Wolf, and something you brought up in the pre-show meeting. You had it in your email, and when you said it out loud, I was like, you know what? I think you're probably onto something. Is this one of the more winnable games on paper the Cardinals have left this season? As I tell you, watching Houston's defense last night,
I know
that's going to be a tough game when they play the Texans.
Oh, my goodness. Did you see it based on earnings of the Texans last night? Abandon all hope who enter here. Just absolutely brutal. Their pass rush, of course, was huge. 8 sacks on Josh Allen last night. It was incredible to watch that. You know, I look at the games, and for the Arizona Cardinals, every one of these games is going to be tough the rest of the way. It really is. The Jacksonville game, this is a winnable game to me. It is. Jacksonville is 6-4. They have, obviously, this is an away game for them. It's a home game for the Arizona Cardinals. I'm going to put that in the positive category for the Cardinals as well. They also have an issue with their quarterback in Trevor Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't been playing great. He hasn't been playing very consistent. He's been kind of up and down, kind of an all-or-nothing proposition at this point, and he's got a quarterback rating of under 80. That is really not good. And because of that, he will throw you the ball. 8 interceptions on the season so far.
All the teams the Cardinals play the rest of the way, except Atlanta and Cincinnati, are above 500. Cincinnati hasn't had Joe Burrow all year. I'm assuming they'll have him for Week 17. I mean, there's talk about him coming back much sooner than that. So I don't know. Like, if Cincinnati keeps losing, maybe they don't bring him back. But it sounds like Burrow wants to play before the end of this season. So, yeah, I would agree with you.
I would want to if I were Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
seriously,
just get back out there.
If I could possibly, I don't care if it's 2 games. If I could finish a season out on the field as opposed to not ever see the field again, I wouldn't want to go into the next year like that.
It sounds like he's on the same page as you, where he wants to get out there. So the games the Cardinals have left: Jacksonville, Tampa, the Rams, Houston, Atlanta, Cincinnati, and then the Rams again. Yeah, I would say this one or the Atlanta game in Week 16 on paper are the easiest. It doesn't mean you can't beat those other teams, but you know, if you go back to the conversation we've been having now for the past few days, ever since the back-to-back lopsided losses, it's like, all right, you're 3-7. You've still got 7 games left, which is like just it's the opposite of the sweet spot. It's not really enough games for you to get yourself back into a playoff contention unless you go 7-0. But it is enough games for things to completely unravel if you don't start winning games. You know, like you'd almost rather be like, hey, we still have a real good shot at the playoffs, or the season's just over. But instead, you're in the spot where like you better win games to make sure guys are coming back next year.
Yeah, you know, speaking of guys too, this is always a fascinating proposition to me. I'm hating the fact that it's happened to my Big Red Basinonians. I do. I bleed Big Red. You all know that. You've known it for the last 2 decades. Yet at the same time, it's a situation where when you get to 3-7 on the season and you've got 7 games left, I start writing names down. I do. I start taking names, literally. Writing down Buda Baker. Watch Buda Baker play. Watch Buda Baker play even if they're 3-10. Watch how he plays. He's never going to change how he plays. Guys start sticking out. When you get in December's looming. Now all of a sudden start taking names of guys that are out there balling because there's a lot of them that aren't in their last year of a contract. All they know is it's the white lines. And I'm starting to take names on players that show up and they just ball, knowing that they're coming back, not knowing that they're going somewhere else in free agency. Guys that are signed through next year, start taking names and writing them down. Who's balling and maybe who isn't.
Here's Jonathan Gannon. Earlier this week, he was asked what he sees from Jacksonville this season when he looks at the tape.
They played really well, really from start to finish, all 3 phases. They got a really good 4th down crew. We got as a big-time challenge for us. Obviously, the quarterback's playing extremely well. They can run it, and then they throw it all over the yard. Defensively, they're top 3 in takeaways in the NFL. Huge piece to why they're at where they're at. They got rushers. They got good coverage players. I think Anthony Campanelli does a really good job, as their DC. They're playing well. There's no doubt. Big-time challenge.
Big-time challenge.
I mean, they beat the Chiefs on Monday Night Football, and they're in a playoff spot. So there's all these different things I look at, and like you're saying, too, with like Trevor Lawrence's numbers are pretty terrible this year. They look like a beatable team, but they are in a playoff spot, and they beat the Chiefs on Monday Night Football, so they're going to be tough.
It truly is amazing the fact that they are 6-4 right now. I know they started really, really well. 4-1 start, I believe, on the season. I know they are 6-4 right now. But, man, they're 6-4, and Trevor Lawrence has not hit his stride. And I say that for a guy who's thrown for, 2,500 yards?
Yeah.
I mean, he has produced, but there have been some bad games as well for Trevor Lawrence right now. It's just a situation. If Trevor Lawrence ever settles down a little bit and starts playing more consistently, boy, they're going to be a tough team to beat.
Well, and, to be fair to him, and we looked at his career numbers yesterday, and these are the worst numbers of his career, but they're not that far off. It's not like he's somebody that routinely has 100 passer rating. He's usually around 83, 84, or whatever. But in fairness to him, A, they keep winning, and B, some of the defenses they've played this season, they played Houston twice. Yeah. So right there's 2 of the games. They've played the Rams. They've played Seattle. They played San Francisco when San Francisco's defense wasn't all beat up. So what is that, 5-6 of their games right there? They've played some of the best defenses in the NFL. So that might be part of it. And they're coming into this game on the heels of a 35-point performance against the Chargers in a 35-6 win last week, although even that, Trevor Lawrence had 153 passing yards. I mean, they get it done on the ground, and Jonathan Gannon talked about Travis Etienne as well.
He's a good player. He's playing well. I've played him a couple times. In my mind, he looks really good. He looks decisive, violent, fast. That's all 11. In the run game, we got to make sure that we're knocking the line of scrimmage back, setting edges, tackling, beating blocks, getting off blocks. In the passing game, you got to win your leverage, because he can hurt you in the passing game too. He's there. I think Liam's done a really good job of putting him in good spots with what he does well, and it's showing up.
Yeah, it's showing up. I want to go back to Trevor Lawrence in regard to this being his 3rd head coach.
Yeah, that probably doesn't help.
3rd head coach, 3rd offensive coordinator as well. This guy, it's one of the reasons why I think we're seeing this up and down approach from Trevor Lawrence right now. Now, that may not be the way the Jacksonville Jaguars actually see Trevor Lawrence or feel that is his Achilles heel, so to speak. But for me, anytime I see a guy that's had 3 head coaches and 3 offensive coordinators, 3 different guys, how many years is he in the league here?
I mean,
5th?
he started his NFL career. He had to answer questions about his head coach, Urban Meyer, like 3 weeks into his career.
Man.
I mean, Trevor Lawrence, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I know you mentioned this earlier in the week. If this is a guy that's ever available, other teams are going to be like, we can fix this guy. I fully agree. Like, I don't think Jacksonville is going to move on from him anytime soon. But if they did, I would be lining up to figure out a way to get him, because he just has not been put in position to succeed the first few years of his career. And he's been to the playoffs. He's won a playoff game. He got drafted in 2021. I mean, he hasn't been terrible, but he hasn't delivered on the promise that he carried with him when he got drafted.
It's just
overall.
incredible, man. You come in and you teach 3 different languages, and that's what you're doing. 3 different offenses, 3 different offensive coordinators who all see something different in you in 5 years. That's brutal.
All right, we come back over to basketball. Can the new look Suns do something that the previous generation of Suns just wasn't able to do? Beat their nemesis tonight, Minnesota in town. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium.
Huddle. Trevor Lawrence plays at a high level, and they're able to utilize a lot of different receivers. So just a really good coach, really good talented roster that plays hard.
We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The holidays aren't just about giving gifts. They're about giving memories.
I'm Diamond Dave, and nothing creates a memory like a sparkle of a diamond.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has helped families find the kind of gift that takes her breath away.
And the truth is, this isn't about just one holiday. This is about every holiday, every anniversary, every moment she looks at that diamond and remembers how she felt the first time.
That's why now is the time to do it. Whether it's a custom piece designed just for her or something perfect and ready today, you'll find it here.
Don't wait until the last minute. Come in, call, or DM me, Diamond Dave at Desert Wholesale Diamond, and let's make this season unforgettable.
From our family to yours, happy holidays.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave Kantor.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. This winter, stay warm and safe. Our complete heating tune-up is just $159.95. And if you have gas, we'll install a carbon monoxide detector for free. Carbon monoxide is the invisible killer, sending thousands to the ER and killing hundreds in the U.S. every year. Get peak efficiency, avoid surprise breakdowns, and protect your family. Make the precision decision today and call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes. And with that in mind, I have great news for all Valley homeowners who need to get their windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November, where you will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year, and as a customer of Advanced Window Products, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible, and the whole process was so professional and so impressive from installation to cleanup from beginning to end. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Devin Booker's interchangeability and the team mentality have allowed the Suns to withstand injuries. ASU unveils white helmets to celebrate Sparky's birthday during the game at Colorado. And a second-half surge helped the Sun Devils down Hawaii. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, well, if you are still looking for ways that this year's Phoenix Suns team can be different, we may have one for you tonight. Thanks to everybody listening in Guadalupe right now. Special shout out to Guadalupe at this exact moment, Wolf.
What's up, Guadalupe?
The Phoenix Suns, as you probably know, if you're a Suns fan, really had some issues with the Timberwolves over the last, about a year and a half. 0-4 against them last year, and a lot of lopsided games, to be honest. And then prior to that, they had success against them the previous season, but during the regular season. They also got swept out of the playoffs by them, too. So they've lost their last 8 in a row to Minnesota. So, yeah, I would be lying if I said I wouldn't mind if they just went out there and beat Minnesota tonight. It's a very clear line of difference between this year's team and the last couple of years.
And it's huge for the NBA Cup tonight.
Yeah, let's see, that's a good point. I didn't even think of the NBA Cup.
The NBA Cup, Rick. You brought that into play right now. Who cares? I'm done with the NBA Cup.
I'm going to see if I can pull up the NBA Cup standings
right now. I am. I'm not.
Oh, Minnesota 2-0 in the NBA Cup.
Oh, wow.
standings.
Okay, there you go.
See, I'm telling you, this one's a big one.
This is a big one right here. You know, it's a big one because they did kick the Phoenix Suns collectively in the cradle. They did. Back in the playoffs, of course, we all remember it was a different team, was it not?
A little bit different, yeah.
It was a different team, of course, back then. And this is one of the things that I get to appreciate the most right now when you juxtapose that playoff series and you juxtapose that team with the team we see right now. Oh, my goodness. The feeling of gratitude that I have. You know, it's Thanksgiving, is it not? Here we are. Thanksgiving is next week, Basinonians. I am very, very thankful for this year's Phoenix Suns team. I have no idea what's going to happen tonight when they play the T-Wolves. I just know that when they go out there, you know what I expect? They're going to ball out. They're going to do it. They're going to go out there, and they are going to be ready to play. Their intensity is going to be high, and they're going to be ready to play. And, man, I'm so thankful for that. Grateful, as a matter of fact. Grateful that we're not thinking of the big three. Grateful that we have what we have in a team that is going to go out, and the one thing you know they're going to do is give everything they've got. I'm grateful.
You know, I know this wasn't the point of what you just said, but we should have an Arizona Sports No Thanksgiving next week and just go through all the stuff before the real Thanksgiving to just sort of get rid of all the bad moments of 2025. Wow. Get that out the door so that we can actually be thankful for stuff on Thursday. You could even go one step further and you could say Minnesota is the team that sort of started the downfall of the previous era of the Suns. Because if you were starting that era with when they got Kevin Durant,
yeah,
They immediately went to the playoffs.
You said Kevin Durant, all of a sudden the music.
Is that our word
just
of the day?
Kicked in right there. Yeah, that's right, KD.
Well, we're going to say his name a lot on Monday. But if you consider that the start of the previous era, he comes in halfway through that year. They go to the playoffs. They win a series, and they push Denver further than anybody really did in those playoffs. I know Lakers fans would say they pushed them pretty hard too, and they did. But I think that series, if I remember right, was a sweep for Denver. The Suns actually won a couple games. KD and Booker looked great in that series.
That's
whatever.
true.
It was the following year when they still won 49 games, and we're going into that Timberwolves series thinking, okay, there's issues, but they've owned Minnesota because they had. They get swept by Minnesota.
Man.
They were never right again.
Man. Never right again.
No way really
You're
around
right.
that.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's when it did start. That was when it was like, okay, what is going on here? And we've seen a lot of misery since that Minnesota sweep, as a matter of fact. Would this feel different? Would this make you feel different, Basinonians, if somehow, some way tonight the Phoenix Suns go out there and they beat a 10-5 team?
Yeah, there's that part of it, too.
Who happens to be the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have owned you the last 8 times they've played you? Man, you know what? I'm going to put that. I would definitely, you know me. When I start building, I'm going to start building a foundation. And when suddenly that foundation is solidified, now it's time to build the house. I think what we're seeing right now from the 9-6 Phoenix Suns, I think the foundation is starting to harden up, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's starting to settle. And because of that, I want to build now on that foundation. The expectation for the Phoenix Suns, they're going to be competitive. They're going to go out and compete. They're going to do that tonight. Now, are they going to be able to beat the T-Wolves? I don't know. We'll all see. But I know one thing. They're going to get out there on that floor, and they're going to give you everything they got.
This has been a fun start to the season at 9-6, obviously, but I think it's still early enough where a lot of us are looking for clear signs that this year's team is different. And we've seen enough. It clearly is. But at the same time, I do think it'd be nice to just see the Phoenix Suns beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. It feels like it's been 10 years since they beat this team.
The foundation of this team is they're going to compete. That is the foundation of this team. They're going to compete. That is my expectation right now.
I also don't know. They haven't faced a lot of players as good as Ant this season. I mean, you've played Denver, so you saw Jokic, you saw Wembanyama, you saw Steph in the Golden State game. Those are probably the 3 best players they've actually faced so far this season, unless I'm forgetting somebody. I think it's probably those 3 players, and they are 1-2 in those games. So, I mean, this is kind of like a sort of a version of a next step game. If you can beat Minnesota, a 10-5 team with one of the best players in the world, it just further solidifies what you're starting to build here this season. Here's Jordan Ott on this matchup with Minnesota.
Tomorrow's the first game of it, so I think that's where our focus is. Really good team, cup game. So everyone knows when those cup games comes, it's just a different intensity. We know they're good. They're big. They have a really good player in Ant that kind of leads the way. Our approach is just to tomorrow, and we'll handle the rest later.
I mean, how can you not know it's a cup game when the court is able to be seen from space?
Yeah, everyone knows when it's a cup game. That's great. Honestly, if that is the case, where you have players that are bought into a point where they care about it being an NBA Cup game. The NBA then, if that is the case, they have won because that's exactly why they wanted to do it.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like we're seeing pretty much the same effort from the Suns consistently this season.
I agree.
Which I care about more than the NBA Cup. If they get to a point where they are in the knockout rounds of the NBA Cup, it would be kind of like the bubble year when they went through and just dominated in the bubble. I would take it more as a sign you could show me that this team is really taking a step. But until they're in the NBA Cup championship game, it's hard for me to get caught up in it any more than this is a game against a really good team.
I'm so glad to hear you say that. I really am, because I'm proud of you, Luke. All right, I mean, just the fact you would say that in a situation where, because I would want to know if you got up for the NBA Cup, why aren't you getting up for any game? Every game should be There's the lines. Time to get up for the game. Here we go. Oh, it's the NBA Cup. Now I'm really going to try. You know, what are you doing?
I think you'd have to answer to Dylan Brooks if that were the case, too. If there was somebody on the Suns, and thankfully this hasn't really been an issue this season, but if there was somebody on the Suns who wasn't really giving their top effort, they were kind of conserving energy for NBA Cup games, I think they would hear from Dylan Brooks.
I poke bears. That's right. It's right. Just don't do it. Just compete. And if you happen to poke them while you're competing, have at it.
That said, if they win the NBA Cup.
Don't poke them when you line up next to them on the foul line.
If they win the NBA Cup, we're hanging a tiny banner.
Unless you're ready to throw.
In this studio. Command and Control, are you on board with this? We hang a tiny Suns banner in here if they win the NBA Cup.
I mean, they're going to hang a banner in the arena.
Yeah, so we should.
So yeah, I'm down.
We should start hanging banners in here.
We have kind of a blank wall back there, so let's just hang a banner right there in the middle. Why does it have to be tiny? Let's make it massive.
Okay, well they
got
to
be like what is the bull? Well, the
matador?
The bull, though, sees the red flag.
Yeah, and they run through it.
And all of a sudden, they run through it.
Yeah.
Man, tell me you wouldn't love to be a matador.
Yeah,
tell me you would not love to.
I'm good. I think I'll just avoid
seriously, I think that would be. These guys are so controlled.
Well, I do plan on going running with the bulls in Spain at some point. So,
Rick, are you really going to do that?
Yeah. That's 100% something that I want to do.
Immediately worried for your safety.
What are we doing?
Run with the bulls.
Listen to the voice of reason.
Things ever. Rick, seriously, I'll pay you to run with the bulls.
Deal. Okay. Of course. If you can pay for the full Spain vacation for me.
No, here's a Ben Franklin.
Yeah. $100.
That'll get you to the airport today.
I'll have the camera. I'll just have the camera.
Ben Franklin. Run with the bulls, baby.
It's not even $100. Just a picture of Ben Franklin.
I wanted to do that when I was younger. I did.
Run with the bulls.
Run with the bulls, man. Are you kidding me?
All right, so your post radio career will be weatherman and matador.
And UPS delivery guy.
UPS delivery.
As long as I'm trained by a matador to actually know what I'm doing.
All right. When we come back, should the Sun Devils be cautious with Jordan Tyson or allow him to play tomorrow? We're going to ask former ASU safety Jordan Simone. He will join us next. I hope he knows his dad's about to become a matador. We'll have to ask him about that, too. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU Sun Devils football in a Big 12 matchup at Colorado Saturday.
I mean, it's really what November football is all about. I mean, we're playing meaningful football games with 2 weeks left to go in the season in a hostile environment, under the lights, with it being a little bit chilly. Like, what else would you want? Like, if you want to play college football, like, what's better than that? There's not much better than that.
Our pregame coverage starts at 3 p.m. Kickoff 6 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU at Colorado on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Speaking of matadors, man, I was a football player. Yeah, and I suffered a lot of damage, of course, to the back. And the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past. And I give them my highest recommendation for you. If you're out there battling spine or back issues, you need to go see DISC. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get their life back. DISC is the preferred orthopedic surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world, man, they come right here for DISC. That's right, right here to the Basin because of DISC. Enjoy life again, man. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. You know, people say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hi, I'm Dylan, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a customer service specialist, I love helping couples find their dream engagement ring. And guess what? I just got engaged, so it was fun to create one myself. First, my fiance tried on a bunch of ring styles and she was drawn to a classic diamond pave setting. Then we looked at different diamond shapes from pear to oval to cushion. She fell in love with a princess cut. At Shane Company, you can create a one-of-a-kind ring and get it in days, not weeks. Because a friend wants you to have a magical holiday proposal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Y-Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Y-Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Y-Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefi.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
Smarter clean in half the time. Brought to you by Swiffer Power Mop. Tired of the mop and bucket struggle? The Swiffer Power Mop gives you a mop and bucket clean without all the extra work. It's an all-in-one cleaning tool that mops smarter, not harder. With built-in solution that breaks down dirt and grime. And a pad with over 300 scrubbing strips to absorb and lock sticky messes. It even gets into places a regular mop can't. And leaves your home smelling fresh for hours. Try the Swiffer Power Mop today. Love it or your money back. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, right tackle Jonah Williams is headed to injured reserve, and pass rusher Baron Browning is out for Sunday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Phoenix Suns continue NBA Cup play tonight at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Number 25 ASU football takes on Colorado tomorrow, and Sun Devil head coach Kenny Dillingham told Bickley and Murata that star receiver Jordan Tyson will likely be a game-time decision. Kickoff for tomorrow's game is at 6 with pregame coverage beginning at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get in on the action at Casino Arizona this November with Tailgate Touchdown for weekly drawings and a chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Silverado.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Join us Monday as we recap the Cardinals' latest game against the Jaguars. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. God, it's Friday. Did you know next week, Wolf, is when a Wednesday's a Friday?
Man, it's one of my favorite weeks of the year, Basinonians. I'm sure there are so many other people that are out there that feel exactly the same way. Are you kidding me? It is Thanksgiving week next week. I love
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Previewing this week's ASU football matchup and talking about this season of Arizona State University football. This is Sun Devil Sessions with former ASU safety Jordan Simone on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Well, you were talking about Thanksgiving, and we have Ron Wolfley Jr. on the line.
That's right. I give my heartfelt response to Thanksgiving, of course, and then get cut off by my son, Jordan Simone.
Jordan Simone is joining us. What's going on, Jordan? How you doing?
Hey, boys. I'm good. How are you? Man, what an opportunity. Let me just start by saying Kenny Dillingham's not going anywhere, okay?
Oh!
If I have anything to say about this, Kenny and Sam are not going anywhere, boys. You can win a championship at Arizona State. You can win the Heisman at Arizona State. We'll get you the money that you deserve at Arizona State. You're not leaving. You're not going anywhere, brother.
Man, I like that, Jordan.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, Jordan, because I'm basically like 100% Kenny's not leaving, but I'm like 50-50 on Sam, so you sound a lot more confident than I do right now.
He's not going anywhere. He's got a great relationship with Kenny. He's got a great relationship with Arroyo. I mean, I understand that there's always going to be talk about one of the best quarterbacks in the country, one of the best young quarterbacks in the country. But he just had surgery. He's sitting on his couch, and here come rumors from some idiot at On3 Sports that's saying, I've got rumors from Levitt's camp that and then, you hear from Levitt's brother, like, no, don't report that. And, sure enough, they still report it. So it's almost like a race to be first to a story, even if there's no truth in it. So it's just ridiculous. And, Levitt is a Sun Devil right now. He's still on the team. The team still has a chance to be in the Big 12 championship, right? So, what the hell are we focused on rumors for rather than focus on beating Colorado and having a 9-win season, a chance for a 9-win season against U of A?
Jordan, again, as your radio father, okay?
Of course.
Are you telling me right now, Jordan, that you believe there's no way Sam Levitt's going anywhere? Is that what you're telling me?
Papa, I'm telling you, this is your son. This is your seed. I'm your seed. We are of the same blood. He's not leaving. I refuse to believe that he is leaving. I refuse to believe that there's rumors. Now, look, there's agents, and for people that don't know this, there is legitimate tampering going on in college football. It's, I remember getting a job offer to tamper. I'm not going to say who the university was, but you can all probably guess where my ties are. But there's legitimate tampering going on where there is a job for one person at, say, Florida, and all he does is try to get transfers to come look at Florida. Hey, tell your quarterback we could give him $4 million if he comes here. Just get his family here. Get him on a trip. Get him over to our campus. And then they go like, it was $4 million, but maybe it's more like $1 million, and we'll figure it out with some other deals. We got a link in this company, so. It's just the wild, wild west right now, and the tampering is insane. So, of course, there's going to be agents and people calling Levitt. He's one of the hottest names in the country and a potential first-round draft pick next year. So I'm not surprised by it. I just would think that Kenny and their relationship would trump anything.
Well, I mean, it was interesting where it's like, yeah, he might be looking. By the way, Texas Tech would be specifically interested. Like, wait, how did we know that before January 2nd? Jordan, I think you're spot on with something you just said in there, though. All of this, like, everybody wants Levitt back. It'd be great. And part of the reason you want him back is because you want to be in a position where next year with 2 games left in the season, you're playing meaningful games, which is actually where they are right now. So let's focus on what's going on right now. This game against Colorado coming up, do you see this in any way, shape, or form as a potential trap game, or what do you expect from Colorado?
Of course. I mean, Colorado's record is not really indicative of the team that they have. They've played tough games against some of the better teams in the conference. They've played they've obviously been blown out by U of A, but they've played tough games against BYU. BYU beat them by 2. So, it just kind of depends. And, anytime I feel good about a game for ASU, it's kind of like an alarm in my head going like, oh God, why do I feel good about this game? And so I hope that ASU is not thinking they're going to roll in and just beat the brakes off Colorado, because they still got athletes on that football team, right? They can still play, and again, that record is not really it doesn't really tell you how good this team is. And I used to love playing in Colorado. I mean, every time I played at Colorado, we beat the brakes off of them, have a great time in Boulder, then fly home. It's a quick flight. You're home before 10 o'clock at night. You can rest. So I don't know, I hope that the team's vibes are high and ready to compete. And, clearly Jeff Sims can play football. I've been so wrong about Jeff Sims. The guy's an absolute dog. I mean, he's running for 100 yards a game. He's throwing for 250 a game. It's tough to stop a quarterback like that, especially when he's accurate with the football, which has really been the biggest difference in the last couple games. He's been accurate with his passes. And God dang, the Sun Devils are winning football games. The defense has stood up. They got a chance to get in the Big 12 championship, which is frankly unbelievable at this point with all the injuries they've had.
Yeah, no, it really is, Jordan. Okay, so specifically, where do you think they need to step up if they're going to win these last two games and even have a shot of getting into the Big 12 championship game? I think, honestly, Luke has been on this for a long time, but even finishing 9-3 would be really, really special considering what has happened to this football team over the course of this season right now. So what do you think needs to happen specifically for this team to step up and perform and play well and win the last two games?
Well, I think whenever they've showed, some dominance in the game, it's been led by their defense, right? When they played Texas Tech, their defense looked really strong, right? They stopped the run. They kind of were the anchor of the day. So I would hope that the defense would be able to, show up big time against Colorado. I don't want to see any high scoring type game is usually not in their favor, right? It's when you go to Iowa State and your defense is getting 3 and outs and forcing punts and your offense can get comfortable, run the football, and I got to credit Marcus Arroyo for the way he switched up his game plan with Jeff Sims, which he had to do, right? But, you're seeing a lot of quarterback power now. You're seeing, a lot of runs with Sims, which is exciting. And then, couple that with, as I mentioned, him just being an accurate passer, it's really opened up their offense. So do you get Tyson back this week? Maybe that would be exciting. It's one of the best receivers in the country. So I'm sure that would be helpful. But yeah, God dang, this team has it's been a roller coaster of emotion. And here we are sitting going like, this could be a 10-win season. Are you freaking kidding me? They went out and go to a bowl game and, who knows, Big 12 championship. You just never know. So chipping a chair, baby, never out of the fight. Devils are right where they need to be.
Jordan Simone, great stuff as always, man. Thank you,
brother.
I love you guys. Happy Thanksgiving. I'll talk to you next week. Go Devils!
Right on!
All right, thanks, Jordan. I always just picture him like being out in public when he calls in, and everybody's looking at him like, "What is this guy doing on his phone?"
Jordan just doesn't care. He goes full on.
That's the best part about Jordan. Yes. He's all in. All right, when we come back to the NFL and some injury updates. We got another significant name that we know is going to miss Sunday's game, and another significant name that we now know is out for the year for the Cardinals. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bounce pass too wide for Johnson to grab, but Krejci is there. 3 seconds to shoot. Around the back pass is loose. Stolen by Dylan Brooks. He's into the forecourt. He'll throw it down.
Suns versus the T-Wolves. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. So when I talk about this, Presidential Pools, they first started out as a little company, of course, building little pools all the way back in 1991. They have reshaped the pool industry here in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state, man. They've been improving their brand for decades now and really have set themselves apart with their process, their products, and their people, Basinonians. And can I just say this right now? You can beat the spring rush. If you are to build a pool, this is a great time of year to actually build that pool because you can beat the spring rush. There are way shorter build times right now. Ideal construction weather that is out there, man. You could be ready to go. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. You'll see James Frabasoli is a good friend of mine. He is the president of Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, "Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody." Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back. And we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday, driven by Sanderson Ford.
It's Darius Robinson at the Arizona Cardinals, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wolf and Luke, Red Friday.
All right, thanks to Jordan Simone for joining us last segment. Monty Austinford's going to join us here in about half hour. K-Ray will join us in the 12 o'clock hour. Some injury updates for the Arizona Cardinals, Wolf. I mean, I can read you the injury report, the official one, but that'll take us through like next March if I go through all the names. So I'll just say two specific updates from this morning. Baron Browning is not going to play this Sunday, and Jonah Williams is not going to play again this season.
Okay.
So those are your most abrupt injury updates.
Wow. Jonah Williams is not going to play for the rest of the season.
Yeah, here's JG earlier today talking about this is injury updates for Jonah, Barron, Amari DiMercato, and Marv. We already know Amari and Marv aren't going to play this week either.
Jonah is going to go to IR. And then what we talked about, Marv, Amari, and Barron will not make it. They'll be ruled out. And then the rest of the crew, we'll see. I want to take the day today and see how they do today. So take all the time that we're allowed and then make a decision.
So he kind of went into a little more detail on the Jonah Williams injury.
He's a starter, good player. Just he wasn't going to be able to play the rest of the year. He needs to have surgery.
You said he needs to. Man, okay. Wow, you know what? First of all, it's not like Jonah Williams was having a great year based on earnings. He was not.
No, but now you're getting injuries to your offensive line.
But there's no doubt about it. He was playing for a reason. I am very interested. I'm going to tell you this, Basinonians. Josh Fryer, I am really interested to see what this kid might do.
That's the guy Paris Johnson Jr. was talking up back in June. And I look, I understand there's an Ohio State connection there, but I think it seemed like it was more than that when he said it. I'm assuming you're going to see what he can do, and you're probably going to see what Hayden Conner can do here when he's fully healthy too.
Just watching Josh Fryer over the last couple of seasons during practice and training camp, when I was given the opportunity to do that and watch it, watching him compete and the way he practices is very, very physical. And this is what I'm told, his mentality, truly, I'm kind of looking forward to Josh Fryer at right tackle and seeing what kind of physicality he's going to bring to that position, especially lined up to Will Hernandez, if Will Hernandez is good to go.
Yeah. The official updates through yesterday, as you heard JG mention, they don't have to put out the official injury report yet. They're going to have to do it today for Friday, but not until probably 1, maybe 2 o'clock. It's not until the afternoon. So the official one, the latest one through yesterday, you had Kelvin Beachum, Baron Browning, who we now know is out, Amari DiMercato, who we now know is out, Marv is out, and Rabbit and Jonah Williams all didn't practice. So we know 4 of those guys are out. Rabbit and Kelvin Beachum still up in the air, and they need Kelvin Beachum, especially if they don't have Jonah Williams. You had Will Hernandez and Will Johnson both limited. That was an upgrade from Wednesday, and then Trey Benson, Hayden Conner, Bam Knight, Darius Robinson, Garrett Williams have all been limited all week so far.
Man, it's just, what's really amazing about it too, Basinonians, it becomes very difficult to even practice, and we've already seen this. We've already seen this with the walkthroughs that have happened. And Zoe made a great point in regard to talking about, hey, some of these guys that are getting the opportunity to go play, they need these practice
Yeah, their
reps.
timing's probably not up to NFL speed yet, which is why you see 17 penalties in a game.
It's not even sometimes timing. Sometimes, Luke, it's just about putting the mouth guard in and blasting somebody. Just kind of popping them. Get a little pop behind the pads and the helmet. Jack somebody. Kind of feels good to get out there and break the ice. Oh, I know I hit you a little hard there in practice. Yet at the same time, it felt good to me. A lot of these guys that don't really get the opportunity to battle on the line of scrimmage, whether it's offensively or defensively, they need that little pop in practice. And now you're not getting that. All of a sudden you're walking through and you haven't had a ton of reps in practice where you get that thud drill, that pop. Now all of a sudden you go out and play a game in between the white lines.
Well, how many guys do they have on IR now? Is that number 16?
Man,
I think Jonah Williams is number 16.
I think it's number 16, man.
That is wild. It's not the only reason that they're 3-7. Totally get that, but it's certainly not helping. Here's more from JG about Trey Benson. I think a name a lot of us want to see, obviously as soon as possible, not just for what it could mean in game, but also you'd like to know what you have at that position moving forward.
How has Trey Benson looked in practice to you this week?
Okay. Yep. One day at a time. Get him out there today.
Does he have a chance to go this week?
We'll see how he does today. Come on, Teo. Come on, man. Worth a shot.
He was worth a shot, JG. It was. I mean, it's a legitimate question. What do you think? We're going to see him out there? We'll see how it goes today. And something tells me that's going to be the answer for the rest of the week. And why? Why would you ever say, well, yeah, as a matter of fact, Trey Benson is going to be ready to go. And now all of a sudden you've got the Jacksonville Jaguars going, hey, man, there's a dude. He's about 230 pounds, too, by the way, about 225, actually, about there. But he's really, really fast, and he's really good. And I think this guy's going to be their starter. You better bone up, of course. Then all of a sudden, you know what happens? The front seven, especially the linebackers, they take tape of Trey Benson. That's all they do is just type it into their computer, Trey Benson. And all of a sudden, all the tape that the Jacksonville Jaguars have on Trey Benson, it comes up. And I start studying it. Why would you ever do that? You wouldn't. you'd want it to be a big question mark. As a matter of fact, I don't think he's going to be able to play. We'll see. We'll see, but I don't think he's going to be,
You know who's on the injury report for Jacksonville? I mean, their list is very long, too. They don't have as many guys on IR. They have a lot of guys that are limited in practice this week. One of them is Travis Etienne, so worth keeping an eye on. He's dealing with a shoulder issue, but
he's a difference maker.
Dennis Gardeck with the chest injury. I mean, it's going to be weird to see Dennis Gardeck playing against the Cardinals. I kind of want to see him out there, don't you?
I wonder if he still's got the hair. I wonder if he,
I
once
think
the hair,
he cut it when he
the
went
hair?
to Jackson. I don't think
know.
that's
maybe Jacksonville. Maybe he was like, "Hey, listen, this isn't Arizona. Cut your hair."
I don't think Jacksonville's a place where they're like, "Hey, comb your hair, son." They're probably like, "Why isn't it longer?"
Tie it back in a ponytail.
All right.
We used to rip guys' hair out. Okay, when I was playing, you'd be at the bottom of a pile. Some guy had you just rip that thing. How'd that
uncomfortable.
feel?
You're getting every time you say something, or I'm just like, man, that would really suck. I look over at Jamal, and he just looks horrified. Like he was just staring over here.
Man, guys used to jig each other in the eye under the pile. Nasty place.
Good times. Maybe this is why you always say quarterbacks aren't quite football players, because they typically weren't in the pile getting their hair ripped out.
What kind of Shawshank Redemption kind of stuff is going on?
Honestly, back then it was different. Nobody had long hair back then, and if somebody did, what do you do? Yank it. How'd that feel?
Probably not great. All right, when we come back, let's get to college. ASU and Colorado squaring off tomorrow night in Boulder.
I never did that, by the way, Basinonians, okay? The only time I cheap-shotted somebody is after they cheap-shotted me, okay? For the record.
I mean, there's so many things I want to say, but I know we have to go to break. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's true.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Carolina Panthers, they're only a half game back the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They would be a seventh new team if they were to get in.
The Cardinals should be them. No, right? I mean, the Cardinals should be
you're
that
right.
team.
They should be them. They should be that team.
Should be.
Yes.
They should be right there, right on the a little bit over 500, battling for a playoff spot. That's what they should be.
That Titans game, it's going to haunt this season like a ghost.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. It is. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust. That's right, Dr. Joe, the owner-operator of Aria Dental Implant Center. I can tell you he goes all over the world and trains people how to do this. Unlike gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees at Aria, you'll always know what to expect, Basinonians. It's one of the reasons why you got to go see my brothers over at ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's yrefy.com/careers.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, right tackle Jonah Williams is headed to injured reserve, and pass rusher Baron Browning is out for Sunday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Phoenix Suns continue NBA Cup play tonight at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Number 25 ASU football takes on Colorado tomorrow, and Sun Devil head coach Kenny Dillingham told Bickley and Murata that star receiver Jordan Tyson will likely be a game-time decision. Kickoff for tomorrow's game is at 6 with pregame coverage beginning at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. With the rain, you may need to get your roof repaired or replaced. America Roofing will save you 12% and will provide you a free estimate. Winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year, online at americaroofingco.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. How did the Suns fare over the weekend? And how will they fare as KD returns to the Valley? We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. If you missed hour number 1, you missed Jordan Simone. You can go back and listen to the podcast. You can see it on YouTube. You also missed. Did we establish, Rick? Are you going to run with the Bulls? Is that going to happen?
It's going to happen at some point in my life.
I love that. I'm going to give him $100 too. If that
that's going to help.
There you go. Hey, right. Get a little dinner.
Get a little dinner after. I just picture Rick as everybody's running, and he's just carrying his loaf of bread with his tinfoil hat, running like the wrong direction. Like, make sure you train for this, Rick.
Yeah.
Don't be running towards the bull.
Of course I'm going to train for it.
Okay.
Nobody I don't think anyone's died in the running with the Bulls since like 2009, so I'm good.
Sounds like somebody's due. That's the scary part.
Yeah, somebody's due.
Jamal. I feel like Jamal.
The wisdom there.
The fact that those two are locked in the command and control for 4 hours every day is great.
Also, as soon as he starts running, he's going to regret it immediately.
Yeah, that feels like the sort of thing like you.
No, it'll be an incredible rush of, adrenaline.
Yeah. Especially when you get a horn to the kidney.
Yes.
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to avoid the Bulls.
Like, I also feel like the Bull will come for you first for some reason. Like, he'll pick you out of the crowd, and he'll be like, I want that one.
I hope he does. Oh, my God.
I mean, Rick, kind of a easy target, would you say? Rick?
No, I'll be fine.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if you're going to be fine.
I'm sure you're not running the 40 you did in high school at some point in time.
I'm not worried about speed.
But again, I'm gonna get in great shape.
So you're gonna get okay. Well, if you're gonna get in shape, that changes everything.
Isn't it like down a hill with a bunch of like slippery rocks and stuff?
There's a lot worse than the slippery rocks.
Just like through
that
a
are
street.
out there.
Okay. All right. Well. Please film the whole thing, okay? That'll be great content for the website.
Yeah. I'll be there to film it.
Jamal will be in a helicopter.
Jamal, I'll give you $100 too.
Oh, are you kidding me? They give me more incentive.
Well, I'll go do play-by-play if you give me $50.
Franklin.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Where are you getting all these Ben Franklins?
Gonna peel it off, Jason audience.
Peeling off hundreds. Although to be fair, he keeps saying Ben Franklin, so they might just be photos of Ben Franklin. He hasn't said hundreds.
No.
ASU has Colorado tomorrow, and this would fit the bill for a trap game. John Wilner was on with Burns and Gambo earlier this week, and that's actually exactly what he said.
I think it's got a little bit of trapness to it, for sure.
Okay.
And part of that's because Colorado's got 2 weeks to prepare. Now, they have been terrible recently. Their quarterback plays bad. Their offensive line's never been good under Dion. But, at this time of year, 2 weeks to prepare is a big deal, and it's the final home game for Colorado for their seniors. Who knows if it's the final home game for Dion? I think that there's a possibility that it is, just because with his health problems, I'm just skeptical that he's going to want to continue doing this. And now his athletic director is stepping down, so Colorado should be fired up with those circumstances.
Yeah, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, if you just say, is this going to be a trap game, considering ASU is playing without the guy who was supposed to be their starting quarterback, their starting running back, their starting receiver, their starting center to begin the year, not to mention Xavier Alford and some of these other guys, I just don't think ASU is going to take anybody lightly at this point. I really don't. But it does fit the bill because the Territorial Cup's coming up a week from today, and that's potentially 2 8-3 teams meeting. But when you hear what John Wilner's saying of like, look what's on the line for Colorado, this could be Coach Prime's last home game. They have had an extra week to prepare. Julian Lewis has become their quarterback. He's really highly recruited. He's a true freshman, so who knows what you're going to get out of him. ASU's defense may embarrass him, or he might make 2 or 3 crazy plays that you weren't ready for. And we saw that with ASU last week against West Virginia. Their defense played great for all but 3 plays, but those 3 plays almost cost them the game.
Yes. I think it could be a little trappy. It could be a little trap game for ASU, and the reason why I say that is because you have 18 and 19-year-old kids that are still out there. I think Kenny's going to make sure that they don't think of it that way. I think he's going to set the table for his team, get everyone aligned, if you will, get everyone ready to go. I think when you stop.
Hey, they keep winning, I'll start marching to that song. If the Suns keep winning games like that.
If you tell me that Colorado is going to come out desperate and the Sun Devils are looking at this as, hey, listen, let's go out and handle business. We'll take care of business because we got the Territorial Cup coming up after. That is my biggest concern. When you say trap game, to me, you're talking about 18 and 19-year-old kids who look at Colorado and think, we got Colorado. We're going to handle Colorado, okay? Yeah, it's going to be cold. Bring a parka, okay? You better be ready to go out and play in the cold weather. Make sure you're stretching your groin and your ham before you walk out the locker room and get nice and loose. Yeah, I think it is a little trappy because of the fact you play U of A the next week.
Yeah, I mean, I go back to that cut that talking to Kenny Dillingham, I think it was last week, so 8-9 days ago on Sparky's Den, where we were talking about how they respond great when they lose. ASU, like ASU loses a game, you're not beating them the next week, but they haven't responded great after wins. ASU, and that was coming off the Iowa State game. Now they obviously did beat West Virginia, but I remember him saying at that point, we're treating every game like we're backed into a corner, because we essentially are, and he's not lying. I mean, I do think there's a lot of value to going 9-3 in the regular season and, potentially winning that bowl game or whatever and going to 10-3. It's also, it's not like 11 dominoes have to fall for them to make the Big 12 championship. They have to win out. They really only need like 2 other things to happen, but they have to win out. So I would be surprised if the focus waned, but you're right. We are talking about college students, and your biggest rivalry game is coming up, and your rival has a good record this year, so
yes.
there's a little extra edge
They
there.
have been flying under the radar a little bit,
They have.
I would say.
And they're now, I have to say, they're now starting to beat decent teams. Earlier this season, they were just beating the teams they should beat, and it was tough to figure out what U of A was. But now they've beaten a couple of decent teams. Here's Kenny Dillingham from Sparky's Den Wednesday talking about what to expect from Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, like I told the guys, they had a bye week before us. And they have a new starting quarterback, so you're going to see different things. And then defensively, they've kind of gone through different phases of more thirds, more man, a little bit of cover 2 quarters in some games, but not a primary. So what are we going to see different for them coming out of the bye? So we can't just take copy-paste the film, because anytime somebody comes out of a bye, something is different, something is new. So you got to be very, very sound, and you got to be able to defend the things you don't know are coming. Whereas when you face other teams where you kind of know their rhythm, you got to figure out their formations, but you're probably going to know the type of thing that's coming and how they're going to attack. Coming out of a bye with this team, with a new quarterback, they could put things in to attack differently with his strengths. So that definitely makes it more challenging.
Yeah, to me right there, Kenny nailed it as well. In regard to the bye, that's right, the bye, I would say 18 and 19-year-old kids and the Territorial Cup the next week.
Yeah.
Those 3 things could really be a question
Look,
mark.
and I think Jordan Simone hit the nail on the head earlier. A lot of this comes down to the defense. I think ASU is putting together, when you consider the injuries, a remarkable season. Like, this is impressive to me, but they're not blowing teams out. I mean, how many teams have they really just run them off the field this year? They haven't done it. So
Jordan nailed that too, man.
Yeah.
I thought that was really salient. Good job, son. And by the way, you would have been called Jordy in the compound.
Jordy Simone.
Yeah, Jordy.
All right, when we come back, how big are these final 7 Cardinals games in terms of guys keeping their jobs past this year? We're going to ask their general manager, Monty Ossenfort. He joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bounce pass too wide for Johnson to grab, but Krejci is there. 3 seconds to shoot. Around the back pass is loose. Stolen by Dylan Brooks. He's into the forecourt. He'll throw it down.
Suns versus the T-Wolves. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Macy's just dropped tons of new Black Friday deals. And with more being added every week, you can save on everything you need for the holidays. Like festive dinnerware for 60% off, women's designer looks for 30 to 50% off, and men's suits, blazers, and more for 50 to 70% off. So come into Macy's, beat the rush, and get your holiday shopping done early. Black Friday starts here at Macy's. Savings off select styles. Exclusions apply.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, some things aren't given, they're earned. Paul Calvisier and Ford has earned its spot at the top as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. From the legendary F-150 to the larger-than-life Super Duty and the versatile Maverick, hurry and get behind the wheel of your Ford truck today, only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of the Arizona Cardinals. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like wanting a psychic that helps you, but getting one that just ruins surprises.
I see. Your friend's throwing you a surprise party.
Well, that's ruined.
I see. The end of your favorite show. Madison stays with Braden.
Can I get a refund?
I don't see that.
You wouldn't settle for just any psychic, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
From savings to convenience, discover all the advantages of using the Albertsons or Safeway For You app. Becoming a For You member is free, easy, and offers awesome perks. Receive personalized digital savings on your favorite items, earn points towards discounts on groceries and gas, easily access the weekly ad from anywhere, and more. Download and sign up today to get $5 off your next $25 purchase as a new member. Take advantage of all the benefits you get by downloading the Albertsons or Safeway For You app today.
Your home for everything Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Cards HQ with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Football Friday. I want to thank everybody in Apache Junction. Thanks to Apache Junction. And also, as we get ready for this Cardinals-Jaguars game, I want to thank Cardinals General Manager Monty Ossenfort for joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Monty, thanks for the time. How's it going?
Doing good, guys. Doing good. Yeah, we've had a good week here. Getting ready. Got a good, big challenge ahead of us with the Jaguars, and yeah, we're ready to go for Sunday.
You know, you guys have been hit hard by injuries this year. I mean, at this point in the season, everybody's kind of beat up to a certain extent. How do you navigate that as you get into late November and into December?
Yeah, Luke. I mean, unfortunately, I think injuries are a part of the season, and we've seen that, and it's hit us. And I think, you know, as we've seen, and year to year, sometimes it happens. It hits you at one position group in particular, and then you have to adjust. And so, with anything, I mean, I think there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of rotation that goes on, and people have to settle into new roles. That also brings opportunities for people that they may not have had. But you know, unfortunately, injuries are a part of it, and it's not something new. And it's something that we've had to adjust through, and you know, we've had some guys step up, and we're going to need that as we continue here through on. But we've talked like that's one of the worst parts of football is injuries, and you know, we're no exception this year.
You know, Monty, I never saw this coming, and I'm sure you didn't see this coming either. But 3-7 right now. What are your thoughts on being 3-7?
Yeah, Wolf. I mean, I don't think that this is where we thought we would be, and unfortunately, it's where we are. And so, you know, there's no other way than to you know, focus, put all of our time and attention into the next game, and that's what we're going to do. And so, you know, that what's in the past is in the past. We've had some games that could have went either way, and they didn't go our way, and then we've had the last couple that you know, that didn't go at all the way we wanted them to. And so, you know, there's going to be ups and downs during the season, and there's no other way to do it than to go straight through it. And I know our guys are up for the challenge, and we're going to do everything we can to go out there and put our effort on the field this week and get a win against Jacksonville.
Talking to Monty Ossenfort, Monty, those first 5 losses, that chunk, they were all one-score games. A lot of them were last-second kicks, and then the last 2 have been more lopsided. Do you differentiate at all between these last 2, and if so, what do you think has been the difference?
Well, I mean, ultimately, Luke, a loss is a loss, and it doesn't matter if it's close, if it's not, if you were ahead, you were behind, whatever it is. I think the big difference in these last couple games that we've talked a lot about is just how much the game changed early on, and so we fall behind early in both games, and the game changes. The strategy of the game changes, and how we're going to attack offensively, and how we're going to play defensively, and all those things. You have a plan going in, and then when the game changes like that and you fall behind 2 scores, like inevitably your plan goes out the window and you have to adjust. And so, that's, I would say, been the biggest difference between, that early part stretch of the schedule and these last 2. And so what we got to do a good job of is control what we can control and not get ourselves into a hole like we've been, like we've had the last 2 games, and give us a chance to go out there and just play normal ball for the full 60 minutes.
Monty, what are you focused on the rest of the way? You got 7 games left, of course. What are you focused on?
Completely focused week to week on getting a win that week, Wolf. That's all it is. It's I think it may sound cliche, but really when we come in here on Mondays and we go through the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it's similar. We have our process, we have our structure, we go about the week the same way, and everything is focused on that next Sunday. And so whether you're coming off a win, you're coming off a loss, the week looks the same, and so that's not going to change. That's never going to change. And so this week has been completely focused on how we're going to go about and attack Jacksonville, and how we're going to go get a win.
Monty, do you, at this point in the season, do you allow yourself to look big picture? Like, are there things you need to see in the next 7 games for everybody to be back next year?
Well, I think that's always a balance, Luke. I mean, I think no matter how the season is going, there's always an immediate what's going on right now, and there's also a big picture look, and that's part of what goes on in the chair that I sit in, and so that doesn't change no matter how the season is going. And so, I think we've had guys that have been thrown into positions and given more opportunities that maybe they weren't expecting to have at the start of the season, and we've been given. They've been given chances to go out there and operate and see how they perform. And so, I think that goes into every season. I don't think that's unique to, just week to week how the year is going. I think there's always a short-term and a long-term outlook on everything that we do throughout the course of the NFL season.
Monty, as you know, this is the biggest mercenary league on the face of the planet. This is the National Football League. People get fired. People get hired, of course. Does job security ever come into play in the decisions that you make?
No, that's never something, I think, again, Luke or Wolf, I think what we're doing right now is we're concentrating on what we can do to win the game this week. And so, hey, listen, I understand that the world we live in, I understand that the outside world is going to speculate and all that, but what we're focused on is what we can control, what we can improve, our mistakes that we've made the last couple of weeks, how we can clean those up, and what we can do to put us in a good position to go out there and get a win this Sunday.
Talking to Monty Ossenfort. Monty, when you see the performance by Michael Wilson against San Francisco, I know you're probably not expecting 15 catches for 185 yards every week, but does that show you guys something maybe more than he hadn't shown yet in his career, that maybe he can do something additional now going forward, even when Marv is back?
Well, I mean, I'd say, Luke, I'd say certainly the production stands out there with Mike. I mean, he had a great, really productive game this past week. But, I would say since Mike got here, Mike's been as consistent of a player as we've had. And whenever Mike's number's been called, he's been out there, he's performed, he's answered the bell. And so, yeah, he got some more opportunities this week or this past week, and the ball found him a few more times. But, Mike's been a consistent player. He's an NFL caliber wide receiver who gets open, he catches the ball, he's tough, he's physical, he runs after the catch, and he does a good job in the run game as well as a blocker. And so, it was great to see him have that production and for that that notoriety to come with it. But we've been happy since the day that Mike got here with what he brings to the table and what he performs for us on and off the field.
So, Money, do you see yourself playing younger guys right now to see what you've got with some of these young guys? Do you anticipate playing young guys the rest of the way?
Wolf, I'd say we're playing young guys already,
Right.
and I think we've shown that over our first couple years.
I meant even younger guys.
Well, I'd say we're going to play the guys that put us in a position to win, and that's really the case. And so, when guys have opportunities and they take advantage of those opportunities, well, then what happens is they get more opportunities. And so, whether that's young guys, old guys that have been around a couple of years, the guys that give us the best chance are going to be out there. And, we've been fortunate that we've had some young players be out there and give us the good snaps. Cody Simon stepped in the last couple of weeks and played really good ball, stepping in with a green dot. Denzel Burke, he's played good ball for us. Keaton Crawford's got some more opportunities. We're going to get Will Johnson back on the field here at some point. So, there's been a lot of young players out there, and I know that we have others that if their number's called, they'll be ready for that opportunity.
We're talking to Monty Ossenfort. Monty, when you look at the running game this year, why do you think it hasn't been as successful as it has been really your first 2 years here? And I guess the second part of that is, what do you expect to see from Trey Benson when he comes back?
Yeah, I think a lot goes into that. The running game is really all 11 guys, and so, to say that it's been one thing, I think there's been a few things. I think there's been some, we obviously had the injuries. We've at times we've been down 1, 2, 3 backs that we started the season with, and so that certainly plays into it. I think there's been some, there's been times where we've had the play blocked up and one guy misses an assignment or one guy gets beat in a one-on-one matchup, and that happens. And so, I think a lot goes into the run game. I think it's hard to pin on just to say, hey, there's been one thing that we're that exactly to blame for the deficiency in the run game. But I think when Trey gets back out there, when he gets to a chance, he'll have another chance to get out there and provide a spark to us. And we're going to have to run the ball. We're going to play some good defenses. We're going to have to be more balanced than we were last week. We threw the ball out of necessity because of where the game went and being behind like that. But we're going to have to run the ball better, and that's going to take all 11 guys performing at a high level to get the ground game going.
Monty, your thoughts on the offensive line and how the offensive line has contributed to 3-7 this year?
Yeah, I think with everything, Wolf, I think there's been some good and there's been some bad. I think you look back at last week and very rare, it's hard to throw the ball 57 times and not give up a sack. And so, that was a positive. And so, and there's been other times where, hey, there's been some things that we have to do better. And our O-line would be the first to admit that. And so, I think it's similar to the rest of our team. There's been some inconsistent performances. There's been some good, there's been some bad. And when you have those ups and downs, it's hard to get into some continuity there, whether it be the run game or the pass game. So, certainly there's things that we have to do better, and those are things that we're going to focus on here, especially as we go into Jacksonville this week.
Well, Monty, we appreciate this as always. We'll talk to you again soon, okay?
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend. We'll see you on Sunday.
All right. You too. Take care. That's Monty Ossenfort joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of the Cardinals-Jaguars matchup from State Farm Stadium on Sunday. We'll come back and react to what the Cardinals general manager just told us. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium.
Trevor Lawrence plays at a high level, and they're able to utilize a lot of different receivers. So just a really good coached, really good talented roster that plays hard.
We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-360-7900. I thought I had things in good shape. I've been telling you about this until Trajan Wealth. They gave my plan a second look, Basinonians. And it turns out that I was missing some real opportunities, man. Now I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind They're fiduciaries over at Trajan Wealth, which means they're going to put your needs first. It's one thing to save for retirement. It's really another to feel ready for it. Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything to me and gave me options as well. Never once tried to sell me something I didn't need. Pick up the phone, give them a call at 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, it's go time. Paul Calvisi here for your Arizona Ford dealers. Whether you're headed to a game or an epic desert weekend, Ford has the power, capability, and style to get you there your way. From the league-leading F-150 and playmaking Bronco family to the do-it-all Explorer and Expedition, Ford gives us the options to win on every drive. The road is yours, Bird Gang. Go out and own it in a Ford. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of your Arizona Cardinals.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
On February 21st, the Arizona Cardinals Foundation will host the first ever Cardinals Climb. State Farm Stadium will transform into a mountain-like experience with trail-inspired routes for all ages and abilities, raising funds for 4 organizations benefiting Arizona's special needs community: Barrow Neurological Foundation, SARC, Special Olympics Arizona, and Treasure House. Registration is open now at cardinalsclimb.com. Help us make a difference, because together we climb higher.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, right tackle Jonah Williams is headed to injured reserve, and pass rusher Baron Browning is out for Sunday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Phoenix Suns continue NBA Cup play tonight at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Number 25 ASU football takes on Colorado tomorrow, and Sun Devil head coach Kenny Dillingham told Bickley and Murata that star receiver Jordan Tyson will likely be a game-time decision. Kickoff for tomorrow's game is at 6 with pregame coverage beginning at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Shop local at Earnhardt Buick GMC, a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. In Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
Come on. Hey,
Driven by Sanderson Ford.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wolf and Luke, Red Friday.
All right, thanks to Monty Austin for joining us last segment, and let's react to what he said, Wolf, because you don't really hear from the GM of an NFL team much during a season, except we are fortunate enough to have him on this show every other week. So let's start right at the top. The fact that they are 3-7 in a year where I'm sure they did not expect to be 3-7.
Yeah, Wolf. I mean, don't think that this is where we thought we would be, and unfortunately, it's where we are. And so, there's no other way than to focus, put all of our time and attention into the next game, and that's what we're going to do. And so, that what's in the past is in the past. We've had some games that could have went either way, and they didn't go our way, and then we've had the last couple that that didn't go at all the way we wanted them to. And so, there's going to be ups and downs during the season, and there's no other way to do it than to go straight through it. And I know our guys are up for the challenge, and we're going to do everything we can to go out there and put our effort on the field this week and get a win against Jacksonville.
What's your response to that, Luke?
Look, I know everybody that's listening, if you're a Cardinals fan, if you're not a Cardinals fan, you had a different opinion than probably the person next to you about what this team was going to do this season. You either thought, yeah, they're a playoff team, or they're going to be really close, but I got to see what they do in the second half, which was kind of where I was. I thought they'd be close, but I have to see what they do in the second half because they've struggled in the second half. Even if you were the most pessimistic, it's the Cardinals, they'll never do it, I find it hard to believe you thought they'd be 3-7 right now. Monty Austinfort and that coaching staff and those players definitely did not think they were going to be in this spot. And sometimes this stuff happens. I mean, every team obviously isn't happy across the league with where they are, but man, this has been a rough 3 months for the Cardinals.
Yeah, it really has been tough. I asked a question a little bit later on that, too, in regard to what's your focus the rest of the season?
I got it here.
Okay.
You want it?
Completely focused week to week on getting a win that week, Wolf. That's all it is. It's I think it may sound cliche, but really when we come in here on Mondays and we go through the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it's similar. We have our process, we have our structure, we go about the week the same way, and everything is focused on that next Sunday. And so whether you're coming off a win, you're coming off a loss, the week looks the same. And so that's not going to change. That's never going to change. And so this week has been completely focused on how we're going to go about and attack Jacksonville and how we're going to go get a win.
I absolutely love that answer by Monty Austinfort right there, Base Earnings. And the reason being is because he's absolutely spot on correct. You're sitting there at 3-7. Hey, listen, I've been on many teams that were 3-7. I have a PhD in losing, as I like to say from time to time, and it's real. I know exactly what you have to do to get out of that, and what you have to do is focus on the process. You have to focus on the process on a daily basis. Otherwise, you're waving the white flag. You are, immediately. If you go big picture, hey, listen, we're 3-7 right now, and it starts to become every man for himself. Trust me on this. I've seen many, many locker rooms. I've seen many organizations. I've seen front offices, as a matter of fact, wave the white flag, hoist the colors, and they're white. If you don't focus on today, the process, if you don't do it on a daily basis and do the best that you possibly can, guess what you've done? You've waved the white flag.
Yeah, whether you want to or not. I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm sure if there was anything Monty Austinfort could do on a Tuesday afternoon to guarantee a win on a Sunday, I think he would probably be doing it, especially from the GM position. But even for the coaches or even the players, honestly, you can't just say, okay, let's do this and win. You have to stick to that routine, and you just have to put your head down and work at it. And, if you're in it, maybe it's easier to do that. Maybe it's tougher. Just from the outside, the biggest thing that stands out to me, Wolf, is watching them go out and just looking at how this season has played out, watching them go out there and win the first two games, but we didn't feel good. Nobody felt good about those first two because they couldn't close out a game. And then to have 5 straight weeks where, here, this is the football universe driving the point home. You couldn't close out a game. You're going to lose 5 straight one-score games. All right, that's brutal. And you've got a quarterback switch in there. You come out, you win coming out of the bye week, and then you start getting blown out in games. Like they weren't. It's on paper trending the wrong way.
Yes,
and that's where you sometimes can panic and start to wave the white flag without realizing you're even trying to do it.
Yeah, exactly right. You know what? You've got to think big picture. You have to think about, okay, what am I going to do in the next 2 weeks? What can I possibly do? Instead of looking at it from a day-to-day process. I think it's a little bit different for a general manager, yet at the same time, when you get on the tactical level with a coach and with a player, oh my goodness, it is, if you do anything but say, this is Wednesday, and I've got to focus on what my job is, what my game plan is, and how I'm going to go out and execute it and practice that day. If you're focused on anything other than that, you've quit. Get out.
One more from Monty. And again, you can hear the whole interview in podcast form or on YouTube, but we asked him if job security affects his decisions.
No, that's never something, I think, again, Luke or Wolf, I think what we're doing right now is we're concentrating on what we can do to win the game this week. And so, hey, listen, I understand that the world we live in, I understand that the outside world is going to speculate and all that, but what we're focused on is what we can control, what we can improve, our mistakes that we've made the last couple of weeks, how we can clean those up, and what we can do to put us in a good position to go out there and get a win this Sunday.
Your thoughts on that?
Be nice to win a game. Honestly, I know that sounds like the most basic answer ever, but I mean, you've played in the NFL, you've worked for an NFL team. I can tell you, just in my history of working for various sports teams, just winning a game raises the mood around the arena and the office and all that stuff. Like it raises you take a step back and you're just like, well, big deal. You win this game, you're 4-7. Yeah, but on the day-to-day basis, like it's not as much of a grind for a couple days. And like you said at the start of the show, this is on paper one of their more winnable games remaining this season.
This is a game I think they can win. This is a winnable game. The reason why I say that is because of the fact that I think Jacoby Brissett is going to be able to throw the ball. They don't have a great pass defense. They don't take the ball away typically. No, they do take the ball away, but they don't get a lot of sacks for the most part. They don't get a ton of pressure. Their third down defense isn't great. I think Jacoby Brissett is going to be able to throw the ball against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I wonder how Trevor Lawrence is going to do, because I think you can get to Trevor Lawrence, especially on the road.
Cardinals have Tampa Bay, the Rams, and Houston's defense coming up in the next 3 weeks after this. So if you don't win this one, what do you always say? Run.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, the Suns play 3 games in the next 4 nights, 2 of them this weekend. So what do you expect? It's pretty good competition now that they're facing. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Run.
ASU Sun Devils football in a Big 12 matchup at Colorado Saturday.
I mean, it's going to be cold. It's going to be sold out. It's their senior night, so those guys are going to be playing as hard as they possibly can to win on senior night like every team does.
Our pregame coverage starts at 3 p.m. Kickoff 6 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU at Colorado on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
People always tell you to stop and smell the roses, but I couldn't bend over to smell the roses. Now I can.
Chronic pain and stiff joints place limitations on life. But QC Kinetics gives patients amazing relief to finally live their best lives, like Andrea Southard.
It's amazing the freedom that these injections have given me. I'll be 49 in June, and I am too young to be in that much pain and that debilitated.
Extreme pain from osteoarthritis is no match for QC Kinetics. These are sophisticated, all-natural biologic solutions that directly target pain, restoring and repairing damaged tissue in your knees, back, hip, or shoulders. No surgery, downtime, or steroids.
I got my life back. I got my smile back. And I guess best of all, I got my laugh back.
Ready to shed the pain and get your life back? Call QC Kinetics.
602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. QC Kinetics. 602-837-PAIN.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. All right, let's sing it again.
Dealer inventory may vary. Current offers on these vehicles end December 1st. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 5th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota, let's go places.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
All right, the best part about this, Wolf, is you and I approach Staring at the Suns very differently. You're looking for something in the game, I just pick out one specific player, okay?
Yeah. Doesn't mean I can't pick out
You
one
can,
specific
but I'm just saying in
player.
general. Maybe you're not capable of doing that. Maybe you have specific things I don't know about you. I try not to pick Devin Booker very often, but in this case, it's got to be Devin Booker. Against Minnesota, a team, as we were talking about earlier, the Suns have lost 8 in a row, too, including a sweep at the hands of the Timberwolves that really kind of was the beginning of the end of the Big Three era, in my mind. Not last season, but 2 seasons ago. They went into that playoff series against Minnesota, and they had actually played really well against the T-Wolves all season, promptly got swept out of the playoffs, first round, and then last year was just an absolute disaster. So to me, I'm watching somebody who's been here and gone through all of that, and who better than Devin Booker. And it'll be cool to see what Devin Booker can do with this new version of the Suns against Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves.
Yeah, no, that's cool because of the history these two teams have. And the most recent history being domination by the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah.
How might Devin Booker look with the Phoenix Suns playing against a team that has dominated them as of late? I like that, Luke. That's a good one, staring at the Suns. I'm going to look for the amount of steals the Phoenix Suns have
very
tonight.
specific.
Seriously, this is good. It is so good. The Phoenix Suns average 10.6 steals a game. 10.6. Guess who's number one? The Oklahoma City Thunder at 10.7.
Wow, they're only a tenth of a steal ahead of the Suns?
Yes. Think about that. You watch OKC play, and man, they're all over.
They feel like they steal every possession.
The Suns are number 2 in the association. 10.6 steals. Guess who they're ahead of? The Detroit Pistons at number 3. 10.3 steals per game.
Well,
there are only 3 teams in the association that are double-digit steals per game. The Phoenix Suns are number 2. Basic audience. When I hear Matt Ishbia say, you know what, we're going to be a competitive team, we're going to be a tough team, we're going to play some deep, all those things they were talking about, this is it. This is the number that I look at and go, aha. That's just the tip of the spear. You got to be intense when you're coming up with steals. You've got to be aware of what is seriously of what is going on around you. You've got to get how many deflections do the Phoenix Suns get in a game, let alone steals? They're winning because of this, Basinonians. It takes a lot of awareness and effort and intensity to be a good team in terms of stealing the ball and taking it from your opponent. Oh, yeah, I love this.
I'm kind of shocked neither of you said Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always just kind of watching Dylan Brooks at this point.
He's part of it, though. I think specifically tonight, though, against Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
I mean, last year when the Suns played him, nobody wanted to play physical against him. Nobody wanted to put a body on him. I feel like the Suns have that guy now to go against Anthony Edwards.
True. It's true. The best part about the Suns is if we played this game last year.
Not as good as my steal stat, but
if we played this game last year, there wasn't a whole lot to stare at. Now you can go with like 4 or 5 different answers that are right. Going back to what you were saying, in the middle of all that, those 2 other teams you're talking about that are averaging more than 10 steals a game are a combined 28-3 this year.
There you go.
So it's good company to be in.
Yes. I mean, honestly, I didn't even think of that. Looking at their record, just knew they were good teams.
But you were too busy staring at the Suns.
2 really good teams that the Phoenix Suns are right in between. Man, this fires me up, man. It really does. Don't you love it when a plan comes together? How much better can the Phoenix Suns get as well going forward? Do you think they've hit their ceiling? No,
but there's a real test coming up. I'm not sure how closely everybody has looked at the schedule. I know some people have, but if you look at their games coming up, basically now until Christmas, they don't play on Christmas anymore. That's what happens after a year like last year. You're not playing on Christmas Day. But so I'm going through their game on December 23rd against the Lakers. This is 12 games. Okay, I'm going to just read you the opponents real quick. Timberwolves tonight, Spurs Sunday, Rockets Monday.
Stop. That's enough.
It hasn't even gone.
Those 3.
No, I know. This is
those 3 right there.
Spurs with no Wemby, though, I think. But T-Wolves, Spurs, Rockets. Okay, then you get into next week. At Sacramento. Okay, I mean, you've beaten them. At Oklahoma City. Are they ever going to lose? They're 15-1, and I don't even know how they lost the one. Then you follow that second half of a back-to-back. Thank you, by the way, schedule makers. You're in Oklahoma City on Friday, then you come home to play Denver on Saturday. I'm guessing probably going to lose at least one of those. Then you go to the L.A. Lakers game. You go to Houston. You go to Minnesota. You come home for Golden State. You go to Golden State. You come home for the Lakers. This is a stretch of games here, man.
This is a stretch of games, and I'm glad you brought this up. And yet at the same time, Basinarians, I love this stretch of games that are coming up right now, because when it's about you, when it's about how you go out and compete, as hard as what we've seen from the Phoenix Suns right now, they're going to win some of those games that we don't expect them to win. They're going to win some of the – if they continue to compete the way that we have seen, with the kind of intensity that we have seen, especially on the defensive end of the floor, if they continue to compete, they're going to beat some teams that I think will surprise us.
Boy, that stretch before the season, how many of those games would you have expected them to win? I'm with you. I don't know that I can sit here and say, oh, okay, well, here's one. They're going to go into L.A. and beat the Lakers on Monday, December 1st. I don't know that I can pinpoint, but that stretch, okay, so they'll play the Spurs once, the Nuggets once, the Thunder once, the Kings once, the Rockets twice, the T-Wolves twice, the Lakers twice, and the Warriors twice. And yet I tend to believe
beat the Spurs.
Yes.
Yes, and that's
Sacramento.
Probably not going to have Wemby.
Yeah,
correct?
so that might be one on Sunday. But you've got some back-to-backs mixed in here. I tend to agree with you that there's going to be some games in here we just don't expect them to win that they're going to pull off.
Man, do you think that Dillon Brooks is going to be hyped against Houston? Yeah. Do you think he's going to be hyped?
That game on Monday.
I'm just saying right now. Look, everybody, it's KD.
KD, Dillon Brooks.
Hey, KD. Hi. Just take KD and Dillon Brooks. The juxtaposition.
Something's going to happen in that game.
Dudes, think about it.
You know something's going to happen in that game on Monday night.
I'm just saying, KD and Dillon Brooks. Wow. When it comes to an intensity level and, their skill set, it's really different, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is.
It's a little different.
I cannot, that is going to be, oh my goodness, that is going to be good. I cannot wait to watch the intensity level there because that is going to be off.
Let's call it right now, all four of us real quick before we go to break, okay? Give me your number of technical fouls in Monday night's game. And I'm not saying just for Dillon Brooks. I mean, like Dillon Brooks may get in KD's face. Who knows? But when you can,
I'm not saying just Dillon Brooks.
Especially because it's here, too. So there's that extra edge to that game, and both teams are playing well right now. I'll say 2 techs on Monday.
2 techs.
Yeah.
I agree, 2.
2? Okay, 2 for Rick. Jamal?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, 2 for Jamal, too.
So glad we waited those 2 seconds for that.
How many texts, though, Jamal?
Yeah.
Sorry, so the question was how many texts?
Yeah. Not for Dillon Brooks, just across the board in the game.
Oh, man.
On Monday against the Rockets.
How many do I want? A lot.
Oh, okay.
Now, I think we'll see 3.
3. Okay, 3 for Jamal. Wolf?
Jamal just ripped off my answer.
Oh, 3 for that's
Okay,
fine.
I wanted 3.
Okay.
I was going to go
You
3.
can say 3.
Okay.
There's no, but the
I'm going
point is,
3. You went 2, I'll go
a
3.
lot of games you would just be like, oh, they're playing Charlotte tonight. No techs. But the low number we came up with right there was 2. And it could be like 5 when you consider the fireworks that are potentially going to happen in that game on Monday.
Just so jacked up about the Suns, brothers.
Well, they have 2 games before Monday. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Oh, man, the Valley's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape solutions as well. If you're like me, your outdoor space is really important to you, especially for the holidays. All the holidays coming up, and now, thanks to my friends at Legacy Green Solutions, our backyard is a true oasis. They came out to the compound and completely transformed it. The artificial grass, it looks incredible. It feels great. Our dog absolutely loves it. It's clean, it's cool, and it's built to last. What a difference it makes. And you know what's super cool? With all the rain that we've had lately, guess what, man? There's no mud back there. It's not a mess. That's right. Let the dog out. Let him run around. He's going to come back. The turf is beautiful. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information, or you can text GREEN to 620-620 and save 15%. Text GREEN to 620-620.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Mitch Vareldis for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, where bold flavor meets big energy. Ice-cold 29-degree beer, massive 100-ounce bolones, and street-style tacos and wings that don't hold back. Wall-to-wall TVs, fight nights, football, and the kind of deals that keep the crew coming back. 4 Arizona locations, this is how real fans do game day. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news. There's no reason to wait for one-day deals. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out awesome Black Friday deals all month long during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. So now's your chance to save big on a selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for sedans or SUVs, we got them. 2025 K4s, 2026 Sportages, even the family-moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too. Plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. So discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road. Online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, right tackle Jonah Williams is headed to injured reserve, and pass rusher Baron Browning is out for Sunday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Phoenix Suns continue NBA Cup play tonight at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Number 25 ASU football takes on Colorado tomorrow, and Sun Devil head coach Kenny Dillingham told Bickley Murata that star receiver Jordan Tyson will likely be a game-time decision. Kickoff for tomorrow's game is at 6 with pregame coverage beginning at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, hour number 3 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
You know, honestly, we got to get barbecue today. Are you kidding me? We're not going to get it next week.
I'm not. Oh, yeah, good point. Let's get barbecue.
We got to get barbecue after this, Rick.
Yes.
For sure.
In fact,
Great.
Rick, don't even worry about your on-air duties. Just order that barbecue.
Okay, well, that would be a problem because I need to do this segment.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Rick is here. Rick, what's up?
The Arizona Cardinals host the
Rick,
Jacksonville.
have you ordered the barbecue yet?
No, I've
Okay.
not. The Arizona Cardinals host the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday at State Farm Stadium. Kickoff is at 2:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. What do you guys need to see from the Cardinals on Sunday?
Better start. I mean, I'm assuming we can't just give the answer a win. This team desperately needs a win. They have lost 7 of their last 8 games. So if we're going to go beyond just that, a better start. Because anything individual I give you might not result in a win. You know, Michael Wilson put up insane stats last game. Trey McBride's been putting up insane stats every week, and especially since Jacoby Brissett took over, and he's putting up pretty crazy stats. But none of that's adding up to wins. So if I can't just say a win, how about a good start to this game?
Yeah, you know, for me, I want to see the Arizona Cardinals win this game. I expect them to win this game. I do, Basinonians. One of the big reasons why is because the Jacksonville defense, they struggle in terms of stopping the pass. They do. They struggle in regard to that, and because of it, I think the Arizona Cardinals are going to be able to move the ball, and they don't get a ton of pressure on an opposing quarterback. The offensive line has been an issue. There's no doubt about that, but I think Jacoby Brissett is going to be able to get the ball out quickly. They're going to be able to move the ball, and because of that, we'll see how it goes. Trevor Lawrence has struggled, and anytime you talk about a passing defense that has given up the yardage that the Jaguars have and a quarterback that has been inconsistent, yeah, I think this is a winnable game for the Cardinals.
Oh.
Well, that's weird.
That's a reminder to order that barbecue.
I'm hearing the Wolfing Down Your Lunch intro when I turn on my computer pot, which is interesting.
Oh, let's start over.
So, yeah, over to the Phoenix Suns. Our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, how many games will the Suns win on their upcoming 3-game homestand? Minnesota and Anthony Edwards tonight, Houston, and the Spurs.
Boy, if you'd asked this question before the start of the season. Okay. I think they're going to win 2 of them.
Oh!
I know it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think they're going to win 2 of them.
With 1.
You're going to go with 1?
I would go with 1.
Okay. I'm going to go with 2. There is a back-to-back in there, which isn't great, but I'm going to go with... I don't know why. I'm going to go with 2.
Can I tell you that I think all 3 are going to be competitive games? All 3.
I'm bullish on this Suns team, so I agree with you, Luke. I'm going to go with 2.
All right. I want to hear if more people said 3 or 0. That'll tell us a lot.
2 leads at 51%.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
1 is in second, 34%. 3, 10%.
Ooh.
0, 5%.
Can you imagine if they went 3-0?
That would
so
be
cool.
great.
I expect them to be competitive in all 3 games, Basinonians, which means they'd be 16-2 in terms of competitive, non-competitive.
I think to win 2 of the 3, you probably have to win tonight because it's going to be really tough to win Spurs Rockets back-to-back.
Can you guys imagine if they were 12-6? That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
That would be. We as a city, we need this. There's something to be thankful for going into next week.
Yes,
sports fan.
Very, very thankful for what the Suns have done. Arizona State football faces Colorado tomorrow in Boulder. Kickoff is at 6. And you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Here is longtime college football reporter John Wilner on Birds and Gambo earlier this week talking about how this game could be a trap game for ASU.
I think it's got a little bit of trapness to it, for sure.
Okay.
And part of that's because Colorado's got 2 weeks to prepare. Now, they have been terrible recently Their quarterback plays bad. Their offensive line's never been good under Dion. But, at this time of year, 2 weeks to prepare is a big deal. And it's the final home game for Colorado, for their seniors. Who knows if it's the final home game for Dion? I think that there's a possibility that it is. Just because, with his health problems, I'm just skeptical that he's going to want to continue doing this. And now his athletic director is stepping down. So Colorado should be fired up with those circumstances.
Do you guys think this could be a trap game for the Sun Devils? Territorial Cup next week, everything that could be on the line in that game?
I think it could be. It definitely has the makings of one. I don't really think it will be. And it's not for any reason other than look at a lot of the guys that are playing prominent roles for ASU right now. I don't think Jeff Sims is taking anything for granted when he walks out there on the field. Like, oh, we'll just cruise through Colorado. I've got this locked up. I think there's a possibility you get Jordan Tyson back. That would be a real nice jolt. That would not be something you necessarily get in a trap game. I understand it has the makings of one. It certainly has the framework if you're not careful. But I think ASU, with what they have navigated through this season, to be this close to the finish line, I don't think they're going to let up.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think so. But in terms of it being a little trappy, there's no doubt about it. I think this is a trap game. I do. The bye, the fact that Colorado's coming off that bye, and the amount of time they've had to prepare, of course. That's number one. Number two, your 18 and 19-year-old kids. Hello. And number three, the Territorial Cup looming. Who do we play next week? Well, we'll just go handle our business up in Colorado, and these guys, they're having a miserable season, and then we'll get up for U of A. Oh, yeah, I think it does have some trap to it.
All right, a fun one to end today's Wolf and Dad Your Lunch. Thanksgiving is coming up next week, and today is National Stuffing Day. Where do you guys put stuffing in your Thanksgiving food rankings?
Oh, I would need time to really accurately put this together. I would say I'm probably lower on stuffing than all you guys, but I have it higher than I used to. Stuffing has moved up the ranks, and cranberry sauce has really moved up the ranks.
Really?
Yeah. Wolf is full out, like he's ranking them in his head right now.
I really am. I'm thinking stuffing is out of my top five, basically.
Really?
Yeah, it's definitely out of my top five. I'll give you that.
I think it's in my. Especially the way my mom makes it.
Oh.
There is some sausage in my mom's stuffing, which it's insane. It's like stuffing you've never had before, and so yes, I think for me it's like third.
Rick, if you're gonna talk about food, you really better order that barbecue.
I'm going to.
Okay, yes.
That's the theme here.
That's like immediately after this beautiful part of the program.
Like, in fact, I'm going to go to break for it right now, just for that exact reason. Yeah, stuffing, I'm coming around on it. It took me a little while, but it's not. Yeah.
You're big with the gravy as well, right? The gravy. I mean, you're counting gravy as part of that food group that's ranked ahead of stuffing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have gravy above stuffing.
Oh my goodness! If you don't make good gravy, what are you doing on Thanksgiving?
You got to ask yourself some questions.
You're gonna have
that's
people
for sure.
come over to your house. You don't know how to make gravy.
They're going to say they're thankful, but they're not really because of the gravy.
I mean,
yeah. I don't want that. It's a bad scene.
Pass the gravy.
I still put
we don't have any. I forgot it. What? Okay.
Get out.
Sorry, I think the correct answer to this question is in the garbage. I just wanted to put that.
What? Not a stuffing
That's
guy?
that's where stuffing goes.
Wow.
Well, and then you have to decide between wet stuffing and dry stuffing.
Stuffing in there with the squash.
Oh, absolutely not.
All right, when we come back, your least favorite Thanksgiving food. We'll come back with that, all right? Also, though, which member of the Cardinals needs a win the most this weekend? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium.
Huddle. Trevor Lawrence plays at a high level, and they're able to utilize a lot of different receivers. So just a really good coach, really good talented roster that plays hard.
We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Listen, moving is difficult. Ron Wolfley reporting. Moving Team 6, they understand that it's difficult. You can trust the professionals to come on over and pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad that you use Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence, brothers. They're the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin. You know, these guys, the Lee family, they own Moving Team 6. Tim Lee started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons Garrett and JT. It's a family-run business. These guys, honestly, I'd love to have Thanksgiving dinner with the Lee family. You can proudly trust these guys and support these guys in their business because they are the best, ladies and gentlemen. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is rolling out Black Friday deals all month long? General Manager John Nissen and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot. So stop in and take advantage of 0% APR financing for up to 75 months, plus up to $3,000 Ford bonus cash, plus make no payments until Valentine's Day on our most popular models, including 2025 F-150, Lightning, Super Duty, Mach-E, Escape, Explorer, the list goes on. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you will be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Stop in and see them in person. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. APR is $1333 per month per 1,000 finance for the first 75 months. Interest accrues from date of purchase. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 12/125.
If our weather is better than our backyard, then it's time for California Pools and Landscape. Yep, time for Arizona's most awarded pool company, because it was time at Casa Galvisi. See our before and after photos, and we're not talking just a pool remodel, a stunning backyard makeover. We are so set for the glorious weather, and now it's your turn. Take advantage of the end of the year sale with savings up to $5,000. See our before and after photos and get your free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, where Black Friday and Cyber Monday evolve on a daily basis. Make sure you get their latest incredible smoking hot deals by texting Waltz to 620-620. You will get a link to Bickley's Black Friday deals that you can check and refresh daily. Again, save big by texting Waltz, WALTS, to 620-620. And remember, shop local, shop Waltz.
Message and data rates may apply.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Wolf and Luke, Red Friday.
All right, real quick before we get into Cardinals, give me the one food that you would vote off the island for Thanksgiving. You know my answer is going to be pumpkin pie.
It is pumpkin pie.
Okay.
Of course.
All right.
The second, a very close second, would be squash. Anything squash.
Who eats
Anything
squash?
from the squash family.
You're just eating squash on Thanksgiving?
Of course they do.
I'm sure they do, but I don't.
Oh, my goodness.
I can guarantee you I won't be eating any squash next Thursday.
It's cranberry sauce for me.
Really?
However, last year I had some, and for the first time in my life, I was like, not bad.
Did you start seeing everything in color after you put the cranberry sauce? You got to put it on the turkey. You're not just eating straight cranberry sauce, right?
I took like a little tiny spoonful of it because, like, again, I don't usually like it.
Yeah.
So that's, and so I tried it and I was like, this is not bad.
All right. Jamal, what are you voting off the island?
Well, I don't know if you guys could tell my love for stuffing.
Oh, wait, that's what inspired this whole conversation.
Take the stuffing and throw it in the incinerator.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that's...
Boy, you do not like the stuffing.
No.
Burn
Also,
the
I've never
stuffings.
had cranberry sauce.
Okay.
It's not like the most amazing thing ever,
Well,
but it
first of
makes
all, what
turkey
you do
better.
is it does. Basically, you cut it up a little. You turn it into a little bit of a paste, and you put it on top of the turkey. And then you know what you do, Baserines? You go ahead and you scoop it up with your fork, and then you stick it into the well of gravy that you have on your mashed potatoes. And then you dip it into that little pool of gravy. Oh, and then you eat that. Oh.
You need to put out like a 30-minute podcast where it's just Wolf narrates your Thanksgiving dinner, and the whole family can gather around and have Wolf tell you where to put the
How to
cranberry sauce.
properly do Thanksgiving with Ron Wolfley.
That's right. I'm just saying. A little cranberry and turkey dipped into the pool of gravy.
Thank you, by the way, to everybody listening in Carefree right now.
Oh,
beautiful Carefree. And
love it up there. They love Thanksgiving up in Carefree.
I will say with the gravy, you got to do it right. Like if you have trash gravy,
I know,
you
right.
ruin the whole
That's
year.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What are you doing, you mad person?
Yeah, like none of this. No. I've had bad gravy, and it ruins your day.
Yeah, well, that's because people go and they don't make the gravy; they buy it at
Like
the
a little
stores.
packet of
Yeah,
dust.
little,
I ran this under the sink.
this.
Now we have gravy. It's great.
Yeah. By the way, it's not bad. But do you have a barf bag?
Could I just throw up in the bag this came in? All right. So for the Arizona Cardinals,
I'm joking, Basin audience.
Are any
I'm
of us
in a
getting
jovial
invited to
mood
Thanksgiving
right now? I really am.
Individual. Give me one individual for this weekend. So it can be Monty Ossenfort. It can be any of the coaches. It can be any of the players. Anybody that specifically just needs some wins now going forward more than anybody else. I know it's a weird question, but where this is coming from is like at the start of the season, and I think you and I were on the same page with this. I saw this as a make-or-break year for Kyler. I didn't really see it as that for Jonathan Gannon or Drew Petzing yet. But the way that this has gone, I think my answer is probably JG, honestly. Like, they need a win. This stuff starts to come down hard on the head coach if you don't start winning games. I don't think JG's the problem. And hearing that Mike Florio cut earlier in the week where, he essentially said at a certain point you got to kind of ride through the tough times of the coach and see where it gets you. And, you hired a first-time head coach, so to me, you kind of signed on for a few years of this unless he's just awful, and he isn't just awful. All that said, though, you start heading towards 4-13, 3-14. Like that's not going to reflect good on anybody. So I think he needs a win more than anybody.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that, Luke. I do. It is JG, and I love JG. He is my spirit coach, as we all know. Somebody I'm very in alignment with in regard to his mentality when it comes to the game of football, minus the fighting in training camp. Let him fight, coach. That's what I would say to you. Having said all of that, JG is not the issue, in my opinion. He is not. Now, here's the problem with that. He needs a win. He does. He needs this team to show spirit and fight the rest of the way. You've got to go out and be a pro and do your job, especially with all the young guys they're going to be playing out there. If you don't have young guys who are competitive, you got real issues.
Yeah.
You've got real issues because these young guys that are getting the opportunity to go out and show what they can do in lieu of all the injuries the Arizona Cardinals have suffered. Significant amount of IR players. 16? Is that what it is now? I think
I'm
it's
going off
with
you
Jonah
saying 15
Williams.
last week, yeah.
Yeah, Jonah Williams now 16 players on IR. And the opportunity is there for a lot of guys to go out and show what they can do. You better be busting it. You're going to get beat in the NFL. You are. There are guys who are really, really talented. They're going to beat you from time to time. How do you compete? How do you compete offensively, defensively, and in transition? How do you compete? That's a direct reflection going forward with all the young guys that are getting the opportunity, a direct reflection on JG and the coaches. They need to win a game. And I think this is a winnable game for the Arizona Cardinals.
Well, since we didn't coordinate what our answer was going to be and both ended up with the same one totally organically, here's JG on with Burns and Gambo earlier this week. They asked him if he feels players are tuning him and the other coaches out at this point.
No, I don't. That's a good question, Gambo. I think like I said, that's why I'm not worried about us coming to work, putting the effort forth needed, on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Like, we got good guys, and that's a credit to our guys. It's really a credit to Monty of acquisition. We don't bring in guys that are not team first and that love ball. Now, do people get out of alignment every once in a while? Yes, everybody does, but they snap back into alignment. And they go to work. So I'm not worried about that, and that has not shown this entire year.
So important right there. It really is. Again, the price of admission, right, JG? The price of admission. If we're going to bring you into the locker room, you're going to be somebody we have vetted. You're going to be somebody that we know is not going to be bailing because it's getting nasty, because we're 3-7. Oh, man, now it's November, and here comes Thanksgiving. Guys bailing. And typically, the guys you have to worry about doing that are your best players. That's why you've got to bring your best players. You've got to model that culture. And that's the reason why it's so important you have guys like James Conner, who's walking around. Now, once again, he's not playing. I understand that. But this is what I'm talking about. The guys you have to worry about bailing are the guys who already have $50 million in the bank, yet their personality will never allow them to bail. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Because you're vetting these guys, the type of guy they are when you bring them into the locker room, when you bring them into your team. You know who they are. And even though they do have $40 million in the bank, Buda Baker, they know that it's the white lines, and they're going to go out there and they're going to give everything they have to the bitter end. Those are the type of guys they've brought into this team. And that's the reason why I don't think anybody's going to bail on JG.
Well, this is a test of the culture that they've been talking about building up over the last couple of years.
Time.
And I know to, most people, it's like a big deal. They're 3-7. I understand that. But within that room, that culture that you've been building up is going to be what potentially you have to lean on now to save some jobs before the end of this season. Because, again, 3-7, it feels like the season's over, except there are 7 more games. And if you finish, this is another thing with this team this year. You were supposed to finish strong. That was a whole point of emphasis. Now, that was said with the idea that because the schedule looked easy at the start of the year, you were going to have a good record. If you finish strong, you make the playoffs. I still think there's some relevance to it. If you go out there and finish poorly again, then you fall apart down the stretch, and you were already 3-7, it's not just disappointing. Like, guys are going to be very much on the hot seat. I had to double check that JG didn't go to Michigan State because he said alignment, but he did not. He went to All right, speaking of, when we come back, can the Phoenix Suns pick up a win over Minnesota tonight and head into the weekend on a high note? We're going to talk to their play-by-play guy, K-Ray, joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU Sun Devils football in a Big 12 matchup at Colorado Saturday.
It's really what November football is all about. We're playing meaningful football games with 2 weeks left to go in the season in a hostile environment, under the lights, with it being a little bit chilly. What else would you want? If you want to play college football, what's better than that? There's not much better than that.
Our pregame coverage starts at 3 p.m. Kickoff 6 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU at Colorado on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvise here. Twice in the past few years, I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, right tackle Jonah Williams is headed to injured reserve, and pass rusher Baron Browning is out for Sunday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Phoenix Suns continue NBA Cup play tonight at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Number 25 ASU football takes on Colorado tomorrow, and Sun Devil head coach Kenny Dillingham told Bickley Murata that star receiver Jordan Tyson will likely be a game-time decision. Kickoff for tomorrow's game is at 6, with pregame coverage beginning at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Book your getaway at Talking Stick Resort and save 30% off the best available rate, but hurry as the offer ends December 11th.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom and catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
Well, Suns T-Wolves tonight from Mortgage Matchup Center, and this is the first of 3 games in 4 nights for the Phoenix Suns, and facing a team with a really good player in Anthony Edwards and a team that keeps beating the Suns, so time to avenge that. Let's talk to Suns play-by-play voice Kevin Ray joining us right now in the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Kay?
What up, boys? Happy Friday.
Yeah, right back at you, Keg.
Heading right into the Wolves' favorite week of the year coming up next week, so...
Okay, when is a Wednesday or Friday, Kay? There's only one time a year.
Thing.
That's right.
Real quick before we get into basketball, your feelings on stuffing and pumpkin pie, because we're on the verge of voting them out of the Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, voting them out. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Did I influence the answer here? I shouldn't have said that.
Big fan of, there's so many varieties of stuffing. So much of it has to do with, how your grandmother or your mom fixed it.
It's fair.
Both my grandmother and my mom, out of the world stuffing. So I'm a big stuffing fan. Pumpkin pie, I can kind of take it or leave it. You know, I mean, it's okay, but like if it doesn't show up on the table, I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be depressed. So
sometimes you need it to prop the door open. If you have like a lot of people coming over, you just put the pumpkin pie down there.
Or if you're trying to keep the dogs at bay, you can set the pumpkin pie on the porch and let the.
Perfect. All right, Kay, going into this game tonight against Minnesota. We were talking earlier in the show, the Suns have really struggled against Minnesota with their 0-8 in their last 8 games. That qualifies as really struggling. Before that, they were actually really good against them, but something flipped in that playoff series 2 years ago. What do you expect, though, from this new look version of the Suns that we see this year that maybe last year's team didn't have against an opponent like the Timberwolves?
Yeah, and I hate to keep making comparisons, but there are certain situations where it's hard not to. It almost becomes obvious. And I think as we have seen now through, as we approach that 20-game mark, I think that the biggest difference is fight, right? I mean, I think it's safe to say, regardless of who this team has faced, and even when they've gotten down big, they have shown a fight and a resilience. And frankly, if we're all being honest, you just didn't see that very often or, too frequently last season. And so I think you start with that.
Okay, how difficult do you think this is going to be for the Phoenix Suns tonight, knowing that they got a little bit of history with the Minnesota Timberwolves? How difficult of a game is this going to be?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult regardless of the history, Wolf, because this is a talented Timberwolves roster, and everybody focuses on Anthony Edwards, but the dude who really cooked us last year was Julius Randle. He was a massive problem in the recent games against the Suns, and so you have to start as much there as you do with Ant-Man. Look, Ant-Man put up his own crooked numbers against the Suns as well, but Julius Randle just gives them an added dynamic to that roster. But having said that, this version of the Suns won't take the floor with that history, at least from my perspective. Yes, the record is there. They've lost 8 straight. You can't deny that, and that'll be part of the talking points tonight, on our telecast. But this particular iteration of the Suns, outside of Devin Booker, and Oso and Ryan, like they're really the only holdovers that have some of that history. So most of these guys start fresh tonight. And look, history or no history, doesn't matter with Dylan Brooks. He's going to have a problem with you either way.
Yeah.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, if you zoom out for just a second and look at the stretch the Suns have coming up, their next 12 games, they've got some real tough opponents. You got the Lakers in there twice. You've got Minnesota in there twice, Golden State twice, Oklahoma City, Houston twice. In your mind, what is because they're not going to have Jalen Green probably for all of this. What in your mind is the biggest key for them to not start to fall back down to earth with the quality of opponents they have coming up?
Yeah, it's, each of these games will provide its own kind of litmus test that Jordan Ott his staff and the players can really start to, I don't want to say truly evaluate, because you can't truly evaluate until we see Jalen Green on this roster. And unfortunately, that's not going to happen for a while. It would have been great to have him for even a portion of these games coming up, but that's not reality. And look, every team around the league deals with injuries at some point or another, but it will provide a litmus test. I do think that based on what the body of work to this point for this club, I'm optimistic. Now, optimistic, does that mean, they're going to come out with 8 wins in that group? I don't know. I'm optimistic about the way they will be able to compete and more than hold their own in these games. I think that we have seen that the way this team is built, the way that they compete on both ends of the floor. I feel very optimistic about that. Remains to be seen what their record will be, but it's funny. So many of the same critics who said the Suns, we're going to be dead last in the Western Conference, are now the same people who are poking fun and holes in the Suns' record based on their strength of schedule. And I find it humorous because Minnesota comes in and they played a bottom 5 schedule as well. So it's all about, how you view it, what lens you're looking from. The Suns only know what they are looking at internally and in their own locker room, the way they approach it. But I like the way this team is trending forward. I love the fact that, I'm bummed that Rasheer Fleming is not going to get minutes tonight, because I saw some real positive signs of growth from Rasheer in that matchup the other night. But I'm looking forward to these next several games to see how this team holds up.
So, Kay, if there's one thing through the first 15 games, if there's one thing you'd like to see the Suns do better, what would that one thing be?
Probably it feels like we continue to come back to this one, whether it's this year or last year, but the games where they've gotten in trouble and gotten beat is the turnovers. And I think some of that, again, has been a byproduct of Jordan and the staff, throwing out so many different lineups, trying to see what works. So I'm hopeful that with so many of these different rotations now getting time on the floor, they'll be a little bit more confident about how they want to play, where a guy is going to be. And so really limiting those turnovers, especially the live ball turnovers, because in the games that they have lost and the games that they've allowed opponents to get back in after they built that double-digit lead, it's pretty much been based upon turnovers, live ball turnovers, generating easy, fast points, for the opponent. We saw that against Atlanta. That's why they lost that game. And then Portland a little bit in that first half, the Suns had some turnovers, and that's what allowed Portland to stick around.
K-Ray, great stuff as always, man. We'll talk to you Monday. I think there's a game on Monday. I can't remember who's coming back to town. So
games all weekend, baby.
That's Kevin Ray joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right there. And, of course, the Rockets are coming to town on Monday. And his point, by the way, on people trying to pick apart what the Suns have done based on strength of schedule.
Yeah.
If you thought the Suns were going to be the worst team in the NBA, then every team on their schedule is supposed to be tough, right?
That's right.
If they're supposed to be the worst team, then any win was supposed to be amazing. All right, when we come back, let's go around the NFL. The Bills, is everything okay? Buffalo? Among other things. Well, I think we have a Cam Scadaboo update in here as well. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bounce pass too wide for Johnson to grab, but Krejci is there. 3 seconds to shoot. Around the back pass is loose. Stolen by Dylan Brooks. He's into the forecourt. He'll throw it down.
Suns versus the T-Wolves. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, or you can just jump right in the vehicle of your choice and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Let's talk a little bit about the Ford Maverick. Oh, the Ford Maverick. Have you seen it? The Ford Maverick at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling and towing, while also being the perfect size. That's right, it's easy to handle, Basinonians. You can drive around parking lots, and you can park it no problem. The Maverick has a certain flair and style to it that modern truck owners really love, and it's perfect for business managers and service companies that are out there. What you need to do is take a test drive at Tim Hovik Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks that start under $30,000. That's right. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
America's favorite car show is back. Don't miss the final Good Guys event of the year, the 28th Speedway Motors Southwest National. All this weekend at West World of Scottsdale. Over 3,000 hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Check out the Square Body Syndicate and GSI GM Truck Takeover. Don't miss the Good Guys 2025 BASF Top 12 Cars and Trucks of the Year. Meet the top builders in the country and so much more. All this weekend at West World of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football. Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey, it's Gambo. Whose potential return could provide a bigger boost for their football team? Jordan Tyson or Will Johnson? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2, streaming on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, I don't know. Am I supposed to read more into that game last night that Buffalo lost to Davis Mills or that Houston won? Because their defense is just insane.
Their defense, come on.
Their defense is
just
incredible.
Ridiculous. It really is. I'm going to go with their defense.
Did one of us pick that game?
You did ask
right?
a question, did you?
I think so. I don't know.
Yes.
I'm just waiting for the barbecue at this point.
Wolf picked that game. He picked the Bills.
Oh, okay. You picked the Bills.
Oh, I did pick the Bills.
Whoops.
Yes.
Never mess with the Thursday night game.
Somebody slide the shorts on.
Yeah, look, Houston last night. I mean, their defense has been strong all season. You never know for sure, though, until you see them in a matchup like that. And I get that it's Thursday night, and I get that they were the home team, and that tends to be an advantage when you're picking games if you're at least the home team on a short week. But to basically shut down Josh Allen and Buffalo's offense is a whole nother level. Here's Josh Allen after the game.
It's not fun. I ran into a couple myself. I got to be better with throwing the ball away and living to see another down and letting us play some situational football and pinning them deep. And too many times I was going backwards, and I got to be better on that.
8 sacks. 8
sacks on the night. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. They got after Josh Allen, and the impressive thing about it was the fact that Houston's defense allowed them to get in a lot of third and obvious pass situations where they could also get after Josh Allen. And not only that, brothers, but the coverage downfield. We're talking about a defense who can shut the run down, a defense that can cover, and a defense that can get in your face. Those 3 things right there largely make up what a defense is capable of doing in the game of football, and those 3 boxes are checked by the Houston Texans. This is a great team. I don't know if I've seen a better defensive performance, because we know that Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills can actually move the ball.
Well, yeah, and I guess that kind of leads to my next question. Do you consider Buffalo a Super Bowl contender at this point?
Man, it's hard to right now with their rush defense being what it is as well.
The rush defense is an issue, and it's been an issue, and it just feels like on offense they don't – like, who else do you trust on offense other than Josh Allen? James Cook's good, but, I mean – are you really? It feels like them in a playoff game, they're leaning so heavily on one guy. And if you were going to lean that heavily on one guy, Josh Allen would be on the short list of guys that you would feel comfortable that being the case. But I don't know. And the reason I ask is just because Buffalo is always, when you come into the season, it's like, okay, well, who's going to win the Super Bowl? Kansas City, Philadelphia. Maybe this is Buffalo's year. You know, I don't know. Like if we had to sit here and rank teams, not necessarily in order of what they've done this season, but just you got to pick 6 teams to win the Super Bowl. Like if you told me I had to pick 6 and you get the field, I don't think Buffalo would be in my 6 at this point. And it's not just because of last night. It's just they feel very one-dimensional right now.
I agree with that.
Did you see the Cam Scadaboo update? I have 2 for you,
No.
actually. Okay. So, 1, and Rick, you may have to jump in here for some context on the 1. He was at 10,000 subscriptions. Is that what he was getting? It was something. He ended up drinking.
I think
energy.
1,000.
Oh, it was only 1,000,
and he drank a energy drink out of his shoe.
Game used cleat.
Yeah, it was pretty disgusting.
On camera. I don't know how the situation escalated to that.
Why?
I'd say I don't know.
You don't know? Like he had to lose a bet. Right?
I'm assuming it was like, hey, if I get to this many subs, I'll drink something out of my shoe.
Okay.
And then because Cam Scadaboo, he actually did it. But
you know, the legend of Cam is growing in the Big Apple. From what I'm told,
he is representing Phoenix Children's with his "My Cleats, My Cause" though. For the Giants. That's kind of cool. Separately, this is a different story. Right. He's not drinking out of these shoes.
That's right.
He's wearing. He can't wear them in a game because he's not playing, obviously. But that's kind of cool. All the way in New York, representing Phoenix Children.
Okay, so that was your second Cam Scadaboo update, right?
2 Scadaboo updates. That's all I got.
That's all you got.
That's all I got.
Okay, next.
Okay. We're just
they have the Phoenix Children's logo on them. They're cool. I like them.
Yeah,
awesome.
I think. I mean, that's a very cool story.
Yeah, and Cam's not going to drink out of that shoe either.
No. Okay. This question was brought up in the pre-show meeting. Why are so many teams in the NFL right now, record-wise, just kind of league average, right around 500? There's a lot of them right there in the middle of the pack, including the Chiefs, who are right at 500.
Yeah, this is fascinating to me, Basin. Why is this? We see so many teams that were good, like the Buffalo Bills, that we thought, oh my goodness, here we go, the Bills, this is going to be their year, and yet they're hanging around. If you're 6-4, you're hanging right around that 500 mark. You're not a dominant team unless you've got 8-9 wins at this point of the season. And man, those are the exceptions and not the rule, and some of them are the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
You still got to get on top of the fact that the Colts are good. They're way past the point of saying, oh, this is not a team that needs to be reckoned with in the postseason. They're playing incredibly well. On the defensive side of the ball, they're still doing a really good job of not allowing you to score points.
Yeah.
And on the offensive side of the ball, that's all they do is score points. I know we all look at it, what do we not trust? What is it? It's Daniel Jones. You wonder if Daniel Jones is going to get into the postseason and, hey, does anyone have a diaper? Well,
I was telling you during a break, not that. I was telling you during a break, though, like if you tell me I have to trust either Daniel Jones or Sam Darnold in a game, they're both going to be prominently featured in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think I trust Daniel Jones more. I don't trust Sam Darnold in a playoff game. I don't. It's a good story, what he's done over the last couple of years.
I know, yes.
I'm not saying he can't do it. I don't trust it because I have the image of last year's playoff game against the Rams where he got sacked like 9 times, or this year's game against the Rams last week where he threw 4 interceptions. Maybe he just needs to not play the Rams.
And they lost by 2 points.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I do trust the Seahawks. I just don't trust Sam Darnold.
They lost by 2 points and he threw 4 picks. Yeah, honestly, it is a little troubling. And I would say for Sam Darnold, it is as well, where he gets into these big games. And again, would you say that was a big game?
Yeah,
I would say that is a big game. Those two, they were fighting for who was going to be on top of the NFC West. And that was a big game. And he threw 4 picks.
Yeah, and 3 of them were pretty bad.
And he went home that night and looked at the ceiling as the shadows were creeping and said to himself, that was a big game and I didn't do very well.
As opposed to the Rams game in the playoffs last year where he was looking at the ceiling during the game because he kept getting run over by Jared Verse. I'm looking at the standings just to kind of
not good
find a number to quantify what you were saying. And I'm looking at last year's final standings, okay? So there were 4 teams with a winning percentage of .824 or higher at the end of last season.
Okay.
This year there are 0 with a winning percentage of .824 in the entire NFL.
That is amazing.
And the other part of it is you look at teams with a 600 or better winning percentage. Last year, 9 teams finished in that category. This year, there's so many I can't even count. It's like 16 because the range is so much more like, 3 or more losses up. There's not really any truly terrible teams outside of like the Titans and the Jets and the Raiders. There's just a huge wall of teams in the middle. Also, some of these playoff matchups, if the season ended right now,
right?
Nothing in the AFC, none of the matchups like jump out like, oh, that's like I wouldn't mind seeing Patriots Chiefs, but that's not the matchup yet. But in the NFC, the first round would be Rams Niners, Seahawks Buccaneers, Bears Packers. When was the last time the Bears and Packers played in the playoffs? Is that Jay Cutler era?
Man,
was that the Jay Cutler didn't play the 4th quarter?
Yeah.
Caleb Haney came in. Everybody got really mad at Jay Cutler because they're like, he could have played.
Yeah, I that's the last one I remember. So I don't know. That's we'll see. All right, we come back. Which players are going to swing Sunday's Cardinals Jaguars game? We're going to talk about it next with a round of Fulcrum football. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn betting feed, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about right there. The Black Friday sale is on at Brooklyn Betting. No, it's not Black Friday, but they're just doing it in honor of Black Friday, Basinonians. We all know that's coming up at some point in time. Yes, it's going on right now, Basinonians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in store and online now through November 30th. I'll write that down, November 30th. We're talking pillows and sheets and mattresses. Everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. You get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations You tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding. We, the Woo Fan Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding for the best sleep ever. You got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Feed a family, make a kid happy, and win a new car.
It's the 25th anniversary of ABC 15's Operation Santa Claus, presented by Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, and U-Haul. Make a donation of food, new toys, child-sized clothing, or money, and you could win a new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck or a Lincoln Corsair SUV. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. All donations benefit St. Mary's Food Bank, Military Assistance Mission, Southwest Research and Resource Center, Special Olympics Arizona, and the New Life Center. Bring your donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, select U-Haul locations, or make a donation online. For more info, go to givetotheclaus.com.
From Sanderson Ford, Lincoln, and ABC 15.
Are you craving bold flavor and fast lunch that hits the spot? Mitch Varel this year. I want to tell you about Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. They're serving up handheld street food that's big on taste and easy on your wallet. From tacos to wings, you can grab lunch Monday through Thursday from 11 to 2. Deals start at just $10.99. 4 Arizona locations, all bringing the heat and the hustle. Perfect for a midday break that doesn't slow you down. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, right tackle Jonah Williams is headed to injured reserve, and pass rusher Baron Browning is out for Sunday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Phoenix Suns continue NBA Cup play tonight at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Number 25 ASU football takes on Colorado tomorrow, and Sun Devil head coach Kenny Dillingham told Bickley and Murata that star receiver Jordan Tyson will likely be a game-time decision. Kickoff for tomorrow's game is at 6 with pregame coverage beginning at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at Your Valley Chevy dealers.
Arizona's sports.
It's part of the NFL. It's not easy. It's not easy to win in the NFL. Everybody want to win.
Who or what is the tipping point?
That's going to be key to our success.
This is Fulcrum Football with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Fulcrum Football week 12. It's already week 12. Like, this football season has been a grind locally. I get it.
Yeah.
I don't want football season to be over, though.
I know.
Week 12.
Come on, man.
Well, either way.
That's all right. We still listen, we got November, Thanksgiving, into Christmas, past the New Year. We're good.
I feel better that we're going to have some pretty good playoff matchups after that last segment, too.
We're good.
Just kind of looking at how wide open it sort of. It's nice to not have the Chiefs just be dominant, too. Like maybe a new team, but they'll have to go through the Chiefs. All right, let's play Fulcrum Football here. Cardinals, Jaguars, and the coin flip is here. Oh. And I win this.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, you weren't ready for that, were you, Wolf?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I'm just going to take the easy one. We talked about it earlier in the week. Jacksonville's really had a hard time stopping the tight end this season. And the Cardinals, one really consistently great part of their team this season has been Trey McBride. So give me Trey McBride.
No, I just read the.
Well, now we should at least explain it.
You were right there. You sounded like Jarrah for a minute, Rick.
That's what Jamal said.
You need to mash that up with a Jerry Jones cut and see how they go. After all that, though, I'm taking Trey McBride.
Okay, you are taking Trey McBride.
This is players most likely to swing this particular game.
That's probably, that's a good one.
I hesitate, though, because he's been great every week and it hasn't swung a lot of games.
Yeah, but the Jaguars have had issues, of course, in the red zone. Number 27 in red zone defense, ladies and gentlemen. And, okay, you know what? That's one of the reasons why I'm going to go out on a limb right now.
Uh-oh.
My first Fulcrum football player is Trey Benson. Oh, that's right. I said Trey Benson because they're going to activate him at some point in time. They're going to say, you know what, his window was open, and we liked what we saw through the window. And because of that, we're going to bring Trey Benson out. He can practice. He's good to go. Throw him out there because we really need a running back as well. We need some running backs out there. And the Jacksonville Jaguars, their defense is pretty good in terms of shutting down the run. As a matter of fact, number 2 in the National Football League. The Arizona Cardinals need some help, and they need it immediately. And because of that, open up that Trey Benson window, brothers, and then we'll run him out the window. Yeah, Trey Benson is my first Fulcrum football player.
Well, there's a player I want to take just so you can't take them because I feel like you're definitely going to. But I'm not there yet.
Okay.
You did just get us all barbecue. I'm not in the spiteful mood. I'll be honest.
Okay.
So with that in mind,
You're welcome.
I'll take my. This is my thanks. I'm going to leave that player out there, and I will take Michael Wilson.
Everyone, I have an announcement.
Coming off a 15-catch, 185-yard game last week against San Francisco. No Marv this week. We already know no Marv, so it can't be all Michael Wilson, but, Jacksonville's good against the run. Jacoby Brissett's coming off a monster game numbers-wise, but, he had a couple turnovers in there, too. Michael Wilson, Trey McBride are going to be leaned on heavily in this game, so, give me Michael Wilson.
Okay. There you go, Michael Wilson.
That was very dismissive tone with my pick.
I
picked
had
a player.
Michael Wilson
Oh,
down.
you did? Okay.
I wanted him. He was number 2, and you took him.
Oh, really? Sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying
See
to
that? I know. You're sitting here talking. He was number 2. I had Michael Wilson down. Okay.
Let me circle that pick.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go full-on physicality. And that means my second Fulcrum football player is Josh Fryer.
That was...
No Jonah Williams at right tackle, ladies and gentlemen. You know what Josh Fryer can do? The kid out of Ohio State. The one thing the kid loves is to come off the ball and hit somebody in the face. And there's nothing wrong with that, basically. When you're an NFL player, when you're a football player, especially an offensive lineman, coming off the ball and hitting somebody in the face, that's the object of the game. That's what you're supposed to do. It's one of the reasons why I thank you, Lord God, for what you have given me to allow me to do that. It was a beautiful, wonderful thing. And Josh Fryer loves the wonder of it all. That's the reason why he's my second fulcrum football player, because I think he's going to come off the ball and remove somebody from the line of scrimmage. He's my second fulcrum football
That's
player.
the player I was leaving out there when I took Michael Wilson.
Did you want to take Josh Fryer?
I'm interested in it because it's something different for the offensive line, and the offensive line needs something different right now. So,
indeed.
How much, real quick, before my next pick? Let's just say Josh Fryer is a revelation the rest of the season. It's 1/5 of your offensive line, but how much of a difference would that make? Because I would argue Paris Johnson's been pretty good this year too, and they're on exact opposite sides.
Yes.
Like, how much could one breakout perform, not one game, but like for the rest of the season from Josh Fryer, how much could that help the offensive line?
Man, I think, honestly, it could help a lot because he needs confidence more than anything else. Josh Fryer needs to go out there and say, I can do this. I can do this. I can play. And then he gets game 2. And maybe he does the same thing, and now all of a sudden he starts stacking some games where he feels confident. You got to go out and prove that you can play at this level. And the confidence that you get from doing it game to game is significant, Basinonians. Trust me on that. So to answer your question, a lot.
That's why he was going to potentially be my pick, just because they need something different there, and he's going to be different. Well, for better or for worse, we're going to find out probably on Sunday. All right, my third pick, give me Josh Sweat.
Duval.
Josh Sweat. If not for Myles Garrett, Josh Sweat could be in the hunt for the sack title, honestly, this season. He's got 9 on the year. That's 6th in the NFL. Not that far out of 3rd. He's 2 back of Danielle Hunter for 3rd, 4 back of Brian Burns for 2nd, but Myles Garrett has 15 this year, so I don't think he's catching him. But regardless, talking about getting pressure on Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville gives up sacks. It's not a bad number. They've given up 26 this year, kind of middle of the pack, but Josh Sweat, when the Cardinals play well on defense, he tends to set the tone. So give me Josh Sweat.
Yeah, okay, Basinonians, I'm going to have to do it. This is a special set of circumstances. Go ahead and frown at me. My third fulcrum football player is Jacoby Brissett. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to say. Man, you slammed that door in my face, whatever that was.
I don't know what that was.
Jacoby
It's a football tackle.
It was a football tackle?
Yeah, all those are football.
It sounded like that, man.
That just sounded like Wolf opening the studio door.
Jacoby Brissett, Basinonians, and the reason why I'm picking him is because this is a guy that protects the ball better than any other quarterback in the history of the game. Is that correct, Luke? Is that it?
I don't know.
I'm talking about the interception rate, right?
Yes, his interception rate is an NFL
Thank you very
best
much.
Is it still, though? Because he threw 2 last weekend.
It still is.
Okay.
It still is.
All right.
Stop and think about that. Thank you for that, Rick. That was big.
This
right
is a
there.
new game. Throw out an
My
obscure
third
stat and then ask the
Fulcrum
co-host if it's
football
right.
player is Jacoby Brissett because of how well he protects the ball. Oh, by the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes, and that is the Jacksonville Jaguars defense, who are actually number 2 in the National Football League in interception rate. The Chicago Bears are number 1, and there it is. The Jacksonville Jaguars, number 2 with 13 picks on the season. Are you kidding me? Jacoby Brissett has got to protect the ball above all else, or the Cardinals have no chance of winning this game, and that's why he is my third fulcrum football player, and you can frown at me all you want.
I'm actually not in this particular week, just because it has gotten so weird this season. Like, I've never taken a quarterback in fulcrum football, and even I kind of looked at Jacoby Brissett just to see where that would go. But I didn't do it because I didn't want to frown upon myself. All right, that was fulcrum football for Week 12. When we come back, what could a potential win do for the Sun Devils in Colorado? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bounce pass too wide for Johnson to grab, but Krejci is there. 3 seconds to shoot. Around the back pass is loose. Stolen by Dylan Brooks. He's into the forecourt. He'll throw it down.
Suns versus the T-Wolves. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. The season of giving starts with getting. November 24th, Twin Peaks launches their holiday bonus card event. Buy a gift card for somebody on your list. That's great. They'll hook you up with a bonus card just for you because giving feels great, but getting rewarded for it's even better. So share the gift of crave-worthy food, ice-cold 29-degree drinks, and good times at Twin Peaks, and then treat yourself while you're at it. While you're there, try some incredible food off their menu made for MVPs. You could start with the loaded fries. You could go chips and queso, and if you do that, I would say throw in some brisket chili to kind of spice up that queso. You could go with some burgers, steaks, ribs, fire-roasted salsa and chips, wings with over a dozen different sauces to choose from. You really can't go wrong. Twin Peaks has it all, and with their wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss 1 second of the action. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks every day after dark. You can experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, whenever. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here. Wishing you a very happy half-off holiday because right now Mint Mobile is offering you the gift of 50% off unlimited. To be clear, that's half price, not half the service. Like, Mint is still premium unlimited wireless for a great price. So that means a half day, yeah?
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. A huge game in NBA Cup group play for the Suns tonight. Yay. Can you tell how excited I am? We'll preview the Suns Wolves starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, thanks to everybody in Waddell right now.
What up, Waddell?
What's going on, Waddell? ASU kicks off in Colorado, about 29-ish hours against a Buffaloes team that has been struggling lately. We had Jordan Simone on earlier. He brought that up. It's not a secret. I mean, Colorado has, what have they used, 3 different quarterbacks this season? No, even more than that, Colorado. So this is a game on paper that ASU should win. But I think this season has shown us, that there's a lot of games on paper ASU should have lost when they didn't have Sam Levitt,
Yeah.
they didn't have Kyson Brown and Jordan Tyson and all that. So I would say nothing is a given, but certainly a game ASU is favored in. And if they win this game, Wolf, there's a few different ways you can go with this. You can go down the path I've been going where I think it really matters that you still stack wins this season and try to get to 9 or 10. I think that really big picture shows your program is heading in.
I think you're right on that, Luke.
Especially with the guys that have been missing. If you can still win like that, like, would you not feel better about next year even if Sam Levitt's playing somewhere else?
Yes.
If you could win 9 or 10 games this year.
Yeah, and, once again, that impacts a lot of things, doesn't it? Not just players inside that locker room, not just players that might want to come back, because we all know so much of it has got to do with the NIL now anymore. It just drives me nuts. Yet at the same time, it's a fact. It's a reality. And
it impacts the NIL, too.
And it impacts the NIL. That's exactly where I was going with that, Luke. Well done by you. Because, you know what? You win games, and you go to a bowl, and maybe you could win double-digit games once again, coming off. Even if you don't, even if you're not contending for the Big 12 championship, even if you win 10 games following that up to actually, balling out last year. So, to me, I would look at it and say, this is really, really important, these next 2 games, to your point.
It just, you want to, if you're trying to build this program up to something, you have a head coach, you have a coaching staff that you know is going to get the most out of its players collectively. You talk to these players, and it's almost all of them unanimously bring up how much they like playing for Kenny Dillingham and this coaching staff, whether you ask them or not. They just bring it up. Like I told you when we had Kendrick Breedlove on Sparky's Den 2 weeks ago, 3 different times he brought up in answer to a question I asked towards the end of it. He's like, man, I just wish I had another year with Kenny Dillingham, to be honest. And that feeling is shared by a lot of these players. So you need to have that, and ASU has that. You need to be able to get good players, and ASU is obviously getting very good players. They're retaining them as well, but the NIL is a big deal. And you're in this position right now where you are still contending for the Big 12 championship. You win out, you're going to need a little help, but it's going to be that way every year in the Big 12. I mean, all these other teams need a little help too, except Texas Tech, and they're not even a lock to get in. So you still have that out there, but you also, if you get to 9 or 10 wins, that's a lot more attractive to a local business to say, hey, we'll contribute to the NIL because, look, this team is routinely winning double-digit games. They're a legitimate contender now.
Yeah, you got some sound you want to fire off on this?
I haven't really
somebody
looked that
we
far
want
ahead.
to listen to, as a matter of fact, in regard speaking about ASU and how important these next 2 games are?
Here's Kenny on Kenny Dillingham on with Bickley and Browder this morning, giving a little bit of a Jordan Tyson update.
Yeah, I mean, there's a really good chance. I mean, we'll find out. Today is our Fast Friday, so we get to run around today. So we'll see where he, stands today, and then probably make a game time decision. When we're on the field and he's running around pregame and stuff like that. But Jordan's an ultimate teammate. I mean, that's a dude who could shut it down. Like, let's just call it.
Right.
And that's never been his mindset. His mindset from day one has been, I want to play with my teammates. I want to play. I want to help. Like, I want to get back on the field. And did I ever know that was going to happen? No. I mean, his injury could keep him out another 2 weeks. Potentially, right? Something could happen, right? But his mindset was never that. His mindset from day one was, I want to help this football team, and I want to do whatever I can with my brothers on the field. And that's something that I can respect about him from now till eternity. And that's something that NFL teams should respect about him is, man, he didn't have the mindset of shutting it down when he could and go be a first-round pick and do what he's going to do in his own personal life. He wanted to be here for his brothers, and he's doing everything he can to do that.
I mean, that's Jordan Tyson. There's definitely a scenario. You see it, you're going to see it a lot in bowl games where, hey, this guy's going to be a fairly high pick, so he's just not going to go to the bowl game. And Jordan Tyson, absolutely. What game? That was the Texas Tech game. So he plays through that, comes up big in that huge win, but then they lose to Houston. He could have easily been like, we're probably not going to the Big 12 championship. I'm going to be the first receiver off the board. Maybe this hurts my draft stock if I don't come back. I'm the second receiver off the board. I'm still a first-round pick. But he's been going full speed to come back. And he wants to play at least in the Territorial Cup.
Yeah. Man, do you have any idea, based on how impressive this is to NFL scouts when they look at a guy like Jordan Tyson who could shut it down, and not hurt his draft status whatsoever, who could shut it down? How much, this says so much about him as a person. The player is there. You can watch it all day long on tape. You can watch the plays, and you can determine. You've heard me talk about this before in the past. You can watch a guy play from snap to whistle on every play. And by the end of that game, you can make a determination as to what that person is like. Jordan Tyson is who he plays like. He goes out and he plays the way that he is, the person that he is. And this is just proof of that.
Rick, you have something, and I don't know what it is. Is this good or bad?
Good. D-backs related news. This is from Ken Rosenthal. Free agent catcher James McCann is in agreement with the Diamondbacks on a 1-year contract.
Nice.
Wow.
Sources tell me
That was solid last year.
Man, I like that.
Yeah. Wow, I'm not in baseball mode, but I approve of that move. That's a good move.
Yeah, he was really good backup catcher for them, and he kind of became their starter for a while there because Gabby was out. But, that's a great duo that they have behind the plate now.
Yeah, totally agree with that,
because unfortunately Gabby has missed some games over the last few years, and if he does, you feel pretty good about having McCann there.
And not only that, I think McCann, too, can help Gabby come along as well in terms where he needs to grow and develop. Handling a staff. Man, McCann, I thought, was nails last year.
Here's more from Kenny Dillingham on Sparky's Den Wednesday, talking about the environment they're walking into tomorrow night in Boulder.
It's going to be cold. It's going to be sold out. It's their senior night, so those guys are going to be playing as hard as they possibly can to win on senior night like every team does. So it's a really good environment, and you alluded to it. It's only gotten better in the last few years. It's only gotten louder, and louder. So it's going to be a loud environment. It's going to be a fun environment. It's going to be a cold environment. It's going to be under the lights. It's really what November football is all about. We're playing meaningful football games with 2 weeks left to go in the season in a hostile environment, under the lights, with it being a little bit chilly. What else would you want? If you want to play college football, what's better than that? There's not much better than that.
Oh, man, I love that right there. It just jacks me up. It's the reason why I love outdoor stadiums still. I do. I know the trend. Build a dome. You've got to build a dome. You have to build a dome. You have to do that. For me, I love the fact there are outdoor facilities, outdoor stadiums where you can go out there and guess what? You're going to experience the weather. Football was meant to be played in weather. It was. The wild card, if you will. The wild card of the game. Oh, we're a passing team. That's what we are. And, oh, by the way, it's sideways wind now, and you can see the flurries going sideways as well. How's that passing game going to be? Are you going to be able to run the ball? No, we don't ever run the ball. Are you kidding me? All we do is throw it. We're good at throwing it. Oh, man, I love the elements and the weather and the wild card that it is.
Are we getting another Wolf weather report? That's where this seems to be heading.
Well, you know what? If you've got one, I'll read it.
I don't, but Boulder doesn't look too horribly cold tomorrow. I'm totally with you. Football in the weather, it's my favorite thing.
Even Kenny cited it right there. It's a little chilly. Yeah, because it's the fall and it's football, and you ought to see the breath.
But I reserve the right to take back that stance if it somehow costs ASU a football game tomorrow. I only like it if it doesn't impact ASU negatively in this case.
Just go up there and say, yeah, you think we're sunshine boys. Is that what you think? Oh, we can only play football in the sun, and we just watch this, bro.
It really should. Football should be outdoors at all times because it's an advantage for ASU when teams come here because it's hot and we're used to it.
That's right.
It's an advantage when you go play, wherever, Buffalo, because it's freezing cold and they're used to it.
I'm good without a 125 or 105 September game here in the
But they play outdoors.
Hey, you know what? Honestly, deal with it, bro.
Yeah,
you just don't need to schedule it for high noon. But
an hour later is going to be still terrible.
They usually play
wait
at
a
7.
minute. You're worried about your comforts over the comforts of the team?
I'm talking about for the Cardinals games. Those games, like ASU's fine. That's fine because it's at night. But the Cardinals would have to play at 1 o'clock, and I'm not feeling that.
All right, well,
trust me, the NFL wasn't feeling that either.
Yeah, 'cause it's a lot hotter on the field. All right, we come back over to the NFL. That Michael Penix injury earlier this week sparked some conversation of, could Atlanta be a place Kyler Murray might potentially end up next season if he's not with the Cardinals? So when we come back, how about we do the top 3 landing spots for Kyler Murray if he leaves this offseason? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Eat it if you got it.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium.
Huddle. Trevor Lawrence plays at a high level, and they're able to utilize a lot of different receivers. So just a really good coach, really good talented roster that plays hard.
We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. It's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Dan Bickley here, and the Black Friday sale is underway at Chapman BMW, where you will find the best deals of the year, like 90 days until your first payment, 0.9% APR financing for 5 years on select models, and if you mention this radio station, you'll get a $500 credit for their parts boutique, where you will find great swag and merchandise, including a golf bag I've been eyeing for years. Get in early for the best selection at Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Phoenix, get ready. The ultimate Black Friday blowout is November 28th at Arizona's largest pawn shop, Mo Money Pawn. Doors open at 6 a.m. with 60% off Arizona's biggest gold jewelry selection only until 7 a.m. Score up to 75% off TVs, electronics, game systems, and tools. Don't miss Arizona's largest firearm selection at MMP Guns. Plus, Jesse James 9mm hollow point ammo for just $7.99 a box until 7 a.m. These deals are once a year. First come, first serve. Visit Mo Money Pawn on 12th Street and Indian School Road or MoMoneyPawn.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open.
An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, the Arizona Diamondbacks have reportedly agreed to a one-year contract with catcher James McCann. The 35-year-old hit .260 with 5 home runs and 17 RBIs in 42 games for the Snakes last season. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, right tackle Jonah Williams is headed to injured reserve, and pass rusher Baron Browning is out for Sunday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Phoenix Suns continue NBA Cup play tonight at home against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And number 25 ASU football takes on Colorado tomorrow, and Sun Devil head coach Kenny Dillingham told Bickley and Murata that star receiver Jordan Tyson will likely be a game-time decision. Kickoff for tomorrow's game is at 6 with pregame coverage beginning at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Promptu. Oh, you're so clever. Power pole.
All right, let's go impromptu power poll, even though we knew this was coming. Top 3, okay?
Okay.
Potential landing spots for Kyler Murray next season. Now, again, this is being done. We're just doing this with the idea that he's not with the Cardinals. It's not impossible that he comes back to the Cardinals.
Correct.
But it doesn't feel like it right now.
So you're saying it's the promptu power poll?
Yes, it's
okay.
That's maybe a better way to put it. You know, before we do this, I'm looking at Jordan Reed. ESPN put out his top 50 prospects for the draft. And the reason I'm on here is because I wanted to get a sense of how many quarterbacks he has in his top 50. And there are not a lot, which could impact this. So he's got Lenore Sellers, Ty Simpson, Fernando Mendoza, Dante Moore. But there is not like a clear cut, hey, here's the guy. I think he has Moore, the highest, actually, the Oregon quarterback at number 5.
Okay.
The only reason I do that is because that's sort of influencing my potential landing spots for Kyler Murray, because some of these teams are really bad and they might typically just draft their own quarterback. But not if you don't love this year's draft class.
Which is a real possibility.
It is. This year's draft class could help the Cardinals move on from Kyler Murray if they really want to, but it could be difficult for them to find their next quarterback if they move on from Kyler Murray.
I just want to offer this, Basin Onions, as a preface. The Cardinals might hear this and laugh their butt off, ladies and gentlemen. I just don't believe there's any way you can try to rebuild Kyler Murray, bring him back in, and say he's our franchise quarterback going forward.
Tough to do it here, you mean?
I don't think you can do it here. I think you could do it somewhere else. I don't think that there's a fan base out there that would just lose their mind so excited that Kyler Murray is going to be their quarterback. Yet at the same time, there are some teams that are so bad off at the quarterback position where I do believe it's going to be an upgrade.
Yeah,
for somebody. He's an average quarterback in my opinion.
It's tough
right in the middle
to make this list. And here, let's just start with number 3. But it's tough to make the list because you have the teams that are really bad, and so you assume those really bad teams are just going to, hey, we're just going to go draft a guy. You're almost looking for a team that is decent, but they're just not getting good quarterback play.
I will promise you, there are 3 offensive coordinators in the National Football League that look at Kyler Murray and say, we can rebuild that guy. This guy's got so much talent. We need to build an offense around him. We can rebuild this guy.
Well, I definitely think if you made the Cardinals a decent offer for him, you'd definitely get him. It's just a matter of if they're willing to just cut him or take a bad trade. All right, here's number 3.
Number 3.
Number 3 was tough, Wolf, because I have 2 teams that I like for this. So I'm just going to go with the odds-on favorite, actually, in Vegas as my number 3 team, and that actually is Vegas. The Raiders, because you never know what they're going to do. They clearly need to make a change at quarterback. I think that's just sort of accepted. They are the sort of team, though, that they are probably going to be picking top 5, if not top 1. So they may very well just find somebody in this draft that they like to take. But again, there doesn't seem to be a clear-cut guy in the draft. And if Pete Carroll's going to stay the coach, he might not want to sit around for another few years and build up a rookie quarterback. He might want an established vet. So I have the Raiders at number 3.
Okay, give me number 3.
Okay, here's number 3 for you.
Number 3.
The Las Vegas Raiders as well. Yes, of course. Geno Smith, ladies and gentlemen. 5 teams now he's been with in 12 years. 5 teams in 12 years. I believe this is it for the most part.
It worked in Seattle, and that's really about it.
Yes, I believe this is it for Geno Smith. I think that although he might be a backup somewhere, if he's willing to continue to play, I think this is going to be it for him being a starter in the league. And Mark Davis, the owner of the Las Vegas Raiders, is just a little off enough where I think he would be willing to listen to an offensive coordinator who said, I can take that guy and make Kyler Murray an animal. And because of that, I think the Raiders are number 3.
That's the best way to put it. Vegas is always just a little bit off. And I don't think they're necessarily patient enough to be like, hey, we're going to draft Fernando Mendoza, and then we're going to just develop him for 4 years. All right, so I don't think we're going to have the you're not going to have my next 2 teams on your list, okay, I'm pretty sure. On to number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2 is either a long shot or the landing spot. How's that?
A long shot or the landing spot? I like that.
Number 2.
Long shot or landing spot? There's a bid for you, Rick.
I have Carolina at number 2 for the simple reason that they fit the weird criteria of this team's a half game out of first place in their division, Carolina. But Bryce Young, last week he had a good week. He's been very up and down. If they get to the point where like they feel like the rest of the team is a playoff team, but Bryce Young isn't their guy, then that's the sort of team, a team that's trying to win right now, where Kyler Murray makes a lot of sense because he's going into year 8 next year. So a lot there would still be determined over the next 6 games, granted. But I have Carolina number 2 on my list.
Okay, that's good. I like that. Interesting. Okay, give me number 2.
Number 2.
The New York Jets. The New York Jets, number 2. Aaron Rodgers, of course, in 2024. Justin Fields here in 2025. Tyrod Taylor now. Can you imagine, ladies and gentlemen? They need a new quarterback in New York. And to Luke's point, this class isn't loaded with quarterbacks. As a matter of fact, it's frowned on in terms of if you need a quarterback, it's not going to be great, especially if you've got a pick as high as the New York Jets are going to have. Having said that, you need somebody to keep the seat warm in New York before maybe next year's draft class. And because of that, I think the New York Jets are number 2 for Kyler Murray.
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, the more we talk about this, the more it probably will be just a bad team that needs a quarterback that doesn't love what's in the draft enough to take one in the first round, because a lot of these bad teams have other needs they'd like to address in the first round too. All right, on to number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
Number 1, I'm not even saying it makes sense offensively. It's just always been the team I'm kind of keeping my eye on in this for 2 years. If Kyler Murray was ever going to leave, I got the Steelers. I really do.
Wow.
Because they're always in win now mode, and they may very well not have a quarterback next year. Aaron Rodgers is not guaranteed to come back. I know they took Will Howard this year, but they took him in the 6th round. It's not like they have their locked-in quarterback of the future. They have not had a quarterback, Wolf, since Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
When they took Kenny Pickett in 2022. That was not a high pick. It was 20th, I guess. Mike Tomlin doesn't seem real interested in spending high picks on quarterbacks, and he's the sort of guy I could see looking at Kyler Murray and be like, oh yeah, that's better than we had Justin Fields and Russell Wilson and Kenny Pickett the last few years.
Yeah,
Kyler's better than all those guys.
Yeah, you know what? I like that one a lot, and as a matter of fact, that might be better than my number one. Give it to me.
Good. That means I win.
Number one. Numero uno.
Unbelievable. The Atlanta Falcons. Michael Penix with the ACL, of course. And because of that, I say the Atlanta Falcons, they thought coming into this season that they had a playoff caliber team. Penix went down, and so did a lot of their hopes. Having said that, Kyler Murray could be the answer in Atlanta.
All right. And after all that, it'll probably be a team we don't even have listed. I really feel strongly about Pittsburgh, honestly, because it does that not fit Mike Tomlin. Hey, I don't want to draft another quarterback, but let's go win 9 games again this year. All right, when we come back, you see we got the Suns are going to play twice before we get back in here on Monday. The Cardinals are going to play Jacksonville. ASU is going to play Colorado. What can we realistically expect from this weekend of Arizona sports? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You got to have shade, Basinonians. Of course, when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right. Voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go check them out. And you can also go to Google to check out all their 5-star reviews. There's over 1,000 of them. I kid you not, Basinonians. These shades are commercial grade, man. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized seal track or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all, Basinonians. They came out to the Wolfley compound, and man, I can tell you, I'm so glad that they did. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
It's game time at Casino Arizona with Tailgate Touchdown. Win cash, prizes, or drive off in a brand new 2026 Chevy Silverado. Join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday in November for your chance to win prizes and earn entries into the grand prize drawing. Then, on November 26th, 8 lucky winners will have a shot at up to $10,000 or the ultimate tailgating machine, a 2026 Silverado. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona.
Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
You know, some of them are judgment, some of our technique related issues. You know, they call what they call. That was a component of the game that we obviously did not do well of.
Well, nothing's going right. We had another play denied. Every time the Cardinals team is driving, the referee's stopping this, and no, this is the worst it's ever been. We just lost 10 yards again. If the refs blow the whistle anymore, they'll run out of flags to throw. Wilson can catch it for first downs. For a second, pass the ball around, but the team is always losing ground on every play. I hate penalties. Hate penalties. Hate penalties. I hate penalties.
That was let me see if I use the right word, anomaly in this process. I wouldn't say it was where it's fair to say it's undisciplined. I think it's more of like bad luck of the draw, you know?
Wilson can catch it for first downs. For second, pass the ball around, but the team is always losing ground on every play. I hate penalties.
I like it, man. I love it. That's good.
That one, I might actually never hear that song the same way again.
Yeah.
Because they're local, too. They probably approve that song.
Yeah.
They're probably sick of all the penalties.
The Gin Blossoms.
Yeah.
I saw them at like a Super Bowl event 2 years ago.
Did they hate penalties?
No, they were just there. They played, and then Jimmy Eat World played, a couple of local bands that have made it big. It was a good show.
It's every time you see like a game on national TV where they're trying to do, or it's like, hey, Cardinals, Seahawks, and it's in Arizona, so they always will go to break playing an Arizona band. You always hear Gin Blossoms, Jimmy Eat World. Let's see who else. Meat Puppets. You hear them every time. There's like quite a few of them.
Jimmy Eat World is from here.
Jimmy Eat World's
know
from Mesa.
that. Oh my goodness.
Some members.
That's
Stevie Nicks.
Jimmy, I'm sorry.
How dare you? You didn't know Jimmy Eat World?
I know. I feel bad.
It's almost as good as your cover band, Wolf Eat Barbecue.
Yeah,
but not quite as good as Jimmy Eat World. Yes. Jimmy Eat World's great in concert, by the way. Anybody hasn't seen them in concert?
Really?
Yeah, they're really good in concert.
Okay, thanks for the tip.
They're good musically anyway, but they're one of those bands that's even better in concert. All right, so we've got the Cardinals with a game against Jacksonville coming up. We've got ASU with Colorado. We've got the Suns this weekend playing Minnesota and San Antonio. The Houston game is Monday, so we'll separate that for a second. Come back in here Monday morning and do the show, Wolf. What is a realistic expectation from these three teams in these four games?
Yeah, can I hear your take on this first? Is that okay on a Friday? After
You
I
can.
had barbecue and looking for a pillow?
I think I'm expecting a win from ASU. The Cardinals need to win, and then 1-1 from the Suns. That's where I'm at.
Okay.
Yeah. I think ASU ideally should win where it doesn't come down to the final play, but it's a road game. All the stuff we've been talking about. You're playing a true freshman quarterback, highly recruited. Who knows? So just ASU just get the win. The Cardinals, I don't care how they have to win. I don't care if Jacksonville has to get 37 penalties for the Cardinals to win. If you win 3-0, fine. And I think the Suns, realistically probably beat San Antonio, lose to Minnesota, but who knows with the Suns? They could win both these.
Okay. Yeah. Boy, I'm looking at it. ASU, I think ASU's going to win. I think they're going to win. I think they go up there, and I think Colorado, for the most part, even though they're coming off a bye, there's a lot of uncertainty in the air, and uncertainty is not a good thing. in terms of finishing strong for the most part. It's been my experience, let's put it that way, when you really didn't know whether or not a head coach might be coming back. And right now, I think that door is still really open on Deion Sanders, Basinonians. And unfortunately, I think some of it has got to do with his health as well. When there's uncertainty as to who the guy is going to be and whether or not you're even going to be back as a Colorado Buffalo next year, man, that's not good going into the last couple of games, bye or not. Because of that, I think ASU is going to win that game, and I think the Arizona Cardinals are going to beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. I do. And the reason being is because I think they can get to Trevor Lawrence. And if you get to Trevor Lawrence, he's going to throw the ball to you from time to time. I've got a great deal of respect for Trevor Lawrence. I really do. I think he's going to be the next Sam Darnold. I think he's going to be the next Daniel Jones, the next Baker Mayfield. I think he is going to be the next reclamation project at the quarterback position. Having said that, I think the Cardinals can beat him. I think they can get to him, and I think they can beat him. And because of that, I think the Cardinals are going to win the game against the Jaguars. Now, who knows? Jacoby Brissett, I've got a lot of confidence in him and his ability to throw the ball, and that's the one thing that the Jaguars struggle with, stopping other teams from throwing the ball. So having said that, I think the Cardinals are going to win on Sunday. In terms of the Suns, man, this is tough. It really is. They have superseded every expectation I've had for them.
Yeah,
1-1 feels right.
Hearing you talk, I'm not sure I'm predicting a Cardinals win. I'm just saying the expectation at this point.
I'm not predicting it.
No, but the way I said it earlier, like, I expect the Cardinals to win. I don't expect everybody to win. I live here. I understand how this works. It's not typically how it goes. I think ASU needs the win more than anybody else this weekend. The Suns play 82 games. They are ahead of schedule. The Cardinals need a win, but it doesn't matter who it comes against. I mean, they're not making the playoffs now, so I'm just saying Jacksonville because that's easier than beating the Rams. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But ASU is the team that needs the win the most because there's only 2 games left right now.
But I think you could get to Trevor Lawrence. You can actually do that.
I think it is winnable. Yeah. I do. I just didn't want to sit here and be like, every team's going to win. And then we come in here on Monday and like.
So we see a split over the weekend for the Suns.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
In the case of Sam Levitt and Kenny Dillingham, you've got guys that have been very close. So there's some tugging at heartstrings going on here. In an era of transient athletes in college football, you don't get a lot of situations like this one where there is such a connection between a quarterback and a program and a head coach. You remember at one point in time, Jake Plummer and others, they predicted that Sam Levitt might go down as the most influential, impactful quarterback in program history. If he transfers and goes somewhere else, that will have never materialized.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Vince Marotta here, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Buick GMC has got Black Friday savings all month long? GM Brad Gunlickson and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 model on the lot, in addition to remarkable savings on new 2026 units. Like on the wildly popular 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 or all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickup models. Own one with 0% APR financing. That's just a taste of the outstanding deals being offered at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Acadia, Terrain, Yukon, gas, and EV models, you name it, Earnhardt has it all and price to move. Stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you'll be treated like family. Check them out in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 12/1/25.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit VBarbershop.com. That's VBarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
It's truck time at Sanderson Ford. Now, get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on over 130 F-150 trucks in all trim levels with 3 available motors. Get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 54 Transit vans in stock. And get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot. Need a work truck? We have service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and more that may qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. So if you want selection, low prices, and 0% financing, you want Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. This is Sanderson Ford Country, your Operation Santa Claus dealership. 0% for 60 months, 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days OAC from Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 doc fee. Offers on regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Most awarded based off 27 President and 20 Triple Crown Ford Motor Company awards. Offer expires 1/5/26.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday. Head coach Jonathan Gannon ruled out edge rusher Baron Browning. Trey Benson, Kelvin Beachum, and Dadrian Rabbit Taylor Demerson are all game-time decisions, as well as Jonah Williams is headed to the IR. Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 2:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In Diamondbacks news, according to Ken Rosenthal, the D-backs are bringing back free agent catcher James McCann. McCann was a big part of the D-backs last season, filling in for Gabriel Moreno while he was injured. And the Phoenix Suns are hosting their arch nemesis, or at least my arch nemesis, Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Suns' second NBA Cup game of the season. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. Grab your crew, enjoy daily specials, cold beer, and the best sports ambience in the valley. 4 Phoenix locations, Ojos Locos Sports Cantina.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday in Phoenix.
John Gambadoro and Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey.
Burnsy's on the road. He's on the lamb.
On the road again.
He's getting away from the cops. So I am here to pinch hit.
I don't know that he would ever do anything that would get him in trouble with the cops. He's just, he's just a good boy. He doesn't do anything wrong.
He's too good.
He's just a good boy. I can't imagine him doing anything wrong. But he's off today, so we'll get you all set for what's going on this weekend. We've got Cardinals and Jaguars. We've got ASU against Colorado and Dion. We've got the Suns. Oh, this is going to be a fascinating 3 games with the game tonight against Minnesota, and then you've got the back-to-back with the Spurs and the Rockets and Kevin Durant. I'll be at that game Monday with the return of Kevin Durant and the Rockets. We saw Beal come back. And got booed throughout the entire game. And
shot
we'll
0 for 14 or 1 for 14, whatever the heck that was.
Yeah, he was terrible. Now he's out for the season. No surprise, but we'll have KD coming back as well. So a lot of stuff to get to. Let's waste no further time. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, the weigh-in is the 8-game losing streak that the Suns currently have to the Minnesota Timberwolves. It included a 4-game sweep in the playoffs a couple of years ago, and then a 4 games in the regular season last year where the Phoenix Suns did not win any of those games. So Minnesota comes in, they're 10-5 on the season. They've lost to the Lakers. They've lost to the Nuggets. They lost to the Lakers. They play Phoenix tonight, and they are 10-5 on the season. They've won 6 of their last 7 games, so starting to play some good basketball. The only loss in there was a game against the Denver Nuggets. Now, the teams they've beaten, they're not very good. They beat Utah twice. They beat Sacramento twice. They've got a win over a bad Dallas team and a win over Washington. So that's their wins, as they have won 6 of their last 7 basketball games. But this is a good test for Phoenix, right? We're looking for tests. So far, they played Denver and they lost. Played Golden State, they lost. They did play San Antonio and they won. But the tough part of their schedule is coming up now. This is what we're waiting to see. This will be a good test for the Phoenix Suns. No Grayson Allen tonight. And, of course, no Jalen Green as he remains out until probably around Christmas time.
Yeah, when the Allen thing is going to hurt, we can talk more about Grayson Allen and the season he's had through 15 games for the team. I know he's missed the last couple, but he's been obviously phenomenal. Certainly probably in the midst of the best season of his career. All right, so no Grayson Allen tonight. You talked about the T-Wolves playing well as of late. The Suns have played well as of late. They won 8 of their last 10 games after that relatively bumpy start. Now, Gambo, here's what I love about tonight's game, the opportunity that they have in front of them. Hear me out, right? So it's been the second easiest schedule in the NBA to date. The Suns have played, okay? But what they are doing against these teams
is winning.
And they're doing to these teams what a playoff caliber team would do.
You have to beat those teams.
9 of their last 10 games, they've had a lead in the game of at least 18 points.
Right.
So they're stomping on these teams even without Jalen Green, who's obviously only played a game plus 7 minutes. So now you're getting into a different stretch, right? 3 out of 4 at home. But I looked ahead at the schedule. 10 of the next 12 are against a combination of the Wolves, Rockets, Thunder, Lakers, Rockets, and Warriors, beginning tonight, obviously, with the Wolves. I'm eager to see if the Suns, the way they've been playing lately, translates into them not only being competitive in a game like this, but able to win a game like this.
Can they win a game like this against the Timberwolves?
Yes.
Can they go out there again? Now, the Timberwolves have some issues. They got a problem at point guard. They don't fully trust the young kid in Rob Dillingham and Mike Conley. And God bless him, he's been a terrific player, but he's like 38 years old, and he's really struggling this year. He's not playing very well, so they've got their problem. But the talented team with Rudy Gobert, you got a great defensive anchor. You got Julius Randle, who's coming off a sensational game with 32 points and 10 rebounds the other night in a win against the Wizards. You got Dante DiVincenzo, who could shoot the ball really well. Anthony Edwards has really struggled. There's been some struggles with Ant-Man, so I was fascinated by that and doing some work and previews for the game and just seeing, where they are. It's one of the things I noticed is that, he's had some struggles. The last 2 games against bad teams when he played the Wizards, he had talked a lot about, I'm going to stomp on these bad teams. I'm going to get career highs because he's always kind of struggled against some of the weak teams. But he only had 13 points against the Mavericks on 5 of 14 shooting. Shot 6 of 20 in their win against Washington. So he's had some struggles where he's just not shooting the ball very well. 3-point shot for him is just gone. He's 3 for his last 30 from deep.
Or remember,
3 for 30 in his last 4 games.
If you remember last year, he tried to redefine himself as a three-point shooter, and he did that quite well. And as a team, the T-Wolves can really shoot the three. They're top 5 in the NBA in three-point shooting percentage. But it'll be interesting to see. And Edwards has been dealing with some injury issues this year. Again, such a small sample size. Although, Gambo, believe it or not, after tonight, nearly 20% of the regular season will be in the books. But Anthony Edwards always elevated his game when he played against Kevin Durant's Suns.
Yes.
All right, close
It'll
to
be different.
29 points a game.
Yep.
That's far different than what he did against the Suns prior to Durant's arrival. So I'll be interested in seeing his disposition tonight. And also the Devin Booker-Anthony Edwards matchup, the game within the game, right? Devin Booker wants to kind of regain that best shooting guard in the league crown.
He had it, and then he gave it up.
And Edwards has kind of wrestled that from him, but we're seeing a different Devin Booker this year. Hey, listen, you can listen to Gambo and me talk about the Minnesota Timberwolves. Here's Jordan Ott on this game here tonight.
Tomorrow's the first game of it, so I think that's where our focus is. Really good team, cup game. So everyone knows when those cup games comes, it's just a different intensity. We know they're good. They're big. They have a really good player in Ant that kind of leads the way. Our approach is just to tomorrow, and we'll handle the rest later.
And they've been handling
Cup game. Got to get up for that cup game. I mean, it's a big one tonight.
I find myself. I don't know how listeners feel, Gambo. I'm pretty sure I know how you feel. I find my interest in the whole cup thing dissipating as we go along.
I never had interest in it. I've never understood it. I don't like it. I think it's ridiculous.
I understood the philosophy of making these games a little more meaningful here while you're still.
Right, but then they play one, then they don't play another one for 2 weeks. Like, I don't get it.
Right, and
just play them all in one time period.
The tiebreakers and the rules, and plus the way the league made sure the Lakers won the first cup by letting them, win every game that they played if it was an NBA Cup game. So I kind of soured on it in a little bit in that regard. But just overall, every passing year, I become less and less interested in who's doing what and what the standings are and who's going to play in Vegas and all that kind of stuff. So, but again, the beauty's in the eye of the beholder. If you're a fan out there and you still like the cup, go ahead and like it.
Go back to Book. I think we're seeing the best version of Devin. Now, me and Burnsy had Book on before the season started at training camp, and we had Book on, and he said the last 2 years were the hardest of his career. He really just the hardest of his career. And we even said, like, even more so than winning 25 games with Igor Kokoshkov and, Earl Watson. He said these last 2 were the hardest. And you could tell that, there was just something, it was a huge disconnect with that basketball team the last couple of years. And from being at the arena and doing the post-game shows and all of that stuff, the last 2 years have been really rough. But I think we're seeing a much better version of Devin Booker, almost like the shackles are off. He's been freed from the Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal Suns, and he gets to be himself now.
There's a joy about the way he's playing this season. There's no question about it. I'd like to say heavy wears the crown, heavy lays the crown, but they didn't have a crown to be wearing on their heads. But what they did have, Gambo, the last couple of seasons are those high expectations. And I think Devin Booker realized pretty quickly that there was no way this team, you talk about the last 2 years, was going to ultimately meet expectations. And whether that's a Bradley Beal health thing or whether or not Bradley Beal was properly engaged and was Kevin Durant doing the little things night in and night out besides scoring 27 points a game. And I think that all weighed on Booker. And the biggest thing, and I think anybody can see that early on in this year, Devin Booker has far more belief in Jordan Ott and this coaching staff than he had over the last 2 coaching staffs, especially the staff that was in place last year. I mean, that was, and I know we've touched on it, we don't need to re-pick that scab.
Yeah.
But I'm here to tell you, everybody, that was a flat-out disaster, what they experienced from a head coach last year. And they're out from that weight now, and you can see the joy that this team is playing with, and they're playing with a lot of confidence, too. Now, will that translate against the better teams in the league? I think we're going to find out over the next 30 days.
I'm almost shocked that the Suns have to pay Mike Budenholzer for the full 5 years. I mean, almost like I would think you could probably go to some court or something and not have to pay the guy for what he did to this organization.
I just don't.
For what he did and his lack of care and concern. And I mean, that guy was just here to steal a paycheck. That guy could care a lot. I mean, that guy, you could talk about Durant and Beal all you want, and the fact that it didn't work with those guys. Budenholzer did just as much damage to the Phoenix Suns as anybody. Having a coach like that was so out of it, didn't care. The players just couldn't stand him.
Couldn't communicate properly with players. They didn't know where they stood. What was his buy-in from being the best head coach he could be night in and night out?
He wasn't ready to come back. He was not ready to come back. He should not have come back at that time. But they wanted to hire an experienced coach. It was a big misfire. And I think Matt Ishbia, true to his word, said he was going to redo everything and make it a team that the people could be proud of. And I don't know if they're going to win or lose this game tonight, but I'd be shocked if they get blown out and they don't play hard, because that's not them. They play hard. They play as hard as they can. And it's a team that's together. They all went out to, at an off day, they all went out to Jalen Green's getting his high school jersey retired, and they all showed up. They were all there, and it meant something to them. And then yesterday, the whole basketball staff and all the players were at St. Vincent de Paul, serving food, spending time with families. Like, it's a team that's very together. It's a team that, we could do that. They're looking for opportunities to be together, to grow, and they've taken advantage of, an off day here or there to do some things like that. So I think it's a very connected team. I'm happy with it. Now, we'll see. I mean, they've got to win some of these games too. Yeah, you could beat Sacramento, and you could beat the Jazz, you could beat the Pelicans, but now you've got to beat some of these teams. If you want to be a play-in team and a playoff team, you got to try to win some games against some of these teams. All right, when we come back, we'll get a little preview of the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll talk to Mike DiRocco. He is the ESPN reporter for the Jags. He's up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium.
Huddle. Trevor Lawrence plays at a high level, and they're able to utilize a lot of different receivers. So just a really good coached, really good talented roster that plays hard.
We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. I love telling you about a fiduciary who is obligated to have your best interest in mind when it comes to all your financial needs. Now, I've been working with him for many, many years, and I tell you, it's imperative. It's important to have a financial advisor that's going to work with you, that's available when you call. Things change in life, right? And if you've got a financial advisor that's really only checking in with you once or twice a year because he just wants to make sure you don't take your business elsewhere, he's not really doing right by you. But as things change, you may move houses, you may change jobs, you might have another kid. You might have a kid that graduates. You may downsize. You might come into some extra money. Like, there's a lot of things that your advisor needs to be on top of. Tax situations. We're all putting money away tax deferred. If you've got a financial advisor and he's not talking to you about taxes down the road, you don't have the right financial advisor, because most of us are putting our money away tax deferred, and you need to have a tax plan, because it's not about how much money you make. It's about how much of that money you're going to be able to keep. That's why I recommend you get a free portfolio review from Stuart Willis right now. Call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, Arizona contractors and homeowners. Pioneer Landscape Centers now carry irrigation supplies, and we're celebrating at select locations. From turf to stone, we're your go-to for top-quality landscape and hardscape materials. Tap into more at pioneerco.com. That's pioneerco.com.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium. We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Tim Ring, John Gambadoro, Burns and Gambo, 217 on a Friday. Shout out to all our great listeners and friends in Glendale, Arizona. Today. Glendale is always listening to the Burns and Gambo show. Gambo, Cardinals have lost 7 out of 8. Take on the Jaguars at home on Sunday. Cardinals have the bugaboo of winning football games at home now. They're 1-4 again on the year. I think we've moved beyond this is a must-win, this is big. At this point, it's for Jonathan Gannon getting his team to play football at a higher level, maybe ultimately saving his job and getting another crack at this in 2026. Because you look at the current state and disposition of this football team, I'm not sure what else you're playing for at this point.
You know, normally I'm really big on give me the best draft pick you can get.
You're there already? Okay.
I am, but I also, I like Monty and JG, and I don't want to see them lose their jobs. So, like, those guys need to have some wins. I think they need some wins. The team needs some wins. It's just been a really rough stretch here, losing 7 out of 8 and just getting, they were out of it by Halloween. It's terrible. But, normally I would be like, lose. Let's get a top 5 pick because the higher the pick, the better off in each round. You get the higher pick in each round, not just the first round, but second round, third round, fourth round. You get the higher pick. So and they're going to get a top 10 pick anyway. I don't see how they're not going to. But I do usually look at it like that. But also they need wins. This team, they've been beaten down with all these losses. They were down 35-0 to Seattle, 35-10 to San Francisco. They've had a tough go of it these last 2 weeks and getting blown out in games. The early losses, they were competitive. They just couldn't pull out a win, but they were competitive in those games.
Yeah, and I know you and Burns, you have gone over this earlier in the week, but they've been outscored their last 2 games, 85-44. And that's
in the division.
Yeah, in the division. In the division. I mean, basically, the Seahawks, that game was over in a heartbeat. You can make the case the 49er game was over in a heartbeat. I mean, before people could sit down and finish their first beer.
Like a 90-yard kickoff return for a touchdown.
It was 13-0 again. And outside of a couple of garbage time touchdowns, they went through a 7-quarter stretch against the Seahawks and the 49ers being outscored 79-32. Now, you got a Jaguar team that's coming in here that's thinking playoffs. They're 6-4. And then after this game on Sunday, Gamble, they go on the road for 4 of their last 6, beginning with a game against Tampa. I mean, this is
a good team. And how about the Texans? You see what the Texans did to Josh Allen last night?
I did. Their defense is top-notch.
I mean, would they sack him like 8 times?
They sacked him 8 times.
8 times. Texans won. Their defense is fantastic. So you got to play the Texans. I mean, you look at the schedule
And then, Gambo, you go ahead and look at the schedule. And while you do that, keep in mind now the injuries are starting to pile up. People don't want to hear injuries as an excuse. I get that, but it is a factor in your ability, to beat some of the better teams in this league. Jonah Williams on IR today. Don't know if Beach is going to go. A kid named Josh Fryer, undrafted free agent, might be starting at right tackle.
Yeah, and I know we're going to talk about those. I know we're going to talk about those injuries in the next segment. But and Monty was on Monty was on today with the guys in the morning, and he talked about that. Like, it's a tough go. They've had a lot of injuries, but you know what? Next man up mentality. It's really, really hurt them. All right, right now we are going to be joined by the Jaguars reporter for ESPN, Mike DiRocco. He joins us on the Burns and Gambo Show. Mike, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm good. I'm good. I know, I look at this Jaguars team. I've read a lot about Trevor Lawrence and how Liam Cohen's trying to get him to play loose. So what have you seen out of him this year? Has he taken a leap? Has his game gotten a little bit better?
It's still up and down. He's still been as inconsistent as he has been over the last couple of years. He's not hurt, so there's no, issue there. But it's, learning a new offense again. This is his third offense in 5 seasons here, adjusting to a new head coach, third head coach in 5 seasons here. And, it's a more complex offense that he had with the first couple of coaches. And, they've had to work on his footwork too. They totally redid it in the spring and had him working on that. So he's got all that stuff going on. Then he's also got injuries to Brian Thomas Jr., no Travis Hunter. Brian Thomas Jr. hasn't played great, missing Brenton Strange, the tight end. So there's been a whole bunch of stuff going on. And Trevor Lawrence has just sort of been kind of muddling through it, but they feel like he's starting to get it and starting to turn a corner a little bit. The addition of Jacoby Myers has helped because he's a reliable pass catcher. But they felt like in the second half of that game last week that Trevor Lawrence did finally start cutting it loose and just kind of letting it rip.
Yeah, this is 5th year for him with Jacksonville. I wonder if you guys are in a similar situation in Arizona. We all believe the Arizona Cardinals are going to move on from Kyler Murray. You see a guy for so long. Now, I believe Lawrence has a playoff win. Murray does not have any playoff wins. Been here for 7 years. Seems like it's stagnant. He's not getting any better. They haven't gotten any better. So it looks like the Cardinals are going to move on from him. Are the Jaguars tied to Lawrence for the future? Or could you see them making a decision to move on if this season goes south?
No, not this year, and he'll be here through next year as well. That contract is just, the $275 million contract. It's hard for them to get out of it without some significant dead money issues this year and next year. So at the earliest, it would be after 26. But they believe here inside the building that, they get him in a second year with Liam Cohen. They get the receiver room kind of fixed and, a little bit more consistent, and that he can start to kind of be the consistent player they need him to be. But, unless somebody calls him in the offseason and just offers them some ungodly, offer, I just don't see him being gone until at the very earliest 2027.
I'll give you Kyler Murray for him right now if you want.
Yeah, you want Kyler Murray?
You want Kyler? Well, I'd make that trade.
Mike, Mike, in all seriousness, though, while Lawrence has been inconsistent, the team has been inconsistent. You're showing up with a 6-4 record and the opportunity to play meaningful football and perhaps postseason football. As you know, the old adage in football, if you can run the ball and stop the run, you got a chance to win some football games. It appears that has been the recipe for victory for you guys in these 6 wins.
Yeah, and if you look last week, that's what the Jaguars want to be. That's the kind of team they want to be. They ran it for 192, only threw it 22 times, held the ball for 38 minutes. Offensively, that's really kind of what gives them the best chance to win, to be honest with you, with those injuries at receiver, like I spoke about. Now, is it running it 47 times, which is the most by any team in the league in any game this season? Is that realistic? No. But they want to play ball control, and they want to make it so that it's hard for teams to be on the field very long. If you can control the clock and you've got a defense that has a knack for taking it away, though not as much as they did early in the season, then, you've got a chance in any game. And that's kind of what they feel is their best way to go through the rest of the season. And they've got a favorable schedule. You mentioned them playing meaningful games in the end of the season. They still have 2 against the Titans and 1 against the Jets left. So, if they can get this one in Arizona, and you figure if they win the games they're supposed to win, they could be staring at 10 wins, which, if you'd have told me that at the beginning of the season, I'd have said you were crazy.
Right. I know the Jaguars are great at stopping the run, but they're not really good at stopping good tight ends. And you're going to face the best tight end you faced all year in Trey McBride. I was looking at some of the, I mean, Kelsey had one of his best days. The Raiders tight end had like 3 touchdowns. I was just going through all of the tight ends. It looks like 4 or 5 of them had terrific games against Jacksonville. So is that their Achilles heel? Is that their weakness defensively, is trying to stop tight ends? And how are they going to go about it with Trey McBride this week?
Yes, it is their weakness. One of their 2 main weaknesses, the other not being able to really get to the passer, but they're not going to stop Trey McBride. He's going to get his this week. I have no doubt in my mind that kid's going to end up with 100 yards at the end of this game. I mean, they've got some injuries in the secondary as well, and their safeties have been really struggling. Their best safety, Eric Murray's out, still on IR. He's sort of the guy that kind of gets everybody lined up, communicates everything good, to everybody else, and makes sure that there's no confusion over what the call is or what duties are. And that's been a big loss for them. But I expect McBride, like I said, he's going to have a big game. Like, if you have him on your fantasy lineup and you don't play him this week, then you're not paying attention.
Mike, I know he's not playing in Sunday's game, but obviously being out in Arizona, we don't get a ton of opportunities to watch the Jaguars unless you have the ticket, of course. Your thoughts, though, before we went down on Travis Hunter, the experiment in terms of getting a guy who could potentially play both ways, Heisman Trophy winner, before he got injured. Just kind of give us a rundown of how he did and what the whole deal was like for him.
Yeah, he had taken a step forward as the receiver. The Jaguars, disappointed in the way Brian Thomas Jr. had played all year. They had moved Travis Hunter up to the wide receiver 1, and they got their butts handed to them by the Rams in London, but that was the best game that Travis Hunter had played as wide receiver. They were running the pass offense through him, and that's what we would have seen the rest of the year. Now, there's a lot of people that believe, inside the organization that he's an elite corner, but they think he can become an elite receiver as well. So I'm not going to call it an experiment, but this plan of him playing both ways is going to continue into 2026 and beyond. It's a setback this year for sure, because now you've lost over a half season of development, and they're just going to have to figure out whether he's better playing the majority of time on offense or the majority of time on defense. As it stands right now, I would expect it to be the majority of time on offense, because they need playmakers here. And he was flashing some of that. Now, he had some really good reps and pass breakups, as a corner. He handled the Devontae Adams route one-on-one with him and was right there. So, you saw him make a play in the Cincinnati game that really at the end of the game would have won it for him, but was unfortunate, a pass interference penalty that, the league later admit they blew. But he's got some crazy athleticism, and they're going to keep trying to figure out the best way to use him, but it's going to be both ways without question.
Mike, we appreciate you coming on the show. Enjoy the game. The Jaguars have a good chance to make the playoffs if they get a win here against the Cardinals. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks for having me, guys.
You got it. That's the Mike DiRocco, ESPN Jaguars reporter, joining us on the program. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the Cardinals' injuries and give you an update on that running back situation. That's coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
As it looks to me right now, I would have traded Dillon Brooks straight up for Kevin Durant. I will say this argument all year long if Dillon Brooks continues to play this way. Dillon Brooks subbing out for Kevin Durant has turned the Suns from prey into predator. I agree from punked to punky. You know what I mean? How many times last year did we see teams get into the Suns and nobody did anything? Now it's the Suns getting into other people. You're bringing an attitude to the court with this Phoenix Suns team that, okay, you want to get dirty? Come on, let's do
Bickley
it.
and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Dan Bickley here with a smoking hot deal from Waltz TV and Appliance, where right now you can bundle a top-of-the-line Samsung 98-inch television with a Samsung Q-Series soundbar. We're talking a combined retail value of $17,000, and right now you can get both for under $6,000, saving $11,000 on a beautiful system. Hurry in today, because these kind of in-store offers do not last. Elevate your home entertainment for less at Waltz.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday. Head coach Jonathan Gannon ruled out edge rusher Baron Browning. Trey Benson, Kelvin Beachum, and Dadrian Rabbit, Taylor Demerson are all game-time decisions, as well as Jonah Williams is headed to the IR. Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 2:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In Diamondbacks news, according to Ken Rosenthal, the D-backs are bringing back free agent catcher James McCann. McCann was a big part of the D-backs last season, filling in for Gabriel Moreno while he was injured. And the Phoenix Suns are hosting their arch nemesis, or at least my arch nemesis, Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Suns' second NBA Cup game of the season. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Get Black Friday deals all month long at Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Football Red Friday, driven by Sanderson Ford.
Hey, it's Safety Buddha Baker, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Campo, Red Friday.
Let's get it!
All right, bad news. Trey Benson will not be available for this game. Trey Benson is out for this game.
So is DiMercado.
So, and I didn't expect Benson would play this week. I do think that Benson will be available next week. So no James Conner, obviously out for the season. No Trey Benson. No Amari DiMercado. So, three of your top running backs are out. You do have Bam Knight, not Tank Knight, right, Lauren? Bam Knight. You've got him. You've got Michael Carter. They've made some other moves to bring in different guys. Jamar Jefferson has been signed to the active roster from the practice squad, so they've got him available. But then other news that just came down, within the last 24 hours is their right tackle, Jonah Williams. He's on injured reserve. His season was over. That was a signing that just really hasn't worked out for the Arizona Cardinals. So you're like, okay, you've got Kelvin Beachum. He's a good swing tackle, but Beachum missed practice on Wednesday and Thursday. He's got a groin injury. He suffered that against the 49ers. So it might be the rookie Josh Fryer who would get his first start this weekend against the Jaguars if Beachum's not able to go. But no Beachum on Wednesday, no Beachum on Thursday, dealing with that groin injury. So Fryer's a guy that they like. It's next man up mentality. This team has been decimated by injuries, just decimated. But no Jonah Williams, so you're starting right tackle out. Trey Benson's not going to be able to make it back in time for this game. You're already without Connor. DeMercado is out. I'm not seeing you bringing a knife to a gunfight. I still think the Cardinals can win this game. The Jaguars need this game desperately to try to hold on to a playoff spot. Right now, they're in a good spot to make the playoffs. A win here would really catapult them up even further with their odds. Arizona's just trying to get a freaking win. Like, they're just trying to get a win. And they've gone on some really tough times, but man, it's and I don't know that we have the Monty Ossenfort cut from this morning, but Monty was talking about all the injuries, and it's part of the NFL, and it sucks, but there's not really a whole lot that you could do about it.
Yeah, Luke. I mean, unfortunately, I think injuries are a part of the season, and we've seen that, and it's hit us. And I think, as we've seen, and year to year, sometimes it happens. It hits you at one position group in particular, and then you have to adjust. And so, with anything, I mean, I think there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of rotation that goes on, and people have to settle into new roles. That also brings opportunities for people that they may not have had. But unfortunately, injuries are a part of it, and it's not something new. And it's something that we've had to adjust through, and we've had some guys step up, and we're going to need that as we continue here through on. But we've talked like that's one of the worst parts of football is injuries, and we're no exception this year.
Yeah, Gambo, next man up is great. It's something coaches lean on at the podium when they talk about it, and it works to a certain extent if you have a few injuries. But the rash of injuries the Cardinals have now. I mean, they weren't a very good football team when they were healthy. They certainly had trouble winning football games, and now you're trying to salvage something here in the final 7 games of the year, and you've got a really difficult schedule, and after Sunday you go on the road for 4 of your last 6. I mean, forget the guys that are out, which is obviously a major problem, but even guys like Will Johnson's questionable, Garrett Williams is questionable. These kids haven't been healthy virtually all year. They've been fighting it. Max Melton's been in and out of the lineup as well.
I love Will Johnson, but he's missed the last 2 games. He's kind of got like a /hip injury. He was limited in practice this week. Will Hernandez did return. He had a knee issue. So you're right. You've got a certain amount of guys that are out, and you got a certain amount of guys that could play but are banged up. They're banged up. So, can they play the whole game? Do you have to limit their snaps? I mean, it's just, and there's so much of the season left. Like, you got a lot of games to play. It's not like this is the middle of December, and you're like, okay, we got 2 more weeks and we're done with this. It's like, there's 7 football games left, and you've got all these injuries.
It's tough to believe that since the Cardinals were able to beat the Panthers way back in September, we're almost at Thanksgiving, and they've won 1 game since. I mean, this season is the rebuild is going in reverse. I said that on the post-game show on Sunday. This is not what expectations were by not only internally, but certainly externally as well. Monty Ossenfort, you can hear it in his voice right now. I don't think he ever expected this. This has been a team that was incapable of winning football games and closing out football games for that 5-game stretch. And now, these last 2 games, they've been completely outclassed by teams in their division. And now you got the injuries piling up. We haven't even talked about Marvin Harrison Jr. being out again.
Yeah, but I looked at that as because if they were trying to make the playoffs, it would be devastating. But I do think it's a great opportunity for Michael Wilson to again showcase what he's capable of doing. Because he's been here for a number of years, and they just don't throw him the football.
Yeah, individually speaking, sure. But trying to win games, no.
No, but individually, I'd like to know what they have in Michael Wilson. I'd like to know. Like, the more chances like last week he shined. He had a great game. It's like, oh, you're capable of that? Because if you never saw that, you'd probably go into the offseason and you'd check wide receiver as something they need. You'd be like, they need another wide receiver. Michael Wilson's not it. Well, he wasn't getting the ball. He was getting the ball 1 time a game.
Well, I was going to say, apparently it wasn't Michael Wilson holding Michael Wilson back.
No, it seems like it wasn't.
It was the guy wearing the number 1 jersey who clearly never looked for him or never found him. Because I don't think it's a coincidence that as soon as Jacoby Brissett started playing
he's
quarterback,
averaging over 5 catches a game.
That Michael Wilson looks like a competent NFL wide
78
receiver.
yards a game, 5 point. With Murray, it was 1 catch for 10 yards a game. With Jacoby Brissett, it's like 5.8 catches per game for like 78 yards.
Yeah, and don't tell me
you could play.
Yeah, don't tell me Michael Wilson's playing differently or he's playing harder or Drew Petzing is calling different plays. I refuse to believe that. Since Jacoby Brissett took over, and listen, Jacoby Brissett has not been perfect. He hasn't won many football games either. But the fact remains,
the offense has been better.
It has been better. The vertical downfield passing game has been better, and Michael Wilson has been better. And Trey McBride has actually been better, certainly in the red zone.
He can get in the end zone.
I mean, those guys combined, Campbell, last week alone, Wilson and McBride combined for 25 catches and 240 receiving yards.
He also threw the ball 97 times.
He threw the ball. I get it. He threw it 57 times. But let me say that, too. And I talked about this on the postgame show. I hear people on social media, read people on social media downplaying what Brissett did last Sunday because they were losing big in the football game, so he had to throw it every time. Let's not pretend they were the first team ever to be down by 25 points in the second half. And nobody in the history of the league did what Jacoby Brissett did on Sunday in terms of the 47 completions. I think we should at least acknowledge that and tip the cap for him doing something that had never been done in the history of the league.
Sure.
Because there have been plenty of teams that were getting their tail kicked in the second half of games, and no quarterback has ever done that.
Beecham was limited today. Questionable to play, but limited today. So maybe he's trending to play. That would be a good thing, at least if he's available in some way. Diamondbacks free agents. We've got a list of 5 potential free agents that they might be able to go after. We'll talk about those guys. That was a Nick Picoro story in the Arizona Republic. It was a good story, so we're going to talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Better banking with you in mind. That's what you're going to find at Global Credit Union. Hi, it's Dave Burns, and I am a proud member of Global Credit Union. Whether it's checking or savings accounts, loans, Global Credit Union just does it better, and they do it with you, their members in mind. I know the folks at Global Credit Union, and their commitment to you being able to keep more of your money in your pockets is a very real thing. At Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. 10 branches throughout the valley, an easy-to-use mobile app. You can become a member today. You should become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
Honey, look.
4 calling birds.
Do they have cell phones?
Well, yeah. They're called calling birds because they have 4 lines of Cricket 5G.
How do they pay?
Oh, easy. Each line is only $25 a month.
Who are they calling?
Beats me. One sec, gotta take this.
Join Cricket Nation and get 4 lines for $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. New lines only. All lines must be selected. Unlimited plan fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with 0 risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here, and the Black Friday sale is underway at Chapman BMW, where you will find the best deals of the year, like 90 days until your first payment, 0.9% APR financing for 5 years on select models. And if you mention this radio station, you'll get a $500 credit for their parts boutique, where you will find great swag and merchandise, including a golf bag I've been eyeing for years. Get in early for the best selection at Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Sanderson Ford. It's Truck Month at Sanderson Ford. Head on over. 51st Avenue in Glendale. I got a lot of great deals. I got the best selection of trucks. So if you need a truck, head on over to Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. Online at sandersonford.com. I have not looked at this poll question. Is it worthy of a retweet?
This is the one that you came up with and discussed a few days ago.
Well, then it's probably a great question. It's probably a fantastic question. Okay.
We know your answer to this, Gamble.
Yes.
It's, should Mark Williams play in both games of a back-to-back against the Wemby-less Spurs and the Rockets? Here are your options. Yes, full minutes in both games. Yes, split his minutes between both games. No, save him just to play against the Rockets. Or no, you need him healthy.
I would say play him against the Spurs and sit him against the Rockets, because the Spurs don't have Wemby, and I want to get that win. I could play him against the Rockets and lose that game anyway. So if I don't play him against the against the Spurs and you lose, and then you lose to the Rockets, it's like, oh boy. So I'm kind of just playing it down the middle. I want to make sure I get one of those two. Is there an answer? Is that an answer?
So no, you would need him healthy. You just want him to play in one of those games.
Okay.
Yep.
I say start developing some calluses. Split minutes, play him until you need him. If you got the win in hand, get him out of there. If the loss is inevitable, get him out of there. But start building this young man up to be able to play every night.
Be able to play on those back-to-back nights.
What better time than this weekend?
People want that Rockets win so bad, though.
Yeah, they do.
The fan base wants.
I want all the
wins.
It's a back-to-back. I want all the wins. Play the man.
Tim Ring's getting greedy.
I just want that free freaking lunch from Burnsy.
Yeah.
I want that. Okay, am I going to get it? How do you feel right now?
No.
You still don't think I'm going to get it?
No.
What do you think?
Well, you got to get 37?
Yeah.
Yeah.
37 wins. I got 9 already.
I think you're looking good right now.
I think so, too.
Like I said, after tonight, 20% of the season basically is in the books. Could be sitting on 10 wins already.
Yeah. All right.
We'll see. And Gambo, you were right. You got the finger on the pulse, because the number one answer with 48% is no, save him to play against the Rockets. Then 18% going with you, Gambo, no, they need him healthy. 17% going with both. Yes, play him full minutes, and yes, split his minutes.
Okay. Okay, there you go. All right, that's the poll question, the Burns and Gamble poll question. You can go on Twitter or X, however you want to describe it. Make sure you follow the page. You can also follow me. Always good information on there on Twitter or X. So go do that. All right, Nick Pecora had a column about 5 potential free agents. The Diamondbacks, obviously, they're targeting pitching. It is the number one priority for them. I checked in yesterday and asked about that first baseman, Murakama, the Japanese guy who they have some interest in, but their priority right now is pitching. It's not first base. They got to lock down some pitching. Nick mentioned 5 guys, and it's interesting because only one of them's really a starting pitcher, and that's Zach Little. He mentioned Zach Little, who's been around the block for a guy's been with like 5, 6, 7 different teams. He was with the Reds last year, started 10 games, had an ERA of 4.39. The year before with Tampa, he had a 3.58 ERA. He could be a stopgap guy as one of the starters for you. He's got 79 starts in his career. He's also pitched out of the bullpen quite a bit as well. So could be a hybrid type of guy. I think early in his career he was a reliever, but lately, ever since he got to the Rays, he's kind of been used more of a starter. So I would think that's a guy you could kind of pencil in as a number 3/4 type starter if you got him. Again, a veteran pitcher, right-handed guy. He's 30, he's like 30 years old. I think he's 30. But again, he's pitched in the majors for quite a bit, been a lot of different teams. He could be an option.
I think, Gambo, if you're Mike Hazen and Ken Kendrick and, Torrey weighing in on this, I just think you're fishing in a different pool this year when it comes to free agent pitchers. After you reeled in the biggest fish out of the sea last year in free agency and Corbin Burns, obviously he's still on the books. Obviously you plan on getting him back at some point. How much money are they going to be willing to spend to get that rotation filled out, get the entire pitching staff filled out?
Yeah.
That's where it's not just like, let's just go get the best guys. And obviously if you're going to, if you're not going to spend a whole lot of money, you got to be really sound in your scouting and your evaluations of these guys to try to get the bang for your buck. There was a name on here that
Fairbanks. They've always liked him.
But also the kid who's been pitching in Japan and Korea. Now, they went to that pool back with Merrill Kelly after Kelly was in Korea for 4 years. Cody Ponce is a right-handed pitcher. He's actually a starter, and he's a guy on Nick Pecoro's list. So I want to make sure we credit Nick for coming up with that name. But that's a name that intrigues me a little bit.
He was in the majors with the Pirates. Then he went overseas, and because he was mainly like a reliever his first couple of years, and now he's a starting pitcher. Little was a guy who got traded. The Reds traded for Little last year from Tampa to try to boost their chances, and so they needed starting pitching. So the Rays traded a prospect, I don't remember who, but the Reds traded a prospect to the Rays to get Little. Ponce is a guy that, a guy was in the major leagues for a little bit, then he went overseas.
And found himself
had some success in career, kind of like people compare him to Merrill Kelly, right? Because he was in the major leagues, and then he left, and all of a sudden he's back. So could you go that angle again? Fairbanks is a guy who I've always the Diamondbacks have always kind of had their eye on Pete Fairbanks, always. The Rays paid a $1 million buyout on his option year because they couldn't trade him. So could the Diamondbacks get him potentially? He's a guy that, this past year.
He's affordable. That's good.
Yeah. He's not, he is 32 years old. He pitched to an ERA of 2.83 last year, 61 games pitched, 61 games, ERA of 2.83. He's got a good strikeout to walk ratio, strikes out a batter an inning. So it's always been a guy that they've kind of had their eye on. He also had that famous quote about how bad he was pitching that one time. So these are some of the players that Nick mentions. I could see some of these guys definitely being, options for them. Emilio Pagan, did really well with the Reds. Could he get a lot of money? He might. That might price him out of Arizona. But he's a guy that could come in here and be a back-end guy for you, an 8th or a 9th inning guy. So these are all just names. I think Mike Hazen could do it through free agency, but I also think he could do it through trade. But he is going to get a starting pitcher, and he's going to add a bullpen arm probably sometime before Christmas. He's going to do it. Nothing is close today. They're not close with anything, but these are names that you would obviously expect that they're kicking around.
And what about Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen? Where are you at? What are you hearing about Gallen and Kelly?
I don't think that they would put the money into Gallen, but I'm not sure, so I'm not reporting that. but I don't think that they would give Gallen the 4 years and the money he wants. I think Kelly on a 2-year deal is much more feasible. I think that they like him. I think he likes it here. I think if you're asking me, my opinion, I think it'd be more likely they get Merrill Kelly than they get Zach Gallen.
All right, what if Zach Gallen doesn't get from anybody the contract and the money he's seeking?
Well, you don't get the draft pick at the end of the first round.
Right.
You don't get the compensatory pick at the end of the first round. You get something different.
Right, but in terms of being the best baseball team you can be, I know prove-it deals are really more for the National Football League, but if Zach Gallen doesn't get the money he wants on the open market, how conceivable would it be that he would re-sign in Arizona for?
Sure. Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm thinking.
2-year deal
Like
with
a
an
2-year
opt-out. Like you give him an opt-out like what they gave Jordan Montgomery. You know, unfortunately for Montgomery, he pitched so poorly that he actually opted in. They never expected that to happen. Could you give Gallen a 2-year deal? Like, hey, we'll give you 2 years and, $50 million, but you can, if you pitch well, we'll give you a chance to opt out so we still have you for 1 more year. I would think if he doesn't have the options, that would be one of them. All right, the Phoenix Suns, Dunn and Goodwin, disruptive? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Did we establish, Rick, are you going to run with the Bulls? Is that going to happen?
It's going to happen at some point in my life. I don't think anyone's died in the running with the Bulls since like 2009, so I'm good. It'll be an incredible rush of adrenaline.
Yeah. Especially when you get a horn to the kidney.
Yes. Rick, I also feel like the Bull will come for you first for some reason. Like, he'll pick you out of the crowd, and he'll be like, I want that one.
I hope he does. Oh, my God. Rick, kind of a easy target, would you say?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It is Operation Santa Claus. It's going on right now, and you can have the opportunity to win. This is incredible. All you have to do is bring donations to Sanderson Ford, Sanderson Lincoln, ABC 15, or select U-Haul donations. All donations benefit local charities right here in Arizona. All you have to do is bring donations of food, right? You got to bring some non-perishable food items. How about some new toys, not old toys, new toys. Children's size clothing. Yes, new children's size clothing or money. And you could win your choice of a brand new Ford F-150 Super Crew truck from Sanderson Ford or a beautiful luxury SUV Lincoln Corsair from Sanderson Lincoln. All donations benefit 5 local charities. For rules and drop-off locations, go to givetotheclaws.com. That's givetotheclaws.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our teammates, what makes this company a great place to work?
There's very little that you can't accomplish working for Bank of America.
If you prove yourself, you can try over in a totally new way.
You can learn so much here. You're the owner of your career.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply, subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. Get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Betting.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money, and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday. Head coach Jonathan Gannon ruled out edge rusher Baron Browning, as well as Jonah Williams is headed to the IR. Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 2:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In Diamondbacks news, according to Ken Rosenthal, the D-backs are bringing back free agent catcher James McCann. McCann was a big part of the D-backs last season, filling in for Gabriel Moreno while he was injured. And the Phoenix Suns are hosting their arch nemesis, the Minnesota Timberwolves, in the Suns' second NBA Cup game of the season. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. With the rain, you may need to get your roof repaired or replaced. America Roofing will save you 12% and will provide you a free estimate. Winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year, online at americaroofingco.com.
Suns versus the T-Wolves. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Suns in action tonight, taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves, so they'll get a good team. Tonight, Rudy Gobert and Naz Reid and Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards. And Suns have had a hard time. I'm tired of this losing streak, with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Swept in 4 games, and then last year, all 4 games just didn't go the Suns' way. So we'll see if they can get a win against Minnesota tonight. This would be a big win. This would be, probably the biggest win of the season, in my opinion. Some people might say the San Antonio win. But I would say if they could win this game tonight, that would be a signature-type win. Because Minnesota's been a good quality team for years.
It also would be a sign that the Suns are not only trending towards being a really good basketball team, but trending towards a team that can compete with the upper echelon of the league. Like, that's what I want to see. I mean, can you compete with the Timberwolves tonight and maybe in the fourth quarter go out there and win yourself a basketball game? Because you can do that. I mean, there's no guarantee they're going to beat the Rockets, Thunder, Lakers, or Warriors here over the next 12 games. But that's a great indication that it's not just, the Suns are beating up the lesser lights of the NBA. This is a team that's finding itself and putting itself in a position where you can go out there and beat the T-Wolves on a Friday night on your home court.
Yeah, you mentioned they've had a lot of fourth-quarter leads of double digits, 18-plus points. Now, Atlanta, they were up big, and they gave up 20-0 run. They lost. I love what they did the other night. That was an incredible performance in Portland with them just stepping on their throats. I'd love to see that. They got that lead in the third quarter. They started the bench guys, and they never had the starters come back in. I mean, it was that much of a dominant performance by them. One of the catalysts has really been their defense. Now, a lot of us thought, the defense would be, Dunn and Brooks, right? We got Dunn and Brooks,
Brooks and Dunn.
Brooks and Dunn, like the musical group. But the Suns lineup, I think Greg Esposito put this up there. The Suns lineup with Dunn and Jordan Goodwin in the floor has done a really, really great job. When those two guys, Jordan Goodwin, he was the last guy to make the roster. But he's playing like he's playing over like Malawach and Fleming and some of the other guys because he's a good player. But he was the last guy to make the team, and they liked his DNA and they liked his ability to be a point guard and his toughness. He kind of fit the Suns' DNA, and I reported it that I expected that he was gonna get the nod. They called him the Torture Twins. Espo did. Goodwin and Ryan Dunn. Their defensive rating when they're on the court together. 108.3, second best. Their net rating in the 100 percentile. Their rebound percentage is really good. So not something we thought of, right? When I got Jordan Goodwin, I thought that Jordan Goodwin would be a guy that would just be, an insurance policy in case somebody gets hurt. But man, he's playing quite a bit. Like he's earned a regular spot in the rotation with about 20 plus minutes a game. Like he played 22 against Portland, 22 against Atlanta, 23 against Indiana, 20 against Dallas, 23 against New Orleans. So here's a guy that earned the last spot on the roster and all of a sudden is finding himself as a regular rotation piece for Jordan Ott.
Well, here's the thing with Jordan Goodwin. Whoever his off-season shooting coach is deserves a raise. And everybody who can't shoot in this league should go to that same guy.
Hire that guy?
I mean, okay. Jordan Goodwin was here a couple of years ago. He's always been tough. He's always been gritty. He's always been a guy that leaves it out on the court and can defend and disrupt. But the problem was he was such a liability offensively that you couldn't keep him on the floor for long stretches or even really keeping him part of a meaningful rotation. What this kid has come back to the Suns in his second stint, it's like a different player offensively.
Right.
I mean, he can knock down the threes at 39%, which is not unbelievable, but I mean, it's better than Devin Booker if you want to put it in perspective. He's 7 points a game, not playing a ton of minutes, but he's a threat now shooting the basketball. And now that he can do that, all the other stuff, which has always been a huge part of his game, is still a part of his game. So he's a viable threat out on the floor offensively, and he can still do all the things you want to do defensively. Look, the Suns are a top 8 defense right now in the NBA in terms of points per game allowed. Obviously, there are other metrics that you can get into to recognize the strength of a defense. But the bottom line is, yeah, playing defense in this league, you need a skill set and athleticism, and you need, some technique and schematic value. But Gamble, it's also a lot of heart. It's a lot of heart and effort and a lot of want to.
Yeah.
And this team under Vogel and Budenholzer didn't have that.
No.
And it's not just the coaches, it's the guys that were out on the court. This team has it.
Jordan Goodwin diving for balls when they're up 20 in the fourth quarter. Matt Ishbia talked about that when he was on with us last week. It was a great cut, and that's what you wanted. You wanted guys, listen, you've got a job on this team. It's just to play as hard as you can all the time. And when they brought Jordan Goodwin in after the Lakers let him go, they liked him. And again, I think that when you look at why did he get that last roster spot? Why was it him? It really just came down to he kind of fit their DNA. He kind of fit the type of player that they wanted, the way that they want to play. And so he earned that last roster spot. I'm probably surprised because how many guys that earned the last roster spot are playing 20 minutes a game? Nobody. Nobody. So that's where I think I'm happy that Jordan Ott, and it proves that Jordan Ott gives you a chance. If you go out there and you work hard and you play hard and you bust your ass, I'm going to play you. I'm going to give you an opportunity. He's been a key cog to that second unit, So, when it was him and Jared Butler, and that's what I'm just looking, I kind of tweeted out, I said, look, I expect that Goodwin's going to get the nod. And that's because they just really like how hard he plays, and he kind of fits the type of player that they want on their roster.
Yeah, but you don't get that kind of minutes and that kind of run, that kind of burn, unless you are a two-way player. So Goodwin can do all those things defensively that the Suns knew they were going to get, but he wasn't going to be a part of the regular rotation until he shows up and he's shooting the ball.
Yeah, shooting the ball well.
Well, far better than he's ever had.
What's his three-point percentage?
It's at 39.
Yeah, which is good. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
And he's at 7 points a game. but he's a threat. Like, I can't stress that enough. He was not a threat before. In fact, not only was he not a threat, he was kind of a liability on the offensive end. Now he's dangerous. He's dangerous.
2 for 5 against Portland, 1 for 2 against Atlanta, 2 for 3 against Indiana, 3 for 5 against Dallas. Like, this month, okay, let's take it a step further. Because he started off really poor. In his first 3 games, he was 1 of 8 from three-point range. Take the first 3 games out, he's shooting 46.7% from 3. 46. So this month, the month of November, 46.7% from three-point range. That's good. Like, you're going to play a lot if you shoot the ball like that.
I mean, that would lead the NBA probably at the end of the season. Here's Goodwin the other night on the energy he brings to the basketball team.
I think it plays a lot. No matter what's going on, I always go in there in the gym, make sure everybody's good. I shake everybody's hand, look them in their face, smile at them, ask how they doing. Even the players, coaches, staff, no matter who walking in there, janitor. I just bring that energy. And it's 24/7. I never turn it off. And that's just who I am. So I think that played a huge part into it. And you need good vibes around all the time.
Yeah, in regards to Ryan Dunn, here's a guy now trying to find his way. He's been in the starting lineup. He's up around 9 points a game. But what I love about the role that Ryan Dunn has kind of fallen into here, and he's kind of embraced it, is the Suns don't need him to do too much. You got an open 3 in the corner, shoot it, knock it down. If you're able to knock it down, great. But he's able to do all the little things. Like, the Suns don't need Ryan Dunn to score 16 points a game. Certainly if Dylan Brooks is going to continue to shoot it the way he shot it, and Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen when he's in there, these guys are all having seemingly career years shooting the basketball. So for Dunn, kind of the same thing we were talking about with Goodwin. He brings all that defensive intensity and a scrappy guy out there on the court, get his hands on balls, loose balls, able to get some defensive rebounds. So if you're not requiring a lot out of Ryan Dunn offensively, he falls into that role. And if other guys are picking up the slack when it comes to scoring, Ryan Dunn's going to find himself on the court a lot this season.
All right, Kyler Murray. There's some potential landing spots for him, and they're rated by tiers. We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium.
Huddle. Trevor Lawrence plays at a high level, and they're able to utilize a lot of different receivers. So just a really good coached, really good talented roster that plays hard.
We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, who did LASIK surgery for me about 15 years ago. One of the best things that I've ever done for myself. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. See great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. Absolutely one of the best decisions I made was going with the team eye doctor of your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, Dr. Jay Schwartz. Now, I will tell you what a lot of people love about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is not only having the most advanced LASIK surgeon do your surgery, there's nobody better than Dr. Jay Schwartz, but also getting 2 years of interest-free financing. Yeah, people are paying off over 24 months without paying any interest. People are like, oh, that's great. I'll take that option. Give me 24 months. I'll make a small payment each month, and boom, I'll be done in 24 months. All you have to do is call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center to set up your free thorough eye exam to make sure you're a candidate for one of their incredible vision correction procedures. The number is 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Squirt. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, where Black Friday and Cyber Monday evolve on a daily basis. Make sure you get their latest incredible smoking hot deals by texting Waltz to 620-620. You will get a link to Bickley's Black Friday deals that you can check and refresh daily. Again, save big by texting Waltz, WALTS, to 620-620. And remember, shop local, shop Waltz.
Message and data rates may apply.
Let's go! Come on, come on, come on, come on! Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday. Yeah! Driven by Sanderson Ford.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, Red Friday.
Ranking Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray's potential landing spots. Theo Mackey of AZ Central had a story today on it, and it's interesting because it's a lot of the teams that we have talked about, but it's a little bit in tiers. Almost no chance, never say never, and most likely spots. Let's start with the most likely spots. The Pittsburgh Steelers, who have Aaron Rodgers, the Jets, who have nobody, and the Raiders, who have Geno Smith. You would think that those three teams would at least kick the tires on Kyler Murray. Look, if they cut him, if the Cardinals cut him, they're on the hook for a dead cap hit of $57.7 million. You could split that up over a couple of years. If they could find a trade partner, they save about $40 million. They retain $17 million of a cap hit, but it saves them a whole lot of money. The team that acquires him would also be taking on a lot of money for Kyler Murray. About, they'd have to pay slightly more than $60 million for 1 year or slightly less than $80 million for 2 years.
But the Cardinals can pick up some of that, though, right?
They could, but you would expect that a team would say, "Look, I'll take the 2-year deal because that's a lot," and that's the going rate for quarterbacks these days. It's a pretty fair value.
Good quarterbacks.
The Steelers, the Jets, and the Raiders. Steelers cold weather, Jets cold weather, Raiders not. You see any of those as a good avenue for Kyler?
I mean, maybe the Raiders. I got to tell you, I know the Jets are desperate, and they've been a disaster at that position for a long, long time. And Justin Fields couldn't have looked any worse this year. I got to tell you, Gambo, at the trade deadline, I heard rumblings, not enough to go out there and quote unquote report it, but the Cardinals did have a conversation with the Jets, and the Jets weren't interested. Now, not being interested at the trade deadline is a whole lot different than maybe not being interested in the offseason when perhaps the numbers can look a little more favorable, especially if the Cardinals are willing to pick up some of that salary. So I don't know if the Jets saying no at the trade deadline is something that would continue on into the offseason. But the question is, I was joking there when I said, that's the going rate for good quarterbacks. Remember the DeAndre Hopkins situation? And it's not a direct parallel, but teams were reluctant to give the Cardinals what Hopkins was honestly worth because they knew that the Cardinals were in a situation where they were going to have to release him. how much of the similarities exist now between that situation and the Kyler Murray situation? If other teams know the Cardinals are absolutely ready to move on, do you just wait for him to be on the open market after being released?
So here's what I look at, too. The New York Giants have a 2-9 record. The Raiders have a 2-8 record, right? I mean, so these are teams that are very much trending to get one of the top quarterbacks in the draft. If I'm a fan, I would much rather them draft that quarterback, the Indiana kid, the Oregon kid, the Bama kid, than go get Kyler Murray. I'd much rather you give me a chance with a young guy than a veteran who's been in the league for 7-8 years and there's a lot of knocks on him. And
he's never won a playoff game.
He's never won a playoff game. So so this is what I'm looking at too. You could mention all the teams, but the Giants right now have the number 2 pick and the Raiders have the number 6 pick. That's going to change, but they're all like the Giants have 2 wins. So does Cleveland. So does New Orleans. So does the Jets. So does Vegas. So those are teams I look at and I say, okay, I don't know if I would pass up a quarterback in the draft to go trade for Kyler Murray if I'm those teams.
No, and I'll tell you this. You never know. Any one of these guys could end up being first-team All-Pro by the time it's all said and done. But you mentioned the guys. It's Mendoza out of Indiana, a kid named Dante Moore who plays quarterback at Oregon, Lenoris Sellers out of South Carolina, and Ty Simpson who plays at Alabama. I got to tell you, I do like Moore, and I think there's something there. Sellers I just haven't seen enough about at this point. But, I don't know about Simpson and Mendoza. So it's not exactly a lights out.
Alabama quarterbacks are never good in the NFL.
The
last one was like Kenny Stabler.
Joe Namath. But there's something to that, Gamble, because you're surrounded by so much talent. Bryce Young, I think the jury's still out, but there's so much talent at Alabama. Sometimes, you look at Tua, right? He was a great college quarterback, but look what he's done in the National Football League. Was he a great quarterback because he was surrounded by so many great players, even though he was a very high recruit when he came into Nick Saban's program. But if you're first of all, you talk about the Raiders, I don't see any world where Tom Brady says, Kyler Murray, you're my guy. You're our guy.
Yeah.
I cannot fathom that would happen.
Complete opposite of what?
Complete opposite.
Right.
The guy who never stopped studying film to the guy who had to have a homework clause put in
early. I don't
contract.
think that's Kyler now. I don't want to knock Kyler for any of that stuff.
I don't know. Do you know for sure? Listen, it was a problem once. I don't know if it's a problem still now.
The other, never say never. He's got Carolina listed, and almost no chance. Colts, Vikings, Falcons, Dolphins, Browns, Saints. The one interesting team in there to me would be the Falcons. That would be an interesting team with the Falcons, because the Falcons' first-round draft pick is going to the Rams. So they don't have the ability to go draft that quarterback, right? The Falcons have to give the Rams their first-round pick. So to me, I think the Falcons could be more in play than what Theo's saying here. Because
but you're not going to spend that kind of money on a stop. If you're going to talk about a trade, you're not going to spend that kind of money on a stopgap quarterback in Kyler Murray, thinking that you're going to give the reins back to Michael Penix.
Well, but you got to not believe in Penix, and Penix is out for a long time now.
Well, he's out for a year.
Right, okay, so...
Did they see enough that they're ready to move on, and they say Kyler Murray is the guy we're going to move on with?
Maybe they have. They're not good. Kirk Cousins isn't the answer.
Well, I know that, but Penix is still a young player in this league.
I don't think they love him.
Yeah, but it's a first-round pick. You're going to pull the ripcord on that already? Maybe they would. We're thinking out loud here. We don't know what's going on there.
Teams do it all the time.
Early? Justin Fields is still getting
Cardinals did on Josh Rosen.
Yeah, but that was a difference.
How about Cam Ward?
Well, they're not gonna give up on Cam Ward.
How about Anthony Richardson?
There's one that was given up on.
But there's a lot. More than you think. You got to look at a guy like, okay, he's not that guy. You don't have to hold on to a guy there's nothing that says you have to hold on to a guy for 7 or 8 years if you draft him in the first round.
No, I get that.
And realize that he's not the guy.
No, but you also don't give up after a year either. Somewhere in the middle is reality.
He's been here for 2 years. He's been in the league for 2 years, but he didn't play a whole lot the first year. You're right.
You're right. His first full year as a starter.
Yeah. Maybe you don't, but that's an interesting thing for me is the Falcons, but probably unlikely, right? Colts, no. Vikings, no. Because again, you'd be giving up on J.J. McCarthy right now if you're the Vikings. The Dolphins, they probably got to do something at some point. So do the Browns, and The Saints, Tyler Shuck, are you going to give up on him so quickly? He's only had like 3 starts so far.
No, you
since
can't.
he replaced Spencer Rattler.
You can't, but
I mean, you can.
But you could get a team like the Saints could be like, listen, these guys aren't ready. When you talk about Shuck, we could get Kyler Murray in here for a year or so as a stopgap guy. Like I use the phrase stopgap because is there any other team in the National Football League that says we're going to build our franchise around Kyler Murray after what's happened here? I mean, I know the Kyler fans be like, oh, he's got to have an offense designed around his skill set, and that didn't happen either.
You're hoping he's the next Baker Mayfield. That's what you're hoping. You're hoping that Kyler's Baker Mayfield. You're going to get him, and he's going to a new set of scenery, a change of environment, better coaching staff, and just a new lease on life, and he blossoms. You're hoping that he becomes Baker Mayfield. ASU, they're taking on Colorado in Boulder this weekend. Tomorrow, what are their title odds? And the one game that has a lot of impact this weekend. We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bounce pass too wide for Johnson to grab, but Krejci is there. 3 seconds to shoot. Around the back pass is loose. Stolen by Dylan Brooks. He's into the forecourt. He'll throw it down.
Suns versus the T-Wolves. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers. The #1 wiper blades in America.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes. And with that in mind, I have great news for all Valley homeowners who need to get their windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November, where you will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year, and as a customer of Advanced Window Products, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible, and the whole process was so professional and so impressive, from installation to cleanup, from beginning to end. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, they will guarantee them for life. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. Proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and I've got a question for you. Why are you waiting for one-day deals when Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is rolling out Black Friday deals all month long? General Manager John Nissen and his team are discounting nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model on the lot. So stop in and take advantage of 0% APR financing for up to 75 months, plus up to $3,000 Ford bonus cash, plus make no payments until Valentine's Day on our most popular models, including 2025 F-150, Lightning, Super Duty, Mach-E, Escape, Explorer, the list goes on. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and with Earnhardt, you know you will be treated like family, and that ain't no bull. Stop in and see them in person. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. APR is $1333 per month per $1,000 finance for the first 75 months. Interest accrues from date of purchase. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 12/125.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday. Head coach Jonathan Gannon ruled out edge rusher Baron Browning, as well as Jonah Williams is headed to the IR. Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 2:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In Diamondbacks news, according to Ken Rosenthal, the D-backs are bringing back free agent catcher James McCann. McCann was a big part of the D-backs last season, filling in for Gabriel Moreno while he was injured. And the Phoenix Suns are hosting their arch nemesis, or at least my arch nemesis, Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Suns' second NBA Cup game of the season. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Jim Kelly is coming to Talking Stick Resort on December 14th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it.
ASU Sun Devils football in a Big 12 matchup at Colorado. Our pregame coverage starts at 3 p.m. Kickoff 6 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU at Colorado on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, ASU Colorado tomorrow. Not very happy with Dion in Colorado right now. There's a lot of talk about that. There was a good column that was put out by one of the Denver Post columnists.
Troy Rank wrote it.
Troy Rank.
Yeah.
Says Deion Sanders is built for adversity. His team is not. Deion Sanders triumphs over criticism. His players do not. And he says it's about the modern staples of football: retention, recruitment, and coaching and winning. The Buffs are trailing, if not failing, in these areas, which is unacceptable, and Sanders is making $10 million per season. Their recruiting class ranks number 78 nationally, last in the Big 12. Sanders said he missed on some players in the portal, the guys that they didn't mention, but, you know, they said they gave him a $54 million extension, and it might not have been the right thing. You know, but he did bring the program back to life, but this program...
for like 2 games, Gambo. I mean, after those first 2 wins, I mean, you had the whole entire college football world heading towards Boulder, and there were the articles and not only sports publications, but news publications. He's changing college football. And they pretty much haven't been able to win.
Right.
String together wins ever since.
Yeah. Almost like when Chip Kelly first got to the NFL, like, and it faded very, very fast. So ASU plays them this weekend, and they got to take care of business. But they're also going to have their eye on one very important game in the Big 12, BYU-Cincinnati. If BYU wins at Cincinnati Saturday, it eliminates the Bearcats. So the Bearcats have a lot to play for. They need to win this game against BYU to keep their hopes of getting to the Big 12 title game alive. But if BYU wins, for all intent and purposes, it kind of eliminates ASU too. Because BYU would then just need a win against UCF, which is probably one of the worst teams. They're not a very good team. So they'd be home for that game. So I think if BYU goes to Cincinnati and wins, I think that's it for ASU. But the Cougars could also clinch a spot this weekend with a couple scenarios. They win, plus Arizona State loses at Colorado, and Houston loses at TCU. So that would be one scenario BYU gets in. They would also get in with a win over Cincinnati, an Arizona State loss, plus a Utah win. So there's possibilities they could clinch a spot before the UCF game. But even still, if everybody else takes care of business, if BYU wins at Cincinnati, they play UCF, and if they win that game, they're in. They probably win that game going away. It's at home, and UCF's not very good.
For Arizona State to play for the Big 12 championship game, I mean, there's a lot of different scenarios that could put them there, none of them very realistic. But one, and unfortunately, you don't need a lot to happen if this were to happen, and that's Texas Tech losing to West Virginia. I just don't. I mean, upsets happen, I guess, any given Saturday, but I don't know how that happens, because if it were to happen, if West Virginia were to be able to beat Texas Tech, Arizona State would just need BYU to win out and for Utah to lose one of their final two games.
They play Kansas and Kansas State. I think it's Kansas State they get at home, which is the better team, and then Kansas, I think, is there.
None of these pathways are very good.
No, I think it's more likely that I think the scenario that's more likely is this. Texas Tech beats West Virginia. BYU loses to Cincinnati, but beats Central Florida. But then Cincinnati loses to TCU, or who was their other game against? Or whatever. TCU.
Just loses to TCU.
Yes.
Because they're finishing up with BYU and
right,
TCU.
So that would be it. So that scenario, I think, might be the likely one if it happens. Texas Tech beats West Virginia. BYU goes on the road to Cincinnati. Cincinnati's desperate. BYU loses to Cincinnati. BYU comes back and beats Central Florida. And then Cincinnati gets upset by TCU. The other scenario is Texas Tech beats West Virginia. BYU loses to Cincinnati, then beats Florida. And then Utah loses a game, one of their final two. They play Kansas and Kansas State. And then Cincinnati has to beat TCU, and Houston has to win out. I still think the odds are stacked against ASU. The only thing that they can control is they got to win this game against Colorado, and then the day after Thanksgiving, they got to beat Arizona.
And remember, Texas Tech obviously has a lot to play for, trying to get a top 4 seed in the playoffs. BYU and Utah, Gambo, are right there knocking on the door for an at-large bid. I mean, they're coming in this week at 11-12. So I'm not saying Cincinnati can't win that football game against BYU, but it's not like BYU is in any kind of trap game situation. I mean, they got to win out in the regular season and then have a crack at Texas Tech. Now, if they beat Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game, it's an automatic bid anyway. But they have designs on even losing in the Big 12 title game and getting an at-large bid if, some teams ahead of them, Notre Dame, Alabama, were to slip up down the stretch here. So they got a lot to play for as well. Kenny Dillingham talking about the offense on Bickley and Murata earlier today. Clearly, Sam Levitt now out for the year. They're trying to tailor an offense to the strength of Jeff Sims, and so far so good in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, he's just come to work every day. We've really doubled down a little bit with some intermediate and short passing game. And Jeff's done a phenomenal job of that. When you're defending a guy who's 240 pounds and can run, has that ability, and can also throw it deep, you want to pressure him to see if he can throw hots. Because if you stay stagnant, they can run him, and those are clean runs. And you can pressure and keep guys deep. So the challenge is, can that guy throw a quick game? And that's what they challenged us in the first half to do. And that was our plan, was to have Jeff attack intermediate pressures. And he did that as good as anybody last week, especially in the first half, because he was prepared for it. So I think, just trying to understand what a defense is going to do based off of your quarterbacks and your team's strengths and try to anticipate that and prepare Jeff for it. And he was prepared and he was ready and he went out and performed at a high level.
Yeah, Marcus Arroyo's done a really good job tailoring this offense around Jeff Sims. Look, for a guy like Sims, you got to stay on schedule. You got to utilize his legs. You got to not make mistakes, get penalties that put you behind the sticks where he has to be a pocket passer and throw the football downfield. But if you can do that when you're on schedule, if you would have told me, Gambo, after watching Jeff Sims play against Cincinnati last year and then that Utah game this year, that he would have to be called upon to finish out the season, and not only would ASU win games, but he'd have a couple of conference offensive player of the week awards on his mantle, I would have said no way. But it's a credit to the staff, and it's a credit to Jeff Sims that we are where we are today in regards to the offense.
Yeah, no, he's been fantastic. I mean,
Absolutely.
The Utah game notwithstanding, right? That was a tough one. Like that was very difficult. That was a tough environment. You go on the road against Utah. Levitt's out. You're playing a great program. You get walloped. It just doesn't go your way. It's rainy. The conditions were terrible. You end up losing that game. For him to bounce back the way he has and have some of those signature wins, that was impressive. I never thought that much about Iowa State. I just didn't. But they go down there and they win that game 24-19. He rushes for 228 yards, the most by an ASU quarterback in a single game, 405 yards of offense. He's got 3 touchdowns. They were happy for him. Like, they were very happy for him that he played that well. West Virginia game, look, they were in control, and then they just kind of stopped playing a little bit. Like, they were up 22-10 at halftime.
Yeah, he was fine, though. Like, he
was fine, but they didn't score in the second half. They needed a field goal at the end of the game to win it because they had 22 points, and in the last minute, they got the field goal. So they did nothing in the second half. I mean, that's got to be a little bit on him. But again, they 22-10, the fact that it came down to a field goal with 2.5 minutes left was kind of mind-boggling. It was a 49-yard field goal, too.
I know.
So if he misses that, ASU probably gets shut out in the second half. You're like, okay, what happened to the offense?
Well, you may get Jordan Tyson back tomorrow, too, which would be huge. And we talk about commending people. How about Jordan Tyson? I mean, this is a guy that's been banged up. He's projected to be maybe a top 10, top 5 pick in the draft. A lot of guys with playoffs likely off the table would shut it down. They would shut it down. That's the way kids and players think this day. Kenny Dillingham actually mentioned that. He said, you know what, he could have done that, but it's a testament to his character and his will to win and his belief in the brothers that are in that locker room with him. He's out there and he's going to hopefully play tomorrow. It's going to be a game time decision, Kenny said earlier today.
Yeah, listen, none of the games missed have affected his draft status either, which is remarkable. That's how highly people think of him. Like, he missed the Big 12 championship game last year. He missed the playoff game last year, got hurt in the Arizona game, missed a few games this year. He's still projected to be the first wide receiver off the board by anybody. So everybody thinks very highly of Jordan Tyson. All right, predicting the opening day rotation for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And they did make a signing today, brought back one of their own. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU Sun Devils football in a Big 12 matchup at Colorado Saturday.
I mean, it's going to be cold. It's going to be sold out. It's their senior night, so those guys are going to be playing as hard as they possibly can to win on senior night like every team does.
Our pregame coverage starts at 3 p.m. Kickoff 6 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU at Colorado on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Bay Citizens. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Bedding. So here's what you do. Get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Bedding.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. How did the Suns fare over the weekend? And how will they fare as KD returns to the Valley? We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. KD returning to the Valley.
Content provided is for educational purposes only.
We make the claims.
What is that?
Get back on the road in.
You okay, Tim?
I'm blaming Burnsy.
Yeah. Tim's got a bunch of stuff up. Good thing it's like G-rated. Hello to all the YouTubers out there. I haven't said hello today. I haven't logged on yet, but I will. Hello to all the YouTubers. We appreciate you.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Gimbo, we got to give a shout out to our listeners in Deer Valley.
Deer Valley. Yes, Deer Valley. Hello to all of you in Deer Valley. The Diamondbacks bring back James McCann, veteran catcher, 35 years old. He did a good job for them last year. Matter of fact, I think a lot of the pitchers liked throwing to him, but they liked him because he does a great job with the staff. They need Gabby Moreno to step up and become what they thought he would be. Like that's essential. Like it really is. Like you're not bringing back Josh Naylor. You're not bringing back Eugenio Suarez. You're going to lose some of that production. They really need Gabby Moreno to do better than what he has been doing. So they need him to get back to being a guy that can, hit for a little bit more power, drive in some runs.
Stay healthy.
I mean, last year he only played in 83 games. So a big part of what they need to accomplish is Gabby Moreno just kind of being healthy and being available for them. So, but bringing back McCann makes a lot of sense because they liked him. You don't have to go out. He wanted to be here. You're not paying him a lot of money. Those backup catchers are just cheap one-year deal guys, but he's a guy that they're familiar with and they liked.
Yeah, the pitchers liked him. I mean, I know you mentioned that Zach Gallen liked him. We don't know if Gallen's going to be back, but the pitchers liked the way he called the game, and he was a nice pickup for the D-backs. Speaking of the rotation, Gamble, they got to get Fott going again. I mean, I know
all the tools, right?
Yeah.
All the tools in the toolbox, but just can't put it together, and I don't understand it. I don't understand it. He doesn't walk anybody. He's got a great fastball. The way it was described to me is he just puts too many balls right over the middle of the plate. He's got to find a way to move the ball up and down. He's got a great fastball, but it's always in a similar spot. I think Ryan Nelson took a big jump. There was a story today projecting every MLB team's 2026 opening day roster. And so you take a look at it, and let's just go from the back forward because they've got the 4 and 5 guys as you would expect, Brandon Pfaadt and Erod, right? Like, okay, that makes sense. That's your 4 and that's your 5 guys. If I go to 1 and 2, this is where it gets interesting. They've got Merrill Kelly as their number 1. Ryan Nelson is their number 2. Now, that would only be until Corbin Burns gets back. And then I think it would be Corbin Burns number 1. I think Ryan Nelson number 2. And then Merrill Kelly number 3. That'd be halfway through the season. Or in the other order, Kelly 2, Nelson 3, whichever way you run it. But that's not bad. Like, if you bring back Merrill Kelly and you've got Corbin Burns as your ace, if you go Burns, Kelly, Nelson, you've got Rodriguez and Pfaadt, and then this projection had them going out and getting a starter, I think he's a free agent from the Rangers, Tyler Mahle, who last year 6-4, 2.18 ERA.
Hurt though.
He's hurt.
Back half of the year. He did come back in late September, but he
was out all of July and all of August,
and he had a great start though. And I don't know if the Diamondbacks are looking at the way he pitched before he went down and said this is a guy that could help us as again we'll use the phrase stopgap until Corbin Burns gets back. But they're gonna have injuries, Gambo. I know this because everybody always has injuries, especially this team in the starting rotation.
Yeah, it'd be risky because Mahle, he's got a long history of being injured. He only appeared in 3 games in 2024, 5 games in 2023, 4 games in 2022. So it would be, you could get him on the cheap because of that. But when he pitched last year in the 16 games he pitched in, he was unfreaking believable. I mean, he had an area of 2.18 over 86 innings. It's just, that might be the guy. That might be the guy. Okay, can you get me through half a season until Corbin Burns comes back? Because if you can do that, we'll be okay. So that's but that's the projection that they have. Now, the Rangers could re-sign him too. And I think the Rangers are still in on re-signing Merrill Kelly. I think that they still have interest in re-signing Merrill Kelly. He wasn't great for them after they traded him. He pitched 55 innings, had an ERA of 4.23, but he did have some real dominant starts for them. So he did show them like what he's capable of. So that will be an interesting thing too. I like Merrill Kelly. I'd like to see Kelly come back because I think you can get him on a 2-year deal for a good price. He was at the Suns game the other day, took that first shot and hit the front of the rim.
It's just safe to say 2/5 of the starting rotation are not yet on the roster officially, not signed. Whether or not you sign a Merrill Kelly or a Mahle or a Zach Gallen. We talked about Gallen a little bit earlier. Giolito's a name that's floating around out there with connections to the D-backs in terms of
I saw that too.
Interest. I don't know how much validity there is there, but again, that's the kind of pool they're fishing in here. I mean, Zach Gallen's a whole different conversation, obviously, but when you talk about a Mahle or a Kelly or a Giolito or even some of the guys we talked about earlier out of Nick Picoro's article, you got the big fish last year. You're going to get some small fish now. And that's okay because you're waiting for Burns to get back to solidify the top of the rotation.
I don't know that Giolito's a guy that you go get because, again, I think that you're very limited in money and what you could do financially. So it's got to be you're looking for 2 spots in the rotation. Now, you have 3 spots locked up, right? You got 3 spots locked up with Ryan Nelson.
Yes.
And you got Eduardo Rodriguez, you got Brandon Pfaadt. If you could bring back Merrill Kelly, now you just need one guy. Now, at some point, you're going to get a Corbin Burns back. At some point, you're going to get A.J. Puck back and Justin Martinez and Lourdes Gurriel, too. They're going to start the season, like I said, with about $65 million on the sidelines. So that's where they've got to decide, okay, like we're going to get these guys back. So that's why they're probably not going to be big spenders. You're just trying to find, and I think, Giolito, good last year. I'd love to have him on this team. Just the question really becomes cost. What is his cost going to be? Because it might be too much for the Diamondbacks, who are not going to have the same payrolls they had last year. Their payroll is going to come down a little bit.
Yeah, Derek Hall already is on record. Like we're going to have to lower the payroll. And again, when you spend that kind of money on Burns, you will get him back. We don't know how effective he'll be, but you will get him back. So that's why when you start to fill out the rotation, when it comes to free agency and winter meetings. I hate to put it this way, but you got to kind of shop in the bargain aisle, and you got to do your homework.
Giolito missed a full year. The Red Sox did not even give him a qualifying offer. He pitched very well for them, but they didn't give him a qualifying offer. But he is young and he had success. So, but again, like same thing with Miley, like the injury history. Like and it gives up a lot of home runs, so that could bring the price down a little bit to make it more manageable for you. But again, you're taking a big chance on more of a high-risk guy.
But you're not spending the kind of money that you normally would to be on a low-risk guy. I mean, so that's the dance Mike Hazen has to kind of waltz with here, right?
Right. Yeah, he's going to be looking for more than $19 million because he had a $19 million mutual option and he declined it. So he declined that. So he just got a buyout, and now he's a free agent. The Red Sox had the right to give him a qualifying offer, and they decided not to. So figure that out, right? He declines the option for $19 million. They declined to give him a qualifying offer. So obviously he wants more than $19 million. They didn't even want to give him a qualifying offer for $22 million. So he wanted out, and then they wanted out. Yeah, they seem to be pretty far apart for sure. So we'll see how that plays out. But the Diamondbacks obviously looking for pitching. The 4 o'clock reset will get you caught up with everything going on in the world of sports. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. Cruise on out for the Good Guys 28th Speedway Motors Southwest Nationals. All this weekend at Westworld of Scottsdale. Over 3,000 of the country's coolest classics. Good Guys Autocross racing action and earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Arizona's biggest swap meet and huge vendor midway. Free family fun zone, live music, and more. All this weekend at Westworld of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday. Head coach Jonathan Gannon ruled out edge rusher Baron Browning, as well as Jonah Williams is headed to the IR. Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 2:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In Diamondbacks news, according to Ken Rosenthal, the D-backs are bringing back free agent catcher James McCann. McCann was a big part of the D-backs last season, filling in for Gabriel Moreno while he was injured. And the Phoenix Suns are hosting their arch nemesis, or at least my arch nemesis, Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Suns' second NBA Cup game of the season. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Waltz TV and Appliance. Black Friday is almost here, and don't go to the big box store. Buy local with Waltz. They'll match any price and will provide a 3-year warranty for free if you mention Bickley. Buy local online at waltz.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, 4 o'clock reset. We'll get you caught up on everything that's going on in the world of sports. Lauren, what's the big college basketball game you're watching this weekend? What do you got?
Well, I'm always watching Illinois, but that's not a big.
Okay.
That's not a big game.
Okay.
They're not playing anybody exciting.
Okay, on
right
Monday, Purdue won yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Purdue won. Hard to knock off a team that's number one when they haven't lost a game.
Purdue plays Texas Tech tonight.
Okay. Is Arizona number one in the country on Monday after beating UConn?
Yes.
I think so, too.
I think so.
I think so. After beating Florida, beating UCLA at the Intuit Dome in L.A., and then a true road win in stores against UConn, I don't know how you don't have them number one. Nothing against Purdue. You make Purdue number two. But I think Arizona jumps them.
We'll see what happens tonight in that game.
Okay.
Because that'll decide. We'll know more then. Let's move on to the Cardinals.
Let's move on.
Because there's a lot to cover with them. Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media today and discussed Jonah Williams.
He's a starter, good player. He wasn't going to be able to play the rest of the year. He needs to have surgery.
You said he needs to? He's got to have surgery. He's out for the rest of the year. He's not the only...
My quick point on this is, it really sucks when you go sign a guy that, that had never really been hurt his whole career. You give him a deal worth $30-something million, like 20 of it's guaranteed, and then now he's out for the year. And it kind of sucks.
Yeah, and he's not the only one out for the Cardinals tomorrow. Trey Benson's out, Baron Browning's out, Amari DiMercado's out, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s out, and Dadrian Taylor-Demerson is also out. A long list of questionables as well. Kelvin Beachum, Hayden Connor, Will Hernandez, Will Johnson, Darius Robinson, and Garrett Williams.
Jonah Williams going to end up playing 15 out of 34 games for the Cardinals. 15 out of 34. Some knee injuries when he was with Cincy, but for the most part, the Cardinals signed him. He was healthy, and he just could not stay on the field. So that's the availability, 15 out of 34. The Trey Benson thing, I didn't expect him to play this week. I think he'll be back next week from what I've heard. I think Trey Benson will be ready to play next week. You're just not going to have him this week against Jacksonville.
It's unfortunate, too, because the running game, I mean, Bam Knight came into that game last week averaging just over 22 yards a game on the ground. Now, this running game wasn't working all that great when they were healthy, and I think you can look at the offensive line in that regard, but last week was tough to gauge any kind of running game because they were down again early and they had to throw the ball 57 times, but they could really use Trey Benson back sooner than later.
And for the Jacksonville Jaguars, they will be without Brian Thomas Jr. due to an ankle injury, and tight end Brenton Strange is questionable with a hip injury. And announced today, the jersey worn by Jacoby Brissett last Sunday when he set the NFL's all-time single-game record with 47 completions is now on display at the Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio.
That's what we're all about here in Arizona, man. Our quarterbacks, they get their jerseys taken off and they hang them. Jeff Sims' jersey hung.
At least Sims won the game.
Jacoby Brissett, jerseys being hung. There you go. We're all about hanging those jerseys.
I wish maybe we were raising some trophies, but that's okay.
Yes, we're going to have to settle for the jerseys being hung.
I get it. Jacoby Brissett would just as soon complete 4 passes in a game and win.
He said that.
Yeah. Of course that's accurate. But again, like I said earlier, a lot of quarterbacks have been down big in games.
Like, what's the big high school game tonight? What do you got? What's the big high school game?
Desert Mountain, Desert Edge, baby.
Desert Mountain versus Desert Edge. Who's favored?
Well, I don't know if they actually have, Vegas point spreads on these games.
But your kid's on what team?
We're Desert Mountain.
Desert Mountain.
So Desert Edge.
4 completions and get the win. You'll take it.
That's exactly
You'll
right.
Take it.
That might actually happen.
Sorry, Desert Edge. We got to root for Desert Mountain tonight.
Desert Edge is number 1. They're 10-0 in the regular season.
Sorry, we got to root for you to lose.
And the Bills, they lost to the Texans last night, 23-19.
Oh, my God.
Josh Allen was sacked 8 times in that game. Here he is post-game.
It's not fun. I ran into a couple myself. I got to be better with throwing the ball away and living to see another down and letting us play some situational football and pinning them deep. And too many times I was going backwards, and I got to be better on that.
This season, the Bills have defeated Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and Baker Mayfield, and lost to Davis Mills, Michael Penix Jr., and Tua.
Will the real Buffalo Bills stand up?
God, has their window closed? I
mean,
but
the AFC.
I know,
but the AFC seems wide open, doesn't it?
They're getting worse year by year, not getting better.
If I said to you right now, you could have one team coming out of the AFC, who would you take? Who would you take right now?
Oh boy,
you get one team and one team only. You want to go first, Lauren? Go ahead, take a team.
I mean, I can't go Patriots yet.
Okay, I'll start then. I'll start. I'll go Broncos. I'll take the Broncos. Their defense is phenomenal. If they get home field advantage, you got to go there and play. Right now, today, I'll take the Broncos. Take a team.
Okay, but you're saying the Bills don't count them out yet? Maybe you're right.
I wouldn't count them out, but like I'm saying, I think we would all have 3 different teams. Who would you take, Lauren?
I would take the Colts.
You would take the Ravens right now?
I would take the Colts.
You would take. See what I'm saying? That's the AFC. All 3 of us took different teams. You could have took Denver too. You didn't. Well, you've got the Ravens, you've got the Colts, I've got Denver.
And we could all be wrong.
We could all be wrong.
It's all said and done.
It could be the Chiefs all over again.
Oh, please no.
I know. Ugh, sorry.
Maybe it's the Jaguars.
That would be a plot twist.
That would be a plot twist.
Yeah.
Could be the Patriots.
What else we got in the 4 o'clock reset?
Lions tight end Sam Laporta underwent a back procedure and is now unlikely to return for the rest of the season for the Lions.
Ooh. Lions have, that was my preseason pick to go to the Super Bowl. I'm a little worried about my Lions right now.
Now, has their window closed? I mean, they've had a couple of disappointing playoff runs here. I mean, they're 6-4, so there's a lot of football left. Who's
in first place in the NFC North?
Bears.
The Bears. You like the Bears too? Are you a Bears fan?
I am. Yeah.
Oh, look, you guys have that in common. You guys are both Bears fans.
It never goes away.
It does. It stays with you. That's why I tell people, if you're an Arizona fan, like I said this to Cardinal fans last week, you can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave. It's the Hotel Arizona Cardinals. You can check out anytime you want, you can't leave. You will always be it's embedded in you. You can't not root for the team. That's your team. through the goods and the bads and the highs. That's your team. So you're stuck with them.
And since you're stuck with them, how about some NBA news? The Phoenix Suns, they're back at Mortgage Matchup Center tonight at 7 to face off against the Timberwolves. The Suns will be without Rasheer Fleming and Grayson Allen. The Timberwolves could be without Jaden McDaniels tonight, who's questionable with a left wrist sprain.
Go get a win. That'd be a signature win. Tim talked about it. Like, they've done a great job of beating, teams that they were supposed to beat. Now it'd be nice to see them go beat somebody, that's considered one of the better teams in the West.
I wish they had Grayson Allen tonight for that very reason.
No, I think
if you're gonna take your shot at one of the best teams in the West.
Yeah.
Because this is not the Grayson Allen of last year.
I think
he's leaner, he's meaner, he's better, everything.
I think he's back Sunday. I think he'll be back Sunday.
Okay, good.
Fingers crossed for that one.
I'm gonna double check on that right now. Go ahead.
That's an NBA Cup game, Gambo. So we know.
Oh my goodness!
You will be loving every second of that orange.
Oh my God! What happens if we win this game? What do we get? A trophy? A banner?
Absolutely nothing.
Do we get a T-shirt?
What's our point differential after tonight?
Can you buy an NBA? Who won it last year?
The Lakers. They hung that banner for winning the NBA
Cup. That was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
See,
the NBA Cup last year.
I don't even remember, and that should tell you all you need to know.
NBA Cup champion T-shirts.
Was it the Pacers? I don't even know. Do you think it's killing Grayson Allen that he's missing an NBA Cup game tonight?
Emirates NBA Cup. You can get a T-shirt for $22 right now. Nobody's buying them.
I'll buy you one for Christmas,
Who won it
Gambo.
last year?
Oh God!
Seriously, who won it?
I'm going to say the Pacers. I think that sounds right.
That kind of rings a bell, the Pacers, but I don't know.
Who won Emirates?
Put it in the Google.
Cup.
The Google says what?
Okay, the Emirates Cup was won by the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh, the Bucks.
What?
The Bucks won the Emirates NBA Cup by defeating Oklahoma City by 91-87.
We're obviously really, really in touch.
Okay, we literally have no idea. You know why? Because we don't care.
Right,
we don't care.
I think by showing our ignorance, I think we're trying to prove a point here.
Yes.
In the old,
Point proven.
In the old Burns and Gambo studios.
Yeah. All right, what else you got?
MLB news, free agent catcher James McCann's in agreement with the D-backs on a one-year contract.
Yeah, nice move.
The deal, $2.75 million.
Yep.
If he pushes up to the active roster, that could be $3.25 million. And our friend John Morosi is saying that the D-backs have had talks with Lucas Giolito.
Yeah, Giolito's interesting. Signed a 2-year deal with the Red Sox. He missed the first year, pitched well in the second year. He declined the option. They could have gave him a qualifying offer. They declined a qualifying offer. He declined an option for $19 million. They declined a qualifying offer for $22. So it's like he didn't want them. They didn't want him. But there's an injury history there. It may bring his price down. That's interesting.
Something to keep an eye on there. And some ASU news. ASU men's basketball got the late night win over Hawaii, 83-76.
Okay, they're off to a pretty good start right now, ASU basketball. Got to give them a little bit of credit. Go on the road to Hawaii. That was a hard game, and they end up coming away with the victory.
They got Pig. They got a guy named Pig, who's a good player. They got a big young center that looks like he's got a whole lot of potential. I feel for Bobby Hurley a little bit. I mean, he's got to put a whole new team together every single season and try to get them cohesive and all full of chemistry.
He's in the last year of his deal. There's not a lot of pressure on him. Nobody's expected him to do well. They actually played Gonzaga really hard the other night. After the U of A UCLA game, I turned on Arizona State. I watched them against Gonzaga, and it was like a 5-point game, and Bobby got a technical, and it all kind of went from there.
I know. It in today's college basketball world, it seems like he's putting together an entire new lineup and roster after every single season. There's no continuity. There's no program adhesiveness, if you will, in terms of guys coming back. But that's the world we live in now. I get it.
And finally, ASU football is facing off against Colorado tomorrow at 6 p.m. right here on 98.7. ASU will be wearing the classic Sparky logo on white helmets. For the first time in school history, the helmets are to celebrate Sparky's 79th birthday, which was yesterday.
Sparky was 79 yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like November babies are just the best. Like,
you,
there's no better month to be.
Sparky.
Me and Sparky. Who else was born in November? I don't know.
Connie,
of course. Connie. The most important person in this entire building is Connie Druschel. Nobody's more important than Connie, and her birthday's this month too. Number one person here.
Don't you bring in cannolis for your birthday every year?
I'm waiting for my cannoli cake. What day is it?
Cannoli cake. There you go.
Yeah,
I
some
don't
kind
know
of
when
cannoli
the
cake.
cannoli cake comes in.
Supposed to be a cannoli cake or something.
Do you need me to call Connie?
They stopped doing. They did away with the cakes, but
But it's your birthday.
It's my birthday.
so-
I don't care about anybody else.
Are we going to do something special for your 70th birthday?
I am
I'm just
not.
teasing.
I am not even 60. I'm still in my 50s. I'm still in my 50s. Like you are, old man. Like you are.
Oh, goodness. And with
you
that,
will always be older than me.
that is your 4 o'clock
Don't
reset.
ever forget it.
All right. The Suns top 10 in some key metrics. And what have we learned about the team so far? We'll talk a little Suns basketball next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Give me the one food that you would vote off the island. You know my answer is going to be pumpkin pie.
It is pumpkin pie.
Okay.
Of course.
All right.
Well, I don't know if you guys could tell my love for stuffing.
Oh, wait, that's what inspired this whole conversation.
Take the stuffing and throw it in the incinerator.
It's cranberry sauce for me.
Mason Ridge, you cut it up a little. You turn it into a little bit of a paste, and you put it on top of the turkey. You go ahead and you scoop it up with your fork, and then you stick it into the well of gravy that you have on your mashed potatoes, and then you dip it into that little pool of gravy. Oh.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
All right, I'll start. This Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for Parker & Sons.
Here we go.
Hey, they're practically giving away new AC units. 2026 government changes means they have AC systems they have to install before year end, or they got to throw them away. They're perfectly good systems, full warranty, a fraction of the price.
So you're thankful for refrigerant laws?
I'm thankful for a deal and a house that's cool.
This November, be thankful for comfort and savings with Parker's Too Good to Toss sale. Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Phoenix, get ready. The ultimate Black Friday blowout is November 28th at Arizona's largest pawn shop, Mo Money Pawn. Doors open at 6 a.m. with 60% off Arizona's biggest gold jewelry selection only until 7 a.m. Score up to 75% off TVs, electronics, game systems, and tools. Don't miss Arizona's Arizona's largest firearm selection at MMP Guns. Plus, Jesse James 9mm hollow point ammo for just $7.99 a box until 7 a.m. These deals are once a year. First come, first serve. Visit Mo Money Pawn on 12th Street and Indian School Road or MoMoneyPawn.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. The Diamondbacks are bringing back catcher James McCann. Cardinals signing up for a QB reclamation project in 2026. Not so fast. And Kenny Dillingham says speculation is part of the college football reality show. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
I will say there hasn't been any tip jar music today so far. We're more than halfway through the show. I haven't had a tip jar music. I did go to the concert last week. You like Bryan Adams?
Of course I like Bryan
How about Pat Benatar?
Hit me with your best shot. Yeah.
Yeah. Love is a Battlefield.
That's old school. That's early '80s. Pat Benatar.
Invincible. Yeah, she's good. She's 72 years old. She's hanging good. Went to that concert at the Suns Arena, the Mortgage Matchup Center.
It looked like it was packed, by the way.
Yeah, Bryan Adams is very popular. He had a lot of hits, right? Summer '69, Heaven. Had a lot of good songs.
Right, but it's funny is like you stopped saying songs after those first 2 because did he have a lot of hits?
Yeah.
I'm sure we're missing some, but like I know those 2.
Yeah,
and then I have to think for what the third might be.
Well, no, he had a ton. Like he had a ton of hits, but the most. Let me say top songs.
Yeah, okay. Let's
because I know them all, but let me see. Bryan Adams' greatest hits. See, I'm talking now, so even though I know Cuts Like a Knife, straight from the heart.
There you go. That's a good one.
Great song. That was a great song. Have you ever really loved a woman? Good song. He had a lot of good hits.
Santan Valley, everybody listening out there, shout out to those in Santan Valley from
Run to You. I'm gonna run to you.
That's a good one, too.
When I'm feeling...
Good half dozen hits.
Good song. All right, let's talk a little Suns basketball. They get set to take on the Timberwolves tonight. Suns and Minnesota at the Matchup Mortgage Center, and then they've got the Spurs on Sunday, and then Monday that guy's coming back. That Kevin Durant guy is coming back. Does he bring the honks with him? Did they come back with him? All of those KD guys, that you just hated dealing with in social media?
It's a good question, by the way. How many of the KD stans are actually Suns fans? You know what I mean? Okay, so remember, you have a national following, so you get fans from all over the country.
Brazil, Japan.
Or fine, all over the globe.
Korea. I do. I have a lot of...
I stand corrected.
I had a tour guide in Germany when I went to the Dachau concentration camp, and I went to Eagle's Nest, and he's a Suns fan, listens to the show. And he was my tour guide.
Unbelievable.
And he listens to the show regularly. I got all these Suns jerseys. I brought him a Suns jersey. But he's a huge Suns fan, and he was my tour guide in Germany and Austria.
But I wonder if the fans who are so vocal on social media to the extent that Kevin Durant can never do anything wrong, how many of those are actually Phoenix Suns fans? I'm sure there are a few, and I don't blame Durant.
But I think the love for Durant might be higher than their love for their team, right? If you're a fan of, and I don't know that I've ever been a fan of just like one player over a team. Like to me, I like teams. If my player leaves, he's not my guy anymore. But I don't know that I've ever. It's a good question. Have you ever loved a player more than you love a team? Who's your favorite Bears player of all time?
Well, Walter Payton.
Okay, well, if Walter Payton went and played for the Cowboys, would you root for the Cowboys?
No.
Okay. Who's your favorite Bears player right now?
The laundry has to match up.
Lauren, I can't hear you. Well, I can't hear you.
Put your mic on.
I know, because I'm checking in with Walt down at Suns right now.
Oh, okay. Who's your favorite Bears player?
Matt Forte.
Okay, what if he was on a different team?
I'd root for him as long as it wasn't the Packers, the Vikings, or the Lions.
Okay, but you root for the Bears over him.
Yes.
Yeah, the problem with Durant fans is they root for Durant over anything. They root for Durant over their own siblings.
Yeah. And again,
parents. They root for Durant over their parents.
Right, and even if I don't do it that way, I have no problem with people doing that. I have a problem with people that will defend Kevin Durant to all walks of the earth, because while everything that went down here wasn't all on him,
Some of it was.
He had a role in it.
Yeah, he has to take some responsibility.
He had a part in it.
All right, the Suns, they rank top 10 across the board in these key advanced metrics. Evan Siddery put this out. Offensive rating, 8th. Defensive rating, 10th. Net rating, 9th. So they have the same record as last year. They were 9-6 last year, but starting to trend down, and they're 9-6 this year. They're kind of trending up because they won 7 out of 8. Offensive rating, 8th. Defensive rating, 10th. Net rating, 9th. What do you attribute that to?
Ball movement. Cohesion, chemistry, coaching, all goes into players' willingness to share the basketball,
depth,
and to do what it takes. Depth. The right athletes in place, especially on the defensive side.
Okay, so let's go over these again. So main reasons. Cohesiveness, chemistry,
coaching,
ball movement.
There's 3 C's right there. Willingness, on part of the players. The actual ability to do the job at hand and a willingness to do whatever it takes.
Quality depth. You're not going to, if you have a bad bench, these numbers aren't going to be good.
That's right. You have to have the right players.
And good depth.
But the players have to have the right mindset and the disposition, especially on the defensive end. Yeah, you have to technically be sound. You have to be athletic. You have to have the ability to make stops. But a lot of times it's underneath the rib cage and between the ears. Do you want to, and are you willing to do what it takes to get a stop each and every time down the court? I'm not sure the Suns the last couple of years have that. So far through 15 games, they have that.
Yeah. And I think what hurt their ratings a lot last year is that when the games would get away from them, they kind of took their ball and went home, and it would just get worse and worse and worse. You remember when a 10-point deficit would turn into 15, then it'd be 20, then it'd be 25. You'd be like, let's leave. It's the third quarter. Because that team just didn't have the mental fortitude to kind of fight back. They just didn't have that, and I think that hurt them a lot last year. All right, when we come back, Jags, Cards. We'll talk about the history of the matchup and some of the keys to victory. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU Sun Devils football in a Big 12 matchup at Colorado Saturday.
I mean, it's really what November football is all about. I mean, we're playing meaningful football games with 2 weeks left to go in the season in a hostile environment, under the lights, with it being a little bit chilly. What else would you want? If you want to play college football, what's better than that? There's not much better than that.
Our pregame coverage starts at 3 p.m. Kickoff 6 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU at Colorado on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love to see so many people taking advantage of this great special by Christian Brothers. They have been very busy. I appreciate everybody. This is a great offer. You save a lot of money. It's a plumbing inspection / tune-up for $50. They're celebrating 50 years in business. They're basically giving this away. This doesn't even pay their technicians' time at your house. But for $50, they will come out and do a complete water heater flush. They'll flush your water heater for you. That gets rid of all the hard water sediments. It also helps preserve the life of your hot water heater, so that way it lasts longer. You need to get your hot water heater flushed. They do that. It's included for $50. They'll also do a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues. They'll do a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and they'll give you a peace of mind report. And if there's any repair or upgrade recommendations, they'll give them to you, but you're not obligated to do anything. But you will get a report that will give you an idea. Oh, okay, this is leaking, or that's leaking, or you know what, this drain is clogged. But at least you'll know. You'll get a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, pressure issues, a water heater flush, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and you'll get a peace of mind report, all for $50 from Christian Brothers. Call this number, schedule your appointment, 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Chevy trucks are known for their legendary dependability and capability. And right now is the right time to find your next Chevy truck or an award-winning SUV during the Valley Chevy Black Friday event. It's time to work hard and play hard in a Chevy Colorado. It's time to get in a go-getter like a Trax that gives you more. It's time to check out the Traverse and Equinox. It's time to see the Chevy EV lineup. Find your next Chevy during the Black Friday event going on now at any of the 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
If you're on the job day in and day out, you know living with pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulders is miserable. The good news, QC Kinetics gets it. They understand guys like you.
They don't have the luxury of taking time off. They want to keep working. We are built for those guys that want to keep working and want to stay active. So the vast majority of who we see are the blue-collar guys like me and you.
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies, just like pro athletes have used for years, to get you lasting pain relief with no surgery.
I want you to continue working. I want you to continue exercising. The joints are made to be moved.
The treatments at QC Kinetics are fast and non-invasive.
It's not a lot of time commitment on your part. There is no downtime or recovery time. You don't need short-term disability with what we do. We want to keep you active.
Call QC Kinetics now to set up your free no-obligation consultation. Learn how you can get real pain relief.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals are hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday. Head coach Jonathan Gannon ruled out edge rusher Baron Browning, as well as Jonah Williams is headed to the IR. Kickoff for that one is on Sunday at 2:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In Diamondbacks news, according to Ken Rosenthal, the D-backs are bringing back free agent catcher James McCann. McCann was a big part of the D-backs last season, filling in for Gabriel Moreno while he was injured. And the Phoenix Suns are hosting their arch nemesis, or at least my arch nemesis, Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Suns' second NBA Cup game of the season. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, we got to score! We got to score! Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday, driven by Sanderson Ford.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
That's what I'm talking about!
Burns and Gambo.
Talking about what?
Red Friday.
Red Rum. We need a Cardinal win Sunday. I'm tired of talking to Jonathan Gannon after losses. I'm getting tired of it.
I'm sure he feels the same way.
I'm getting tired of talking to Gannon after a loss. I really am. I need a win. I need a win for him, for his sake, for his mindset, for mine too, and for the fans. You need to come in here and just, I know the team's not going anywhere, but you need a win. You need a win. I like those guys. I like Monty. I like JG. I want them to win. I don't want them to lose. I hate having to talk to those guys after a loss because, you know, this business, it's like, You can't do an interview with Jonathan Gannon after another loss when you're down 35-10 and be like, "Hey, Michael Wilson had a great game, didn't he, Coach?"
Hey, you never quit. You gotta love that.
You guys didn't quit. Yeah. How about Jacoby? 47 completions. Yeah, you think his jersey will be in the Hall of Fame? Like, can't do an interview like that. You just can't. And nobody expects that. They're not gonna do a fluff job. I mean, you have to ask them the hard-hitting questions and talk about the struggles that they've had, and it's. It just has to be done. But I'd really, after a while, it's like, can we get a win here? I'd like to get a win and talk about some real positives.
I mean, I know the Jaguars are 6-4, but I still look at this game. Now, the injuries, it's a different element that you can't really get your finger on in terms of the Cardinals' ability from a talent standpoint to win the game. But you go into a game like this, you're at home. You haven't played the Jaguars that many times, but you haven't lost to them in 20 years. You desperately need a win, Gambo. They go on the road for 4 of their last 6. They've got the Rams a couple of times at Tampa. I mean, you talk about you guys need a win for the radio show. I mean, does Jonathan Gannon survive 3-14? Does he survive 4-13?
It's a good question. I mean, nobody knows except for Michael Bidwell.
Exactly.
But and listen, I came down really hard on Bidwell. Like, how committed are you to winning? I'm asking a question. Like, are you committed to winning? Because you put this together and it's failing. Like, you're the one who went out and, orchestrated the hirings and obviously you're in charge of, all owners are in charge of making all the final decisions. Okay, they are. This organization has a 105-year history of losing. They haven't won a championship since the 40s when they were in Chicago, right? Mm-hmm. So, how committed are you to winning? It's a fair question. Just how committed are you? Are you willing to go above and beyond to win? I know Ken Kendrick is really committed to winning. Ken Kendrick, the Diamondbacks owner, he's never putting a dime in his pocket from that baseball team. Not a dime. Never taken a paycheck. As long as he's been in here, he's never taken a paycheck. He's never taken any money. All the money they make goes right back into the organization. Matt Ishbia is committed to winning. That guy probably lost. Look, both of those guys probably lost over $50 million last year. The Diamondbacks owner and the Suns owner. I'm telling you, they both lost over $50 million. So are they committed? Yeah, they're committed to winning. It's hard to lose money in the NFL. Nobody loses money in the NFL. They print money. But again, how committed are you to winning? And that's something that's got to be on the owner. We can sit here and criticize coaches and GMs and players all day long, but again, the ownership has to be committed to winning. And there's different levels. And you have to keep raising the bar if you're an owner to give your team the best chance to win.
And you got to understand the fine line between, does a guy need another year, perhaps with a quarterback of their own choosing, or do you make the determination after 3 full years of football that not only is the rebuild not working, the rebuild is going the wrong way? I brought this up the other day, and this is something you got to ask yourself if you're Mike Bidwell. Are the Cardinals any better heading into Week 12 in year 3 than they were heading into Week 12 in year 1? If you remember that, they got Kyler back. They finished the last 8 games of the season 3-5.
Yeah.
But they were a Matt Prater, field goal 6 feet away from finishing 4-4. That's year 1.
Okay.
I mean, they're not going to finish 4-4 in their final 8 in year 3.
How do you evaluate the injuries they've had to this team? Because it's a big factor. Their quarterback's hurt. Their starting quarterback's hurt. Their number 1 running back is hurt. Their number 2 running back is hurt. Their top cornerback has been hurt. Their number 1 wide receiver has been hurt. Their right tackle's been hurt. I can go on and on and on. Like, they have suffered a tremendous. Their starting middle linebacker has been hurt. Mac Wilson. Like, they have had a tremendous amount of injuries. Their top 2 defensive rookie draft picks from the last 2 years, Demarcus Robinson and Walter Nolan, have been hurt. Like, I don't want to discount that. I understand no excuses, next man up. I get it. But damn, this team has had a lot of bad luck when it comes to injuries. That's got to factor in somehow.
Sure. And that's a check mark in the side of the ledger that says keep Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort going forward, at least for year number 4. You could ask yourself, though, and again, I'm not saying I agree with this, but just to discuss this, before the injuries hit, did you love what you were seeing out of the Arizona Cardinals in year 3? Were they competitive? Yeah, they were competitive, but they didn't look great in their 2 wins against the Saints and the Panthers.
No.
They almost blew the Panther game.
Yes.
Because they stopped playing in the second half. Okay, there have been some questionable strategic coaching decisions down the stretch. I harken back to the Packer game. We don't need to get into specifics.
They were up 27-3 on Carolina, and they avoided what would have been an epic collapse to win that football game. They were up 27-3, and before you know it, it was, they
needed to stop. They needed Calais Campbell to put on the Superman cape and get him out of there.
Final 2 minutes, Carolina had a chance to win the game.
So that's what Mike Bidwell has to ask himself after the season. If I had to guess right now, heading into Week 12, that those guys will be back. Probably, definitely with a different quarterback, or maybe Brissett as a bridge quarterback into 2027. But again, and I also look back to the Cliff Kingsbury final season. Right around Week 11, it looked like he would be back. But the complexion of the season and how you view a head coach and the organization and how it's being run changes with each loss as the losses pile up. So what the organization higher-ups think about Gannon right now, what does that look like in mid-January if this is a 3 or 4 win football team? I guarantee the feelings are a lot harsher towards the coaching staff, injuries or not, than they are as we sit here today.
Social media is not the be-all, end-all, but you get a lot of aggravated fans. They're unhappy. They're spending good money. People work hard for their money. They spend their money on season tickets. If the product's not good, a lot of people, like I've seen so many, I'm not going to, again, you're fans. I always say you could check out anytime you want, but you could never leave. You could say, I'm not going to renew, and then the tickets go, then you renew. Some people will leave. Some people will think it's just not worth the investment and the time and the effort. And some people just love football, and you just want to be with your team through thick and thin. You just want there to be a little bit more thickness than thinness.
I don't know if it's a barometer on the wide-ranging thinking of the fan base and the season ticket holders, but as you know, I do Cardinals Overtime every Sunday. I sit in this very seat, and I take call after call after call. And I've been through some bad seasons. But this season has been different in regards to the amount of season ticket holders that have called
angry.
Angry. Beyond angry. I'm done. I'm out. Between the prices and the product on the field, I'm done. Now, as you alluded to, just because you say that on a Sunday when you're all pissed off doesn't mean you're really
doesn't mean it.
It doesn't mean you're going to cancel your season tickets.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, in the previous 5, 6, 7 seasons I've been doing this, there's been a lot of losing football. And I haven't gotten the volume of calls like that that I've gotten in 2025.
Because I think that there were more expectations this year that the Cardinals would take another step. Because with Kingsbury, the progression was first year, second year, 5 wins to – they went from 3 wins to 5 wins to 8 wins to 11 in playoffs. And you were expecting that the Cardinals would take that jump in year 3, and then they didn't take the jump. Part of it was all those close losses that didn't just go their way. Part of it is injuries. And part of it is just, it is on the coaching. It definitely is on the coaching.
But
like the Green Bay game, they gave up a field goal at the end of the half with 7 seconds left in the half. 7 seconds were left. They kicked the ball out of the landing zone. Green Bay gets the ball in great field position. 1 pass to Dobbs. They kick a 60-something yard field goal. They get 3. Same thing happened in this game.
I know, with the
at the end of
Campbell,
the first half.
I know.
You get with 15, 20 seconds left, you give them part of this is coaching. I mean, it really is.
Yes, and that's what I'm trying to say, and I've been saying this on the post-game shows and on television. Yeah, those games could have gone either way, but they didn't. And it's not like, oh shucks, the breaks for beating the boys. No, it's their fault those games didn't go their way. They didn't make the plays. They didn't get the stops. They didn't make 1 or 2 more plays on offense when the opportunities were there to make them. I get it. It's a tough league, and it's tough to win. But they had opportunity after opportunity to win some of those games, or if not several of those games, and they didn't do it. And they can look in the mirror on that. And the players can own that, and they can wear that. And Jonathan Gannon and the coaching staff can own it and wear it as well.
The NBA has a major, major problem. We're going to talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bounce pass too wide for Johnson to grab, but Krejci is there. 3 seconds to shoot. Around the back pass is loose. Stolen by Dylan Brooks. He's into the forecourt. He'll throw it down.
Suns versus the T-Wolves. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Dan Bickley here, and the Black Friday sale is underway at Chapman BMW, where you will find the best deals of the year, like 90 days until your first payment, 0.9% APR financing for 5 years on select models. And if you mention this radio station, you'll get a $500 credit for their parts boutique, where you will find great swag and merchandise, including a golf bag I've been eyeing for years. Get in early for the best selection at Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a 3rd-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford, it's truck month. Lots of great trucks on the lot. Great pricing right now at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. Don't forget about Sanderson Lincoln. If you need a new Navigator for Christmas, highly recommend the Navigator. Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. Patrick Heigl and a group over there, second to none if you want a Lincoln. They've got our poll question. And Lauren, go ahead. Take it away.
All right. Today's poll question is, should Mark Williams play in both games of a back-to-back against the Wemby-less Spurs and the Rockets? Here are your options.
Okay.
Yes, he should play full minutes in both. Yes, he should split minutes between both games. No, you should save him for the Rockets game. Or no, because you need to keep him healthy.
I still am playing the long game right now. I might lose a battle to win a war here. I think the most winnable game out of the two is San Antonio with no Wembanyama and no Castle. So I want to make sure I get that one. I want to get that one. I don't want to lose to an undermanned Spurs team. So I play him there, and I don't play him against the Rockets, and I know people aren't going to like that because they really want to get that win on Monday. They want that win. I know you want that win.
I go limited minutes in both. I limited minutes in both, try to win a couple of basketball games. With your best 5 out there.
Oh, yeah. And the audience.
That's the way I look at it.
They still want the Rockets game. That's where they're leading right now. 40% of our audience going with no, save him for the Rockets. 21% going with both you and Gambo. No, they need him healthy. I know he needs to start playing in these games.
If he plays back-to-back and he gets hurt, listen, he's got an injury history. They're hoping to get 60 to 65 games out of him this year. There's been 2 back-to-backs so far this year. They have not played him in the back-to-backs. They played the first game and sit the second one. Okay, but that's been the trend.
Why are we doing this all year then? I mean, he's going to sit out every back-to-back, or are we going to eventually try to develop some calluses?
I think you sit him.
Figuratively
I think you sit him for a while. I think you sit. Now, maybe at some point it changes, but right now I think you sit him. Okay. That's your poll question.
That's your poll question.
Music runs out right there. The NBA's got a problem. They got a big problem. It's called an injury problem. The NBA is suffering more injuries right now than at any point that they can ever remember. It's all being charted here. And it's leading to all of these key players, Giannis, Wembanyama, Ant-Man, Anthony Davis, Kawhi Leonard, Zion, Banchero, Jalen Green, guys that are currently sitting out or already set out meaningful time with lower body injuries. Why is there an uptick in the NBA injuries, especially soft tissue injuries? That's the one question that everybody keeps asking because a lot of key players are missing time. They're missing games. You covered this league for a long time, and it's just, it's a long, grueling season. There's a lot of these 3 games in 4 nights. There's the back-to-backs.
It always has been, though.
It always has been.
It always has been. And what's I find interesting about it is we know more today in 2025 about nutrition, about weightlifting, about the value of rest and how to take care of your bodies. Back in the day, teams didn't have a staff. They had a trainer, maybe an assistant trainer. They flew commercial. They stayed in 3-star hotels. They probably drank and smoked a lot more than today's players. So for the rash of injuries now, as opposed to an era gone by, is remarkable. Now, I'm not denying the stats. Clearly, there are guys hurt. The article that went into this in depth called the 82-game season archaic. And the way that the game is played today with teams spread out and the physical toll it takes on the bodies of trying to play an extended floor game, if you will, leaves them susceptible to the soft tissue injuries that you talked about.
Okay, let me ask you this.
But, I don't know.
Steve Kerr said the Miami game will be our 17th game in 29 days in 13 different cities. 17 games, 29 days, 13 different cities. He goes, it's been the toughest early schedule I've ever been a part of. Eddie Johnson, love EJ, we all do. He said, I love Steve, but I got to protect my brothers and him from the past. We played 4 games in 5 nights numerous times. Mm-hmm. That means back to back to back in different time zones while flying commercial, washing our own uniforms in a tub, and rarely complained. Go play and love the game. And now, the article says that these old guys, like the Eddie Johnson guys, they don't get it. This schedule's just different, and the bodies are different, and guys are bigger, and they're stronger. It says everyone is bigger, stronger, and faster than ever, which put more strains on your muscles, ligaments, bones, and joints. The league average pace of play is faster than it ever was. You've got EJ saying, man, we did this with no problem. And then you've got the guys saying, okay, but you didn't play as fast, and you guys weren't as big, and you didn't have that much pressure on your body. So you've got like 2 worlds colliding on this injury issue.
Yes, and you also have to look at the individual players involved. Like, I'm sorry, the gentleman who wrote the article brought up, perhaps starting the NBA season on Christmas.
Hey, you're not going to do that.
Okay, they're not going to do that for financial reasons, and I get that. But I'll just humor the segment for a second and say the NBA did that. And the players that he cites in the article that are hurt this year, Anthony Davis, Kawhi Leonard, Zion Williamson.
Always hurt.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Always hurt.
You could begin the NBA season in February.
And they'll be hurt.
And those three guys are going to be hurt. And Kawhi Leonard, I'm not even sure, is hurt half the time he misses games. I just don't think he prioritizes playing each and every night. Anthony Davis, always hurt. Zion Williamson, always hurt. Victor Wembanyama is interesting because we haven't seen a player like that physically, but a body like that probably is going to lend itself to injuries more often than not. I mean, not more often than not, but many injuries over the course of his career.
They've done the league has done a good job of, when you go up for a shot and you come down, of making sure that nobody's in your landing zone, because that leads to a lot of injuries. That leads to a lot of Achilles and ankle injuries. You twist your ankles. So they've done a good job of trying to protect players when they go up for a shot, that they have an area to come down on. But there are a lot of injuries, and a lot of star players are missing a lot of time. I don't know the answer to it. I'm just saying the old guard, like EJ and those guys, are going to say, man, we did this all the time. It was not a big deal. Just, and you got the new guard saying, okay, but you guys weren't as big and you weren't as fast and you weren't as strong. You didn't. And so that's why we have more injuries. I don't know the answer. Just there is a lot of injuries in the NBA.
And I don't know either, obviously. Eddie would never say this publicly, but I bet you there's also, not only did we fly commercial and you have to eat hot dogs in the airport and stay in 3-star hotels, I would guess that era thinks they're also a bit tougher than today's athletes.
I think they were.
They could. I mean, well, I don't want to say that because, I guarantee.
I think they were.
That's part of it as well.
I think EJ's era was tougher.
Like we're playing through injuries. Listen, we're not making a whole lot of money. Okay, so we need to play as long as we can.
But they would also take your head off if you came into the lane. There was a price to pay if you wanted to play, that type of basketball. Look, we all know the Pistons and the way they play, but everybody had enforcers. Charles Oakley with the Knicks, Robert Parrish with the Celtics,
right?
Lambert with the Pistons. There was always Trey Rowell. There was always those guys that, okay, you're almost like an enforcer.
But again, and I don't mean
Maurice Lucas. Oh my God.
I don't mean right, but again, I don't mean to get into generational warfare here. But today's players might say, listen, we're trying to play for a long time and trying to be the best we can be come playoff time from a health standpoint. Yeah, those guys played through injuries. Yeah, those guys were maybe from a surface level, quote unquote, tougher. But you know what? Like that era, by the time Magic and Isaiah and Bird were like 31, 32, they were done.
Bird with the back.
They were done. So, a player from today's era might say, well, look.
Why would I do that if I could prolong my career?
If these guys would have taken care of themselves and not played 82 games a night, maybe they could have played till they were 34, 35, 36, like today's players are playing. So, again, I can see both sides of it, but I also think there might be a rash of injuries right now because this current NBA group has guys that are just always hurt, and they would be hurt no matter what era they played in. And I'm looking at you, Davis, Leonard, and Zion.
Should the Phoenix Suns regret their draft pick? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Jaguars Sunday at State Farm Stadium.
Huddle. Trevor Lawrence plays at a high level, and they're able to utilize a lot of different receivers. So just a really good coach, really good talented roster that plays hard.
We serve up a pregame brunch. Kickoff at 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Huge Thanksgiving savings going on all month long at Liberty GMC. Hello, everybody. It's Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue in West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. Trucks, you got it. If you've been waiting for the perfect time to upgrade your truck, this is it. Get $12,250 off an all-new 2026 Sierra 1500 or $7,250 off a Sierra Heavy Duty. And there is tremendous selection in stock right now. SUVs, no problem at Liberty GMC. Lease a 2026 Terrain for just $279 a month or buy one with $4,250 in savings. Plus the popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily daily at Liberty GMC. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
It's the Black Friday sale, and it's on at Brooklyn Betting. That's right, Basinonians. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Black Friday with 30% off everything in-store and online now through November 30th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever at Brooklyn Betting. So here's what you do. Get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Black Friday sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever, and that's at Brooklyn Betting.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Gatos, it's really coming down right now at Casa Calvisi. Did you see that tree over there? It just fell over.
I saw it. It's crazy. But man, I got to tell you, your roof looks good. Didn't America Roofing just repair it for you?
Replace the entire roof. It was time, and that meant it was time to call Jake, Josh, Tracy, and the entire team. They came over, and man, am I so glad they did.
You know, they're the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year in the state of Arizona. That's why we love telling folks about America Roofing.
Everyone else is realizing what we already knew, why they're the 2025 Arizona Roofing Contractor of the Year.
They give back to the community. They run their business the right way.
So you're telling me they're going to do a great job and save everyone money? No wonder they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. You can get a free estimate at americaroofingco.com. You want to win? Go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year.
602-960-ROOF.
AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Final Cardinals injury report is here. 5 members will not be available on Sunday. Trey Benson, Amari DiMercado, Baron Browning, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Rabbit Taylor Demerson. All of them out for the Cardinals. Kelvin Beachum, Hayden Connor, Will Hernandez, Will Johnson, Darius Robinson, and Garrett Williams will all be game time decisions. Additionally, Jonah Williams was placed on injured reserve and will undergo surgery for his shoulder injury. Williams played 15 games in his 2 seasons with the Cardinals. Suns have a massive matchup tonight against the Timberwolves in downtown Phoenix. High stakes in the NBA Cup's group play tonight. No Grayson Allen or Rasheer Fleming for the Suns. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Diamondbacks announced that they have tendered contracts to 31 players 8 of whom will head to arbitration, as well as the re-signing of catcher James McCann on a 1-year deal. Diamondbacks currently have a full 40-man roster. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Looking for a new car at a low payment? Earnhardt Peoria Kia has announced huge Black Friday discounts during the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. Go EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Suns versus the T-Wolves. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey today.
That's his name.
He's on his way to Texas. I know we've got the game tonight. Mitch, you'll be on after the game, right? Not before the game, but after the game? Post-game show?
Well, pre-game too.
Well, you get the pre-game, right? I know that, but there's no there's not the you and Kellen show, right?
Well, we'll check in with Kellen in the second segment of pre-game.
So you'll do the Suns pre-game, then we'll have the game.
Yep.
And then, Mitch, the other night when that game ended at 2:30 in the morning, Mitch got one call that night. One call. That was, right? That's how good, late game like that? That game that started at 9? I asked Mitch, I go, how many calls did you get after the game? He goes, 1. I got 1.
Did you have a conversation with the guy? Like, instead of just letting him make a comment?
A little bit.
Stay on the line.
We had some tweeters, too, so I wasn't left alone the whole night. Kellen and I were delirious for the first segment, too. We went all over the place.
That had to be, what, midnight? That's by the time
Yeah.
you came on was like midnight?
Yeah.
That 9 o'clock start?
Yeah, because Bloomer and TK fill about, 10, 12 minutes usually. If the Suns win, they get an interview, so it's a little longer.
All right, so let's get more calls tonight on a post-game show after the Timber. Let's make Mitch work. Give him a call after the post-game show. He's always taking calls and giving you good insight on the game. All right, Suns tonight. I didn't like this story. I didn't like this one, but I'm going to bring it up because I didn't like it. There was a story on the first-round draft picks and just grading the first-round draft picks.
Yeah, I saw
5
this.
teams regretting their draft picks already. And I'm like, okay, I'll look.
It's been 15 games.
They mentioned the Nets. They mentioned the Wizards. They mentioned the Pelicans pick. They mentioned the Jazz. I think it was Ace Bailey with the Jazz. And then they mentioned Kaban Malawach. And I'm like, man, you guys don't get it. Like, you don't get it. Like, you just don't get it. He's 19. He's not 21. He's 19 years old. And they say Malawach has more DNPs than appearances, and he's only top 5 minutes in a game just twice. Yeah, this is the plan. Like, it really was the plan. They weren't drafting Malawach and saying, you know what, be our starting center at 19 years old and play 35 minutes a game.
Well, I don't think they thought Malawach was even going to fall to them when they embarked on this plan.
No, he was the pick all along. I had reported that in my Gambo 5. He was the guy.
If he was available, he was going to be the pick.
Yep.
I know that.
They did not think he was going to be available.
That's my point.
Yeah. But, like, they're saying, Malawach has more DNPs than appearances, and, then you traded for Mark Williams, and he's only 23 years old. There might be an uphill battle for playing time. The one thing, you're like, okay, here's what they said. It's also not unreasonable to argue that the Suns could have extracted value from the Grizzlies, which the Trailblazers did, by getting number 16 and a first for Cedric Howard, or the Pelicans, which the Hawks definitely did by landing an unprotected 2026 first and a number 23 pick for Derek Queen. The Suns loved Malawach. They still love Malawach. This kid's going to be a premier shot blocker and a hell of a player. But the plan is not to throw this 19-year-old kid with all the limited experience to the Wolves right away. So if that means that people are going to write that the Suns, they made a bad draft pick because he's not playing, go ahead and do that. I would say that if you check back in 5 years, you're going to realize that this kid is an impact player. Well, I really think he's going to be an impact player.
I was going to say that's the hope, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I think an article like this, I'm not saying it's written by a casual or a non-ball knower, but I mean, he came up with an idea for a story. He looked at the stats of all the first-round picks. Malawach doesn't play.
That's a Bleacher Report story. It's not from some, garbage site.
I get that, but it doesn't mean it's not a garbage article. And maybe it turns out to be right. Maybe Malawach is a bust. I don't know. Nobody knows right now. The Suns don't even know. But the idea that the Suns had in taking him And then going ahead and bringing Mark Williams in was clear, as you said, but he's a project. He's a developmental guy. He's a teenager. He played 1 year at Duke. In the Final Four loss Duke suffered last year, he made one basket.
Yeah.
This is not a finished product, but there's a skill set there that they like, and they're hoping as he fills out and grows up and develops. Now, I will say this. It's tough to develop sometimes in the NBA when you're riding the bench, right? He's going to need some G League burn. He's going to need practice.
And he's getting some.
Yes, that's right. And he's going to need summer league, and he's going to need practice. And you don't practice a whole lot during the season. So those are the challenges for anybody trying to take major leaps at this level. Obviously, everybody can get better to a certain extent, but those are the challenges when you try to get a lot better once you get to the NBA. I get it. Cedric Coward looks like almost a finished product already. He's out there helping his team win. He's putting up numbers, and he was picked one pick after Malawach. But the Suns decided to, as they say in the game of craps, bet on the come, and hopefully Malawach will be that guy.
Here's just a big difference between a 22-year-old and a 19-year-old.
That's right.
Coward's 22 years old. Malawach is 19. There's a big difference.
They're totally maybe Coward helps the Suns more in the immediate, but Brian Gregory is not a fool. Matt Ishbia is not an idiot. I mean, they know that when you take a guy like Malawach, it's the long play. It's the long game. It doesn't mean they're going to be right ultimately. But that's the idea. I will say this. It'll be interesting, though, Gambo, if Mark Williams suddenly finds good health and prosperity here in Phoenix and the Suns do extend him. What is it going to be like for the future of Williams and Malawach here? Because they literally both play the same position.
True.
So that's going to be
It's a good problem to have.
It's a good problem to have.
I'd love to have that problem. You know, could you make a trade somewhere down? Yeah, I don't know. I do know this. I know when we were doing the draft show that day, and I had reported all along that if Malawach is on the board, that will be the Suns' pick. That was my report. I'll give you 5 guys, but, you know, if Malawach is there, this will absolutely be the pick. I got a call from Jeff Hornacek when the Suns were on the board. He said, boy, they better take this Duke kid. And I said, they're going to. They're going to take the Duke kid. Then after the show, we talked, and he said, and he had worked him out for the Jazz. Jeff Hornacek had worked him out. And he said, Gambo, this kid, he's going to be good. He's going to be real good. He said he was blown away by a spinning jump hook, how he uses his offhand, how he posts up, and how he works off the elbow. He said he's not a big stiff. He's got incredible skill. And he talked about how Kenny ran drop coverage for Allen and Jordan, and they'll do the same for Malawach. And, you know, talk about Kenny Atkinson, right? Ran drop coverage for Allen and Jordan in Cleveland, and that you might get the same thing with Malawach here with Jordan. And he said, you know, he was practiced against Flagg and Newpol, and he says he's going to be more ready by mid-season, but it's going to take a little bit of time. But he loved the kid. He worked him out, and he loved the kid. He said the kid's got so much skill. Like, he's not a big stiff. To me, that sold me. Like, I'm like, you know me. I speak to a lot of coaches, GMs, players.
Jeff said the same thing about Alex Len way back in the day. But I get.
Did he like Alex Len?
Yeah, he said he was the best player in the draft, and they were happy to get him.
Okay,
at 5.
forget it. Jeff has no idea what he's talking about. No, Alex Len was like a third. You know, I don't think he was in third team All American.
He was third team All ACC. But in any event, here's what I will say though. And this is not a negative, more of a surprise. And I think you're on the same team in the same boat. A little surprised he's not getting more playing time. Just a little bit here and a little bit there. Give him a taste. But I think a part of the reason why that's happening is because the Suns
playing well.
But the Suns are playing well. Like, well, why? Listen, we're not here to get Malawach better. We're here to win basketball games. Now, maybe if the record was a lot different and you were a 2-win team, maybe he'd get a little more run. But I'm surprised they're just not finding little pockets of minutes to play him more here in the first 15 games.
I've heard players and GMs and even coaches tell me that, you know, sometimes when you've got a player that young, the best thing to do is not make them play 82 games. But if you could take off 25% of the schedule, it makes it a lot easier on these guys. It just makes it a lot easier if there's enough games where they can just sit and learn and watch and learn. Like if you say, okay, an 82-game season for a guy like this who hasn't played much basketball, it's a lot. But if you take that 82 games and say you knock it down to 50, okay, you got a 50-game season. It's a lot easier, that first season. It's a lot easier to go through the pain, the growing pains you're going to go through, playing 50 games instead of 82 games.
And it's an adjustment. I think, you know, it's funny, just personally speaking, I have a couple of 18-year-olds at home, and in the past, it's like, well, yeah, he's a rookie. He's 18. He's 19. You're like, okay, yeah, whatever. He's fine. He's on the road. He's an adult now. I look at my own kids, and you're like, Malawach is basically the same age. And I think my kids would be so overwhelmed to be in that situation. And I think it's some perspective how young this kid is.
Sure.
And what he's being thrown into.
Take a step back. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, not only the actual games, but just the lifestyle, what he's going through. So I think there has to be some patience and consideration for that the Suns are going to have to bring this young man along slowly to a certain extent, because you look at how many teenagers have flamed out. Yeah, there's a Kobe Bryant and a LeBron James, and then there's a lot of guys who came out too early, couldn't handle it, and you never heard from them again.
The Arizona Cardinals injury list is long, and one of the key players they were hoping to get back is not going to be able to go against the Jags. We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. In the case of Sam Levitt and Kenny Dillingham, you've got guys that have been very close. So there's some tugging at heartstrings going on here. In an era of transient athletes in college football, you don't get a lot of situations like this one, where there is such a connection between a quarterback and a program and a head coach. You remember at one point in time, Jake Plummer and others, they predicted that Sam Levitt might go down as the most influential, impactful quarterback in program history. If he transfers and goes somewhere else, that will have never materialized.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns here to tell you about V's Barbershop. Truly one of my favorites. They just celebrated their 26th anniversary. I saw a photo of their founder, Jimmy V, standing in front of their first store in Arcadia, and it just reminded me of how cool that first store was and how, despite all the years and all the new stores across the valley, nothing has changed. V's is still the premier destination to have the best barbers in the valley give you a jolt of confidence with a great haircut, but also a great place to get away from it all for a half hour. It's a busy world, but I always find I get a little break from all the stress of it when I walk into my V's, and there's intention behind that. They're designed that way. Little time for you in a world that keeps tugging at you. Take a break, get a great haircut, or even better, a relaxing hot lather shave. Now that is a great break, and it's waiting for you at V's. Book your next haircut or your next hot lather shave at V's Barbershop. Go to vbarbershop.com. Again, that's vbarbershop.com.
Toyotathon is on. Shop all your favorites like the class-leading Tacoma, amazing Tundra, or the all-new 4Runner or all-hybrid Camry. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and is every step a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do and how far you've drifted from a life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you, because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. And this is not science fiction, folks. This is your body's own comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds to get started before the year ends. Remember, the consultation is totally free. Call QC Kinetics today. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
Let's go today, let's go today, let's go today.
Driven by Sanders and Ford.
It's Cardinals linebacker Matt Wilson Sr. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, Red Friday.
All right, welcome back. Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey, taking you right up till 6 o'clock. Are you ready for the weekend? Busy sports weekend. We got the Suns tonight against Timberwolves. Got ASU in Boulder against Colorado. I do want to say hi to all the fans and listeners in Peoria right now. All the listeners in Peoria. We just want to say hi to you. Nobody else, but just those in Peoria. So Suns tonight, ASU in Boulder tomorrow.
It's a night game.
We got the
Right.
Suns and Spurs on Sunday, the Cardinals and Jags on Sunday. I'm going to go to the Cardinals game Sunday, and then I'll be in the arena on Monday when Kevin Durant makes his return to the Valley.
Think he'll get booed every time like Beal did?
No.
I don't think so either. And nor do I think he should.
No, I don't think he should either. I'm not against Kevin Durant. I hope he does well. I wish him the best. I don't have any ill will towards him. His fans are a joke. A lot of his fans are just way too over the top. Not all of them, but some of them. But I don't, I'm not rooting against Kevin Durant. I'm not really, kind of like Bernsey too, I'm not really rooting for him, but I'm certainly not rooting against him.
Yeah, I'm a little
He came here, he played as hard as he could. It just didn't work. It didn't work. He had something to do with it, but it just didn't work. So, we'll talk about that more in the next segment. Let's talk about the Cardinals. The news today, they are not going to get Trey Benson back for this game. He is going to be out. And then you throw in the Jonah Williams injury and him going on injured reserve. And that's going to be a tough pill to swallow with all the money they spent on Jonah Williams.
Yeah, we won't see him again next year.
No. I mean, Howard Balzer for Cards Wire has a good story out on, just the amount of money that they paid him. And you were hoping they gave him a deal worth $30 million. 19 was fully guaranteed at signing. There was a $14 million signing bonus, 2.5 in base for 2 years. Another 2.5 became guaranteed, workout bonuses and all of that. So they basically will have paid him almost $30 million. And he missed a lot of time. I think, when you look at all the games that he missed, it's a total of 15 of a possible 34 games is all he played in. He was on the IR last year twice. He's on the IR again now. So 6 games in 2024, 2 trips.
And at best, when he was healthy, he was okay.
He was just okay. Wasn't even that good.
Right.
So, but you know what? Like when you're desperate for a tackle and, when healthy, he was a good player. It wasn't a terrible decision. You didn't sign him a lot. But again, you're ending up paying the guy about $30 million, and he's played 15 out of a possible 34 games. And he won't be a Cardinal again, so he's played his last game. So Beachum was not in. Beachum was limited in practice today. He didn't practice the previous 2 games, so you're hopeful that he'll be able to go in this game.
He's got a groin, and if he can't go, Josh Fryer, the undrafted free agent out of Ohio State, will play right tackle. Browning's not going to play. Benson's not going to play. DiRocco's not going to play. We've known that now. Marvin Harrison Jr. not going to play. Rabbit not going to play. And Williams and Robinson limited today, so we'll see how they fare. Garrett Williams and Will Johnson both remain questionable. So now it's a football team that hasn't really figured out how to win football games all that much lately. And now a team
depleted by injuries.
Now a team that's completely depleted by injuries. And now you wonder, even if they play well, do they have the talent to end up on the right side of the scoreboard when it's all said and done? I mean, Jaguars aren't bad. They're inconsistent.
They're inconsistent. I mean, they beat the 49ers on the road. They're 2-2 on the road. They've got a good running game, and what they do have is they have a great run defense. They're great. They're one of the tops in the league at run defense.
Yeah,
they don't give up a lot of yards against the run.
Yeah, they're actually number 2 against the run, and they can run it. So you can run the football, you can stop the run. The Cardinals aren't running it much anyway, and especially, Bam Knight coming into that game on Sunday was averaging about 22 yards a game.
Well, because they've been behind. The last 2 games they've been behind by so much.
I get it, but still, though, the running game, first of all, wasn't all that great before Connor and Benson got hurt. But the running,
it was supposed to be. It was their bread and butter last year.
I get it, and you've lost your blocking tight end in Ryman. And you've lost your top 2 running backs, and the offensive line has been banged up now, obviously with Jonah Williams and Will Hernandez.
Fryer could make his, like you mentioned, he could make his first start this weekend. Now here's what Gannon said on Fryer. He's a guy that has really improved his game. Adding that he had spent most of the season as a scout team player, blocking against Josh Sweat and Zaven Collins. He said he's blocking good players. I think he's continuing to get better. Player development never stops, even during the season. So Fryer may end up having to go in this game if Beacham's not ready to play. Now, normally Beacham plays right tackle, and Beacham was limited today. Beach is a good player. So if he's able to go, that's a good thing. He's a good football player. You just want to get a win. I know you're so injured, but, man, you just want to get a win. Lost 7 out of 8. It's another home game. You don't want to lose another home game with the crowd and the fans there. You certainly don't want to get blown out. The Jaguars, if they win this game, their chances of making the playoffs go to like 77%. This is a huge game for the Jaguars. They win this one, they almost put themselves in a driver's seat towards a playoff spot.
Well, obviously you want to win the football game for the Cardinals, but I think you're also wanting to see, are you going to actually compete after the last 2 weeks against the Seahawks and the 49ers, because they were virtually not only non-competitive, Gambo, but the games, for all intents and purposes, were over in about 3 minutes of real time and in the way those games began. The Cardinals, 17 penalties, 3 turnovers, 40 or more points given up. That all happened last week. That's only happened one time besides the Cardinals game in the history of the National Football League. A team has 17 penalties, 3 or more turnovers, and gives up 40 or more points. So that was just a bad effort across the board. So what are you going to do on Sunday? What's the effort going to look like? Because if you get boat raced again, the idea that the head coach has lost the locker room, that gets louder and louder, and I think fairly so.
Last week, the penalties were something that you're like, okay, what's going on here? Like the 17 penalties, and you're like, wow, okay. Did he lose the locker room? Was there guys, or is it just guys trying to make a play? You know, there were some, like, the illegal shifts. You're like, oh, come on, man. You don't know how to be lined up the right way. So that you got to cut that down first. They've got to be a lot more disciplined.
Yeah, but when I say lose the locker room, the penalties are that might be an indication. But to me, more of the indication of that is when you give up a 98-yard kickoff return to begin the game, you go 5 and out, and then you let Brock Purdy carve you up in 5 plays for 70 yards, and you're down 2 touchdowns before people sit down in their seats.
Right.
Like, to me, that's an indication that things are not going the right way in terms of losing the locker room or not. Not so much 17 penalties. That's just a lack of mental and physical discipline and focus.
Where is ASU's title odds standing today, and how big is the BYU-Cincinnati game tomorrow? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bounce pass too wide for Johnson to grab, but Krejci is there. 3 seconds to shoot. Around the back pass is loose. Stolen by Dylan Brooks. He's into the forecourt. He'll throw it down.
Suns versus the T-Wolves. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
G.I. Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes. And with that in mind, I have great news for all Valley homeowners who need to get their windows replaced. My friends at Advanced Window Products have rolled out their Black Friday sale, which runs through the end of November, where you will get $3,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. That is their largest discount of the year, and as a customer of Advanced Window Products, you will not be disappointed. My new windows look incredible, and the whole process was so professional and so impressive from installation to cleanup from beginning to end. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They will guarantee them for life. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, we can talk Black Friday, right? You know, the holidays, traditions, decorations, or we can talk about serious savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvi's here twice in the past few years. I've done a Black Friday deal at our Desert Ford dealers. First a lease, then I bought the Ford Black Friday sales event. It's here, and it's the perfect time when right now we can get a 2025 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days. Plus, when you buy this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Yes, a $1,000 Amazon gift card on top of 0% financing for 60 months and no payments for 90 days when you buy a Ford F-150 this Black Friday. Or get a Ford Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days. And this Black Friday, November 28th through December 1st, get that $1,000 Amazon gift card when you buy a 2025 Ford Explorer. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The final Cardinals injury report is here. 5 members will not be available on Sunday. That's Trey Benson, Amari DiMercato, Baron Browning, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Rabbit Taylor Demerson. Kelvin Beachum, Hayden Connor, Will Hernandez, Will Johnson, Darius Robinson, and Garrett Williams will all be game-time decisions. Additionally, Jonah Williams was placed on injured reserve and will undergo surgery for his shoulder injury. It's the final year of Williams' 2-year deal. He played just 15 games in these 2 seasons with the Cardinals. The Suns have a massive matchup tonight against the Timberwolves in downtown Phoenix. High stakes in the NBA Cup's group play. Orange Court, people, come on. No Grayson Allen or Rasheer Fleming, however, for the Suns tonight. Jaden McDaniels was questionable going in. He is available for the Wolves. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Diamondbacks announced that they have tendered contracts to 31 players, 8 of whom will eventually head to arbitration, and a re-signing of catcher James McCann on a 1-year deal. Diamondbacks now have a full 40-man roster. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. The Valley Chevy Black Friday event is going on now. Check out the great offers on our award-winning lineup during the Black Friday sale at your Valley Chevy dealers.
ASU Sun Devils football in a Big 12 matchup at Colorado. Our pregame coverage starts at 3 p.m. Kickoff 6 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU at Colorado on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, ASU Colorado tomorrow. Deion Sanders' third season with the Buffaloes not going very well at all. There was a columnist, Troy Rank, in the Denver Post.
Troy Rank, yep.
Troy Rank, Denver Post. That was like, hey, Deion is built for adversity. His team is not. Deion triumphs over criticism. His players do not. And just talked about just how things are going to have to change. That it is about the modern staples of college football: retention, recruitment, coaching, and winning. The Buffs are trailing, if not failing, in these areas, which is unacceptable when Sanders is making $10 million per season. They gave him a $54 million extension, and currently they have the worst recruiting class in the Big 12. They didn't do very well when it came to the portal. So all eyes are on Deion Sanders. They don't think I got to fire him, but he might have to make a lot of change. Deion keeps saying, I'm the right guy for the job. I'm the right guy for the job, but bad year for Colorado. ASU needs to go win that game. Now, the other game that matters is BYU-Cincinnati. If you're rooting for ASU to get to the Big 12 championship game, you need Cincinnati to win this football game. Because I think if BYU wins, then I think, there's a lot of, scenarios for ASU to get in. There's 4 of them currently that we're looking at. But I think if BYU beats Cincinnati, it's over. You just worry about going to the Holiday Bowl and beating Arizona, going to the Holiday Bowl.
You would need West Virginia to upset Texas Tech, likely in that scenario, and that's just
You would need BYU to lose to Central Florida, too, right? You would need either Texas Tech to lose.
If Texas Tech loses, there's a way where if BYU wins out, ASU could still get there if Utah loses one of their 2 final games, but...
Yeah, Texas Tech is not losing to West Virginia, and BYU is not losing to Central Florida.
Right, and I'm not even sure BYU is losing to Cincinnati. I got to be honest. That game is at Nippert. It's at Cincinnati. Tougher place to play.
And they're still in it. Even after that loss to Arizona, they are still in it.
Yeah,
they're not eliminated yet.
7-3 football team.
They can make an argument that, hey, we got to win this game, and we still have a chance.
BYU, on the other hand, let's keep in mind now, BYU is currently ranked 11th in the college football playoff. Now, we understand the winner of the Big 12 gets an automatic bid, and BYU may get another crack at Texas Tech. But if you're also BYU, you're thinking we are on the doorstep of an at-large bid where we could get to the Big 12 Conference Championship game, lose, and still get in. Now, I don't think that's realistic, but in terms of how BYU thinks, that's exactly how they're thinking. But all of this through the ASU prism, Gambo, I think at the end of the day, it's going to be, and I know everybody knows this, it's going to be really hard for them to pop up in the Big 12 championship game. It just is.
I'm looking at Cincinnati. So they lost to Arizona. That was a huge win for Arizona. It helped Arizona State that Arizona won that game. But they're in with all the other 2. So in order to make the conference championship, Cincinnati would need to win out while needing losses from Arizona State, Houston, and Utah, as they then hold the head-to-head tiebreak over BYU. So that third loss really hurt them. So Cincinnati still has something to play for, but figure this out. Cincinnati would need to win out, then hope that Arizona State loses a game, either tomorrow against Colorado or Arizona. They'd also need Utah to lose a game. They've got Kansas and Kansas State, and they would need Houston. So they need 3 teams to lose a game, and then that would give them the head-to-head tiebreak over BYU. ASU's chances are just, there's a lot of scenarios there, but they just have to win these final 2 games. And then I don't know what the best one is, but I still think it's probably BYU loses to Cincinnati and then beats Central Florida, and then Cincinnati loses to TCU. Or the other one is BYU loses to Cincinnati, they beat Central Florida, and then Utah loses one of their final 2 games. That's probably now again, hard. You're still in it. It's November 21st, and you're still playing for something if you're ASU. Win this football game, and you'll still have something to play for next week. There's if Arizona State wins this game, that game next week against Arizona will still have a chance for them to get to the Big 12 championship game.
Well, I also think it's not what ASU set out to accomplish here in 2025. But if you can beat Colorado and you can beat U of A, clearly if you beat U of A, that's a whole nother conversation in terms of a successful season. That's great. And then even an opportunity to go to a bowl game and end up winning 10 games. And I talked about this several months ago when you talk about Kenny Dillingham and what he's trying to do. Not too many coaches in the history of the program have won back-to-back 10 games in a season.
Todd Graham did it twice.
Todd Graham and Frank Kush. And that's it.
Yeah.
So Kenny Dillingham, still, if you can win out and win a bowl game, don't know what bowl game they'd go to. We haven't reached that point yet where you're starting to.
Yeah, I've seen Holiday, I've seen Sun. But there's no scenario. If Arizona State wins, they will go into the final week with a chance. Because the only way that BYU can clinch, this is interesting. The only way BYU could clinch is if they win plus losses by Arizona State and Houston, or they win and Arizona State loses plus Utah beats plus Utah. So if Arizona State wins, BYU can't clinch yet. They can't clinch yet so that's as long as they win this game, they do go into the final game with a snowball's chance.
They do. Not that they would need that kind of motivation going up against Arizona. I wouldn't think so. And you got to get this win tomorrow night. Is Boulder a tough place to play? Not really. I mean, the crowds are good. It'll probably be a little chilly for ASU football players, but this is a 3-7 football
team.
team.
Stinks. Is anybody be showing up?
You know, I don't know. Does the glow of Deion Sanders still carry a lot of weight with the fan base? Because say what you want about Deion, he was packing that place for 2.5 years. I mean, that place was rocking. Now, will it be rocking tomorrow night? A 7 o'clock kick in Boulder? They have good fans in Colorado. They really do. I worked in Denver for a long, long time. The Buff Faithful is pretty good. It's a good tradition up there at Colorado. But it's a 1-6 football team in the conference. They're 3-7 overall. Deion, I'm not even sure Deion's back next year. I mean, their recruiting class.
He came out of the gates with a win against TCU in Nebraska, and it was like, oh my good. Then Colorado State almost beat him. Colorado State almost beat him, and he was off to this great start. That was his first year, and it was still the Pac-12 then. It wasn't the Big 12. That was his first year, and he came out of the gates, and he beat a ranked TCU team, and then he beat Nebraska, and he had to win it, and then once he got to the Pac-12 schedule, it was
they won one Pac-12 game. It was against Arizona State.
It was against ASU. Yeah, it was against ASU.
Overtime. But you remember after those first 2 wins, I mean, you talk about the belle of the ball. I mean, the entire football world and beyond descended upon Boulder for that third week after those first 2 wins. Big noon kickoff was there. Game day was there. Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders were probably 2 of the most popular players. Tuition applications for admissions went up. Fans sold out. Merchandise went through the roof. And then you're right. The Pac-12 season happened, and they were terrible. Year 2 wasn't that awful. I mean, they had a chance to actually win the conference late into the season, but they stubbed their toe late.
Remember how arrogant Deion was with those first 2 wins?
Very arrogant.
He wouldn't talk to the media. Like, he was so mad because everybody didn't believe in his team.
Yeah. Do you believe?
A lot of you didn't believe in us.
Do you believe now?
Do you believe now? And right. Then you got slaughtered once you got into conference play. You had one win.
You know, he doesn't leave campus to recruit. You know, he thought the recruits would just come to him literally on visits and then ultimately to school there. He hired celebrity coaches. Troy Rank, I encourage anybody to read the article. Celebrity coaches, which is great. They've got a lot of pedigree playing in the NFL. But do a lot of these guys want to sit there at night and call 25, 18-year-olds?
Do they really want to work hard?
Do they really want to
work hard? Do they want to work hard?
Right, because that's what it takes to recruit. It's relentless. You know, recruiting is like shaving. You don't do it every day. If you don't do it every day, you look like a bum. Right? So, I mean, when you hire celebrity coaches instead of grinders, do they get the job done on the recruiting trail? And right now right now the recruiting class I think is like 78th in the country. That's not going to cut it in the Big 12. It's not going to cut it in any Power 4 conference.
All right, when we come back, we will preview the Suns getting ready to take on the Timberwolves at the Mortgage Matchup Center. They have lost 8 straight games. No Grayson Allen tonight in this one. Mitch will join me. We'll send Tim Ring off to go watch his son. Could be his final high school football game.
Hopefully not.
We'll come back.
Be. You never know.
We'll talk
Quarterfinals.
Suns Timberwolves next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Just know, Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Rates have dropped. Refinancing could save you some serious money. Lund Mortgage does track rates daily, and they will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. The Lund Mortgage team has been around for 30 years. Trust me, when you go ahead and email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, there's no gimmicks. There's no robocalls. It's just honest advice, full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you're not going to have to make a mortgage payment until 2026. So this is a great time to get on board if you'd like to see if you could refinance. Go to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. Email it right there, ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and start saving today.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football. Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
It's Black Friday all month long at Freeway Chevrolet. And right now, you can save big with up to $1,000 bonus cash on all new inventory. Visit us online now to get your Black Friday certificate. Then hurry in for some of the best deals of the year. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Must be used at time of purchase. May be combined with other offers. Not valid on prior purchases. Limit one-time use per customer. Valid only at Freeway Chevrolet. Offer expires November 30th, 2025.
Mitch Vareld is here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Balón, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's yrefy.com/careers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What is on tonight? That's a question, but it's also sponsored by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Of course, we've got Phoenix Suns basketball tonight. Big one, Gambo, NBA Cup, Orange
NBA
Court.
Cup, yeah, we just cannot wait.
I can hear, I can feel the excitement. It's emanating from you.
It's gonna be great.
7 p.m. tip, Wolves and Suns. That'll be right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Coverage will start right after we're done here.
I don't care about the Cup. I just care about the Suns. You guys know how I felt about the Suns. I felt that this team, addition by subtraction was my word. I felt they were going to be better than they were last year. You know, like Lauren still doesn't think I'm going to win the bet with Bernsey. Tim Ring said he thinks I will. What do you think now after 15 games?
They've been thoroughly impressive after 15.
Do you think I'll win the bet with Bernsey? I need 37
I know.
wins.
I'm going to use the cliche a lot these next several games, and it starts tonight. We're going to learn who this team is.
Lauren, do the math for me. They've played 15 games. That means there's 67 left. 67 games left. How many wins do I need in those 67 games to take Burnsy's credit card and just burn through it?
Well, you're at 9.
Just burn through it.
Work backwards. You're at 9 right now, and you're trying to get to at least 37. So you need at least, what is that,
I
18?
need 28 wins. And then how many losses would that be? 28 out of 67.
So 67 minus 28, that's 39.
So if the Suns go 28 and 39 from this point forward, I'm feasting on Burnsy's credit card.
It's rah-rah room, baby.
No, we're going like,
oh, you're going bigger than rah-rah room.
No, that's where we're going.
Okay.
But like, I'm going to have them fly in like 5-pound Maine lobsters for that one.
I was just making sure.
It's going to be big.
I was just making sure I was referring to the correct thing, and it looks like I did. Plenty of other teams in action on Cup night in the NBA. In the West in particular, one that I'm going to be having split vision on, Nuggets taking on the Rockets in Houston.
It's a big game. That's a big game.
That's an 11-3 Nuggets versus a 10-3 Rockets, but Rockets are starting to feel the injury bug just a little bit in this one. Also, locally, Grand Canyon University basketball going to be tipping off against Northwestern State. That'll be at 7 over in Phoenix. Any big college basketball happening tonight in particular we should be aware about, Lauren?
Purdue, Texas Tech.
Ooh, that is a big one.
Purdue, Texas Tech.
You're looking Big 12, and you're also just looking AP poll. Those are two very important teams.
I think Arizona overtakes Purdue no matter what. All right, that is what's on tonight. We're talking about the Suns schedule. I want to bring up the Timberwolves schedule.
Okay.
I want to get your opinion on this.
Hit me.
They've won 10 out of 15 games to start the season. Third time in franchise history. Second time under Chris Finch that they've won 10 out of 15. But it's really hard to figure out what kind of team they are. Their 5 losses, they've lost to the Lakers twice. They've lost to the Nuggets twice. They lost to the Knicks. Their wins, check this out.
Mm-hmm.
They've beaten Sacramento twice, Utah twice, the Wizards, the Magic, the Pacers, the Hornets, and the Mavericks. Those teams have a combined record of 21 and 82.
Not good.
They haven't beaten anybody.
No.
This will be, like, if they beat Phoenix, this might be their best, their best win would be tonight. Again, they've beaten Sacramento twice. I think the Suns are better than them.
Yes.
Utah twice. The Wizards, the Magic, the Pacers, the Hornets, and the Mavericks. 21 wins and 82 losses. They even struggled with the Wizards game the other night. Wizards were like, they had a 27-point lead, and it was down to 5 in the fourth quarter.
Right. That's not a team you're supposed to be surrendering a fourth quarter massive lead to.
So they're 10-0 against teams that are under 500, but 0-5 against teams with a winning record. So that's an interesting angle. Like, this is, we don't know. We don't know how good the Timberwolves are.
This will be kind of like a temperature gauge for both teams. Like, as much as we've talked about leading up to the Suns schedule, and if you look at the Wolves schedule, it's pretty similar. They're going to be facing some very tough Western foes coming up here. This is like a temperature gauge game for both of these teams. Like, how good are you really, right? Like, can you go in against an opponent from the Suns' perspective that is projected to be in the top 6 in the West, probably a contender, probably fighting to get back to the West Finals? How will you play against them? From the Wolves side of it, it's, can you beat a team that has outplayed their projection so far this year? And can you prove that you're the better basketball team?
Can Anthony Edwards hit a three-pointer?
He's, what was it, 3 of his last 30?
I think he's 3 for his last 30. Now, they're being carried by Julius Randle. He's playing like an all-star. Like, he's playing great. 25 points, 7.5 rebounds, 6.1 assists. He's shooting 52% from the field. He's knocking down 37% of his three-point shots. So he has played really well. Without him, they'd be in a whole boatload of trouble. But I do think it's like this could be – like, I would think that this is a good win for Phoenix if they could beat the Timberwolves, even though we don't know who the Timberwolves are after 15 games.
Could you also argue that if it's vice versa, it would be a good win for the Wolves? Or is it more...
Yeah, no, I think it would be their best win, considering who they've played.
Yeah.
Orlando's not playing very well. Like, again, their record is 10-0 against teams under 500 and 0-5 against teams with the winning record. And the 10-0 record comes against teams that I think the Suns are better than every single one of those teams.
I think a big part of it, too, for the Wolves, and I was reading John Krasinski's story on The Athletic, they've got two guys in particular that have really outperformed or really shined for them to start the year. One of them, you mentioned Randall. The other one being Jaden McDaniels, who's really grown a lot as an offensive role player for that team.
Oh, no doubt.
And then on the downside, we mentioned one of them already, Anthony Edwards, who's in one of his worst shooting slumps that he's had basically in his whole career. And the other is a guy that they really anticipated taking up some of the load with the point guard minutes. Rob Dillingham's really struggled to get minutes, and when he's out there, he's not been shooting the ball well. He's not been really confident in his decision-making.
Too small.
It's
just small. He's not very good.
They put a lot of assets into getting him, though.
They did.
So
they did. And then they tried, believe it or not, from what I've heard from other teams, they tried to trade him. After you get him, like, okay, we don't want him. They would have traded him. Like, I think if the Suns had worked out a Kevin Durant deal to the Minnesota Timberwolves, they would have probably got Dillingham back, but I don't think they liked Dillingham that much. McDaniels, any word on if he's playing tonight? He is playing tonight?
I saw he's available,
Okay.
yes.
He's been terrific for them. He's averaging a career-high 17.5 points per game. He's leading the league at 52% from three-point range. Only 3.4 attempts per game, but still he leads the league with that percentage of over 52%. No Grayson Allen for the Suns tonight, so they'll be without him. Minnesota, their pace is pretty good, 16th in the league. They like to move the ball a lot faster than they did last year when they were 25th. Their problem really has been Conley. They're going to have to go make the ball kid's available. He may want out possibly. That would, if you're Minnesota, I think you should go all in there because I think Mike Conley's out of gas. I don't think he's got anything left.
We got Jordan Ott pregame. He was asked about Julius Randle and the great start to the season that he's had.
Definitely looks like he's handling the ball more out on the perimeter. They have so many different ways they can attack you. Obviously, he's a force as he gets downhill into the paint, but he's making plays. They move him onto the perimeter, and he becomes a playmaker at times. So a little bit different than what they've looked like in the past.
Based on the story I was reading, too, it just seems like he's a lot more settled in now. You think about the trade when it happened last year. It was so close to the